There's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like somebody be so beautiful. Yeah, it's only a dream. It's how I feel. That you deserve better than me.
Yeah, the low. What is up, the low? What is up, the low? What is up? कैसे एक सेकंड रुक जाओ। ये रहा मेरा दोनों सुंदर चैट। हाँ एक सेकंड। पुडुंग। ठीक है, ओके डांस भाई। 2 दिन से तो मैं रील बना रहा हूँ। हाँ, मैं बोल रहा हूँ आज से 1 साल बाद हो सकता हो कि मैं इंस्टाग्राम ऑफिशियल मॉडल बनूं। जिस हिसाब से मैं रील बना रहा हूँ, मेरे हिसाब से ऑफिशियल इंस्टा मॉडल। यप रेडी रहना। वी सपोर्ट यू। यही कॉन्फिडेंस चाहिए। मैं इधर खुद को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ। हाँ, ये सब चीज में मैं खुद को नहीं देख पा रहा हूँ यार। रील अपलोड होने के बाद मैं उस पर क्लिक करता हूँ, सिर्फ सीधा स्क्रॉल करके मैं कमेंट देखता हूँ। पता है, खुद का रील में नहीं देख पा रहा हूँ यार। हाँ सच्ची तुम लोग फैंस हो यार, सच्ची आंसू पोछो तुम्हारा। सच्ची फैंस हो तुम लोग, सच्ची फैंस हो। 2 साल बाद बाल होंगे। ठीक है, मैं जा रहा हूँ वाईटी चैट पढ़ने। आज बारिश में कुछ गरम हो जाए, गरम चाय मेरी जान कर दे। हेयर मॉडल मैं फिर से किक पे जा रहा हूँ। कैसे लाला? बढ़िया। कुछ तक बड़ा मैसेज है। हाय बिंक्स, देयर इज नो गुड न्यूज फॉर द किक लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग प्लेटफॉर्म this time because Kick will only be enabling clip purchases for subscribers, which is bad news. क्लिप परचेजेस क्या है? क्लिप परचेजेस वो है, मतलब तुम लोग मेरा सेक्सी क्लिप्स करते हो, वो चलेगा। वैसे भी कम लोग ही करते हैं। हाँ है कि नहीं? ऑलरेडी 500 सब्सक्राइबर्स है, वो लोग मार देंगे एक क्लिप। आप प्रोफेशनल इंस्टाग्राम इन्फ्लुएंसर बन गए। ये मेंबरशिप का कोई सीन है लाला भाई? ऑन द वे है, ट्रस्ट मी। ट्रस्ट, आंखों में आंखें डाल के देखो, ऑन द वे। मैं बस रुका हूं कि वीसीटी खत्म हो जाए भाई। वी आर ऑलमोस्ट देयर, एवरीथिंग इज अबाउट टू एंड। वो बात अलग है, 2-3 महीने में वापस ये सर्कल चालू हो जाएगा, वो बात अलग है। लेकिन वी आर ऑलमोस्ट देयर। ये स्प्लिट के बाद सीधा चैंप्स, उसके बाद खत्म। आ जाओ। बाय द वे, जिनको नहीं मालूम, क्रेजी मार रहा हूं मैं आजकल।
Can they do it against some of the big dogs?
चलो भाई, बाप कौन खेलता है? सॉप एज यूजुअल, ज़्यूस
last stage of course.
जान दो, फुट पूरी टीम बाप खेलती है। इधर एलोरेंटे मेरा फेवरेट है।
Couple of times since
सेम भी
kickoff.
अच्छा, लेकिन एलोरेंटे मेरा फेवरेट है।
Starting it out, it is FUT on the attack. Early B push towards Ninja's position. It's Sop to get things started though, and when he was absent in the first game last week, he has found his feet once
किधर है मेरा
again.
एलोरेंटे?
Everyone else on the same page, and the plant coming in.
भाई सॉप जानवर है बे।
Sure, he had a pretty decent debut by all things considered, but I don't think he was ever going to beat 4 of FUT's best. 1-0.
Binks ने मर्सिडीज टीम पे बोला Binks से फ्रेश ढंग का गेम था हेलो हर एक एजेंट देखो टॉप फ्रैग घर जाएगा रेस बात खेलता
Yeah,
prediction हो जाए
absolutely.
ठीक है दे रहो रुक जाओ
Main transfer that people would have been fixated on coming out of kickoff into the first stage propelled them towards
पहली बार देखा रे
that
फर्स्ट
London
राउंड बी राउंड
finish.
वर्क करते हुए
Nice. Come on.
And they looked notably
Huh?
withdrawn in his absence, I think, in that Na'Vi game.
Yeah.
सेज
Only
के यहाँ पे
a couple of moments that I can recall where he
डिले
had
होने
any
के बाद
impact.
भी वो लोग फाइट जीते
To
हैं
follow up into the mates match, this golden thread that connects the two teams
वो
as
भी
a familiar
clean.
opponent in the first week, where we actually saw the difference.
Yeah, I think for FUT,
So
this
simple
match
मारेगा.
is not
So simple
necessarily
मारेगा.
about showing anything. It's about recorrecting any sort of narratives that came out of the Na'Vi game last week.
Sure.
Showing that the split is actually strong and not what people can consider a weak map. And I think as well it's about being or having a professional performance against Pacific.
लास्ट ईयर बोला था चैंप्स का वैरायटी गेम्स खेलना है अभी वाह भाई ऑडियंस को चिमटा बना था वाह भाई वाह वैरायटी नहीं हो रही है कल स्क्रिबल खेला बच्चा 6 मिलियन खेला सैंड चालू है
sweeping
और
adjustment
कितना वैरायटी
as of right now. Anti
वालों में अलग अलग
with an
मैप्स खेल
exchange
रहा
in
हूँ
garage. Pacific, couple players
जिस
left
मारेगा
behind on the left hand side of the map, but it is FUT rolling into Alarante's neck of the woods. Just the right click for now. Waddle following it up with one of his own, but no weapons recovered, and it's those two remaining players
और अगर शेरिफ
rotating
रहता
in.
तो
It's
एब्सोल्यूट
exactly
सिनेमा
that.
होता था वो लोग के
Pacific
साथ
make it a little bit difficult, but with the last two remaining,
But say-
walking into SOP's crossfire, I don't think this is going to be anything other than a FUT round. It's well played so far, and they know exactly what they're up against.
चलेगा ना,
They've
गन
already
तो
seen
गिरा
it.
नहीं है।
Nice trades overall,
चिल है
and SOP finishing things out. 3 away from his own
चलेगा
ultimate.
Yeah, so already we're seeing
Things are looking
Sop
good.
starring at the start of this game, and that lends itself to a positive FUT
Business
performance.
tour, और
Something
नहीं तो
else is
क्या,
what you and
देखो,
I were
खुद ही
talking
नाम
about
दे
the other
रहे।
week. Honeymoon period for FUT. Discuss this in the green room.
Prediction
at
दे रहा हूँ,
some
क्या
point.
prediction दूँ
You know,
लेकिन?
is it on? Is it off? I think the general consensus is, as long as they keep winning, as long as they keep getting into these playoff stages, of which they would be on their way with a win today, they are still
क्या
in the clear.
दूँ
Yeah, I think like Mike was the one who was talking about the definition of a honeymoon
MVP
period, the fact that
फुट
it
साइड
stops when things start to get difficult. For FUT, it's only really a red mark in the start of the history. They could very much go 4-1 and then we're like, well, realistically, it's just a blip on the radar. Just
पोल डाल दो अरे डाल रहा
to
हूँ
get things started.
For sure. The contrast from kickoff as
मिड
well.
नहीं जा सकते
But for now, a gun round and an opportunity for FUT to
no
get the bonus.
way.
Full set of
Mid
rifles,
पे
and
सिर्फ
you can
presence
see
दिखा
with the
रहे।
spike still
एक
lingering around in mid,
second.
A pressure.
वॉल
Potential
बना
for a split push
है
where Pacific have the bodies.
Yeah, they've pulled out already the siege wall, but FUT are going to start to hit into the strong side for Pacific. That's unbelievable from SOP to try and dismantle Alarante.
Okay, GG. Oh
And now
shit, oh
with
shit, sir.
Two players, they're peeking in. At least Seven's got one back now.
Yeah, Pacific thinking about fighting forwards. Need to regroup here.
Need to be careful. What? Oh, gets two of his own. Makes this look
Wait,
decent.
bullet तुम्हारा!
Seven's still looking for a fight, an off angle, but SOP is on the hunt, and that's the main man. We've already discussed it.
But
and
उसने
he's
एक और
still
मारा,
alive.
what?
35 seconds remaining. And time to work with. He's going for the long way
I
round.
think there is enough time to complete this rotation for SOP. Nice reactions out of Pacific to put
कैसे?
themselves in this situation. But you talk of the golden child.
पोल डाल रहा हूँ
This is a huge opportunity for him to stake his claim
फुट
and cement his return.
पोल
Plenty
डाला
of time and space to plant. He goes for the safe option. Doesn't want to risk it. And on the way back in, Pacific not too much. It's the former
लैंग्वेज
Liquid
रियल
Academy
स्टार
graduates.
मेरे पास फोन नहीं है मेरा फोन
Yeah,
चार्ज
but they need
पे
to
और
be
बड़ा मैसेज
careful
स्पैम नहीं
because SOP looks to play on the front foot. They need to clear the corners. SOP, he had his chance, he missed it. Pacific can count themselves lucky. That will be one back in the
ठीक है ना
conversation.
ठीक है चैट
Sop
मेरी
really
मारने
left
की
that
जरूरत
one
नहीं
hanging. I
है
thought just for a moment with bated breath that
मारने
we
ये
were
तो
going to
जेल
get
से के मारो
a
भाई
reversal of the 3v1. Brilliant entry from him to start and come back to that conversation about a reaction. On split, a lot of the time you've got to
भाई
fight
कुछ ज्यादा
heavy
ही
for
मारा
main,
बे
especially if you get
कैसे
exposed
राउंड
through
जीते वो
middle.
लोग
Great decision making from them there, and again, it's Waddle showing up with
भाई
kills.
स्टार्ट से एंड तक ऐसा लग रहा था फुट राउंड है
He could.
Yeah, that's fair
Could
fight.
have.
Nice! Oh my god.
6-1 is sub right now. That sums that up. Ultimate, as we've already discussed, online, and I think FUT very happy to pull the trigger right now.
सब इधर आ गए क्या? उधर तो chat रुक गया भाई. Hello.
Yeah. It's just a rifle in his hands as things are standing. Of course, we know he likes the scoped weapons, but against this kind of bite, fully light shielded are Pacific. No risks taken. Stays light on his feet and threads the way up into ramp.
What is
sent out by Waddle, playing behind the toxic screen as his own one goes up. You can see Pacific still with this A focus for now.
Looks like they want to fight this. Alorante being pulled across. Ooh, 7 going for one of his own. At least Waddle has found Sop though, so it's 1-for-1 right now.
Gets profit, but it's this mid push coming in.
Yeah, Sociable has to stand up tall here. Crystalli's going to catch out Cooper. A real miss. And look at this. Zeus goes hunting, here's the steps of 7, but that's a big kill.
Yeah, sharp kill. And now 2 players on site to defend this.
Ninja and Hell catches the cross, Spike down on the ground. Issues for FUT right now, and it's just 1 versus 1s all over the map. It's equal, but Sociable brings it across the line. Ninja between a rock and a hard place. Can't quite find the fight he's looking for. FUT are heading for the hills, or are they? Yetiji stands by and makes it for FUT.
Yeah, Yetiji left behind, sweeps it under the rug, and there you go. Nothing done for Pacific.
Hello, Radiant Man on the way, bhai.
To the pillar. I like this little bit of aggression in the mid rounds that we see. Maybe overcooked it slightly in middle, but at least that horn coming out from Waddle, set up on the refract timing for 7 was quite nice to clear the ramp presence, which is something
fight or positioning wise,
constantly setting up
strong
threats in different areas of the map. That's something that they've been so good at doing in enabling SOP, is constantly raising question marks that you have to address.
I think SOP के अलावा सबने advantage वाला fight लिया.
Sociable doesn't consider it a threat. Disrespects and waits for the next fight. It comes in. This is going to be pretty easy going by our standards, has it?
Sure. 7 dropped early. Of course, this is a round where Pacific come in with little to no expectations, but they can build an ult here and there. Ninja 1 away from the res. And of course, 7 has to converge online for the next, and Waddle the Nightfall. Tools to be thinking about here, Cairo.
Yeah.
And I think something else to think about as well is 7's involvement in a few of these rounds. Previous series, he was -8 on the first deaths. And as much as we said during the cast that he felt like a player that was high risk, high reward, and you were still getting those trades.
तो नाइफ के लिए सेंस चेंज करता है, इसलिए कभी-कभी जब वापस नॉर्मल चेंज करता है भूल जाता है, बेकार खेलता है. ये रिसेंट इंटरव्यू में बोला है.
Yeah, I feel as if you're 100% spot on, and the thing with 7 is if he's playing well, if we're getting good, you're getting good entries. Pacific typically do well themselves. I mean, it felt as if it was really.
फूल का गुलाब चमेली मत समझना, फूल का गुलाब चमेली मत समझना, आपकी चैट हरामी है, किसी और की मत समझना.
It looked decent overall, but when we got to those later maps, that's when it really let us down.
Spike से पटेंगे चारों.
FUT in a post plant here, and you know, seconds away from converting it, and Pacific, not showing any intention to give away ult orbs. To bounce off what you were saying about Waddle there as well, you could sort of feel it in the interview that he gave. He's a player as well who wants to bring confidence to this team, because that's how a lot of them are. They're players that have so much potential, but just need to find a way to unlock it. Alorante, certainly one of those, as he'll get himself a couple. Crystalli can say the same the other way. Clean the board.
No, those ultimates come online, and
मेरा कॉल बराबर था, बस क्रिस्टली हल्का सा बात.
This game, just one last note I want to put out there, Hazza. Do you feel as if the Gentlemates game was a missed opportunity to win your first match?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the group. It's stacked against Pacific. You've got to take the wins where you can find them. And I think they'll definitely feel that their attack sides betrayed them. But that's something to think about as this one develops, of course. They're on the defense for now, and it's only one round. Operator filtered into the hands of 7 though, could be the difference. Could be, is what we've got to say, because it's just a 1-for-1, and again, that has proven not to be enough in these situations.
Talisman.
भाई ये चीज मैंने देखा, पता कभी भी एक बंदा मारता है ना सीधा दूसरे साइड में जाता है, क्योंकि सेज अल्ट मारेगा तो मिनिमम 2 या 3 बंदे वहां पे रहेंगे, मतलब सेज +1 तो रहेगा ही वहां पे.
And Ninja's got to be thinking about the potential of a res here. If they can recapture that B control Pacific, but FUT have been given an open A site in the process.
They have, so they're going to use the Seekers to confirm that, and with only one Seeker actually heading towards the A heaven position, they'll have that confirmed. And Sociable even has CT space.
So far deep through screens already, and now partnered up with Zeus. The captain putting on a serious show last week.
Yetiji's pivotal for holding on to main space, and if you head towards CT, there's a trap.
So this key contributor finds himself at an important juncture. Here comes the paranoia, straight in, sets up Zeus. That's the first of the kills, and now Pacific have a problem. Trying to fight back through. Zeus is still holding down ground. Does well, and Cupid does get back up on his feet through Ninja. Sociable in the meantime finding a trade and also finding safety through the TP. Yetije hanging around in main. Plenty of issues still yet to be cut loose. Pacific even considering getting out of dodge at this point now. Valorant with a big quad kill. But it means nothing in the end because there's no time left to play with. A web of FUT's own grand design. And Pacific gets stuck right.
भाई जिनको नहीं मालूम, तुम लोग ने कभी सोचा है एलोरेंट इतना क्रेजी क्यों खेलता है? यप, कभी कभी है ना ये सब पूछने का, अगर तुम लोग को अच्छा प्लेयर बनने का है ना, ये सब क्वेश्चंस पूछने का, वरना गेम ही खेलते रहोगे भी सिर्फ क्लूलेस. ऑलवेज आस्क क्वेश्चंस. समझ रहे हो? मैं आंसर देने को तैयार हूँ. एलोरेंट इतना बाप खेलता है क्योंकि वो खेल रहा है वैलोरेंट है.
Pacific having plenty of time now, though, to get those systems in place. And I think that is something that we would constantly want to hark back to, because you have a play-in stage upcoming, potentially feeding into playoffs. And when you look back at the results that this team has had,
how is it decided which player will play, which isn't? Does it depend on players or comfort?
Still yet to find that
team
first win. And
players comfort plus
mental
team
blocks,
comps.
for example. It just feels almost impossible to get the dog off
तो
your back.
हर प्लेयर का एक एजेंट मेन या एक रोल मेन तो रहता है.
Right, that's the biggest issue. I mean, basically it becomes you're a cost in your own right, like a mental blocker.
बस चैट पढ़ लिया.
That being said, next round.
गाली देना जूल्स में तो भाई वो एक बड़ा पाव फेंक के मारा है. ऐसा जूल्स में तो.
Still got the Viper's pit.
एक मेरे मुंह पे बड़ा पाव लगी है चटनी वाली. ऐसा करो भाई.
A little bit, right? They've brought them down.
अब आप भूल गए Immortal 3 जाओगे खुद को जिंक्स करो.
There's a chance here
Last
Pacific,
2
but it's
दिन
a
से मैं जो
slim
games
one. You know
खेल रहा
it's
हूँ.
FUT.
मेरे को प्लेट भेजो ही.
Floated that operator back around. Now
प्यार
it's
तो
in B
मिलता है वहाँ
tower.
पे. किसके लिए मैं ब्लाइंड
Not a position which can have a grand effect on this round right now, as FUT 4 players strong in A main. Sociable has been left behind. He's just orbiting the edge of garage, and we'll have heard Ninja place that wall. Last time Pacific did this, called a full rotation almost off the back of it.
सेम तुम लोग को
And
देखा
for
हुआ लग
that
रहा है.
reason, actually FUT may be reconsidering their options. The Horn doesn't spot
Yep.
anything, but it's this mid walk down of the op now that is most pressing.
Bro, Valorant
to take first contact. He gets one and is dropped. Now all eyes on Seven with the scoped weapon, dashes his way out for the time being, and Pacific looking to re-engage, have the numbers. Cupid picks up a weapon off the ground, and it is a 3 versus 2.
I mean, Spike lost by FUT. They have to fight back, but look where Sociable's gone. He's on a journey, an adventure.
As time ticks down, though, Pacific should be aware of this. They know the backline
बहुत टाइम है.
is open.
I don't like these positions.
No. How
बहुत टाइम है.
cramped they feel on this mid box right now.
सब लोग देखते रहे
Sociable's
सबका
going to be able
लेफ्ट
to steal
राइट.
the Spike away.
भाई पहला किल अगर ये लोग ने ले लिया ना पूरा लेफ्ट राइट हो जाएगा.
Checks his angles right, as you say. Could leave himself with some wiggle room here. Horn again upcycles for Waddle, doesn't spot anything, and Yetije starting to close the net a little bit. Sociable's gotten away with this one, feeding those players now back into Yetije's crosshair. Drop down to 16. No support from his captain. Has to go solo, wins it, but it's Waddle left behind, and just enough time for the plant.
Cease hasn't caught him either. Sociable has a chance.
Waddle encroaching, but Sociable looking to fight him right under the lip of heaven, and he will drop him exactly where he stands.
Yeah!
FUT infallible in these positions. And the 2 versus 3 comes off in their favour.
That's criminal. There's no other way to see it. A 3 versus 2, sure. but you know where the spike is. But there's better positions to take
अरे
up in
spike
mid.
का छोड़ो.
And it just
इसमें
feels
spit
like for the
क्यों?
first time in a long time, Pacific put themselves in a good chance and let
Race
it
पहले
slip.
निकला.
First time in a long time. It's every week.
No, but it's, I mean, first time they put themselves in a long time
In a good position,
Yeah.
and then don't make the most of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. That is true. But I think even the general sentiment around the place right now is that Pacific.
So do you think the reason
perhaps
of
even
team
favoured
not
to go
going
on
for
and win this
ये
map, as
is
they have
because
done
of
a
lack
couple of
of
times of
agent
the 8
pool? मेरे को
played.
नहीं मालूम.
Even then,
Yeah.
map 2, map 3,
I have no idea.
I don't believe until I
जो
see
teams ने
13 at the
उसके साथ
top of the
खेला है वही
screen.
बता सकता है.
I don't think I believe this is going to be anywhere near Pacific's favour now. FUT have got the confidence back. They're back to winning ways. Everybody has rifles here for Pacific, and they're waiting to receive FUT's players.
Here comes the Waylay ultimate, and 7 looking to head this one
Bro,
forward.
the blue
Hinder
it is,
dropping
bro.
in.
The
Oh,
blue
brilliant
it is,
transfer from
भाई.
7, 2 taken. Now
भाई
Pacific peeling
खतरनाक
back.
खेला 7.
Still Cupid on the angle with the Guardian, damage through the wall, and does finish what he started. Is Zeus the next to be shown the door, and Pacific seem to have done enough from this position.
Alarante's flank.
मेरे दो
FUT don't know
था.
it.
ये round आ रहा
2v5
था
should be
bro.
difficult. At least Sociable taking off the high flank.
I mean, look at the amount of space that FUT still have to drop back into here, though. Sociable's merged into heaven. Now, a peek out the edge of the smoke
Bro,
is
पूरा
just
sound दे दिया वो
audaciously
लोग
out
ने.
steps right behind
Timing
it,
peak
so
लेने वाला
eventually
था वो.
cancels that plan, but Pacific have, you know, a choice, a decision to make of themselves, and this is a very slow retake.
I mean, if they give up heaven space, it could be game over. 2v4
Uh-oh.
doable, 3 players coming through main.
Well, not fully open for Sociable,
No
but
way.
a really strong angle here for
Oh,
him to
bro,
take.
वो लोग
Can't
actually
connect those
2v3
first couple
जीत
shots, the
सकते
rest
थे.
won't transfer with it. Oh,
कसम.
Crostali, the young gun, but he's had so much impact from these positions before. 2 taken, 2 left to find. But
Time
it's,
है?
oh, it's going to work out for him. There wasn't
Yeah.
time, and somehow FUT against all odds have done it again.
Congrats,
I mean,
youngster,
if you're a Pacific
for 30k
fan,
on cake.
That's going to be hard to take.
50k
Clutch up,
plus
and they look
guts.
exactly
Love you,
as good
Jerry.
as they
Thank you
did
for the
in
$2,000.
London.
Love
Sure,
you.
Pacific
Kantos
are
भी
the
ले
ones
लेना
getting the
यार.
opportunities,
उधर
but
भी
if
लिए,
the
इधर
last
भी तो
one was
ले.
criminal in a 3v2,
सब
this
जगह
is
लेना. मेरा ये
downright
क्या
near
बात
a
हुई?
life sentence in prison for that. That's ridiculous.
भाई सो
Red Bull clutch
unlucky
for
Pacific
Crostali,
unlucky
and we'll
नहीं
just
था
hope
ये.
that there's not another to send us to solitary confinement, because
वो लोग ने plan बनाया
as you
लेकिन
say, FUT
बहुत
going through
slow
the gears
किया.
now. A 7-1 lead to start their attack
Plus
side.
second heaven smoke बीटी दे दिया.
3v2
कैसा
into
टमाटो?
4v2. How bad can it actually get for Pacific? No ultimates available. Sop's already taken out 7. And at this point in time, if you're Pacific, how do you even reset?
Clean जीत रहे बे. कैसे मेरे
This round
भाई?
simply starts with 2 players solo facing, shouldering information.
Here.
Ninja playing off the wall here. Cupid does win the engagement this time, and ultimately those are the conditions that
मेरे भाई
Pacific
के
have
पास
to
भी
meet
membership नहीं
to
है.
get past
Ads
FUT
on
right
नहीं है
now,
offer.
as
ओए,
it's not
on
on
है,
team
shit.
play that they're finding success.
Yeah, the individuals
you,
need to start
thank
showing
you.
up. But this is 4 versus 3.
Okay.
Waddle solo peeking into Yetiji. Surely not, right? Dancing with the devil here.
Good from Ninja though. 3 versus 3 in this situation. There is a pick to come through from Yetije though, and little tools left for Pacific to get back into this one. Just a prowler on Waddle as it stands.
And that's unfortunately being used not to identify the right person, as Zeus makes himself an issue within the corner. Need to
मर
clear
गया.
that.
Zeus मर गया.
Well, unfortunately, it does get cleared by Waddle. Doesn't have the utility, but makes it work with a rifle of his
Aye.
own. Yetiji, when it was gone down to a classic, knows that the decay will be working for him. And Crostali in the corner. He's looked so good!
my
An unbelievable 4K once again.
God.
Pacific, you make us
Oh my
hope, but oh my God,
God.
did he get crushed
भाई
so
क्या मारा?
quickly.
It's the hope that kill you.
Shut
that
up,
kills
bye,
you,
no,
and
bye,
Crostali as
shut
well.
up.
I
ये
mean,
दिन
this guy
इनमें करना थोड़ा
said
सब्सक्रिप्शन
in
के लिए
the
वो कर
pre-match
दे
how they were prepared for whatever Pacific's going to throw at them. It just seems like he's been working on his aim routine more than anything else.
निखिल सच बता ये
Incredibly
सब देख के
crisp.
ऐसा
Mate,
मन नहीं करते
there's
तेरे को भी
3 players
काश
on
में
7
CS
kills,
ने
2
छोड़ा
on
रहता तो
10.
करके
That just shows you
Huh?
the performance every single player is putting up right now on FUT. It feels like an exhibition match more than a VCT, my 3rd match for
Yeah.
FUT.
And with it being an eco for Pacific, more food for thought. I think Crystali is a name that has come from a similar ilk of where Pacific have taken their players from, you know? Someone in Tier 2 who had decent reviews, but wasn't someone that, you know, we were super excited about, I think. Flew under the radar. It's in this environment, though, this FUT environment, that we've really seen him mature and grow in his stature and his character.
I think when you're playing around the players that you are playing
सारे
around,
गलत
right?
चीज
Like,
मेरे को
I
मेरे
mean,
भाई ने सिखाया था
Sop in his
बलिदान
own
के नाम
right,
पे
I just pulls off miracles.
सारा मार भी मुझे
With a
उस पे
sheriff in an
खिलवाया
angle to hold, and well, that's going to be quickly dealt with. Point I want to get to though is,
भाई ये
I
मैंने
mean,
आज
if
तक
you're
नहीं
in
किया
amongst
पता
this
है
environment,
ये
of
मेरे को
course
नहीं
you're gonna
आता
perform better.
बिग क्रॉच
And I think, again, confidence conversation. Pacific with no real reasons to feel inspired right now as 10 rounds conclude and FUT with all but one of them having some pretty concrete answers for what Pacific are trying to do. I mean, look at how many of these engagements are ones. I get it, you're on pistols. This is not a round which
निखिल भाई को संग को देखकर कितने साल हो गए
that has to change in the
तुम लोग देख के
follow-up, though, if
साल
you
हो
want
गए भाई
any
मैं
chance
वीडियो
of
कॉल है मेरे
recovering
पास
this
एक
map
नया
pick.
फीचर
Yeah, but I mean, it's like the whole thing from what's called Planet of the Apes.
मोबाइल में फोटोज वीडियोस वीडियो कॉल वो सब है एक
together
फीचर
stronger.
The
You know
new
what I mean?
series? That's
Yeah,
a,
Have you
that's a
met
throwback,
Booster
no?
and rest of Team Fnatic if yes
2011, 2012,
tell how it was I met only Booster from
There was
Fnatic.
originals, right? But anyway, originally, the originals stopped doing its best. FUT doing what they're known for and hitting heads and looking to take the space away. Look at Cooper all on site alone.
Ball race करने वाला था वो.
Oh my God! What a Cooper! That's brilliant! And now with the spike on the ground and Waddle there to support, this is doable, and it certainly is!
ओए क्या ये सब फोड़ के मार रहे हैं?
Of his own. The leader leading by example.
Cupid solo
क्या
strong.
चल
He's
रहा
good
है?
enough by himself. That's a ridiculous 4K. I mean, look at the transfer on this first one.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Slow that down for us, EBS. Unreal. But it's almost like in this situation where Pacific feel like they're dead and beat.
हराम और अबे
How much of a difference is that one
गुरु
4K
दक्षिणा
gonna
में
make?
एक लोलेक्स देना
Oh, you hope a lot.
You hope.
स्कूल बंक ये करता था
be the
मार मेरे
start
को
of
पड़ती
something.
थी
All right, Michael Jackson.
उसका बदला मेरे को आज तक लेना बचा है
Anyway, FUT back towards mid. And a couple players exploring B main as well, but Yetiji's just managed to get out, and there's nobody there to protect it. So he has what looks to be the A site. What is going on?
my god
It's the mid wall broken. 7 finds a kill. That's Yetije taken. So the A lurk gone, and now FUT just looking to group up and
बिंग भाई वन
take
सीरियस
this B
क्वेश्चन
site with
आप
force.
डेली वॉच पार्टी करते हो
Surely
इतने गेम
Cupid
देखते हो
couldn't
एंटरटेन
do
करते हो
the
ऑडियंस
same
को बट
2
आपका गेम
times
प्ले
in a
इम्प्रूव
row.
I mean, it would give a lifeline, and I'm not saying that that lifeline could be converted, but
आइए
again,
करके
it's the
तेरे को
hope
गाली नहीं
that
दे रहा
kills you.
क्योंकि यूजुअली जब भाई रहता है मैं सारी गालियां भाई को ही देता हूँ
kill you as well. Unfortunately not.
हाँ
Good
करके तुम बच
utility
गए
and
सारा मैच एमवीपी हूँ भाई मैं लास्ट 10-15 गेम में
Players through one corridor that
ये
time,
मान
but the
कॉलेज वाले
utility is spot on
फीस
from FUT.
मांग रहे
And in terms of the
गरीब
post
कॉलेज
part,
वाले
looking
नेक्स्ट
to
मंथ
take
से
some of
कहाँ
that
से
CT
ठीक है ठीक है
space,
ठीक है ठीक
Pacific coming through
है और
one
वालों
avenue
पे गरीब बोल
themselves.
दे ठीक है
I mean, 3 players in
जेरी
tower
थैंक यू
right
द
now.
5 कैनेडा स्टूडेंट डाले मेरी जान गड़े
nice little attention to detail from FUT. The sociable hold on just from
Bro, fast,
little
fast, 7
angle.
क्योंकि है
But unfortunately, 7 can't
Bro,
quite
उसने कैसे
grab him.
tag
He's
किया
got
पता
back
नहीं.
up for more, and well, and that's going to give a chance for Pacific to get
1, 2, 3.
still not out of the smoke. And that's
W,
like 2
W, 1, 2, 3.
heads.
That's okay.
Okay, 2v2 and a raise online. There comes back Alaranti, and there's time in which to work with.
Good round.
Pacific
W,
up to
बे.
3.
Yeah, still moments in that round
भाई,
where
एक
it
दो
felt
round
like
और
they were a
जीतते
little
तो
bit
close जाता
static,
था बे.
frozen in place, but as
ना,
soon as
4v2
they
भी
start to
नहीं
get
हारते
through
तो
the
close जाता
motions and
था
actually show some of those confidence in the engagements, this is the Pacific that
आप
we
जब से
were
Booster भाई को मिला अब
promised.
तक
Is there
क्वालिफाई
any
और
more of
लैंग्वेज
that in the second half, though?
Benko, why is that you read my messages whether I say I generally say something good you won't read that message मेरे को नहीं मालूम मैं randomly पढ़ता रहता हूँ यार
Got the new man on campus here, Waddle. Waddle, we were just chatting a little earlier. Could you tell the people where you got your name from?
Yeah, so my real life name is Wadir, and my favorite animal is penguin. So I just basically merged the two, like penguin.
तुम लोगों का कौन सा जट favorite animal मेरा काउला
Quite similar to that, so it's just a natural.
सच्ची बोलता
decision
chill
to me.
life
And the
Chill
debut
life.
in VCT last week, how's it been feeling for you being part of this Pacific team?
I enjoyed it. Like despite the loss, I
वो bird है
like, after
काउला
the first
bird है
map, we felt like
ये कब हो
super
गया
confident that we could have
मेंबर
maybe
नहीं
took
होना
another map, but
इसलिए
obviously we didn't.
चैट नहीं दिखा होगा.
Today though, I'm feeling even better. Like we've discussed some things and reviewed some stuff, so hopefully this time we'll do a better showing.
For a team
Composed
like
a bit.
yours, like Pacific, that's so hungry for that first win to show
What
the
are
mark,
you
to show
doing
the
in
standard
EMEA?
here in VCT. You're the new guy in. Maybe they're hoping for you to give them like a shot in the arm. How do you do that? How do you bring that energy into this squad?
Yeah, like I'm quite a vocal player, so
2 साल
and I'm
VCT
also playing,
इतना
like, a supportish
अनप्रेडिक्टेबल
role,
हो गया
so
है.
I'm just
कोई
trying to,
भी
like,
जीत
because
रहा है.
these
I
boys
mean
are really
अपसेट
talented,
बहुत
like,
फ्रीक्वेंट
every
है.
single
क्यों
one
नए
of them
प्लेयर्स
are
आते
talented
रहते हैं ना.
individually. I
हाथी
just need to
ठीक
help activate them.
हाथी ओपी ठीक है, ठीक है.
Also, by activating them, I activate
कौला है वो
myself,
दगड़ दले,
and I
वही तो मैं
play
बोला.
better. So, as long as we can do that on the
कुआला
server
करके
today,
कौन बोलता है
then
बे? I am
we'll
Gen Z,
get some
dude.
wins.
कौन जी?
Looking forward to seeing it. Anything that
Dude
you think's
नहीं
the key
बोलते
to
हम लोग
taking down FUT?
जी.
They're a very aggressive team. They're like
Come
the
on,
Turkish
G.
style, obviously. So we need to make sure that we're like fighting together and doing all these basics and shooting heads. So yeah,
Good luck.
thank you, man.
Some important points raised by Waddle there, stuff that we've already touched on, of course. The fact that there is so much potential within this Pacific lineup, that they've got to get the basics right. And also, I think, something I was speaking about earlier, the attack halves.
देवेश भाई, आपको पट से हाइड दे रहा हूं मैं. बहुत सारे जजेस बैठे हुए हैं यूट्यूब पे. आप वहां पे जाके ये बातें कर सकते हो. ठीक है, ये रहा.
Of main from
अब
either
बिंक्स भाई
side.
एक और शाउट दे दो.
Mid completely vacated by both
जिन्हें
teams.
नाम
A
बड़े
bit of
से
like a
पढ़ना
high-low,
लव यू.
side-to-side
नो
from
ने
Pacific
बॉल
on
शाउट टू यू.
either periphery
मैं
of the
शॉट मिस
map.
किया.
Looking at it here, Crystali does get spotted after
Ramp pick करके
Sociable's
टप्पा
drop
दिया क्या?
behind the screen. No way
I
for
think
Sock
Ramp
to
pick टप्पा
get
दिया.
involved, and that's a little more damage on Crystali as well.
Yeah, but look at 7. Oh, it's not 7, sorry. Look
नहीं
at
चेक
Zeus
करेंगे.
from a point
नहीं चेक
high.
करेंगे.
He's not looking. And so even the headshot from that flick to Cupid's head, not going to be enough to find the kill. Spike heading its way towards the B site. It's got to be Yetajay for now, ward off. Solo player back pillar and wrapping around on a timing. Cupid already taking damage. If he can find Ninja clean, there's half a chance. But Waddle pops up at the perfect moment. That's one
Catch.
through mid and Ninja there as well. A safe pair of hands. A blind
चल
hit
ब्रो
stop is a dead one.
बैटमैन मजा आएगा भाई. लव यू बैंक्स, लव यू मेरी जान गड़े.
Okay, maybe there's a little bit of belief here. Got to check in
बिंग
with
भी
the
आप
coach.
कितने स्वीट हो.
at
गाली का
halftime,
रिप्लाई भी
discussed
अच्छे से
things.
देते हो. बेस्ट
Pistol round
एंड
one,
मोस्ट
bare
प्रो प्लेयर
minimum
एंटरटेनिंग
reached
क्रिएटर
for
ऑफ वैलोरेंट.
Pacific in
लव
that
यू.
second half.
यहाँ पे मेरे को गाली देना ऑलरेडी. बाकी किसको नहीं.
Can see how Waddle does
मेरे को
feel like an
जितना देना
upgrade
दे
in this
सकते.
team just for the
लिमिट
fact
में,
that he's
लेकिन
elevated
जितना
the players
पैसा
around
समझ
him as well.
साटो कहाँ
I
गया?
think
किधर ने गया?
I
खेल
think
रहे हो?
while
कहाँ
we
जाएगा वो?
see Pacific starting to go away from the meta in terms of double duelists.
मेरी गाफ
I think that
है.
this is
धनुष
actually a
खुद को
nice
क्यों
suit
गाली दे
for
रहा है?
them, right? The
Sure.
what we double controller.
I think, you know, on meta, off meta, you can play
भाई उधर
different
चेक
ways, and this
किया बे
archetype
लेकिन ज़्यूस को.
does seem to fit 7. Bit of proactivity here from FUT. Flash in the hand
कैसे
of
कैसे
Crystali.
कैसे
What
था वो?
is the
60
timing?
में तो मर गया था.
Is it simply contact? Seems to be the case. Pacific going to pass with flying colours though. 3 kills under their belt. And now we start to look at ults.
Minimal
Waddle is
timing,
the
eh?
closest as it stands.
Yeah, at the same time though, we've got a little walk down mid coming through from Sociable, finding himself all the way down in shops. Cooper is the one with the spike.
Yeah, he's the one holding on for it. It's
भाई
Alorante
मजाक सेट कर.
has to be cautious
मेरे
though,
तो
and
टीम को बोलता था
Sociable moving
ए
off
चलो
this.
एक
He's
अभी
only
और
a
बुला.
pistol player, so it's not the biggest
क्या
loss
होता है?
in the world.
That's if he loses, which he won't. Alorante
बे.
does find that kill. So
मार.
actually, Pacific.
ठीक है, मेरे को
can
समझ
make
में
this
आ गया, तुम लोग
scoreless,
गाली
Barrow.
देते,
What are
समझ
we
में आ
looking
गया.
at? 2, 3 rifles in there? Just 2, I think, for now.
Yeah, I mean 2 rifles just now, but probably Alorante
आपको
to
भी
buy
हम
up
गाली
into
दे
the
देते
mix
भाई.
as well.
तुमने
So,
देते यार, तुम अच्छे
At
इंसान.
what point now?
Oh, you're not going to do
हाँ
it.
वाइटी पे
you get
देख
excited?
किक पे बंक्स
I'm
भाई.
even excited.
जजेस
What-
सच कर.
The first
जिधर भी है.
little tingle, butterfly in your stomach.
Tingle?
Yeah.
वो ना
Yeah,
मैं
interesting.
है ये
Your
एमी
Cairo
है.
tingle.
I'm
Left
probably
team
going to
में-
be
अच्छा,
within a
वो
waste
ये
of a
उसको
round,
ball
to
कर,
be
ठीक
honest.
है,
I feel as if FUT are the other team that, like, as soon as they get a rifle in the hand, they're going to just start to obliterate
मेरे जैसे
Pacific.
आराम
So
से मारा.
let's look towards the next round and see if FUT can get, oh sorry, Pacific can withstand anything, but it is an in-zone flawless in the anti-eco, and lovely done here on the main.
Yeah, if memory serves, Pacific won vast majority of
गाली
pistols in
देना
that
बुरी बात
gentleman's
होती है,
game.
बात तो है,
We've
लेकिन
been to the
कभी-कभी
combat
emotions
later
में निकल
stages
जाती है.
where we just
And I'm a
failed
very
to see that
emotional person.
improvement.
Nice.
So मैं
Thanks
थोड़ा
for the
yeah.
live.
हमेशा निकालता.
I think it was 3 and 3. It was Pacific won the first 3.
Gentleman's won the last 3.
Binks
And
by
that
FH
just sort of
जीतेगी
speaks to
बोल दो.
how this team can be so
चल
streaky
पता
at
नहीं रे क्या
times.
होएगा. बाधा तो आएगा जो भी होएगा.
Yeah, 100%.
You find that
हॉस्पिटल
work
होएगा
funny?
जी का होएगा. 7 गया.
Yeah, to Jay, he's been hung out to
8 जी
dry.
गया.
5 versus 4 here to start things off. And wait, the bonus is looking pretty good. Was this the one round that you were saying? Or was it another
Yeah.
one?
No, I said within one round.
Within one
सबसे-
round, okay. Bonus
सबसे
is
दिल
pretty
पे
big
लगने
though.
वाला चीज रहता है
This
जब
is nicely called
मिड
by,
प्लेयर मर
I
जाता
thought for a
है
minute,
पूरा
it's nicely
मैप
called
पे
by
खुल जाता
Cooper,
है.
because FUT were going to get pulled
अभी वो
all the
लोग
way
को
over
सब
towards the
आराम
B
आराम
side,
से
but
खेलना
instead
पड़ेगा.
FUT takes heaven, so
वेंट से सिटी
Be
से भी जा
still,
सकते हैं, किधर भी
be
जा
still a
सकते हैं,
danger
कहाँ पे भी वॉकिंग हो
considering he's
सकता है.
there.
Yeah, and, ooh, Sociable will have been heard. Just confirms that with a couple shots through the edge of his own smoke. Only player on the B site right now. Of course, got to be thinking about
प्रॉब्लम ये है
Sock
कि रिक्लियर
lofted
बहुत
up
किया है
in the tower.
और ओमेन के पास ब्लाइंड है.
And Alorante
Bro,
left
I
behind
think
him here to
निकाल
try
लिया.
and deal with that. But Pacific starting to show a bit of intent
think
here
निकाल
now
लिया,
as they
chat.
scale towards the site behind their own
फुट
smoke.
ने
It's
निकाल लिया, वो
actually
लोग का
allowed
रोटेशन
Sock
भी
to
आ
drop
गया,
in and
बहुत लेट कर
support
दिए
for the
रे.
time being. And rotations are well on the way. Numbers arriving for FUT, but starting to thin out that herd of Sociable fools. Trades coming through on the Pacific side. It's such an awkward duel to take on Sock backside, but when he finally drops, there is a clear view ahead. Pacific well on the way to the bonus round now. It's arch nemesis Crostali and a clutch before them, but 7 will drop him there. 4 kills
Okay.
from the
मुझे मैं बहुत
youngster,
बड़े करता नहीं.
and the gap reduced
काश
to
टीम
3.
देखने से ज्यादा फायदा होएगा. आइडिया
Is on the
केक
site,
जो विल फॉलो
right?
दैट.
If we
और
actually go back and watch the replay,
फ्री में
you'll
देख
see
रहे हो
that
तो
Pacific play together. They're ready to trade off one another. Next one, and there's another fight. Okay, we've identified
yep.
another. Here comes 7. It's a bit disgusting, right? But at the end of the day, Pacific.
तो इतना गंदा कैसे हो सकता है पता नहीं. बंक्स भाई थैंक यू सो मच. फीलिंग ग्रेटफुल दैट यू मेक शॉर्ट
I think the
वीडियो
main concern was
यूजिंग
that
माय
it's just taken
शायरी
this many
बहुत
rounds,
हंसा
so
हूँ
they
देख
looked
के.
down and out to actually then want
Your
to
reply on
go up
each
again.
are really
But
funny.
something we've
Once
talked
again
about a lot for
thank you.
Pacific
और
is
चाहिए
those
चाहिए तो बोल दो.
comms
नहीं
and how those improvements can shape rounds like the
बिल्कुल
ones that
नहीं
we just
चाहिए.
saw.
Please,
Let's
thank
take a listen in
you.
here and see how it goes.
I'm gonna look our server,
Come.
guys.
Walk up a little bit closer.
Nothing.
You can be ready to paranoia off my prowler.
Nothing big, I don't
They
care.
just smoked me.
That's weird. We can wait a little.
Could be mid, guys.
Yeah. Can you stage wall like this later and like just keep taking tools?
Holding with you.
Set a smoke.
I'm gonna even give you a mail.
Guys, I'm gonna fade out the site, okay?
Yeah, just
मेल
just wanna-
स्मोक W
Doggin, I let allow break.
मिड और B प्रेजेंस कर दिया है.
from Ram.
Don't go
Wait,
to
Wait, I'm searching now.
I don't know, he tapped it.
Only tap.
वो
Be
इन्फो के
ready to
हिसाब
listen. I
से
can prowler you
वो
paranoia.
लोग को
They're
रोटेट
close.
कर देना चाहिए
Over
लेकिन
Palo,
नहीं
only
कर रहे
over
बे.
amount B.
कर रहे.
Go back B, go back B.
Yeah, yeah.
Watch out the
We need to run, guys. We need to run.
Wait.
Okay, one mid though.
Let's start
They
dunning,
smoked
okay?
on B. But I don't see them.
3.
Maybe in
Bro
spawn, boys.
Yeah, we just aim.
वाइपर का पोजी देखो.
Guy flashed A, they checked. Run.
Q,
वो लोग 5 man stack करेंगे अभी.
And you pinata for us.
I'm gonna dump here.
Nice. Kill close.
I didn't
फिर
see
वो
it.
लोग को पता है बी आने वाले.
Come, because my wall is dropped.
बी रोटेशन रहेगा करके.
I'm playing late, boys. Mid cap fully, okay?
Watch out flood, okay? I'm
Yeah.
gonna tap.
I have the heaven.
I'm not going to plant. I'm just tapping.
CT. Raise, I need to
Yeah,
look.
flash.
Yeah, flashes, boys.
फ्लड हो जाने वाला है. बच के रहो.
Backside.
Big. Backside.
Backside one.
I'm swinging.
आओ 10 सेकंड.
Nice, Johan.
Johan, you're gonna win this fucking game, Johan.
क्लीन भाई.
I mean, brilliant round for Pacific.
बहुत left right हो सकता था भाई.
You can see within the team comms. A little bit worrying in some of those calls, though.
Sure, I think it was a laboured result in the end due to the lack of space towards
लेकिन
B that
वाइपर
Pacific
ओपे
had.
भले वो मरा नहीं
Threats
उसने
of a
पूरा
flood
इन्फो
out
दे
though,
दिया.
mid-space, all identified in the comms there. And for me, it's all about Waddle, how much input he has in the
Wait,
mid-round,
recipe, please,
some of the
excuse me.
micro as well, like the A plan that they
Which
created
one
at the
player would you
start.
like
You really feel the
to
influence
see
there.
coming
And
back?
we've
VCT,
talked at length
Leo,
about how much he
Ardi,
brings to the table,
Som,
but actually
ये
seeing
और
it in
any player.
situations like
मेरा
that
दो ही
is a different
favorite
thing
है.
entirely.
I like
Som
the call,
or
be a
Tens.
pinata, you know?
Yeah, yeah. No, that was a good one, of course. For those who don't know,
मेरे
knife out,
personal favorite.
trade off that player.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll
मतलब
see.
जिनसे
There's gonna be any
personally मैं
trades here already.
personal
Pulling
हूँ.
utility out of Sociable, and he's stuck within his
मैं उसने
smoker.
dodge
But
किया
they
था.
stuck with him as he continues to try and
Empty.
fight, but goes already, goes a bit silent, and Seven just pulls himself out.
अलोरेंटे का राउंड है.
In heaven, though, he's the wedge between this push. He hasn't spotted the player under. He has now.
Oh,
2 from
yo,
Olo.
yo,
And the gun
भाई,
round is
comeback.
thrown in the bin for
9-9.
Pacific. They're within 1 round, Cairo.
And I'm starting to believe you called it the Cairo tingle. It's certainly starting to be felt now. And so is Pacific's presence on
9
this
series
attack
and
side.
9-9.
The improvements are there. And I look towards the performances last week against Na'Vi. I mean, didn't lose a defender side round. I mean, the attack was just above 50% win rate.
तेरी तो
And that was the thing, right? Just once Pacific hit their flow, they
भाई ये
looked
अचानक से क्या हो
unstoppable.
गया भाई
I'd like to clarify, it's like a Spider-Man.
मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है
Yeah.
दूसरा टाइम आउट भी आने वाला है
Yeah. Just to clear the air there.
Interesting.
But we are within one round now, and so of
Yes.
course,
I think
Pacific
next round
actually
के
given an
बाद ही आएगा
opportunity to tie up the game. Money not going to be great for FUT. Economy broken after
और
that
एक राउंड में भी वो
win.
लोग बहुत लेफ्ट
Little
राइट
bit of
करते
cash
हैं ना
left in pocket, but not too
Oh, I
much
guess
past getting a couple extra rifles on the board, so it's patchwork at best. And here again, it's in rounds like this when you see Valorante really excelling.
Yeah, I told him.
Frustration on the
आ
side
गया बे
of FUT, to be
W
honest.
coach
And you can see why, Hazard.
some is vibe
Yeah, it's
10 is good
Opportunity now actually for
ये
us to
चीज तूने
loop
दोनों
back
जगह
on
पे
the
लिखा
FUT
है
side though and talk about SOP. You see
हाँ,
the
what did
difference there? You squint your eyes between the Na'Vi game and the Mates match. Just felt like he had absolutely zero influence in that first series. And look, maybe that's nerves, just getting back on the stage.
क्या वाशी के ना भाई है कैसे मर से
Nerves to the table.
ताकि वाला बोल रहे हैं मेरे जान जोड़े ताकि वाला बोल रहे हैं मेरे जान जोड़े किक पे दे देता तल्ले
I mean, overall, like I mean, a
किक
lot
नहीं
of
चल रहा है
players
मेरा
have got
I don't
pass
know
marks for the
चलाओ
most
भाई
part,
ये क्या
right? But
बात
I
होगी
think
फिक्स
a
करो
player who's kind of
मोबाइल
been
रिस्टार्ट
flying
करो
under the
नया
radar, if
मोबाइल
you want
करे
to
तो
talk
कुछ तो करो
duelist, is Zeus right now.
Sure.
I think he can certainly show up when he needs to, but at this moment in time, 11 and 17, a player that we normally associate with defender sides.
Yeah, and I think Zeus was always the star of this team.
Thank you for the
previously,
100
but
jewels,
now with
मेरे
someone
जान
like,
जोड़े।
Sop taking a lot of that limelight.
Yeah.
It's
तुझ पे
about
stream कितने
dividing
करते
up
हैं
the
इधर दो संभालते
responsibilities.
संभालते
And
मेरे
right here,
दोनों
with
आंड
not having
थकरे
the best of money, he's the one with the
वो
rifle in
कहाँ से
hand. That
संभालूं
changes over. No snipers, nothing in terms of big stopping power on this A push.
Perhaps, though, a judge on your Viper player, but he's on the other side of the map.
Paranoia up close. Sociable's TP'd in.
Could go for it, but Pacific are not being baited in. Happy to wait there. 7 going straight. The utility was good, but can't
कैसे?
capitalise. And that rifle up on high is going to be difficult to try and get back.
क्या
Unfortunately, Sop retreats and gives himself away.
Yeah, that's nice. Wall up from Ninja actually spots him on top of the smoke. So nice little bit of micro there from Pacific and good damage on Crostali's sight.
Yeah, that there is. But now FUT are here in their droves,
तो
ready to
आराम से और ब्लेस हो सकता है
support. Res online for Ninja if they want to try and maybe bait Seven's body or whatever.
ब्रेस
Gonna go for it, but look at Zeus starting to encroach on the flank as well.
Waddle is watching for this, so should be a moment before Zeus looks to take that
Timing
time.
हो
Not
सकता है
until sight contact is taken, but it's
Oh,
Yetijay's
no.
judge that you got to worry about.
And Seven's gonna walk straight into it. You can see it already. Needs
वो
to be
perfect
a
जगह पे
fast
बैठा है बे
reaction
तुझे
played and well done by Seven. That was going to be the undoing of Pacific, but with 30 seconds
Here comes
left,
Zeus.
here comes Zeus. Exactly. The doom that is starting to be felt.
समीर
It's
पे
gonna be
प्रोटीन
2
क्या
seconds.
कर
They
रहे
really
हैं
need to get a move on here. And Zeus activates
Idea
at
तो
the
बताओ
wrong time.
भाई जो अपन
So
कर
do
रहे हैं
the
वही कर रहे
stingers,
हैं
but there's not a lot of ammo left in the pockets. And now with the spike down and 10 seconds remaining, Pacific
Rest करने
leave
दिया
it
तो
late,
थोड़ा सा
but
बीटी हो
still
गया रे
convert.
I mean, this is ultimately all you want to see from Pacific. Get over the
Rest
line.
ही
That
बीटी
could have
दे
been another horror story, but it isn't. Seven the only one with gap close, of course, so puts them in this weird standoffish position where I would maybe like to have seen them take the
provided
refract there.
with इतना ऐप ओपन देन
Otherwise, well
आपका
handled
पीसी
throughout
का
the rest of the
बड़ा
round.
ब्लास्ट
And Zeus was one
नहीं
away
होता
from the
नहीं नहीं स्विच बंद
showstopper. If
है
he wins this final fight, I think that's it for FUT, but they have done it. And the next round doesn't exactly get much easier. There's an op-out for Sop this time.
अच्छा तक से इंटेंस हो गया
And he
बे
makes up part of this B hold where Sociable has already drawn
कहने वाला
blood.
मारा
Got to be thinking about the showstopper as well to come back in on Valorant. Starting to play with his luck timing. As the wall goes down, Sop's operator making
अरे
Pacific pay. Maybe not as badly as you think, though.
Yeah, it's just the layering of these
Bro,
defensive rounds.
अगर
from FUT that
वाइपर
is
ने
most
एक भी मारा
scary.
ना Valorant ने
Zeus behind the wall. Doesn't get spotted and Alorante can't adjust in time. 4 versus 2 situation now. We've seen FUT pull off a couple of these already, but no kind of heroics
Oh, मेरा वाला
on
angle
a
था
similar
pixel.
level from Pacific.
Shot.
Feeling like already this is done, right? Ninja jumps back over his wall, and in a 1 versus 3 you're looking for isolations. And right now, I'm seeing 3 players on FUT has it all on their
Plant हो
own.
जाएगा वैसे.
The wall up in mid, I don't know if FUT are aware of the possibility that Ninja could be so far advanced on A.
Oh no,
Walks back through spawn, might find
देख
Crystalli
रहा है
here.
भाई.
there's a chance. And I think
30
he's got a
seconds
notification.
Oh.
Just seeing a glimpse. Goes wide, gets the kill. And now at least FUT know exactly where the Sage is.
Yeah, bit of daylight for Ninja to bridge that gap towards the A site. Zeus has the paint shells and a rocket though, can deny this quite easily.
And that's exactly what he's going to go for. Showstopper used and walked straight into it. Zeus, well, he goes with Ninja.
Round
Will
win
take the
is a round
with him.
win.
Yeah, and honestly, that's good damage for Pacific. Sociable, the only player left standing.
जो
200
भी खेलो
credits to
submit
his
पर
name.
आप
It's
हर
not
बार
gonna
मत
be
खेलना ना.
the most comfortable of repurchases. And with Pacific having money
मत
to go
खेलना.
around, they win this one. It's a huge opportunity for them to swing things back in their favor. Come back to how the round started though, and again, a lot of ones being
Like करो
taken.
guys, like करो guys.
Of ones, I think that's exactly it, right? I thought for a second Ninja maybe peeks out that corner a little fast, takes Zeus off guard, could easily be it. But it's only 1 ultimate used, and there's still 4
Report
in
को
the
थोड़े
back
टाइम बाद
pockets.
अल्ट मार के वो करना पड़ेगा. Distract.
Plenty of tools for FUT to try and work with here. As Sop is just looking for a flash into a lobby. Alorante continuing to roam.
I like this as well because that's the one player who's usually isolated.
Not too much information off the back of it though, always expecting someone to be
Mid
stationed
smoke.
there, and Pacific haven't moved off it. It's a dog from Crystalli to just double check their suspicions, and now he has been spotted. Maybe thinking about a double dip, but mid is the main area of focus. This is where Pacific are starting to make the push come through. Seven's already got across. He will drop, but Ninja trades.
He does. But you've got to be looking towards Zeus on
अच्छी side पे
B
जा रहे
side
हैं वो
all
लोग.
alone, and that's exactly where Pacific start to set their sights.
It's the biggest area of exposure. Pacific still thinking about a player creeping back through that wall in mid, and it's that moment of hesitation again, which just holds them back from making the perfect call. Crystalli has already repositioned and threads that shot right through the crack in stairs. Bodies arriving. Zeus just has to stave them off a moment longer, and we'll find both in the process. The garage players
कल
fall, as
130
do the rest of Pacific.
को माउथ का केल होगा. क्या आप
FUT with a
आओगे? मैं
2-round
आऊँगा.
cushion
मैं
again.
आऊँगा. ये का मैच मिस नहीं
I
करूँगा.
don't know what has been going on with FUT, but this is starting to look a lot like themselves, hitting those shots that we know.
बंश में उसने एक को मार के राउंड निकाला, खुद को सैक्रिफाइस किया. आप जब अल्ट करते हो, बस आप ही सैक्रिफाइस हो.
That fraction of a second where Pacific don't go straight for that B play when you highlighted it was only Zeus there. The full tower pressure doesn't come through.
I understand as well, they play in the twos, but they're worried about
कल क्या है 130 को G version full sense.
A player being elsewhere, they don't have the full information, but sometimes just commit to it, right? Send it forward.
Prevent नहीं खेल रहे, video लोग खेल रहे.
Goods that we know that they can give. And Pacific pull out their own timeout. What can they
Binks
give us?
by एक बार बोल दो SRG will not
Cuba
gonna
was talking
win
about
split to SRG के.
these systems he was implementing, game plan changes. While we've not seen the comp ripped up,
नाम किधर तो मैं
that's
देखला
where you
लग
then
रहा.
expect the biggest details
जीत
to be
सकते
under
हैं
the
मेरे हिसाब से
surface.
वो
And
लोग.
with them only playing one official last week, they've had plenty of time to focus on FUT
वो है
as
क्या
an opponent
Shopify
on a map
Rebellion?
which they feel confident on. So
And this for them is the
जीत सकते हैं वो
only
लोग तो.
how to
अच्छी
put
टीम
it, the only time they get that
जीतेंगे मेरे
opportunity
हिसाब
to
से.
prep for a team.
the only home ground really I feel like they have in this map
Jarvin?
pool at the moment.
Jarvin
So
कहाँ से आया यहाँ पे?
Pacific going on to lose things.
Frost
could
का
be
क्या सीन
incredibly
हुआ था?
concerning for them.
Binks भाई.
FUT on the other side though,
देखो
tailing
जो
their
भी
way
सीन हुआ था,
towards an opening map win. A
वो अब
chance
टीम
to
के साथ नहीं है.
hear from
वो
them
भी
now
दूसरी टीम के
on this
साथ
defender's side
तो
to
अभी
see
दोनों
how they
टीम
can
का
get over the line.
लड़ेगा. समझ रहे हो? कल दोपहर को.
Görüyorum. Senin gördüğün yeri görüyorum.
Kurozum sende şu an. B'ye gireceğini düşünmüyorum.
Okan kurt açabilirsin.
Bize gelecekler Okan. Kurtaç Osman'ın içine gir istersen flash pick yap bize.
Tamam bir de yürüyelim.
Kanamaya tutuyorum. Biri şu üstte olabilir beyler. Ben onu vurmayı deneyeceğim. Gel Efe pik alalım.
Nice oğlum. Neyse onun önünde olur.
Bro
Biraz
miss
fiildi,
कर
bir
दिया
tanesi
उसने
Açalım açalım.
Var vardı bitti.
Okan heal atsana bana.
Res.
Heal at biz dönelim maçtan.
BM yine ulti attım.
Heaven koşuyor.
Hemen Seed'den gidiyor.
Git ben bolu kıracağım vallahi burada.
Koşmadı dikkat.
रिटर्न आ सकते हैं
Beka vurabilir belki.
Koşmadı mı?
Koşmuyor, duymuyorum bir şey.
Bir gelişine bakıyorum.
Başka olur.
Clot भाई
Nerede vurdun la onu?
Aa,
Rampada vurdum,
rampa.
rampada vurdum. Bent'ten gelirler.
ब्रो अगर
Ay,
बी
yürümelerine bakıyorum.
गए और नियॉन भाग के भी गए मेरे को नहीं लगता वो लोग कोई फ्लैंक एक्सपेक्ट करेगा
Fake pressure mıydı acaba?
हाँ बेसिस
Olabilir. Heaven yürüdüm. B kuruyor, B kuruyor.
you are absolutely
Ball
right
kırıldı,
my
ball kırıldı.
friend
Spike planted.
With the wall gone,
और वहाँ पे बहुत
have
चीजें
all
गलत हुई
access to
basically
really want to
सिर्फ
be, and
लाठी चार्ज
unfortunately
नहीं
Ninja caught out. But this Viper's pick could be huge to hold things down.
Sociable sweeping around the side. Pacific want to take this CT fight on, and Cupid is the one with the freedom to do so.
He pops out of his pit, and that could be the undoing of Pacific right now. 3 bodies for FUT,
यार
and
इतना
unfortunately
अच्छा
Cupid
comeback
can't
करके
show his
क्या हो
boots
गया
like he did in the
भाई
first half. It is now FUT on
हाँ?
map point.
The comms were so
Cheers,
relaxed,
brother.
man. I felt
Thank
like
you,
I was
मेरी जान
listening to
गड़ा
Turkish
कुशान।
ASMR or something.
थैंक यू बंगू आपको देखते देखते गेम सेंस बहुत अच्छा हो गया पर एम कौन से
Is that
लो
what you listened to go to sleep?
वो आपके
No,
पास
actually.
नहीं है एक्सक्यूज मी
Just have to make it clear, I've not listened to Turkish ASMR before, but if it's anything like FUT's comms, then
बताओ
yeah.
हेल्प चाहिए
I don't think Yetterjay's getting the job.
Listen, mate. If that's what
किसके
floats your
कर लिया?
boat, I'm not one to judge.
हाँ
Pacific
क्या
line
W,
themselves
W,
up
W.
outside A, an ultimate to get things kicked off. Or what
बम्बा को
always
बोल वो
meant to
करने
be an
बंको
ultimate to get things kicked off.
केजे खेलने डबल टर्रेट बन के बैठ जाएगा
Just waiting. Has been their home turf, but with 7 dropped early, the rest of Pacific
अभी
have a
देखो।
decision to make, and they're just running
Refresh.
into the open jaws of FUT.
रिफ्रेश
Yeah, I mean, stoppable force versus a
क्या
movable
refresh
object.
दीजिए हो गया
But just
इधर
cannot seem to be stopped.
Sop here in the corner as well. Zeus backing him up. Alorante should be no way out. He gets just the one. Won't be enough.
देखा
And FUT have their
ये
map,
होते
their
हैं timing।
opponent's map pick, no less. Starting it off this series with Spring.
आ गया
might just be a
W
death
W
sentence.
Yeah, I mean, FUT made to
लो
work
आ गया किक
for
पे
this map.
मैं
Let's be
जानबूझकर
honest,
नहीं कर
Pacific
रहा
for
हूँ
the
यार
most part. I mean, a streak of what was
हैप्पी
6
एक्सपेंसिव
rounds
एनिवर्सरी टू मी
exceeded.
थैंक फॉर द 3 मंथ्स मेरी जान गड़े हर बाय थैंक फॉर द 3 मंथ्स
And then they showed us
मैं
exactly why
जानबूझकर
they
नहीं
had the
कर रहा हूँ
victory
यार
in the
ट्रस्ट
first
मी
An uphill climb for them for the rest of this game, of course. We know
कौन
the
था
potential
MVP?
that sits with this side. And speaking
MVP
of
दोनों
sides,
ने
it's the
बने
sideline
दोनों में
with
से
Sop.
कोई तो
Who
बना
do you
रहेगा
get
ना
to
एक
get from
ऊपर
next?
दोनों ने बने क्या होता है
I've got
दो
Sop
नाम
here
में
on the
उसमें
sideline.
कौन
Sop,
MVP
you start to get
रुक जाओ
nervous in that one?
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but we were kind of nervous, but I'm glad we managed back.
Always in control, though. How are you liking the Neon?
I mean, I like
Stop.
the Neon, and like I said like earlier, I can play anything.
Stop,
Yeah,
Jita.
like anything,
Sorry,
just I can play anything, so I don't like,
Whatever they throw at you, you're going to win?
of course.
All right, good luck going forward, and we'll be right back with map number 2.
And thank you for the mystery gift मेरी जान गड़े mystery gift मेरी जान गड़े survive on a scale of 1 to 10 how hard is it for MFBR to qualify for champs मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा उसके पास कितने champs points है already MFBR का इधर मालूम पड़ता champs points
Wingman World while what?
कब है मालूम पड़ता है
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman
क्वालिफाई
World while
होनी
wanting
तो
a
चाहिए बे
well-won
टीम तो
break.
अच्छी है
Let's go.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
हॉस्टल से है घर से तो 2 वीक लवले लगती ही है हैं टॉप 2 आना ही होगा तभी नहीं पोटेंशियल तो जीतने का भी है बस मेरा मैसेज देखिए क्या है व्हाट है टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो आप यहाँ हर हेडशॉट पे शॉट बोलते हो लेकिन सब हेडशॉट पे आप रोज मारते हो ये तो आपके राइट हैंड का काम है थैंक यू शर्मा देख बता 100 जोल्स मेरे जान सेट ये वही गाना है ना जहाँ पे हम लोग पे Can you tell us what was the mental state of SSL players after split to finals? जैसा अपना अभी का स्टेट है यार ना करो पेनल्टी का मैच कितना बचे अगर ये 2-0 खत्म हो गया तो मान के चलो 10-15 तक अगर ये 3 मैच गया तो मान के चलो 11:30 बड़ा बाव माउस और माउस पैड बताओ मेरे पास माउस मैट है क्योंकि टेबल बड़ा है और माउस V3 Pro ठीक है मैं तब आता हूँ मैं इधर ही रहता हूँ बंक भाई फोरहेड का ऑयल देख के गीला हो जाता हूँ लैंग्वेज चलो अभी गाना सुनते सुनते एक काम करो ये लो और ये लो new interaction stream.
You've gone back to Neon on split. What was it in the Na'Vi match that made you want to swap the Jet out?
देखते कौन जीतता है
Neon is more useful
आक्रमण
in terms of agent capabilities for the team.
देखते कौन जीतता है
Stuns, both for XX on attack.
ऐसा कौन सा चैट है देखते ना कौन जीतता है
Like I think we
कौन सा चैट जीतता है
overreacted to Neon.
अयो रुको चाय लेके
on social media.
वाइटी चैट तुम्हारे गान में वाइटी नूब्स
Jet is a brilliant individual agent, but like it's a small.
And the thing is, like, we can still play the Jet comp and we can still go back to it whenever we feel like it's better matchup wise and things like this. But yeah, right now we just felt a bit better with the Neon. We thought it gave us some more options.
And of course, in the words of Sop, he can play any duelist they throw at him. So that kind of flexibility makes your life a little easier if you're in the coaching camp.
That's just Sop. No surprises there. Men is an absolute legend. Yeah, so Pacific lost.
Yeah.
Pacific lost the split.
What am I going to do about that?
So really back a little bit. I was surprised that Sop even mentioned anything about nerves. I feel like we never hear that from him. He was obviously a bit concerned about the way that Pacific were able to try and get themselves back into it. You know, we saw a very tight scoreline by the end, but the first half, it just wasn't that at all. That wasn't the story.
No, we can talk about the story of that first half before we get into the second. We're looking at some post plans here, Bea.
Yes, okay, let me actually focus onto this. It's just like, it's the PTSD, I apologize. Let's look at what FUT were doing on the attack. There were a couple of rounds that looked like they made absolutely no sense, like Crystalli had no right in winning this 1v4. Sop might have been speaking about nerfs, but what about all of this rounds from Pacific? Because yes, Ninja is not able to defuse here, the next one is going to be the same, and I feel like at least 3 or 4 rounds were won just based off of the massive delay that FUT were able to cause in their post plans, and also how scared Pacific were in some of these instances. Do not get me wrong, Crystalli, amazing in this transfer. It's good to see that this is the Crystalli that we're getting now in EMEA. But on the other side, it must be devastating to be like, bro, we just lost a 4v1. We had everything to go. We knew where he was. Like, we knew we had all the info. And in so many of those cases, I see, like, for example, I don't know, like Zoo's taking an opening duel and it's like, oh, the round is already a 5 before. But I don't see it the same way. I think that also when we swap sides and I see Pacific and they're mounting out, getting a lot of momentum, you know who I loved seeing stepping up? Sociable. Oh, Sociable. I feel like whenever FUT needs that kind of calm of like, oh, we need to close just a couple of rounds, Sociable will actively go out of his way to make that happen.
We should give some flowers over to the other side, right? Obviously not too many, because again, the split got away from them, but one man in particular making a go of it, 7. Really challenging contesting in some of those rounds, making this a map, making this an interesting game of Valorant here, and taking on SOP in a lot of those duels as well.
For sure, he was trying his hardest. I think it's difficult when we mentioned the time that they would have been able to build up that synergy, and I think a positive for Pacific was there was moments that we saw that. We saw 7 being set up super well, especially on these very direct executes. And I think for me, when I think about this first map overall, there was so many times where Pacific had the correct read on what FUT were doing. They were just losing out on either gunfights or just firepower. Yeah, literally. They were just losing out on these firepower moments because FUT possessed so much of that. And I think that for Pacific, it's difficult because at this point, I'm a bit tired of just the split pick as well. Like,
now we're getting annoyed.
And expecting to expecting to not be punished for it, like thinking that you could just keep having this map under your belt. You can't.
No, you can't. We need to see some brilliance elsewhere. It's good to see. I think that it is the first time that 7 does play the Waylay, but it fits him so much, and we've seen Pacific play it in the past. So it's like it's not completely jarring. There were some I just saw the utility dump and then being like, okay, that is 15 seconds of the round. What is for the rest?
Timer तो बता मेरे को.
I think that there is
क्योंकि मैं 10 मिनट उबालता हूँ.
How to min max with that? Because I think that on the other side, we heard Vlad telling us very specifically why the Neon over the Jet. Hey, as a teammate, as playing in within the ecosystem and thinking about what you can bring onto the table, there are agents that just do more.
Now looking forward into this next map, right, the Lotus, anything that we should
Big
expect
baby!
Pacific might be able to show us, because without the split...
What were we theorizing, Bear? What were we theorizing?
So we were in the green room, we were thinking, right? Because maybe I've been lied to too many times. Like, just keep believing.
Oh, all chat karo isko.
We
Oh.
cooked up something crazy. We cooked up something crazy.
Maaf
And
karo.
with Lotus in the mix, I want to.
Kya?
I don't know if he did the interview before or after the map veto.
Because
if it is about this Lotus, I'm already see the.
At the end of the day, Binks
language.
language.
Know what composition they're going to be running. Are we going because they run a lot of double sentinel?
Prediction de चालू तो होने दे.
Triple sentinel? Are we going no?
Binks ball.
We saw Raga tearing it up in Masters London. I mean, last time they played Lotus as well, I think we heard in one of the coach confessions
मेरी
that
chat
they
में
were
देखी
playing
stream पे.
Karambol, you know, with the
अभी दिख
composition
रही.
that he came out with, and it was because of the double sentinel, right?
मेरी nightmare में हिरित फैंटम आई है 1300 का दिलवा दो. उससे याद आया जो मेरे रील के जो विनर्स है जिनको 20 लोगों को 475 वीपी फ्री मिलने वाले थे वो मिल चुके. कांग्रेचुलेशंस. अपन ने ऑलरेडी 40 बंदे लोगों को 475 वीपी फ्री दिया है. कांग्रेचुलेशंस मेरी जान कटो. कांग्रेचुलेशंस. टेक दिस. बोथ गिव अवे वाज सक्सेसफुल. Congratulations. सारी बातें एक तरफ, किक पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप है. मेरा.
Especially in these post-plant situations, as you're mentioning. However, in saying that, I do think that the
Bugs
deadlock
भाई 1K मिले हैं. 1K jewels मिले हैं. क्या भेजूं? जो भी 1K में आता है वो भेजो.
We've spoken about how they've been tried and tested on this
काश
map,
ये every
especially
month
at
free
global
jewels
events
मिले यार
recently. It's
सबको.
just how are they looking on it, especially when it's a team like Pacific, who we
वही
maybe
कुछ
are
होएगा. मेरे
looking
को
to
डाउट है
find
कि
that
कोई
first
रिसर्च
win.
कर रहा है.
We
कोई
were
कर रहा है क्या chat?
highlighting Cristalli and his
कोई
performance. A
तुम में
couple
से
of
देव मानो
rounds,
से
brilliant
75,000
rounds of
वाला
individual
jewels रिसर्च
brilliance
कर रहा
more
है.
so in the first map. And he was on that sky. The only change that we see on that side is he moves away from the fade and also onto that sky. Now, I do think that he did very, very well.
VP के जगह
as to why, because
कुछ और दे सकता है ना, लाइक कीबोर्ड माउस. मेरे पास वैलो नहीं है ना लैपटॉप है वैसे, तो मैं वही में बोल रहा हूँ. इसलिए मैं वैलो पॉइंट दे रहा हूँ ताकि वैलो खेले. कब तक वहाँ पे 18 साल में लोग बर्थडे मना के वहाँ पे प्लेयर्स खेलते रहेंगे. बताओ।
That's right. It is us.
पता चला मैंने
We're
keyboard
back
mouse
again
दे दिया, वो
and
लोग
ready
दूसरा
to
game
dive
खेल रहे तो।
into Lotus, second map in the series, Cairo.
सोचने वाली बात, सोचने वाली बात।
Cairo meter. How excited for this one?
It's pretty small, mate. I'm going to be honest.
5 मिनट का रखे हो prediction time, चल। 1 मिनट।
Clarification here. I think
Link
after the
expert
way
है, new
that,
link दे दो, mods,
FUT
उसका Discord link दे दो।
started this series, I think that I'm going to be looking for them to repeat the same successes of Split.
No tingle then.
No Cairo tingle.
No Cairo tingle. I daren't ask you what it's going to take for us to get to that point, but
अगर बंदा CS खेलता रहेगा तो giveaway में enter क्यों करेगा वो?
They've got an identity at the very least. They've committed to this deadlock, and I think more than anything, that's what I wanted to see. A little bit of commitment, whatever that idea is.
और वैसे भी कोड आएगा, कोई CS खेलता रहेगा तो अपने value friend को दे देगा।
VCT season.
Haven't seen them play Lotus yet.
Chat gas on है, एक round के बाद मेरे को याद दिला देना।
This stage, as Yetaji starts to fire off some wild shots.
I think also, you know, you're seeing
ये मैप देख के
those
मेरे
roles
को
be
रबल फाइट याद आ
delineated
रहा है यार आज का
pretty distinctively as well in terms of agents.
भुला
What
दिया
the
था
players are
मेरे को।
playing, simplifying things, reminds me of sort of GX a couple years ago. Let's see what they can do here. Full on the defense, and already Yetaje finding one. Brilliant shot onto Waddle, and that proactivity from A Lobby has not stopped. There's a train of players closing in on the
लोग आ
flank
रहे
here,
भाग।
and Zeus is at the front of the line.
W8.
Looks like a nice combination.
Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god.
Gets 3 of his own.
Bro,
versus 4
single-handedly जिता दिया भाई.
One sheriff bullet would be enough.
Still need to get the spike down here though, Cairo, and it is Cupid stuck in the corner with it on his back.
Yeah, he can walk away though, down into water if he really needs to. He has support here. With the smoke down.
By close.
Whisker away.
Yeah.
Close
One
था.
more.
Close था.
Come on.
No, Cooper's at least going to get that spike down. And it's the paranoia in. And Ninja is on for his ace.
Ace.
A big one
Confirm
here
ace
if he could get
लेगा.
it started.
Confirm लिख के
The
रखो.
ultimate would be well
लिख के रखो, लिख
worked
के
on.
रखो.
And he wants it,
लिख
you
के
can see,
रखो.
going for the last cow, denied by
मिटा दो.
Sociable. But Pacific,
जो
3
लिखा है मिटा दो.
versus 1. And Sociable with no hope in
मैंने देख
hell.
के fade याद आया यार.
He'll still give this one a go. 7 first point of contact. That is the
भाई
bullet which
बंदा
finishes
बिछा
the
रहा था
round.
बे वो.
Delivered to the
बंदा बिछा रहा
mid-drift
था
of
लेकिन
Sociable, and now down to 31. Cairo, this is exactly what you wanted to
बहुत
see for
ज़्यादा हो रहा
Pacific
था
to
मेरे
get
साथ.
started on Lotus.
I think the big
बुरा नहीं था.
compliments that you have to say about Pacific, once they get into post, they will do the damage. And it'll be very difficult to get back in. I mean,
Prediction दे दे. अरे देख क्या prediction दूँ?
best, even a 5th ultimate orb through his own death. And that's going to be
क्या
a
दूँ, क्या
great
दूँ?
build for
Win map
future
2.
rounds.
Absolutely, if he can get it online by the bonus, then that's a huge
Map
tool.
round win दिया.
Because again,
Gas
like
on it,
you
gas
said,
on it, gas on it,
quite
gas on it,
rightly
gas on it.
highlighting that Pacific's strength in composition comes down to those post plants. I think you're always thinking about that when Deadlock is in play with the sensors. Mesh as well. Net, of course, now on a slightly more improved cooldown, and perhaps one of the reasons why they've decided to lean into this pick.
I think the big thing,
W
though,
chat,
with being
W,
said, talking
W.
about the post-plant
बहुत उबल
strength
रहा था
that
बे.
Pacific have, I think as well, FUT have probably superiority on the A fight when we look at the utility.
मेरे को
that
क्यों
they
गाली दे रहे
have,
हो?
the
वालों
potential
मोबाइल का
of
कुछ information है
re-engaging,
आपके पास?
The fact that you've got so much stopping power trying to get out of that choke.
Talk of stopping power, this difference in Sentinel with the Vice on the other side for Yetaje is something that I want to consider. Of course, 7 on the Raze can satchel over those Thorns, no problem, but it's this gap close issue, this little bit of a disconnect that we saw at times on Split that you want to be tracking as this one progresses. As for now, it's an open A site, fully vacated by FUT, stack of players on C, opposite extremity, and a free plant for Ninja. So, yeah, he's the one body you throw at this, maybe even going to just toss that vandal in the hands of
कौन fight
Valorant,
लेगा?
take the
Question
ghost,
number 1.
see what he can
Ninja
get.
तो fight लेगा
That's
उसका
exactly
अल्टा.
to be the case. So,
Seen enough Valorant, mate.
और कौन लेगा? सिर्फ Ninja ही लेगा मेरे साथ.
How many is he going to get?
Well, at least one you would hope. He's at least seen the forces, so overall it's how much the FUT want to actually throw at this one themselves. So ultimate online at the very least
Bro,
for the next
don't tell
round,
me.
and it seems as FUT have decided that they fancy this for the moment.
Yeah, bit of a threat here as the flood's coming in. Pacific don't want to lose too many bodies. That's one of the Vandals already lost here, most likely. Waddle still trying to hold things down with a high line. They will find the kills that they're looking for.
Oh.
Pacific still ought to be careful here in the closing stages. And yeah, Yetajay picks up Waddle as well. That's another one of those Vandals. I'm not sure what it is they get through with in the end. Yeah, just the one.
Yeah, I mean, issues at hand, but Pacific deciding that they want to continue on with the...
ये Jules का पैसा मिल जाएगा तो मैं yes sir.
And again, when you have Ninja's ultimate, you have an even better post plan or a way to grab someone on.
Can't wait to see you throw in Valo Mobile. मैं इतना नहीं खेलूँगा.
FUT really dominate this A
मैं
side
mostly
of the map.
PC खेलूँगा लेकिन मैं सिखाऊँगा
With
ज़रूर.
3 players towards that side.
Game सिखाऊँगा मैं.
They start on C mount, or try to at least.
Yeah, it's a very passive start to the round here from Pacific, just trying to be reactive.
कैसे partner हो आप? ये क्या हो गया भैंसो?
In terms of what FUT are doing on the map, early paint shells from Zeus and just SOP deposited behind this.
क्या हो गया? तीनों में लफड़ा चल रहा है क्या कुछ? हेलो? मेरा बाकी 2 स्ट्रीम बराबर चल रहा है. ये वाला नाराज हो गया क्या? हेलो?
This time and actually Zeus.
Oh भैया, sorry.
From that angle, SOP through the smoke. Well, you take what you can get. In these situations, big early advantage FUT.
Same time, there's work being done towards that C side. The fade of Waddle starting to explore. And remember,
thank you for that. So many Jules मेरे जान जोड़े.
Pacific in with a chance still.
Yeah, Waddle, bit risk adverse, doesn't want to take this opportunity to search into the C site, which is currently open.
I mean, I can understand why. Why would you want to give up massive space that your team has right now? Looks as if this might be a B fake into a C
Pacific
pivot.
round जीत सकता है.
Potentially. Depends on the information. You've still got Alorante left behind in rubble. I think this is actually just a B push.
bonus निकाल लिया
Zeus is there to receive it.
Yeah.
So denies 7 his life, and where the Pacific go now? It seems to be that C pivot that we thought.
Yeah, it's a plan B or a plan C rather than what they actually wanted though, because of Alorante's position. He was there to cut off a rotate. Comes up empty-handed.
Yeah, Waddle with only a pistol, he's caught out. So it's up
Alt
to
मार दे
Ninja
Ninja,
to
trust
best
me.
his pistol round efforts with an ace of his own, and
डरने चाहिए वो
unfortunately the
लोग.
paranoia, I thought he was not going to have a chance. It's confirmed post-kill. It's FUT straight back in.
Yeah, not bad in the end, but just the 1 kill for Pacific on this round.
I guess they are
You can
more
kind of see
focused
how
on
things
China
were getting
only
set
because
up.
of
One of the
impressive
things I mentioned
market
earlier
and
was
purchasing power.
Yetajay and this Vice.
That
They
is true.
need to be dealing with the utility because the wall, the
Plus
thorns
global
there, just
launch होएगा तो
complementary to
सबके
the
लिए
B
होएगा.
hold. As you can see, Zeus really happy to take this aggressive off angle in the
वो
pit.
कब
As a
होएगा
result,
ये? Obviously मेरे को नहीं
the
मालूम.
bigger picture just not quite coming together there in terms of the macro game. Well read by FUT.
100%. I mean, when you've got SOP who manages to get a kill
But
through
not
the wall.
anytime soon.
I mean, it's the perfect start, isn't it?
अगर
Keep
Jules
on
काली
exploding
करते हैं,
as
love you
well,
मेरे
so
जान जोड़े.
nothing to disfigure.
तेरे पास प्रीमियम में क्या? बहुत लोगों को 1000 मिला था, बहुत लोगों को 50 मिला था. मेरे को अब तक वो फंडा नहीं समझा
It was the
बस.
bonus round, let's be honest.
Randomly दिया
back
लगता
in with rifles and SOP back on that same angle.
See what Pacific do differently this time. If there's an adaptation, it's still scaling
Bro,
behind
एक
the
और
wall,
timing shot.
and it's the
Oh
same
my
result.
God,
Waddle
एक
dies
और
with a
बार
full belt of
timing shot.
utility. That one is going to feel even more painstaking than the previous.
The change is Waddle that dies instead of Cupid. So there's your answer.
So basically, wall up होने के बाद थोड़ी देर
worse,
रुक
to be
जाओ
honest,
भाई.
Cairo, because those are
2
tools
second जगह पे
also
4 second रुक
invaluable
जाओ.
to this attack side.
Yeah, well, it's the same answer this time. Rather than going through B main, Pacific are just going straight towards C. Sociable
मेरे
the
पे
one to
प्रीमियम है
stand up
लेकिन
to
कुछ
it.
नहीं मिला.
At the very
नहीं
least, I
50
like the
तो I
fact that
think
they're
सबको मिला है.
quick on this decision making. Still
तुम
some
लोग को
vines left
purchase
behind
करने
by
जाओगे ना तो तुम लोग को
Yetajay.
दिखाई
Gonna
देगा
open
वो.
up as 7 drops in, and that's what I
पहला
was talking
option
about.
आएगा.
No place for a trade, straight in. Ninja does eventually follow it up as Sociable overstays as well,
कोई
on the angle, but the ult clears out backside, and that is space for Pacific to play into.
Yeah, there's deadlock utility to play in, but Zeus is out.
Yeah, just creeping from wall to
Spot
wall,
कर लिया.
spotted on the edge of it, still roaming around. It's his realm in its entirety.
Not looking
Full on equal
good,
terms early,
boys.
and Pacific put to the back foot.
I mean,
good.
Pacific, they really
Hello,
need to
buddy.
sort out
Hello,
how they're
W.
gonna try and
Hello,
get out
13
of
months,
it.
very young,
Understand why they don't want
buddy.
to interact with the E fight, but that's 2 rounds in a row now. That they take a
सोच
very
रहा हूँ
simple
बदल रहा हूँ
path
चांद
and
पे
both
नहीं
things
देख
that
पाऊंगा
Sop has punished them
याद
for it.
आया तू स्ट्रीम कर रहा है तेरा सर
Hey, just
ठीक
such
है
key real estate for the amount of lanes on the map that it opens up. That's why you want to see teams fighting for it.
गए
Create
पॉइंट
that
तुम
B
लोगों को क्या
pressure.
लगता है मैं 1-0
The
वो लोग
side
जीतने के
itself
बाद
in
क्यों
here,
दिया
it's an all-out
प्रेडिक्शन
brawl for it.
हाँ
Sop has brought back up, and it is Zeus on the front line this time. Waddle again, round for round, he will fall, and Sop wants in on the action himself. 4 versus 3 to start, and it's another blistering start for FUT.
I mean, the
सोचो आगे
saving
ना
grace would have
कभी ना
been
कभी
Sop's
जाके
at
वापस
least
बफ
the
तो
low,
आएगा
so he
ना
wouldn't
नियम
last long in
कभी
the
ना
next
कभी
fight,
जाके
but the Sky brings him straight
एक
back
कुछ तो
up.
बड़ा मिला
Pacific once again owning the
हर्ष
E
भाई
fight.
थैंक यू फॉर द शॉपिंग कार्ट मेरी जान बड़े
Getting owned.
Crystalli actually just reconfirming this information with the
मतलब
dog.
बस
I was
टाइम
just
तो
wondering
बहुत
for a
ज्यादा है
second if Pacific want
I
to double
think
dip,
B
and
और
that's
C
exactly
दोनों
what
कर
they'll go
सकते
for.
हो
Alorante trying to see what's on the C site, but an adaptation of that vice setup.
Flash here's nothing.
And unfortunately still comes away with at least one, and confirmation
बहुत
that the
damage दे
deadlock is
दिया
there, so
भाई
the rotations and effect will matter not.
Yeah, Spike's still not spotted, but as you say, Pacific playing both sides of the map. Alorante arriving late.
एक अच्छा
Ninja
है
looking for a plant, but with no comfortability to
Oh
find it right now.
shit
Yeah, and
मैं
Yetish
बोलने
is
वाला
gonna
था
find
पोस्टमैन
himself
पे
in
दोनों
towards
ट्रिप्स से
silent
करके
drop. Here comes Sop, barrel seen, and unfortunately Ninja can't control his own gun, so Alorante 20 seconds to fight back for the spike.
Not completely out of his wheelhouse, but feels out of the question right now at least. Sociable given an opportunity to
अभी
correct
को और बोलो कि
and
अल्ट्स देखो
FUT
कितने आ रहे हैं
find the lead for themselves. First time on Lotus, but this is what we expect.
Is what we expect, unfortunately. I mean, after the first
Scoreline
couple rounds, I
prediction
was
do.
like, oh, well, I can see the game plan in action. This is looking very good. But since we've seen these A starts from Pacific, it's just been all going downhill.
7-2
So, with that being said,
7-3 7-4
let's see
8-4
what
8-4 off
Pacific are going to be
8-4
speaking
off
about
होगा
here, because they're going to go for a timeout, see what adaptations they have.
Thousand jewels मेरी जान गड़े thank you for the gold trophy मेरी जान गड़े thank you for the gold trophy मेरी जान गड़े thank you so much love you
that A lobby control. But someone who has shown up is Ninja. Been really impressed
इसने
with how
8-4
he's
बोला तो
looked and how
6-6 होएगा और
grown
10 होगा
into a
वाह
role which has demanded a lot of him. It has changed in terms of what
Nice
he's been asked
match,
as well,
teacher.
with Waddle's
Thank you.
inclusion as well, and how he likes to play scan. And you can sort of see it here just from
9-3 होगा नहीं
the first week of stage 2 in comparison to stage 1. Goes from strength to strength.
Yeah, and I think like Ninja overall, like we think towards kickoff, it was an extremely poor start from him for the year. He looked like a fish out of water, and since then he looks. I genuinely think he would be very hard done by to not be on a top roster for next year.
Yeah, at least get an invitation back to the top flight of
बीच बीच
competition
में
in
होम स्क्रीन
2027,
क्यों आ रहा
whatever
है
that ends up
क्योंकि
looking like. I agree with
भाई
you, and I
चैट
think,
क्लिक
look, this
करने
is
के
where
बाद
we
में
want to
दोनों
see
चैट ओपन कर
step
तो
up
1
from
सेकंड के
everyone
लिए
else as well. We know the
एक सेकंड
quality
भी
that
नहीं
this team has, as you said. I mean, Ninja was
ये क्या
trialed for
दिया
one of the
मेरे को?
spots on
ये कुछ
Liquid
अलग है,
only a
बहन,
year
ये
ago
क्या
when
है?
he was part of their academy system.
Yeah.
Jumbo, thank you for the 900 jewels!
Yeah, and
ये पहली बार
this
देखा
is
रामिन
so
बॉल
nice. They know that they've been winning the A fight. They know that Pacific will make an adaptation. So
भाई
they
मजाक सेट
make their
कर
own.
एक बोलूं ये
And Waddle just
तीसरा
managed to
फर्स्ट ब्लड
walk out. Unbelievable.
तीसरा फर्स्ट ब्लड
And
मैंने
right now,
देखा है
it's again
जो कि
the same
10
sort of
सेकंड में
answer that we
सॉप ले रहा है
expected from FUT.
Sop finds the
तीसरा
first with
चौथा
the
है
slide out. It's audacious, but it's what we expect from him. Crystali a couple behind it, and the round is comfortable for FUT from this position. As you say, Alorante has slipped through the net. He's
फिर
walking
भी रेस
waterfall,
देख
and
रहे
I
हो देखो
think he's
चैट
just about got past the vision of Yetijay, so backstab potential, but Zeus is aware of it.
Yep.
And I think so is the Vise of Yetijay. And there he is. Easy as that. Flight forward, and unfortunately Seven had no chance. So a double up from FUT. It was only a half buy from Pacific, but the read, second to none.
Now,
oh, thank you for the mystery gift, मेरी जान गड़े सुनील भाई, thank you for the mystery gift, मेरी जान गड़े.
A, that was laboured. C, no better in this instance, but very good, and the coaching staff always incredibly prepared for what teams want to do.
Emote.
And that's why you find Sop, again, finds so much success. It's the setup behind it.
I think the thing for me though is like, if you're not interacting with the A
Cat
fight,
is the prediction they
like,
obviously.
just dump utility and see what happens.
Sense
from there.
It's the same again with the op this time.
Yeah.
Keeper
Bro,
does
मेरे
get
को
spotted
दिखा
on the
वो.
boost, but can't make the
उसने नहीं
correction.
देखा.
Oh, it can, and well, that's one side of the map in FUT's control that Pacific then are forced into a vice setup, which you don't want.
Yeah. Looked like for a second they wanted
So
to chunk it for B control as well. But FUT are unrelenting. They're going to die on this hill, or at least die trying.
दो मारेगा, एक और मारेगा.
Unfortunately, it looks like they
अच्छा
are
position
going to
पे.
die one by
मारा.
one by the looks of things. Ninja
और बताओ chat.
tries to get out
5000
successful in
FPS
that, but
speed
he's
लूँ
lucky
मैं.
to have his life, and
इससे ज़्यादा क्या
there's
speed
other
लूँ मैं?
waves from FUT that are about to come through for B
Ah.
main.
Yeah, this is exactly what they want.
Superman, thank you for the figure out मेरे
Yetigen's
chat
vice
करे.
setup on A. It's a few players trickling their way
इसके
through.
बाद refresh
Pacific
करते हैं,
only
ठीक है,
just
इसके बाद
now
refresh
grouping up
करते
as the rotation is
I think
arriving.
अपन बहुत पीछे.
Sociable, waiting for his teammates to help.
I've got your
And Pacific are still not getting that spike down. So Pacific,
Double
FUT
blind
could
there.
probably pre-flood the site.
Already backfilled it with plenty of bodies, and SOP finds the first of those kills, 5v3.
Yeah, that's the foundation which you look to set your post plant up on. Ninja
Para
got the
Cooper.
deadlock, and there goes Cooper trying to be cheeky. Waddle, who's been the only light it feels like on Pacific, he goes, so it's up to Alorante.
कर सकता है
We
कुछ?
know he was the headshot king of DAC. Can he give us it here? It looks to be the case. But with 1 HP,
क्या
he
एंटी था
goes
ये?
SOP's operator finishing the job and
क्या?
up to 5.
भाई sexy
Parting
एंटी
gift
था
to the
bro.
paranoia from the hands of Sociable. Extended
Okay,
just long
let's
enough.
pause and play.
Are just reading into Pacific
हुआ
so
क्या?
intelligently.
घंटा नहीं हुआ शायद.
Love to will be hunting after their previous unsuccessful attempts.
Second
But this
visit
time they've actually came through with utility of their own. The showstopper. Zeus at least traded out. That's the saving grace. It's raise for
मार दो
raise
तब
right
तो नहीं
now.
लगता.
A reposition from SOP into this blue room, as I was saying, with the operator. Common to see the solo hold, but there's numbers to
Main
re-engage.
पता है क्या
There's
problem
a
है chat?
flash as well if they want to really set
Main.
themselves up.
Lurk
There's no
advantage नहीं मिल रहा है.
notification to do that.
Yeah. Crostali
ना
simply
थोड़ा
playing for
बहुत
the
space
info.
मिल रहा है, info
Stop
मिल रहा
the
है लेकिन.
contact, wall goes up though, and
Advantage
this is
नहीं.
where FUT should be a little more inclined to brawl.
Yeah, and Pacific should be a little bit more careful. Waddle already forced back, but that B main is well under control.
Great
Pacific
shot.
and Alorante not missing a beat.
Gets the pit in there as well, so cuts off this control from Yetije, who has the Steel Garden and is going to rip it early.
Yeah, it's a nice retort, but that time not gonna.
No capitalization on this.
Yeah, gonna work out in FUT's favour as
So
you
many
say.
ults.
This is gonna be delay though in favour of Pacific. Buys out the Steel Garden time, so back
Oh
in with
my
rifles. That's
God,
another
बहुत
one.
सारा
That's
ult
a
use
from
कर लिया
Waddle.
भाई.
Alorante's still alive, so Pit's still up. It's protect the president as Alorante finds himself low, and Pacific find themselves still alive somehow. Sociable heard no.
Bro, उसके पीछे कोलेट में वाइपर नहीं मर सकता था उस तरफ है. अरे क्या हो गया भाई?
Soon. And Sociable doesn't have the health to face this
श्रीकांत
one.
फट गए.
It'll be
उस तरफ था,
Pacific
दीवार के उस
back
तरफ था.
in the round count.
Combined 13 HP across two remaining Pacific players is what will be enough to get them the round win. Some nicely used ultimates
बंदे ने
there,
एक ही time
honestly,
पे चाय
but
पिया.
it's a heavy investment all across the board. I guess you've got to consider the fact that
Is it a sign?
brought a couple of their
I can
own
get
to the
back to
table, in
Esports?
fact. And they're not out of the woods just yet. Pacific can still recover this
भाई
half.
बहुत अल्ट मारा बहुत ज़्यादा अल्ट मारा लगना.
Jules going better for them that time.
Jules?
You can recover the half.
अच्छा,
but
Jules.
What do you have to do it? You now need to just bank on
पैसे का भूख को सब जगह एक ही चीज सुनाई दे रहा है.
This fight didn't necessarily go as well. It was 1-for-1, so they're back in. And unfortunately, somehow, SOP doesn't get a kill even though there was a good flash.
Couldn't find the frame he was looking for there.
फिर से बी एंड करेंगे क्या लो?
Alorante beginning to explore B by himself as well.
अच्छा है 50%
So, yeah, Pacific have an open road to the B site here, or at the very least they want to pressure it further. Drag two players across on the foot side towards platform. They're in two minds here though, no commitment yet.
Yeah, a tap at the door though is enough to bring
Deadlock
players
करने
back
मारना
towards A, and that's exactly what
Bro,
Pacific
बाप
want.
position
Ninja, a dagger in the heart
बाप
that could
position
potentially drop.
बाप deadlock
Spike down
बाप
and push
position
plant on
chat.
B.
Yeah, there's a really well-worked round from Pacific. Can Ninja find value from this corner?
He's already played his hand a bit too early though, Hazard, and it's easy enough to clear out.
Had to go for it, you feel? Hot under the collar.
क्यों
Now
बैठेगा
Pacific
उधर
a
बता?
player down, and you look at this big duel happening in main. It's Alorante who cannot shoulder the burden.
It's a missed opportunity, and now Fu start to encircle the site. Cooper already running for the hills. There's not a lot of credits left in the bank of Pacific.
अरे क्या हो गया
He's
भाई?
looking for, but not the kill.
Yeah, Cupid cuts him
नाराज है
off
क्या
and
ये?
finds a little safety in the stairwell of A. That area of the map, the A link, he's the guy that you need setting up all his util on site, unfortunately. So they don't get the same kind of value. It's probably Alorante that you wanted to see in that position instead if it was anybody.
But he's the kind of player that you want in B main at the same time.
Exactly.
Same energy
Because he was the other side of the 4-1 split. So the conundrum's never ending for Pacific as again they hunt for this A control. Sob lets off a warning shot, but that's all it is because Pacific are heading towards Yetijay in front of his setup.
Trying to play that, but I mean, this is not the player you want to be playing in front of
हर
yourself.
टाइमिंग
because
शॉट
this is
फटका
the
गया
game.
वो लोग. Fort versus
Plan. Your Sentinel plays solo.
He's done a
Good
brilliant
job,
job at it though because now the rest of Pacific
बहुत
invited to
crazy, बहुत crazy, brilliant job, brilliant. चल, crazy, brilliant job.
Is here, and he's found at least one, but that was a pistol player, and he was low.
रुला दिया भाई.
Crystalli denies a plant, but it settles in a 2v3.
Yeah, really nice timings taken by Pacific on entry to the site.
क्या
there.
nice timing
Seven
लिया?
sets them up now in a 3 versus 2, and with the showstopper to fall back on. FUT regrouping together CT.
ये इको नहीं था कि मैं अंधा हूँ.
Is that if Crystalli gets the first kill, that is the Seekers online, and this round turned on its head. Information is going to be a deficit for the retake, and they're walking straight through. Waddle has no idea. The paranoia as the smoke drops. Sociable nearly with a transfer, and it is going to be an Amoda Thrifty.
Yeah, it's unfortunate really in the end there for Yetijay. Felt like he played well on
अभी
that early
Twitch chat में
aggression,
जाके F
tempered
लिखना.
his positioning nicely. Then just gets caught off guard trying to refight in here. Alorante, nice setup, and because
Crucial kill मारा
there
बे
being
Alorante
little
ने.
anticipation, maybe it's a mix-up in the comms.
Off guard ही
from
पकड़े
Yetijay
गए
there.
round basically.
Seven's already out and ready to fight Waterfall. Zeus gets caught. Sociable frustrated with how that one concludes. Two more opportunities
यार
to
kick पे stream करता हूँ,
build
देखते
on the
Twitch
round
पे.
count for the attack
वाह,
side here,
वाह,
where they
वाह.
previously had struggled.
मैंने क्या बोला था 8-4.
Caught by the grab net. That's good utility. Finally, we see Pacific win out an A duel.
Great reveal.
And now they can send it forward. Alorante on the other side of the map caught himself, and now they know there's a player in tree. Crystalli stuck, and he's no way out. So advantage still sticks with the attack.
बेचारा सब
There's
जगह
bodies here
माउस
for
घुमाया है.
Yeah, Sob's already gotten in. Stun and a slide if he needs it, but just waiting for the rest of FUT. That allows Ninja to set up the deadlock util.
Yeah, it gives Pacific breathing space. But Sob tries to lurk in.
Trip टूटेगा free में.
Nobody knows how deep he's starting to get.
Sneak past this sensor, maybe.
This could be an issue. Al decides to destroy it.
Very
Now they
fast
know that
market,
there's
eh?
bodies on site. Now they know that FUT is round the corner. Maybe Waddle doesn't. 3-on-3. And that fast lane going to allow players onto the spike a tap. It beats out a peak. I mean, grabbing it back up, but it's not hit. Pacific, they're going to potentially deny this. In fact, they are. Still, it's up to half. The spam not good. Yetijay brought off.
Bro,
2v1, 1v1, and he wins it!
Bro, clutch कर दिया. What time में था?
Clutch for Yetijay, and there's still time in the hourglass.
Unbelievable clutch from Yetijay. As FUT's Lion lets out another roar.
2v1 by 2
Pacific put back down to their seats as it felt like the perfect start.
क्या clutch किया है
Reversed opening,
वो?
good util. Dealt with all of the threats early and dug the players out of tree. Had the net and the nade to fall back on here in post, but J makes some sweat in the clutch, and you see here perhaps Cupid goes a little too early at the closing stages. Rounds like that make all of the difference. We saw this in the Eternal Fire game. The closest Pacific got to winning a VCT match so far.
It's
happening all over again.
Of course it is. There's even a steel garden to make sure there's no chance. And Alarante's walked in towards a judge. Frustrating, of course. And it doesn't get any easier. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't.
Crostali is nuts, man.
I think
this guy has just gotten better and better with every watch.
Don't tell it to Binks how to use it. Binks had break KJ turret with raise head.
Few players on the FUT side have dealt more than him. A is the least of Pacific's worries, as there are problems on the horizon for them. We got to hear from Crostali though before the game. Let's see what he had to say.
Thank you for the chat toast.
Now last week, in the second game, we saw the FUT that we expect. What kind of FUT is showing up today?
मैं भी तुझे को रिपोर्ट कर दूंगा. पता नहीं कैसे पर करूंगा. उसकी इतनी अच्छी चैंप की स्किन लगी है और अपग्रेड भी नहीं किया है.
Just more relaxed. We will play our game.
बात कर दो.
We will help each other and we will play better. Just
better and stronger. And Pacific on the other side, right? They're a team that's desperate for a win. So are you expecting them to maybe do anything unexpected to catch you off?
It for a nice prediction. I think you are prediction king.
Just anti-strat.
Say no words.
They will watch us and they will try to counter us. But we are ready for that. We are ready and we will play just our game. We didn't prepare them. Just we will play here. That's it.
So really no focus on their side,
देख के ऐसा लग रहा है कि noobs अगर क्या.
Yeah. We just focus on ourselves, not.
And what's the key to that? If there's one thing we should be watching, is it you? Should we be watching your perspective in every map?
Maybe no. We will play like a team, not individual performances. We will just help each other, make something together, and we will win.
And one question, are you going to let the summit through?
I can't say this right now. I don't know.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Ralba, thank you for the mystic gift. Very thank you very much. Which team you are supporting? I think FUT. I think FUT is gonna win.
Yeah, Mike, they're wishing some good luck to
किसके emotes automatic change हो रहे हैं collection पे? नहीं.
It was Billy their lucky charm. This is another win. I don't know. Maybe, just maybe.
Superstitious.
That might be it. No, maybe.
भाई ये क्या बहुत सिर मिला ओपी तेरे को.
Yeah, do you want to see maybe one more time?
Like a parrot. Anyway, it does feel like Groundhog Day when Pacific are playing. Just game after game, little bit of hope snatched away from you. Into the second half, on the defense, it's a C retake, FUT immediately in there. And with such an aggressive post plant.
Paranoia, ready to go. The refight, excellent. Alarante once again, getting the kills it's needed. And FUT forced back.
Yeah, no utility to combat this, so they are really up against the wall here. Pacific expected to get the pistol, and they've still got the net nade combo to fall back on.
And look at the arc rows. I don't think that's set up for Waterfall. As you said, net nades
combo
working. But so is the pistols of Pacific. That's 3 out of 4 so far. Well played from them. And a chance to work their way back into loot.
बस कर दो वो ही
It is exactly right. And as I said, it's the hope that kills you.
कुछ दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है.
On the board. It was an effective retake. Again, these haunts from Waddle have been fantastic. The information he's getting from his reveals. Definitely a player to highlight.
Best Vandal skin according to you rather than champs. Rather क्यों भाई?
Here's another highlight for you.
लेकिन आजकल मैं उससे भाई मैं जब से वो वाला वैंडल डालूं मैं बहुत मार रहा हूँ भाई. कौन सा सेट वो कौन सा? मजाक सेट कर हर मैच MVP.
For Pacific.
मेरा new favorite है वो भी.
Destination is different. The Objectivo
good effort
is the same.
कौन सा वो?
I need to look that up. Yeah,
Solar Stride, Polaris Stride वो वाला जो भी हो.
Yeah, you're probably gonna get.
It's fine. Your Spanish is no better.
पुश करना पड़ेगा पर्सनली.
What do you mean, por favor?
In zone flawless.
सोलिस्टेड हाँ
Yes,
गलत मार रहा हूँ
yes.
भाई
Beautiful stuff.
टट्टी साउंड मेरे को
Pacific
मालूम नहीं
doubling
लेकिन
things up,
गलत
and they've
मार
been
रहा हूँ
good at
गलत
that
मार रहा
at the very
हूँ
least.
सारे गेम्स मेरे
But,
लास्ट
when we
2-3
think
दिन से
about
सारे
the,
गेम्स अच्छे गए
the buy, it's not going to be the most convincing on the bonus round. It's fully expecting FUT to come back in and shows what they're worth.
One enemy remaining.
Nothing really of note to speak about.
चलो
on
20
either
split,
side,
चलो
ultimate front either.
Yeah, looking at it here, I mean, FUT have such good buy. Compared to Pacific, they've not been able to cobble too much together here. I mean, Ninja gets one with the Sheriff, but that's it. Such an aggressive look from them on Mound to start this round. Big risks taken, no payout.
Yeah, and unfortunately, FUT know exactly that there's players on the flank because of the wall being tripped. That area's been cleared out, and now VCT
Binks यार किसी इंटरव्यू से अच्छा है ऐसा विश कर दे यार
Just wondering for a moment if FUT wanted to go ahead and fact find a little more, confirm where players were at. Crostali did just use the dog though towards CT, so that's on a timer now. Should be aware there's no push coming in, and as you say, full focus on this flank.
Spectre and Stinger at close range. This is exactly where they want to be. Is the hide, but already, yeah, sociable. Very nicely done. So 4 alive, 4 FUT, only stop the casualty. And back to winning ways.
Yeah, and this bonus is now going to look incredibly strong for FUT coming into the next round. And to pick up on something we were talking about earlier, this is them getting back on track and silencing any and all doubt that you might have had coming out of that London campaign. How many times have we seen a team
Pacific
go
का
to
भाई
a
बहुत
global, look
crazy है
impressive and not show
बोनस
us their
में
best?
गन्स ही नहीं
In
लेते
the
इवन
first
लाइट
stage,
गन्स
that
भी
was
नहीं
the story
लेते
of
नहीं
kickoff for BBL.
Was Scythe trying
बोनस
to
में कभी कुछ
was
यूटिल्स
he
बाय
trying to
करने का
perform a
बोनस
spell that FUT
और
would
कुछ
want
बाय
to
नहीं
do?
करने का
When you phone up the Etsy witch, it's Zeiss
तुम लोग
that
कोई भी
answers the
एजेंट हो
call.
बोनस में हमेशा यूटिल्स बाय
Let's
करने का
see if
क्योंकि
it's
एक
any
दो
good
राउंड
though, or
एक दो गन जो भी सेव होता है ना अगर उसने कुछ
Valorant.
खतरनाक वो कर दिया
He's in for a
fuck
killing
ये
here. Ball down. Players are walking in front. It's 3 of the best for Valorant. And perhaps could be up to 4. Doesn't win out against Yetaji, but a 2 versus 4. And Pacific looking to convert from the promise of the German.
Bro, अगर ये राउंड आ रहा है मेरा हो गया
Cast a spell for 3 kills. Let's see if there's any curse remaining on Pacific here, though. It's these kind of rounds where they've struggled to get over the line. 2 versus 3. Waddle's exposed. Puffs his chest out to take that fight, Cairo. It was a real big
अगर
risk
मारता ना फेड को
with him
भाई
being the sole B
अल्ट और भी
defender.
है सी भी
But
जा
Spike
सकते हैं
safe on
वापस
A.
ए भी आ सकते हैं
Yetaji should have no business here.
I think he is ready to give this up. He's
क्रूशियल
on
फाइट
200
जीता
credits himself. 35
ये
seconds.
सब
a long
सिल्वर
time
गोल्ड
to
लॉबी में
speak
अप्लाई
to
नहीं
his
होता सब
teammates,
जगह अप्लाई
though.
होता है यार ऐसा कुछ नहीं ट्राई तो करके देखो
Yeah, it is. I mean,
oh,
in terms of what answers
bye,
this round
thank you for the
brings,
finger
not
out, Mary
too
Jan
much.
Gade.
It was a sole Alorante in the corner that ends up
9-7
taking them out. So I think they'll still be confident they can go back
कल
to A and
इंटरव्यू
find
है
results.
मेरा अच्छा जाएगा ऐसा विश
Pacific,
कर दे
on
तेरा
this
इंटरव्यू
defense, though,
अच्छा
again,
नहीं
with the
क्रेजी
Viper,
जाएगा
that's a
मेरी
big
जान तू
difference in terms
टेंशन
of
मत
composition.
बाप
They are
जाएगा I wish you all the
constantly
best
strengthened by that wall. You can see even cutting across into B main here. This is
Yeah.
not
Alorante,
a very common Viper wall
हर्ष
to see
को
on
देख के आया
Lotus.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, the A fight isn't as strong for Deadlock as what it had previously been. I don't know if
bright
you
like a
remember, there used to be
diamond.
the Deadlock wall that was impossible to get by. With the
Shine
rubble
bright
jump
like a
up, that's no
diamond.
longer as effective as what it used to be.
मेरे भाई के लिए
What are we
गाना
looking at here?
डेडिकेशन
Oh, it's the shoulder pad of Alorante. 1 frame. Not much you can do about that.
आजकल बहुत जल्दी गुस्सा हो जाते हो वाईटी पे किक पे व्हाट्स हैपनिंग एवरीथिंग गुड बाय द वे लॉट्स ऑफ लव एंड गर्सन मैं किधर गुस्सा हुआ
Ich liebe indeed. Alorante ist mein Lieblingsspieler. Weltmeister.
किस पे
And that's pretty good as well.
Oh, well, I mean, apparently the Deadlock wall can still find effect. I'm talking nonsense.
Yeah. Deeper wall though, and yesterday just about getting out on B. Lifeline on this round here for FUT, 3 versus 5, as Pacific have, again, come into this second half with some conviction.
उसने क्लियर कर दिया
And with the sensor on the door as well, it's going to get broken one way or another here. Yetazay should give up his position. That'll allow for the rest of Pacific to re-clear back through towards what is looking like an A retake.
स्पेस तो बहुत दिया है.
Deep on site, and you can see how much Pacific want to play together.
Yeah,
इसके बारे में मालूम नहीं है
I mean,
लेकिन.
that's the thing. You can't afford to give anything away. Give FUT what they want
Red
because
smoke
Sociable
भी दे
is
दिया.
hunting for a kill here. That's to get them back on terms, or at least within one engagement.
Oh, I just feel like Yetaji is going to have his opportunity.
They know about it. Pacific are thinking about it, but surely you don't overconsider him now.
Oh, it looks like that's the case. He's got
Blind
his
six
chance. The
डाला.
players haven't seen him, and he's at least got one. This
Oi,
looks even more
blind
worrying
गलत
as the
है.
players fight forward. Cristali alone on site needs to win his duel, or at least delay for Yetaji to get
Oi,
into
वाह,
position.
वाह,
A 3 versus 1 in which he needs to
वाह,
go.
वाह, वाह, वाह.
One are Pacific.
Yeah,
वाह,
Pacific
बेचारा कीपर
walk
की
with an
क्या
air of
गलती थी?
caution, but they are able
Huh?
to confirm an 8th round, which brings them back within one.
क्या
I
गलती
love
थी
the
भाई?
ideas from FUT though. And if you had any chance to listen to some of the comms from Sociable, there was a Turkish translation on socials the other day.
Laugh and discover. Hey, Salva, they were doing it. Pacific winning the match can. Economy left right अच्छा है. They can actually win the map.
I mean, this would be another map that Pacific could add to the list of maps actually won, right? And I know that seems like
it's only split.
Yeah,
GGF
I mean,
का?
the one
GGF
Pearl as
नहीं
well
है.
in VCT. That was all the way back in kickoff.
Okay.
लेकिन I think A
That's the thing I
pressure
was
से
about
पहले
to
वो लोग
say
अभी
is
C
that
pressure
while
करेंगे
it
और
seems
A
harsh, it's another
anchor
map that
करेंगे.
they can feel confident on.
I think FUT जीत
This is
जाएगा.
a mixed buy for
मच्छर
FUT,
काटा यार बड़ा
so
हुआ.
should be easy, should
कल
be
कितने बजे stream
for
करोगे
them,
जी के
for
मैच में?
Pacific to equal things out. But when
yeah.
Sop hits shots like that,
You've only gone and said it.
it could very easily turn on its head.
Yeah, forget the witches, mate. You're the
Oh
one with the
my
curse.
bro, my
Now starting
God.
to walk that warpath closer to a round win. Stun lands nicely.
Oh, space.
Zeus trying to capitalize from it, and Cupid's still blinded.
गोली चला
Takes
गया.
that next step back, entrenched in B main. Zeus the
God
one to dig him
base,
out.
सारे crucial
And
fight जीत
Alorante
गए
1
भाई.
versus 3. We are
सारे
really
crucial
seeing
fight जीत गए. What the fuck?
this one in motion.
And they know exactly where he is with the
Sop ने
secret.
crazy मारा उसके बाद deadlock.
It's a fumble from Pacific.
Well,
Let's
let's
be
fight
honest,
Lily,
as
I mean, it's
Alorante
good.
walks in with his knife out. Sociable's Guardian. Oh.
Spike planted.
Yeah, just letting him know. Alorante gets one back. As you say,
Sound like my dad. Let him know, really.
play to the whistle. And the round isn't done yet. It's 0-0 and Alorante is closing in on the C side.
अरे ये emote नहीं है कुछ तो अलग अलग गिरे. ए बंद कर ए.
It's just that lack of information right now, which
Bro,
is selling him
emote.
short. Here's the showstopper, takes the head clean off. That Zeus gone, knows where Crostali is. And is there time for Alorante? Of course there is.
Hasa, I danced with fate. It was nearly going to happen.
Yeah.
But a Red Bull clutch for Alorante brings Pacific even. And makes
Just
this
कुछ नहीं
the
दिया ये round.
into the second map at least a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, it's 1-0 now. And Alorante's taking the back of the net off with this. And Zeus barely had a chance to get the ult off for someone so good with his mechanics.
दिया
You can
गाली.
see how frustrating that is.
Oh my god!
दिया गाली दिया.
Earlier in the day, I was talking about inspiration. It's moments like that that really make you believe that you can
गाली
finally
दे दिया
turn the odds.
लाडले.
It does. I mean, right now, Vlad and Bambino telling FUT to waken up a little bit, not give away these 1 versus 1s. Ultimates to get
अब
things
ये तो
over
पता
the
भी नहीं
line.
चलेगा कौन
If you
भेज
think
रहे.
about it from
तीन लोग साथ में
I
फंसेंगे.
guess the power of ultimates,
नहीं,
right?
नाम पे
I
click
think of
मालूम
like
होता है.
Sop's Overdrive and Yetaji's Steel Garden. If you guarantee that if you place them at a power of 1 round per ultimate of those two, yeah, you're up to 11. And FUT have the firepower to get themselves over the line, break Pacific Spy.
ये लगाओ एक
Pacific
पे लेकिन ये
has at
2v1
least
जितना था
four-
ना रे.
I
ये 2v1
mean,
तो जितना था
potentially
उसको.
massive ults, potentially
Result
4,
के साथ.
with 7s just off the cuff there.
I'm looking at 3 round-winning ultimates with the pit,
तो प्रियल क्यों
deadlock
छोड़ा
ult,
पता नहीं.
and the fade
अरे
ult,
वो
of
दिख
course.
गया था वो शायद.
I think that's the thing. It's this next cycle which is most pertinent. FUT have only picked up 1 round of their own attack so far, and as much as we said the Pacifics needed work,
पता नहीं राहुल
4
भाई हो
rounds,
सकता है Fnatic मैच के बाद
gave
लेके.
them the platform to battle back into this one. Let's hear from them now and see what they're doing to get another map win.
2, 1. They're doing secret, I think.
Nobody.
Oh man, TP on B, guys.
Probably. I don't think it's. I think it's clear.
Yeah, clear.
Doing the wall.
I'm gonna reload this. I'm gonna reload.
Dog, big in front of it. They cannot
Minus
go
40, 40.
Maybe.
Kill him together, he's right side stuck.
bro,
Kill him.
what
Do you
the
not smoke?
fuck?
Last walk.
We can't kill him, we can't kill him. I'm stuck in C.
They try and pop C.
Come see, come see.
No nade.
One on B, one on B.
Can we float?
Yeah.
We flood with fade out.
Come.
Top box maybe, kill. Top box, top box.
Abhi ult.
Ulting.
I'm aiming.
Box 4.
Hold.
He's stunned. Neon behind you.
Behind you, Q, behind you, Q. You got this, bro. 1v3. 10 bullets.
They were mudded, 2 of them.
A Ninja 1v3 with 5 bullets in the chamber is a tough one.
Lose का पहला kill crucial निकला.
And it needs to be clean all the way. Spike now in, and you look at the difference in the
बोलो
post
तो
clap,
fade
not
ult
far
इतना
back,
delay
but
क्यों किया
on
लेकिन?
site. Ninja not with any space in which to work with.
Info के लिए रुके थे क्या वो लोग?
4 bullets now and doesn't even want to try for the reload.
Net coming back up in 2 though, and this might be his way back in.
Could be, the net looks spot
लेकिन
on,
मैं दोपहर को
actually.
गुस्सा रहता है शाम को चल.
Instead,
मैं हमेशा
Crystallia
चल
that
लेता
gets
है.
caught, Sociable stepped in front of Yetaji, holding the cross, Seen and Ninja gone. FUT have double digits.
G versus FS कर ले baby. Big match tomorrow, big match. That was 20 choices and 20 choices. That was 100 choices for the day.
Talking about nail on the head in that round.
जल्दी खत्म करो.
Ninja, Model Keeper, all of them
अच्छा तो मैच चल
investing.
रहा है ये वाला.
No return. This is now the point in the game where we can see the scales swing back in favor of FUT. And once more, it's right at the very death. The business end of Lotus.
Let's go.
How many times do we feel like we're repeating ourselves? Pacific.
Me and Sob should be nerve gang.
But are missing that slight edge when it felt like Alorante had just given us a moment of magic, something to believe in.
बहुत बार के streamers को देखते लग रहा है.
The execute with the drop of the Vise utility and even a steel garden.
घर पे बात करना एक बार ऐसे.
What's heading his way is his impending doom.
क्या खाना बनाए gang? ऐसा एक बार.
A saving grace for Pacific. To the best. Can he make it 3? It looks like it. And with the spike to go down, it's a 2v4 in which to clutch from. A 2v4 in which is going to be impossible with Alorante still alive. Looking to make things 10 to 10. Alorante's ace will do that.
Alorante with a forceful 5
Technically
there.
दूसरा है. पहला इस
Reclaiming
line
the
था.
C site and restoring
Technically
the
दूसरा.
scoreline here for Pacific. 10 each, as you said. And when he has confidence, this is exactly the person you want to put your stocks in.
I mean, I saw him last week post-game.
Hey, Binks
How
is not
disappointed,
gang.
dejected he looked.
Hello.
Decided to pull Pacific over the line by himself.
That I'm back. अभी तक VP का कोई नहीं हुआ यार. क्या करूँ समझ में टिकट रेस किया. किधर टिकट रेस किया? वालों के अंदर. क्या हुआ
Gates here of a opportunity to shut this one down in its entirety. FUT on the back foot early here. Let's see how they are handling the situation in the comps.
Gel silahla shift bas, shift bas, shift bas. Bak sağda adam duydun.
Aynen.
Paranoya atacağım ona pik alacağınız dümdüz. Yapacak bir şey yok.
Efe kayabilirsin.
Yaklaş. Yaklaş. 3,
Alacağım.
2, 1.
Bol नहीं है लेकिन.
3 bir tutsana beyler. Sandı şu an sandı.
2, 2. Nice daha var. Helal bir tane
Soldan
daha.
çıkıyor.
Silahım var Yusuf. Silah aldım.
Gun मिल गया.
Gel doktor'daki. 3
Base nerede?
Viper
दो
ulti.
gun मिल गया.
2 obit, bir C kapı. C boş.
2. 75 vurdum Raze'e. Alırsın la.
2-1. भाई लोग
बहुत
एक
हल्का
ही
गेम।
खेलो भाई. HP देख 7 का. राहुल भाई मोस्टली फेनेटिक के बाद. Oh. Bro.
Can hear the scream of frustration at the end there. As Yetajay's not quite able to pull off the clutch, but not knowing much Turkish myself, I thought the comms were actually pretty decent. You hear a lot of the time Social counting them in, the 1, 2, 3s to take those util timings.
निकाल लिया था भाई.
Pacific with a very strong start to the round.
Yeah, and I think that's
दोनों में comeback ही किया गोल. I love your gameplay also when you do UC. My bad, you always do UC. ठीक है भाई.
Totally happy with that. And FUT certainly not. So with that being said, we will come out of replays into a timeout from the coaching staff as they look to try and course correct into the final rounds of this half. Potentially map.
Possible है.
Yeah, it's a
Possible
final timeout for FUT here on this map. So you can tell
आज
they're
क्या
really
temperature है
feeling
बे?
the
इसी में
heat in
गर्मी
this
feel हो रहा है.
situation. Pacific on the other side need to just play like they've got a weight lifted off of them, right? Because on the other side, again, there are no expectations, at least from the outside looking in. It's what they place on themselves. For FUT, now, this is a roster that we do think highly of, where at the start of the year we didn't so much. That London appearance really fueling their ambitions.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the immediate drop-off after stage 1 last year, down to 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. It seemed to be getting worse and worse, but then FUT invested in the future of Turkey, some of the best talent that we've seen.
वो ticket race हो, just chatting नहीं है वो.
Looked good, the London great, but it could get even better for them.
मेंबर जल्दी stream कब से होगा यार. फिलहाल मजाक से कर थोड़ा kick focus चल रहा है मेरी जान.
Congratulations in German.
Tell me.
Just because मेरे को थोड़ा सा वो watch party वाला थोड़ा convert करने और थोड़ा revenue generate करने का, जो कि मैं इतना साल miss किया.
But flying the flag on his back before Frankfurt
तो
arrived.
थोड़ा सा उस पर focus चल रहा है.
Pacific hoping that they're not forced to play through the play-ins against a potential regional
इधर दो मस्त दिन में 2 continuous बारिश भाई. इधर भी भयंकर बारिश हुआ.
Turkish derby.
Ball waste हो गया.
The team has changed much behind the organization, and already look at how fast FUT are trying to take the A site. It's only Ninja. He's going to need maybe 3 here himself.
Feels like it, but done it before. Oh, there's the first. Second felt as if it was going to come to him, but doesn't. And look at the flank coming through from Pacific so far. He's yet to receive, and he only receives a head full lead.
Yeah. Did he know that it was all 4 players or not, though? Pacific, in their retakes, sometimes showing a little bit of hesitancy. See what they can do here. Plenty of util. Blind sees.
To
face up against some of the best aimers that we have in the league. Zeus, sociable, so good at holding on towards angles, but Pacific unlock.
Smoked off.
And unfortunately, it's going to end up going Pacific's way up to a map point and to win Lotus for the first time this year.
I mean, if Pacific can do this, then I'm gonna
kick को membership मान के enjoy करो without membership DC.
The identity, it's working out for them here.
बहुत लोगों ने
And
इतना
I
साल
guess
से
the flip
membership
side
लिया
is
ना
for
यार.
FUT.
उनका भी
What's
question
gone
genuine है
wrong
ना.
in this time because they failed to adapt. This was a change in tempo. And Pacific as a unit.
Thank you, Binks. Bye.
Looking
Coming
so
today after
much
I
better.
felt so broken and was
one of the
so
best
much in
teams we
pain
have
and
in the league.
emptiness. Thank you for
Memory
everything,
serves me
Mumbai.
right. I don't think Pacific have ever won
Hopefully
a
everything
second
gets
map
soon,
and
very,
a best of 3.
very soon.
And what
Well,
a
very
change
soon.
in fortune that would be. Heading in towards the last map. Ninja had a good grab there.
Much power to you,
Unfortunately,
मेरी जान
can't
के
stop
रोटे.
Zeus's rocket into post.
I hope you do well in life and do something
5
very
versus 4
funny.
situation. So FUT in the driver's seat right now. Lovely double upstairs. Alorante gets 1 though, and that's honestly not bad from this position.
Doesn't look to be. Crossfire
क्या
established
लगता है alt use करेंगे वो
and the
लोग?
silent drop.
I think पहले pick का wait कर सकते हैं.
Still, again, it's taking the time here for Pacific. They might not have the time to finish this one out.
Social smoked off in main. Steel Garden buying a little bit more of that sand in the hourglass, like you said. Yetajay in pit has been discovered, but still Pacific playing on borrowed time right now. So much ground left for them to cover, and it's just getting away from them. 7 managing to pick up the first, nail on the head, second for him already. Waddle trading. It goes down to the wire, but FUT, you feel like always in the position to win that round.
Yeah, I mean, the delay, the entry work, everything. Pacific just a little bit too delayed coming back in. And you look at the buy coming back in for FUT. And there's a few pieces missing here. Crystalli not with the dog, Sop not with the fast lane.
मेरे को लगा नहीं वो लोग try करेंगे लेकिन.
Well, I'm not saying that this is Pacific's best chance. I mean, you're in a pretty good spot considering the damage that you did from the last round.
Yeah, Ninja having the ult as well to fall back on, I think,
अब
is
क्या अब तो GG है
just continue to
हाँ
pile on
13-11
that pain. FUT have been very direct in their execution
सारे
so
light
far.
are
They've
on.
left nothing down to chance. Pacific the same here though. Early sand start merges into
ज़्यादा
a B
ticket नहीं
main.
raise करना
Bit
कुछ
of
भी problem हो
proactivity.
And it looks like they're set up perfectly
एक
to
ticket
receive
raise
what
करो और
is
wait
going to be
करो
the FUT push on to B. At least Cupid comes away
एक
with one.
हफ्ता
So
10 दिन
again,
wait
it's
करो
raise for
चलेगा
raise.
उसके
You've got to
बाद
be worried about the
वही
other
ticket
side
पे reply
of
दे
this
सकते हो
push
तुम लोग
out through
नया
Hobbit.
ticket
So
raise नहीं करोगे
following up the Seekers and hunting for a kill.
Oh, yeah, actually, Ninja using the ult in tree, just thinking there was player presence there. Question mark finally removed, but FUT given a little bit of space to move into a post plant.
Waddle 2 away from his Nightfall. And Cupid clears out B main with an ultimate of his own, so a crunch there.
तो आ
And
गया वो
issues
लोग को
for
पता
FUT to
रहेगा
try
दो
and deal
बंदे
with.
B पे शायद
Yeah, joins up as Sob still trying to dictate the pace of this play back in through Blue Room. Two players from Pacific on the periphery, backside of this one now rotating in. Alorante drops one, traded out, no recourse, no support coming back through.
ओए
Both
ओए
Pacific
ओए
players
ये फाइट
isolated
जितना
on either
बढ़ेगा
side of this
निकाला
one.
रे
Waddle the only one left standing. His position noted in main, and Yatijay claiming it. We're going to go the distance here. An extension of play required, and FUT the ones to force it.
Into overtime for Pacific to
Faker
play
को
for
ऑनर
the
ही
first
पुलिस
Lotus
ऑफिसर
win
बनाया
this year,
भाई
but
फेकर
FUT to
को
finish this out in a quick 2-0
फेकर
fashion.
को बहुत चीज बनाया कोरिया में
And I think honestly, Cairo, it's at this stage in the game where you
मतलब
just
वो
want to see a
एक्शन में
bit
वो
of bottle. If Pacific
गेमिंग
can pick
का
this one
वो
up, then maybe,
एक लौता लेजेंड है
just
मतलब
maybe,
दूसरा कोई
there's a
आसपास भी
chance
नहीं
heading
है
into
उसके
the decider. Otherwise, I feel like you take one step forward and it's another two back if they lose in this fashion.
Yeah, I think if Pacific were able to fight back into this, I mean, you could see the belief that they would have in this roster, in themselves. But it is Pacific to start out on the attack. And we know the difficulties that they had on this A-lobby fight.
Difference is this time, Seven is very quick to bridge that gap towards lobby. From the lobby, I should say, in rubble now. And
तो मुंबई फिलहाल तो ऐसा कुछ है नहीं
again finds a kill through the
To be
smoke. This time
completely honest, ये
it's from
सब चीज
beyond
से
the door in tree.
You feel as if the
बहुत सारी
rotation
चीज
towards
से
the
इनफैक्ट
east side will
ये
be
सब
very
नहीं
easy.
बहुत सारी भी नहीं हर
Door
चीज से मैं दूर
broken.
रहता हूँ
Zeus having to
मैं
be
सिर्फ दिन
forced
रात
back.
लाइव स्ट्रीम करता
Does
हूँ
have the support of the Vice
ताकि
though.
लोग सब
Yeah,
कुछ
the position is
छोड़ छाड़ के
complementary to
माइंड
this
डाइवर्ट
push.
करने इधर है बस
Double stack.
समझ रहे हो
So you can see Crostali walking back over towards A, where he may soon be required. Pacific grouping up for
बट मैंने बोला
this
जो
push
हुआ है
from
बहुत
grass.
I mean,
गलत
there's
भी
so
नहीं
many,
गंदा
yeah, so many bodies for FUT on this side of the map. I don't
गलत
hate
तो
the fact
छोटा
that
word है
Pacific decide to go elsewhere, but they need to be decisive and they
शॉट
need
देखो
to
मैं
be
देखा नहीं मैं
quick.
देखा नहीं सॉरी
Not really playing for any kind of a lurk with Alorante off the board, so
किसने मारा था
so
सॉरी
much map
सॉरी
material that they need to recover here.
अब से सीखा फर्स्ट टाइम रेस करा
is
अल्लाह भी
open
मेरे
for the
जान
time being, but as time
बड़े
ticks on, drags away, FUT starting to reposition themselves, and
Yeah.
now leaving
Read
SOP behind
on
the solo A
top.
anchor with this operator.
रीड ऑन
They're completely
टॉप
thinking about a C plate, and Pacific are walking straight into danger.
Yeah, and I mean the fact that FUT have already cleared all the way into CT through Waterfall, they've got all the map space that they could possibly want. Crystali early ready to fight on site.
It's the utility used in the process as well. There's little left to fall back on here, and with Sociable finding that on the fadeaway, 7 dropped. 4 versus 3, FUT in the perfect position to retake.
Yeah, but you're retaking with a glass cannon open. Cooper begins to hit his shots.
ब्रो
Couple for
कीपर
him
ने
in the
निकाल लिया
conversation, knows
उसके
about
मारेगा वो
Yatijay
रुकेगा
now.
नहीं
Needs to fight this
गरम
with
है
Waddle,
पीक
but he's
लेगा
stuck
3
in backside.
2 कीपर ले पीक ले
Cornered as Zeus walks back in, and he's going to get another. Would it be an additional ace here on the Pacific side to keep them going? No. Waddle will spare the expense, but the captain has clawed their way back through, and Pacific take first advantage in OT.
कीपर ने गलत मारा बे
Fair play to Cooper. Fair play to Pacific to fight their way back in, because I thought this was all but done. SOP uncharacteristically missing his off shot. And Pacific get advantage in OT.
पूरा दिन है कीप शेडिंग एंड ऑल प्लेसमेंट सीजन चल रहा है एंड इन बिटवीन कीप हॉपिंग योर स्ट्रीम टू गेट रिफ्रेश लव यू मेरी जान बड़े कैप्टन भाई
This comeback, 4 rounds down at the half.
वापस नहीं देखा शॉट ओह फक
The anchor utility stacked,
यार तारीफ वाला कमेंट
layered
था
on the A
सॉरी
site.
आज वैलेंट होगा कि नहीं? वैलेंट देखने 3.5 घंटा किक पे किया, स्नैक्स से डो किया, सारे गेम एमवीपी के आप देख सकते हो.
Restationing those numbers, ready for a
अभी
B
बहुत
split. Pacific in the early stages, all over FUT's game plan.
मेरी फैंटम ऐसा क्यों नहीं चलती?
really
क्योंकि
to
तू
go for
ऐसे का
FUT,
आईसू बोला है ना,
They
इसलिए
break the door, they're breaking into
आईसू क्यों नहीं चलती?
what
क्या
is
होता
a
है
double
ऐसे
stack
ऐसे?
and with the
समझ रहा?
you see the gravity and it's an issue
Bro, अगर
right
इसने
towards
डॉक
that
किया
A side, but
और ये
you
लोग ने
start to
मेरा
walk
वाला
into
प्ले
the
बनाया
stack
1
and
2 3
you
और
can
एक
see the
साथ
issues
दरवाजा
brewing.
तोड़ने का.
Whoa! Unbelievable shot by
Bro,
Ninja.
sexy blind break.
Still waiting to get out.
Sexy
Finally, they
blind.
do Zeus the one up
Use
close,
के
and
ऊपर
as they
again.
do, Ninja still stands his ground. Stands
ना,
on site
ज़्यादा मारा.
to be counted.
जी जी. निंजा ने
Pacific,
ज़्यादा मारा.
one round away from winning out this map.
निंजा ने ज़्यादा मार
Planted
दिया
towards
रे.
backside.
निंजा ने ज़्यादा
Sociable
मार दिया. No
stuck
way.
in the silent drop, but that's a big ultimate to delete.
Yeah, plenty of time and reposition from Yetajay off of this. Looking to go treat.
But Waddle will be the first one to receive, so that information will be fed to the other two.
They know where this retake is
Mauka
coming
hai.
from.
That time being bought. Precious resource for Pacific. Yetajay's walked round.
Oh,
A brilliant
my
flight, but
God.
Sociable now known about a 2 versus 1, which he needs to clutch from, but can't. Pacific
On map
one
3
loses
के
and pushes to map 3.
Finally
उसने
actualizing
क्या मारा
some reprieve
भाई?
here, getting themselves back into
What?
a game. 4 rounds down at the half, but they will not fail in overtime. Pacific with a map win, which will send us
Bro,
to the
I
decider.
think
Can they do the business
upset होने
there?
वाला.
That's what we're waiting to find out.
दो मैप हैवी स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टार्ट के साथ भी पैसिफिक बहुत क्रेजी खेला है.
We got the man here. We
Huh?
got the man of the moment, Alorante. Incredible
मेरे को लग रहा
game
है.
from you. You guys just won something that's not split. What's on your mind?
I think we played good. I think in general we played our game. So obviously we didn't win split, which we won.
Hello,
last time,
Binks,
but I
bye.
think
How's
it was
you?
good. And,
This is
not
already
really anything on my mind. I'm just
watcher.
happy that we won this map and we
Stream.
can go to the third map.
पहचानोगे
Moving
तो
on, some-
मेंबरशिप लूंगा.
Some crazy rounds coming through from you. When you're pulling off the clutch, when you're pulling off the big play, how do you make it happen?
Just confidence. Like the more confidence you show on the server, the better you're gonna play. And I think
Dollar
that's just
में.
how I push myself to play in general.
Titties?
Best of luck on the decider.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back with that decider in just a moment.
Are you titties?
Nice boys. 5 alive is. Mwah. I was trying to play on my food, you know. Make sure he's. I gave him a cheeky little wink.
हाँ? हाँ? Prediction डालूंगा. Who do you think Aspas is getting shut down this year? Teams have adapted his play, or why do you think Aspas
Want to
is
find your
getting shut
fastest
down
server
this year?
every time?
Teams have
Express like a
adapted his
pro
play or
and
something
optimize
else.
your connection
Why?
in one tap.
भाई तुम लोगों को समझना पड़ेगा ये गेम ऐसा गेम नहीं है जहाँ पे एक ड्यूलिस्ट बार बार सबको मारे जाएगा. आसपास का टीम इज स्टार स्टडेड एसएस. समझ रहे हो? जो टीम में स्टार स्टडेड वाला टीम रहता ना उसमें उतना नहीं कर सकता एक बंदा शायद, क्योंकि 5 स्टार प्लेयर्स है कि नहीं. समझ रहे हो? फॉर तुम लोग का एग्जांपल बोलता हूँ. T69 में मैं सबसे ज्यादा शाइन क्यों करता था? स्टार स्टडेड स्ट्रीम नहीं था, एक ही था तेरा भाई, एक ही था. समझ रहे हो? जो अंदर घुस के आईजीएल करके मारता था. समझ रहे हो? और बाकी कौन थे? स्ट्रिक्स जैसे दल्ले लोग. तो you have to understand. एग्जाम्पल समझा? जनरल ठीक है. You are the most funny creator of Acid. Just saying. Love you मेरी जान कर रहे. If you're a guy, Shinzo Gaming भाई. बस भाई जेरेफ को कैरी की जरूरत है. हाँ क्या चल रहा है क्या? शांत भाई देखो मेरी जान रे. है तो लोग ज्वेल्स देता शांत भाई. Deepak bhai, thank you for the shout out. And Professor 69 Gaming bhai, thank you for the $10. 1 second, मेरी जान गड़े. Thank you for the $10. मेरा गला गया. Thank you for the $10. मेरी जान गड़े. लगे पड़ेगा सर पे. Read by, shout out to you. Panko, how did you get golden now? How did you get golden? I'm not getting anything. What is the cheating? वो मेरा आईडी है बंक्स भाई, अक्षय भाई, $10 से आपने अपग्रेड नहीं किया मेंबरशिप? मुझे सच्ची लगा कोई $10 दिया, मतलब मेरा खास दोस्त मेंबर है, पता है, इसलिए मैं उस वे में ट्रीटिस पे गया था. पता है, सारे मेरे खास दोस्त वाले नाम याद आ रहे थे. अक्षय भाई, मजाक सेट कर बोल रहा हूँ, मजाक सेट कर बोल रहा हूँ, मजाक सेट कर बोल रहा हूँ. फंस सकता है, +1 लिखो, फंस सकता है. लव यू अक्षय भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द $10 मेरी जान गड़े. लव यू मेरी जान गड़े. थैंक यू फॉर द $100. लव यू मेरी जान गड़े. सेंड चाय टोस्ट. ठीक ठीक ठीक. बिंग्स में आपका हेयर फॉल कौन सा स्टेज पे चल रहा है? हेलो भाई, वो छोड़ो, मेरे को रिसेंटली एक बंदा चिढ़ाता था ना, वो भी बोला उसके बाल ज्यादा जड़ रहे करके. हाँ, मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई, ऐसा बोलते बोलते एंड में एक दुनिया ऐसी दिखेगी जहाँ पे सारे टकले घूम रहे रहेंगे और मैं एंड में 2 बाल लेके घूम रहा रहेगा. मैं बोलूंगा देखा. बबले नहीं, एसिडल का नहीं, एसिडल का नहीं, दोस्त दोस्त मेरा. तेरे फिया पिंकी दी वॉच पार्टी कर सकते हैं. भूख लगा है यार मेरे को. गेमिंग देखते हैं.
इनिशिएटर मेन थे, सेंटिनल मेन कब से हो गए?
मैप चालू होने से पहले
किलिंग्स करने के लिए सेंटिनल लेना पड़ता है.
मैं डुएलिस्ट खेलूं? जल्दी खेलता हूं.
अरे बाप रे, क्या कर रहे हैं बताओ?
बहुत बड़ा माथा, मेरा बहुत बड़ा माथा है. कैसे भाई? फोरहेड मेरा ठीक ही है. कभी आपने एचएफ को देखा?
इधर पति भूखा है.
चलो तालो.
ओ मैडम,
और खेल लेंगे. मामा का वैल्यू मैंने
सोचा करो भाई.
ओ मैडम, चिल्ला मत, भैरे को कुछ सुनाई नहीं देता है यार. एक दिन यहाँ पे कुछ हो जाएगा ना, मैं चिल्लाएगा, वो देखो, स्ट्रेस फ्री, स्ट्रेस चिल लाइफ, चिल लाइफ. मत चॉकलेट खा रही है मैडम, फुल इग्नोर. यही लाइफ है यार, यही लाइफ है. चिप्सी लेके आया. लेट मी चेक इफ देयर इज आइसक्रीम आल्सो. आज तो एकदम काला बोला मामा को, देखो. ओ मैडम,
मैंने बोला वाह. देख रहा
मेरा चैट देख रहे तेरे को, मैं वहां से चिल्ला रहा हूं. है मेरे पैर को लगा था रात में. मेरे स्टूडेंट ने तेरा स्ट्रीम लगाया सोच के कि यार रात में बचाने आएगी घर में, तो जरा से भिड़ जाती है.
क्यों?
तो लगा बहुत जोर का.
मेरा घर लॉक्ड है.
मेरे घर में, घर के अंदर जब टहल रही होती है तो तुम में टकरा जाती है. तुम दिख नहीं रहे अंधेरे में.
हेलो गॉडेस व्हीलर भाई, हेलो व्हाट्स अप मैन. बैंगलोर का, बैंगलोर जब कुछ होगा तब, वरना के घूमने जाऊंगा.
अच्छा, you have subbed on Twitch, that's why no ad. मेरा भाई ने सब किया है मेरे को Twitch पे. भाई तेरे लिए लाइव जा रहा मैं, सिर्फ तेरे लिए मेरे भाई. तो मेरे को सब किया है Twitch पे, तेरे लिए लाइव जा रहा मैं. टाइटल
भाई मेरा भी सब खरीद ले, मैंने तो तेरा मेंबरशिप खरीदा हुआ है मोटर।
भाई मत
Caliber
मत
मैंने
करो
का IPO नहीं लगा। अच्छा था क्या?
गाइस रुको, अभी रेडी नहीं हूं।
ए बी पुश हो रहा है क्या?
नहीं शॉक ड्राट मार।
हेवी साउंड आया। उन्होंने ये शॉट
वो लोग ने शॉट स्मोक किया। हां
मैं लेफ्ट से निकल रहा हूँ। अभी लो ना।
अरे बहुत फ्री के मेरे को भी मारा
यार आई एम लो।
देखा मांबा ही एक है जिगरा।
ओह माय गॉड WWW।
पीछे मिड स्पाइक डाउन। 2 मिड।
एक और मिड। W
लेफ्ट से जा।
वहीं पे वो स्पाइक
इधर से ही जा, अंदर से ही जाना फिर। तेरे पीछे आ रहा है, मेरे को लग रहा
किक
है
लैग्स
उसके
फॉर यू।
अंदर से।
नहीं होना चाहिए। इट शुडंट बी। उस किक में एकदम मतलब कोई
ए जा बॉल।
30 seconds left.
रच कर दे मांबा लाइफ में।
झूलो मॉडल,
झूलो 3 गेम झूला है तुम।
झूलो मॉडल।
यूपीआई आया है मेरे को।
भाई मुझे झूलो ना।
100 रुपए का पेमेंट नहीं था, वो मेरे को यूपीआई आया था 100 रुपए का। ओह शिट।
ओह माय गॉड मॉडल।
तुम्हारी जीत, थैंक यू फॉर द यूपीआई, माय बैड।
अभी आ जा रहे।
अलग वो कर दिया।
कॉल दो यार जरा।
क्या मिस्टेक
मामा देंगे
मामा आईजीएल करो। वी नीड अ आईजीएल आई थिंक।
या
ठीक है, हम
गाइड अस टू द पाथ ऑफ सल्वेशन।
सारे मेन चिप से घर से कैसे गायब हो गए, कोई समझाएगा मेरे को?
सब लोग फरारी
एक से मेरे को चेक।
डोंट लेट देम फकिंग रोटेट।
Smoke.
You need to order from 2 places to different things. नया वॉच पटेगा। हेवी डी रैंकिंग। क्या बोला इसने बॉटल का?
कभी तो क्लच कर ले मॉडल। कभी तो क्लच कर ले
भाई मॉडल भाई के अगेंस्ट बोल रहे हैं ये लोग। इसकी तो बड़ा
पीक करके उसको मार दे, मैं नहीं मरता यार।
ज़रेफ कुछ तो कर ले, दल्ले कुछ तो कर ले। रोज वालों खेलते हैं, मोटर भाई बेचारे इतने टाइम बाद आए, कुछ कर लेना। हाँ
जाओ जल्दी से
काय FPS गेमर है तू, काय FPS गेमर है भाई।
गेम में आगो जाओ।
मोटर भाई यहाँ पे इतना बीजीएमआई सब खेल के आ रहे, कैरी कर देगा जगह पे। ये करते रहता है,
बुड्ढा पागल हो गया।
क्या लौड़े, कैरी कर।
बुड्ढा
An incredible day. Let's hope that he can keep up the performance. 7 also moving on to the Waylay. The first time around was on split. The second one is here. It almost works out with them starting on the defense, playing the double sentinel, making the adjustments and already knowing.
Binks अच्छे दिख रहा है सच्ची।
That's what they say. What went wrong against Gentlemates? This is probably Pacific's best chance to get their first win in
potato wedges कर दिया।
Are you feeling it? I'm gonna ask you to actually make a prediction.
You have hope? Seriously, we've spent 3 hours here telling you we can't. We can't. Am I hopeful? Yes. Okay. Yes, I am. I hope Pacific.
She's back. She's back in.
Momos
They tried to keep her out, but she's back in just when you think you're out. They drag you back. Billy, what do you think?
Prediction दे दो, अरे रुको ना।
The series, and we're still waiting for them to be able to close it out. As I just mentioned there, for me, if they do
kick पे लाओ,
that is a big statement for them to make. But when you look at the games they have coming up again ahead, it's a hard group to be in.
It is a hard group. It is a hard group, but just a win by any stroke of fortune would be so much for these two teams to build on. And to cast this potentially historic moment, we have Hasan Cairo.
Let's have
Eternal Fire, Gentlemates.
Fried momos
नहीं,
steam momos.
Up against FUT. That's what Pacific are trying to do right here on Ascent. Get their first VCT win.
Corn, cheese, pan, fried momos in Szechuan sauce. ये वाला?
First win. The other couple of teams, e.g. Varel finding them in the last week or so. Yeah, third time lucky perhaps. That's what we're waiting to see from Pacific. Both of these rosters had struggled with their Ascent performances in the previous week, so the retooling on either side makes perfect sense, as the desk discussed.
Our little friends
FUT already showing the strength of their own composition, taking A main and ready to fight out onto the site.
Yeah, Cooper is the one that's hearing most of this. Obviously, Ninja close by his side, and this will be a full retake, probably from Tree and Heaven. Spam not quite working out, but there's a little bit of damage on a few
I think
of the
उसने line
players.
miss किया.
Overall, the most of the
I think
utility
उसने
still
line
on
miss किया था.
Pacific side.
No extra ground here for FUT, but as soon as Yetajay receives this push on the flank, I want to see what the reaction looks like.
Got to see if the players can hold on towards Tree. The likes of Yetaji has stood the test, and FUT look to win their pistol round. Most of it, of course, as we know, has been won by Pacific, but Waddle not accounted for, and issues start to arise for FUT. There's players dropping left, right, and centre, and right now, Pacific retake nearly getting underway. FUT win the first round.
पहले ये जीत रहे थे, फिर वो जीत रहे थे, फिर ये जीत रहे थे.
Combining to find the last couple. I really thought Yetajay was on for a third, but he does.
Prediction. अरे रुको ना इधर मोमोज कौन सा लो समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
Pacific a little more decisive in this retake, I think.
Darjeeling team Momos.
At the very least, they've been good on pistols before, so losing one here early against the attack side on Ascent no less is definitely
chicken Himalayan
blow
steam
to
momos.
their chances, of course.
Crunchy
They chose to
kurkure
start
chicken
on the
masala
defender
momos.
side. And with this composition, it's early gains you'd be hoping for.
Chicken
Double
Darjeeling
safety.
fried momos. Dance was crazy. कौन सा वाला रे? कौन सा dance? टिपा भाई?
Played this Ascent, absolutely blowing out the water against Gentlemates on the last map. Closely through how good Mini was performing, but I feel as if FUT also have that potential.
टिपा भाई, by the way, membership से नाम green हो जाता
on
है.
the FUT side which can take a game into their
Tick
own
mark के
hands.
साथ sexy
That's
दिखता है
where
जैसे.
Pacific end up dropping off. I think it's always towards the back end of the series where we
Veg
don't see
Korean
the best from them.
spicy.
And I don't know whether that's the intimidation of the occasion or
भाई
anything else.
कसम से मैं बोल रहा हूँ, जितना भी मैंने यहाँ पे कोरियन खाना खाया है,
An opportunity to really make yourself known in the circuit.
कोरियन
because
कम
right now, the
शेजवान ज़्यादा लगा है मेरे को, मजाक से
thing
हट
that
कर
they're an
बोल रहा हूँ.
outlier in is
जितना भी मैंने
not
खाया
having that win.
I think right now the
Huh?
decision to not give any opportunity
आपकी
for a
second
player
story,
to
अरे
heat
यार,
up
मेरा
by
reel के बारे में
dying
बात
to the
कर रहे हैं.
spike. Yeah, good decision. I mean, FUT are the players you do not want
Yeah,
to
yeah,
be popping off, getting orbs, ultimates in the place.
It's also a pretty light
सब swag से मर
round
गए, तो
here
अच्छा
for
round
all things considered. 2 ghosts, Marshall.
नहीं पैसे
So
से भी
just the
अच्छा है.
one Phantom and the Bulldog that they can bring through into this next round. They buy
कुरकुरे
up
fried
around it, it
momos
looks pretty good,
या
all
फिर
things
steam chicken
considered.
momos, steam chicken momos पे
And
जा
now
रहा
I
हूँ.
want to
देखो,
know, Billy spoke about
as
it, I
a
think he hit the nail on the
half
head. We're seeing
veg
this
and half
identity for them
non-veg,
now for Pacific
मैंने
with the
already
Deadlock,
potato
similar
wedges
to
मंगा
Apex
दिया
in the
veg.
past, where you've got a couple maps
समझ
that
रहे
you have something
तो
you
मैं
can
दोनों
work
में
with.
एक एक टांग
What
रख
is
के
that going to mean
सवारी
on the
करूँगा.
defender's side? Because
Let's
a lot of the
have a
times in the past, you'd see Teho paired up, you'd be looking for util damage off the net.
Team
It's
momos.
only Ninja in A main to start this one.
I mean, Cooper close by, should he really need it?
अब मेरे को बताओ,
Time, considering the bodies that we could see on
चिकन
the map,
दार्जिलिंग
100%.
स्टीम मोमोज या चिकन
There is an
हिमालयन
exploration
स्टीम
by
मोमोज
Yetaji, as we see
या
on the
चिकन
B side, but
पहाड़ी स्टीम
this
मोमोज.
pop, as soon as the wall goes, could be very quick. Oh, nice.
मैंने शॉट मिस कर दिया.
Doesn't need any support apparently, but playing from
आवाज आया मेरे को
back
सिर्फ.
of generator, he is exposed to utility damage.
मेरी गलती थी,
Shot
मोमोज क्या
dart
भी बोल रहा हूँ.
lands at his feet, down to 58. But Pacific have done a great job to handle this
Shit,
initial
crazy
pressure
shot
from
मारा
FUT.
बे उसने.
And look at the reclear. This is lovely. The drone doesn't reach far enough. But I like this
Darjeeling,
from Waddle.
ठीक है.
Steps up and
एक
has
सेकंड,
just
एक
somewhere
सेकंड
yet.
पॉज
They
लो.
certainly held him anyway through the bullets.
Change up on the trap as well there that you see from Alorante, posturing it towards market.
5 piece मोमोज या 10 piece मोमोज के 10 piece मोमोज में 15% ऑफ है, लेकिन 5 piece मोमोज में 10% ऑफ है, लेकिन 10% ऑफ 5 piece मोमोज में तो 10.
Pacific in a really strong position just to sit back here and let FUT start to create some pressure of their own as the door is also closed through tree.
मेरा ले लो लैंग्वेज.
30 seconds left.
10 piece ticket. 10 piece,
Ninja
2
once
plate
again,
ticket.
They're going to head back
Done.
into the grab net flung out, but
Okay.
unsure if it hurt anyone. Certainly the
ठीक है,
odd
एक भी shot अपन ने देखा
still
नहीं.
doesn't peek out, still doesn't give himself away.
Ninja एक भी मारा
Spamming
होती.
away. It's a good flash, but still doesn't get the kill. And Pacific in a great
Hey, between the enemy lines. ये यहाँ पे क्या कर रहा है भाई?
Pacific deny the bonus, which did
भैया
have
जी?
a bite to it.
And it's a solid answer to some of those questions that we had coming into the round 2. And it looks like Pacific do want to play a little isolated across the board again. It doesn't look like this deadlock is being set up to
Pacific
take anything
actually में जीत
too
सकता है.
substantial in the early round. Bit more of a mid focus early on, at least using the information of Waddle on his best agent.
ये round
This is the
Pacific जीत
solo
गया, I'm
which we've
sold.
not seen in the first couple of maps.
I'm sold. Prediction दे, अरे दे दूंगा ना यार.
And with 7 on the waylay now, just be looking to see what kind of an impact he can have as this one progresses. It's a
ये Waddle भी अच्छा
rotation round
initiator
that
है
he's
बोले
looking
के
to play
चाहे.
right now.
No?
Gathering info.
SOP starting to encroach into this market space that I worry for. Seems as if Pacific do have a slight idea.
Deep trip in B main as well here at the back of Valorante, so
Binks
he
by
feels a
looking
little more
sexy.
confident
ऐसा
to take this
बात
market fight now with the
पर
support
प्लेट
of
डाल.
Waddle.
Yeah, to
डालो,
kind of
डालो,
take
डालो.
contact as well.
It's a nice setup, but the rest of Pacific protagonists proactive in through middle and hopefully trying to
Bro,
catch
अगर वो
out.
लोग B में लग गए
Sociable
ना
here,
B में
maybe,
गए
but
ना
no,
SOP के पास
they only
बहुत
leave
crazy
Cupid
timing
behind.
है.
Sociable is starting to find himself down cat as
लेकिन
well.
अगर वही वो लोग ने दरवाजा बंद कर दिया.
In this mid round, not really settling on one idea, one setup, but fortunately enough, Cupid does get that
अभी
first
smoke
engagement, so
नहीं
it's
है.
another round where they have an advantage.
नसीब
This
वो
is
एक
another
दे दिया है
setup that
लेकिन
we've
smoke
seen
नहीं
from
है.
Pacific before in terms of the site setup, with both players bunkering down on D, and they've never really made it work. Can they stick the landing this time? Waddle's at least been able to get
अरे
one.
यार.
He was a real highlight in the last one, but it settles
जिंदा
for
रहना
one
था
play.
यार
3 on
Valorante
3, it is Cupid
को.
isolated, detached from the rest of this retake coming in from main. FUT bunkered down themselves now in backside, looking to
किसके
fortify the
side
space
पे
that
हो?
they have with little utility remaining. Crostali waiting for that dart to come up, can't wait long enough.
I mean,
सब
this
कुछ clear
paranoia is
है,
gonna be
ये भी
huge from
clear
Cooper.
है.
You're really hoping that it hits the players that it needs to.
1,
But
2,
instead, they're walking
दो
out.
बंदे.
Cooper has the idea. A down cat it goes, and 7 starting to take that space for himself. Cooper at his back. A clutch in the last round, but not a clutch here. Ninja forced away, looking to try and make FUT
भागने
at
पड़ेगा
least
एक और
lose their
कितने दे
bye.
सकते Phoenix को.
But instead, he's getting chased down himself. The lamb to the slaughter.
Shot.
FUT converts.
Who is winning this one?
Yeah,
Titties?
I mean, that round coming in stages really for Pacific. Felt like there were multiple points where they had a
I
good
think
setup. The decision ultimately in the
he
end for
favored
the
है,
players
लेकिन
on B
Pacific बाप
to
खेल रहा है.
backtrack from market to boathouse is because of the info that
मेरे को
Cupid
पता
gets
नहीं.
in middle.
SOP और Zeus का वो थोड़ा है ना वो
Once
थोड़ा
again, when it comes
strong
down
लगता
to
है.
that killer moment, Alorante taking his timing a
So
little
it's like
too soon there, I
70-30.
think.
70%
Or a little too
FUT.
late, perhaps, even, off of that initial fight.
I agree. In fact, as you said, like, I would
Are
have
you
loved to take that
nervous?
step
Nope.
forward and
क्या
crunch
चीज के
through
लिए?
mids.
1v1
He's got
क्यों
this
pick देते हैं? एक
wide
wide
sort
एक
of
normal
room,
कर देते हैं. What do you think?
room for
जहाँ
error.
पहले ओमन
He's,
मरे.
you know, neither here or there, I suppose.
Yeah.
ऐसा नहीं रहता रे.
But
तुम
I'll
लोग
tell
को
you what,
exact
through
पोजी थोड़ी
mids.
मालूम है कि तुम
Yeah,
लोग
and
proper
actually,
pick
fortunately
दोगे.
for Pacific, because they've taken A main early here, there's a chance for them to
तुम लोग हर
collect
जगह
that
ऐसा
information.
1 2 3 अच्छा चलो 3 में वैसे नहीं कर सकते.
Well, that's going to allow 7 his ultimate orb, 3 away from the wheelie.
ठीक है फुट जीता तो आप
itself.
गिफ्टेड
And
दोगे.
there's a few
PSF
bodies
जीता तो
starting
मैं
to
गिफ्टेड दूंगा.
collect here in market.
Yeah,
हाँ,
Ninja
से
would have
gifted
liked that.
दूँ मैं.
One off the deadlock ult. It is just pistols we're talking about for Pacific.
So
So
already heavy
an
invest
empty
किया
threat,
kicks के
perhaps?
VP points पे.
Oh, maybe not. As Alorante is able to find himself a rifle. Sociable now stuck between 2 players. And I mean, it's a difficult fight in the end, but Alorante's still alive and able to come away with another. Knows
क्या
about the
damage देगा
omen.
क्या ये?
And unfortunately, the cage doesn't drop quick enough. So it's 2-on-1 on site.
yeah, Sociable just playing spoiler to all of this, though, in terms of the timing that he takes.
एक भी गन
Plenty
गिरा था.
from Ferreira. Alorante down to 15, though, and this is where you then write the round off.
Yeah, Cristali's shock has been spot on. Alorante needs clean fights.
भाई
He
Phoenix
needs
मारेगा
no
तो
damage to be
BT
sent his way
है.
whatsoever, and unfortunately that flash is his doom.
चलेगा. Crossflake
FUT
was
up to
ulta.
4.
One more kill there would have been
कमेंट पूरा क्या कहना चाहोगे इस पे मेगा को उसकी मर्जी
right now, Cairo, and heading into the next gun round.
Valorant is basically not reimagined with lighter, with slightly better mechanics and slightly lesser IQ.
And so you start to wonder when that timeout comes through. If it's an injection of fresh ideas required, I mean, it's on the defense, the protocols, all of the systems should be there. I mean, I feel like they're maybe not getting the most value out of this deadlock in the early round.
No, I 100% agree, but there's one thing that you have to say about Pacific in this series, and it's that they have tenacity.
ना उनको कुछ gifted देना पड़ेगा.
I mean, 9-3 on that first half on split, right? I mean, they win the pistol round, the
कोई ना कोई
and
आके
then
VP
go on
redeem
to
कर रहे
lose
Binks.
5 down to 5-2. The operator of SOP not connecting, so still 5 alive on the defense here, and 7 starts to make his own way and towards B main, getting information for this defense.
Cross peak पर से.
Thinking about their own operator, how much that's going to do to afford a rotation here. Numbers arriving towards A for Pacific. They can't come soon enough. FUT scaling now.
Yeah, they are, but they're scaling into the deadlock.
Scaling into the
setup. Fortunately enough, it is only one kill in the end, and SOP puts the advantage on towards the flank. I don't know how he's got that, but fair enough. And now we're in post.
And now, with Pacific on the back foot, it was all on Alorante stepping out heaven early. He drops, and the rest should be thinking about a save.
Yeah.
They can get back to B-Link. It's a chance to pick up the operator and safely guard that one in tiles. But
love from Macedon, thank you. मेरे को गाली क्यों दी लवले? रुक वापस redeem कर. Sorry.
Again, costing them.
Take a Turkish team to ascent. You best know there is going to be a challenge.
जिनको भी जीजी लग रहा है अभी तक जीजी नहीं मैं बताऊंगा.
Timeout territory.
Yeah. Was it the
love views from ROG के पुराने दोस्त जैसे.
Second province or something?
I don't know.
Apparently there's 81 provinces in Turkey and this is the 82nd because they're so good at it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't ever understand that, but I'm sure.
That makes sense, to be honest. And that's actually quite smart from Mitch.
Yeah.
Don't often see that.
Poor fella.
Yeah, poor Pacific. They are going to be timing out in this preceding round, giving themselves a little time to speak to the coaches, because right now there really needs to be a
redeem के point बढ़ाना पड़ेगा Binks भाई.
It feels like gentle mates all.
NGL, your OP shots are awesome sometimes. Just saying thank you. Full cam करो Binks भाई. वो beard इतना color करवाया है आपने. चेहरा समझ नहीं आ रहा. मतलब मैंने color कुछ नहीं करवाया. मेरे को beard करने के बे. यहाँ तक आ गया. कल से मैं ऐसे वॉच पार्टी करूंगा लग रहा है.
That we've been seeing getting quite a bit of value.
Shot miss देखा मैंने. वो वाला off shot नहीं देखा.
Happy to sit back and let them invest utility and fight you deeper into the sites when that happens. But a lot of the time,
Pacific का touch size बड़ा हो गया है क्या Binks?
You know, you're down a man, someone's forcing an engagement that they can't win.
So how do you change that up if you're Pacific? What would you do if you are thinky right now?
Spread दे अंधा match.
Setups aren't working.
आधा match निकल गया. अरे भाई ये ले.
I think that would be nice to see with the utility they've got again. I'm thinking this Sova deadlock combo could be pretty nice with the shocks in the net. I know it sounds simple. Even 7 trying to play off the back of it. Getting him online's got to be something you're thinking about. Currently 0-5. We saw the Neon before, it's the Waylay now. How exactly does that work with the rest of what we've seen?
Yes, no, yellow.
7's picked up a rifle without a shield, yellow. So fancies his chances, fancies his own skill. He's currently sitting 0-5 right now. It's unfortunate, but still a player that's showing up time and time again, and that's what we asked of him in this series.
क्या हाल बिग भाई? सब बढ़िया हाल, सब बढ़िया, सब बढ़िया.
Early shot comes in. So Waddle looking to try recoils here. SOP has managed to punish Alorante fully there as the rotation is called through the Omen ult towards B.
कैसे मार रही है?
With a freeze.
Sociable go for an exploration. Still confirmation of his bodies in that B main.
Shit, मैं चाय भूल गया.
I feel sorry for Alorante. He's still in logs, by the way. It wasn't like a full peek into main.
And as we know, Sociable loves to call around his own positions on a lot of these rounds. Ninja has also walked up in A main. It looks like, actually, FUT are going to be heading back into his neck of the woods. Now, he could be a real difference maker here. That's also if 7 just clears the corner and doesn't get caught off.
Oh,
Re-kill.
he's walked straight in and cute. Oh my god, Sociable's been given a freebie. Ninja here in the steps, a couple of his own. Yeah, this is a good chance for Pacific. One more to find. He knows that the Sova's deep in the corner and he's awaiting the swing. It comes through Cristalli. Excellent. Sociable 36, 8 points of health and still not clear.
भाई सब लोग तो off guard मर रहे भाई.
Spike planted.
Molly's out the map.
Yeah, and Model out on heaven. Next fight, not clean at all. What is going on with Pacific? It feels like as soon as they come within a grasping chance of a third map, Hazza, everything goes out the window.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Square bag.
Cristalli excellently navigates the situation there in main. Use of the recon to get it perfect. Not the first time you've seen Alorante. Maybe it's a discipline issue. Maybe it's something else. Just be found hanging in a position.
नहीं वो तो clear हो जाता है. A shot वाला तो clear हो जाना चाहिए. वो तो confirm clear होना चाहिए
People that want to see Pacific win. Lendoth's going to be fuming after that one.
There's no way Lendoth's got a shout out.
He deserves it, mate. He has taped a Pacific logo to a blank t-shirt. Doesn't even have the money for the merch, but he's got the passion.
Sign that man up. Ninja high-low with Alorante, but instead doesn't
अरे
want
हर
anything to
चीज
do
में
with
फ्लिक
it.
मारना जरूरी है क्या भाई? मारो ना आराम से.
FUT just
Please
giving
कोई
the
help
full
कर दो.
breadth of this map to do
Yeah.
whatever they like.
Pacific, we're playing with a pack there in B, and that's sort of
वो
alluding
आवाज
to what I
आया
wanted to
आवाज
see.
आया. धड़धड़ 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 धड़धड़
Make
पूरा हो
something happen, but it's
जाए. दो
Sociable
मारेगा.
right through the middle, slicing them open from the belly of the beast. And just letting the rest of his team know that B should be open with that in mind.
Bro,
Cupid
bro.
that he's considered, however. And 4-on-4 with a weapon
Bro,
picked up. This is a
NGL
huge chance for Pacific to do
First
something.
time मैंने ऐसा
Again, when
कुछ
the
play
pressure is
देखा है.
off.
First time.
I mean, perhaps they fancy
First
themselves.
time ऐसा
Ninja's
कुछ
the
play
one
देखा है
who's
मैंने.
got himself a rifle as well.
एकदम
As we
biggest
get
brain
that
वाला
ultimate
play था
look
ये.
from FUT, at least that's a win
Oh,
for Pacific, but they
close.
want more bodies, and Cupid approaches from main.
See if he can get anything done here. Really wants a distraction from that CT fight happening.
7.
You can see Zeus
Bichara.
ready to fight off the back of this, though.
Will there be any time left for Pacific
Well,
to get
कभी
back
कभी हो
into
जाता है.
sight? Time's ticking away, and Cupid's just sitting waiting. I think right now this is a safe call for the two riflers.
I was going to say, yeah, they have the guns, so if you can just stop any kind of an escape route for FUT here, then that could be a small win in and of itself. Valorante able to get a couple throttled down to the melee. Nothing more.
And
And looking at it here, ooh, just because of the
आप
plant,
new
actually,
player हो क्या?
Cristalli
कहाँ पे?
lives in B main, so not too much trouble.
ये stream पे
for
delay
FUT,
चल रहा है
all things
क्या?
considered,
नहीं तो
and yeah, they have the
7
money to
ने
fall back
भी
on here
9
anyway.
पे डाला points पे जाए.
7-1,
Language.
the scoreline in their
और
favour
बताओ
on the
बंग्स भाई
attack.
कैसे तुम सब बढ़िया.
Advantage for FUT. We'd always say that typically when it was like
Potato
what
wedges
double
किधर से?
initiator
Sbarro.
in a
Tex-Mex
meta,
wedges.
It was 6 for the attack was complimentary on this map.
Yeah, and I mean, we also have to remind you all at home, Pacific need these remaining rounds. They didn't win a single round on their attack half against mates when they played Ascent before.
No, not they didn't. But with that
Maybe
being
हो
said,
सकता है
let's see
16
how
plus
FUT try
kids.
and extend a lead in the comms.
बहुत rounds बच्चे भाई.
Jeko ya, pikli Jeko. Wait.
Orba dokunmuyorum şu an aldığımı
अब
zannetmesin diye.
अगर ये वाला राउंड हार गया ना पैसिफिक फिर जीत
Gidecek kanka buradan.
अभी तक जीजी नहीं है.
Marketin
ये वाला राउंड हार गए
gelemiyormuş.
तो
Okul
जीत.
orası
ये वाला राउंड जीत गए ना एक्चुअल में 7-5-8-4 पॉसिबल है. वो लोग का अल्ट रोटेशंस बहुत बाप है.
Drone'un yok değil mi?
Yok, reveal'ım var.
Tamam ama yine reveal atacaksın Vaynoku. Tek başına gideceksin. Top mid'e gel şuraya bir shock dart at başta.
Kanka Kem beni gördü beyler.
Kem seni mi gördü?
Evet,
Dön Na'ya.
sağ olun,
Dön
sen
Na'ya.
korusun.
A short'a dönün.
Yalandan bir de Vandal'la sıkın dikeye çarptı. 3 saydı burayı. Atıyorum reveal'ı.
Bir de A split yapın.
Kanka short'a flash'e çıkalım.
Geldim
भाई
sadece.
बीटी दे दिया बे सोशल बुलबुल में.
Ben de Garden'a oyunu... Yok Garden smoke verme, Garden'a gireceğim.
Atıyorum flash'ı.
Exec
अब वो एक भाग के भी नहीं जा सकते इस स्मोक की वजह से.
Side'a gel, ball attım.
पूरा वॉक करके वेले को जाना पड़ रहा है. रोटेशन देखो कितना स्लो हो गया है.
Gol attım Andır'a.
वो एक स्मोक की वजह से.
Heaven var, Heaven
अब
atacağım.
कैम ने देख लिया उसको.
Görmüyorum.
Atlar ama.
अब भाग के जा रहे हो लोग ओमेन देखने के बाद.
FUT into post plant on the A site with a man advantage
भाई
now.
क्या BT
Civic tools in
भाई.
this retake, most notably 7 with the convergent paths, but operator in hand. not
BT
an
दे
easy
दिया
task.
भाई.
No, certainly not, especially with Sop holding on towards this angle.
Through the looking glass into heaven, he will send Alorante hat straight off the head with a hole in it. And look at that,
Dave.
Pacific want nothing to do with this. That second player down
GG.
is their call to action to
GG.
disarm this retake. Get out of there.
Hey,
But not
thank you,
before
Lord,
Sop
wow.
chases down another.
GG bye.
I don't think these players are going to get out with their lives by the looks
No.
of things.
Ah.
Sop still chasing down 7.
FUT just don't want to offer a moment of relief. 7 at the very least can
गर्वित भाई क्या है ना
break his cold
कभी
streak,
मजाक
break
मजाक
the ice
में
and find
क्या
his
क्या बोल
first
देते
in this map.
मालूम नहीं पड़ता.
Trailing
तो
a
ऐसा
score
सब
of
अगर तू ये
8-1,
सब
7 rounds
लिखेगा
between the teams with FUT on the attack side still.
हाँ?
Just feels like another situation which is
तो हो
irretrievable
सकता है
before you
अपन
even have half a
मजाक
chance.
मजाक के जगह पे असली में ही बैन
3 rounds remain and a timeout just before them for the
थोड़ा आराम
coaches
से.
once again. Try and bring things back on board, and it feels as if when we get a
कौन दिया?
have a new lease on life. They feel like a different team.
दीपांशु भाई थैंक यू फॉर द गोल्ड ट्रॉफी मेरे जानड़े. थैंक यू फॉर द गोल्ड ट्रॉफी मेरे जानड़े. लव यू मेरे
I
जानड़े.
don't want to be this big critic of how Pacific are playing the defender side, but you know, just a trap play, a set piece,
कल
something
मुझे नहीं
feels like
सच्ची
this
बोल
game
रहा
is
हूँ
calling
मस्ती
out for right
नहीं.
now when
Yeah.
we've really not been offered any variation.
I mean, the simple
Binks
one,
भाई
right, that
मैंने आज
everyone
सिंगापुर
calls
सर्वर
is the old
खेला
vision strikers,
बहुत
and you
मजा
can do
आया.
a
No
variation
ego,
with that,
just
with
having
Cupid,
fun
Cupid
and
sorry,
be serious
sorry,
at the
Guillaume
same
in the
time. Yep.
deadlock combination.
सिंगापुर सर्वर
Yeah, I
फन
mean,
है.
actually,
एक्चुअल में
we'll
फन है.
probably even be thinking Waddle's got
ऐसा
that
10
hunter's
में से
fury,
1 या 2
Ninja's
गेम्स ही
gonna have
ऐसा
to
रहेगा
net up,
कि
maybe
हो
you
रहा
can send 7 in through mid,
है.
something along those
मैक्सिमम
lines.
3.
We don't know how much thought has been put
लेकिन
behind
मुंबई में
what
अगर
Pacific
10
are
गेम
offering
खेलेगा
us
तो
here.
12
And
गेम
right
लोड़े
now,
लगते
just doesn't seem like we're getting the full extent of what this composition could offer. That only means a little, I think.
खाना
at the
गरम
end
हो
of the
गया
day.
वहाँ पे.
Comp is only one thing, it's how you play when you get in the server.
Yeah.
And FUT's
जुल्स कैसे
fundamentals
देते हैं
have
नीचे
been
गिफ्ट
spot
को
on.
ऑप्शन है
Famous man did
क्या
want to
फैनेटिक
see,
चैंप्स क्वालिफाई
you get
करेगा
shot in the face, you die.
100,000%.
No way.
100,000%.
Never heard that one before.
But the point being is
अबे
there's
सारे
only
गोल्ड
one
ट्रॉफी
team
बाहर आ गए क्या?
It does feel that way. And again, it's that decider drop-off which Pacific have been
चले भाई थैंक यू द गोल्ड ट्रॉफी मेरे जानड़े.
It's a single kill for him so far.
फिर से फर्स्ट ब्लड शॉप.
Waddle, the following act,
फिर
trying
से
to
घुस के
see
मारा.
if it can get any better for them. A two-pronged play from Pacific in short.
खुला
Players to
लेके.
aid
हाँ?
it from under the arch as well.
Trade
as the
मिला
information
सर.
comes through.
It's a nice refight in towards mid, and one that Pacific for a moment had the advantage. Still put back to a 2-on-2.
Good push कर रहा है.
Sociable has just seen that the bodies have reflooded back out. So when the fight comes in, oh no!
Oh my
please
god! Oh
don't.
my
Make it stop.
god!
And no wonder Yettaj's laughing.
My god!
Situations like that where you just see the real worst end of some of those
My
issues put under the magnifying glass.
god!
For Pacific here, both players drifting.
Dear.
EBS, how cruel are we going to be?
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's
It's not as
just...
bad. It's not as bad as what I first thought.
Makes it look like a Bond movie.
क्या हो गया?
More like
इतने
Benny
सारे
Hill
ज्यूल्स कैसे
on
बाहर आ
the
गए?
replay there, but
Is that the voice actor for the Vandal?
that's a reference.
Thank you
to
for
an
the
episode
figure
yet
out
to
मेरे
come
जान
out.
गड़े.
TikTok
ऋषिबा,
song
love you.
Trying to give your best Vandal
Molly,
impression
Molly,
to us all.
Zeus, Molly, Zeus. Never mind, I
Seems
see
as
more.
if Pacific
अभी
are
Molly,
trying
Zeus, Molly, Zeus.
to give us our
Zeus,
best
अभी Molly.
impression of a site defense.
Up Molly,
It's actually
Zeus.
a fairly
Zeus,
good
Molly.
ultimate, but Ninja doesn't
डाला उसको.
capitalise. Still alive are the FUT players, but they're badly wounded.
And it's harsh to say, but it feels like this is one of the better rounds
Oh
that
my
Pacific have had a
God,
chance
you
coming
तुझे
in too late.
BT
Waddle
दे
still with
दिया.
the goal. They need to deal with Yetajay top mid. Oh, they just can't do a damn thing. Yetajay with a transfer that is absolutely divine. There's little rounds left to try and recover this one now, so Pacific will give it their best shot.
Imlock,
Water still
bench,
banking that
Imlock.
off for a rainy day perhaps, as the rest of FUT are cut off from main.
ये
Ninja
कैसे
still
मारा?
going
हाँ?
as he's been
ये
picture
कैसे round
perfect so
जीत रहे?
far this series, but Sop is online this time, and that's the difference maker for them. Waddle's going to drop cross Dali, but it's still that golden boy to make it happen.
Time नहीं है.
Waddle hasn't done enough. The time evades him, as it always seems to do for Pacific. And with that, FUT take 10.
Fight कैसे जीते लेकिन?
A Red Bull clutch for Sop in the end. Waddle still alive.
Mic
sure,
drop,
but as
क्या
you
time
said,
पे भेजा
that
मैं
ultimate being kept.
Sure.
I just don't believe
Thank
it.
you
Yes,
for that. Mic drop मेरी जान बेटे.
And from there, I mean, Pacific
Binks भाई
starts
सोने
all the
जा
way
रहा हूँ
back
15
there.
मिनट
You can
में
feel
उठा
the
देना
horizon,
चालू हो सकता मैच
but
जिस
once
हिसाब
again,
से जिस
Team
स्पीड से
is
जा
the
रहा है
real
चालू हो सकता
mistress
फनाटिक
in this game. And Pacific 10-1, and the belief, I feel as if there's none on the faces of these players.
Looks like we're going to see the Gravnet coming in.
भाई किल्स में भाई सब लोग पास में भाई स्कोर लाइन देखो और किल्स देखो.
Oh, it's like failed one way, perhaps into the smoke. They're trying to fight,
my
but
God.
yeah, FUT immediately shut it down. This is the ult that we wanted to see come back through.
W
Waddle gets 2 kills
बचा
from it.
लिया.
Yeah, Cooper's still very low, and that's
Bro
the
बचा लिया भाई.
benefit of FUT. But they start
Waddle
to
ही
fight for
निकालेगा
the
शायद.
middle, and that's where Aloe and Waddle is.
I mean, Waddle might go undetected for this, actually. It wasn't for Sop. Clearing him out so
Bro
cleanly.
वो लोग हंस रहे
Cognizant of the
भाई.
fact, and Cupid on the
भाई वो लोग
phone.
हंस रहे.
Cancelled. A long, winding road back to the B site where FUT can lay their hat.
भाई दो मैप इतना बाप के लबे दो मैप.
Okay, sure.
Nah, I'm only joking.
क्या हो
Still
गया?
in the wound, man.
Nah, that is bad. That is bad for me. 6 points of health and a Guardian in hand. He was the reason that they won the last round, if you remember all the way back.
वो वन वे
It's
आगा
been a
वो
long
मैंने
time
शायद से.
since then, Cairo. It really has.
Has it been a long time?
It has.
अभी
feels
वो
like
नहीं
a
मालूम
long
उसने
time.
जानबूझकर
FUT winning 8
नीचे वाला
or
स्मोक
so
डाला है
since
ऊपर
that
चढ़ा हुआ
point
वो
in
नहीं
time.
मालूम. क्या पता रहेगा वो लोग
Cupid
कभी.
Trying to breach the gap with smoke cover, and the spam is good onto
Vai, mas
Yetijay.
mara,
It's
big
one
Cupid.
kill.
No.
But while he's
ये
found his
कौन सा
man, he's
smoke
not going
है?
to find the round. There isn't
कुछ
long
नहीं
enough
दिखाई
left
दे रहा है.
to make
कौन-
this one feasible. Sop's just gone straight past him. Looks a little confused about the outcome, but there should be no surprises with how this half has finished. 11-1.
क्या स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो वाटी
It feels exactly like the
वालों.
last series against Gentlemates. I mean, they didn't win split, they won
Upset
Lotus
तो
this
है
time.
Pacific
Push
का.
it to a map 3 and Ascent
वैसा
is
upset नहीं
dominant.
बोलते.
We'll find out what the scoreline looks like after this halftime.
अरे बगाओ. मेरा तो आ भी गया तूने तो मंगाया भी नहीं रहेगा. तो नॉय क्या नॉय?
Red Bull gives you wings.
नहीं मेरा वो है पोटैटो वेजेस टेक्स मैक्स तो मंगाया मैंने पोटैटो वेजेस हाँ 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 सच्ची मंगाया मैंने पक्का मंगाया सच्ची मंगाया मैंने
Well, even more dominant than the last time that they played against Gentlemates. There's currently 11-1 if you're just
भाई
tuning
इतने
in
टाइम
towards
बाद भाई
FUT's
मजाक से
favour.
हटकर कितने टाइम
Pacific
बाद मैंने
looking to try and
एक
get
अच्छा
that first
W
series win as a-
वो देखा
it
यार
feels so far away.
डिलीवरी
I
बॉय
was just saying to you, man. I've played these games before. I know how this
मत
goes.
बनेगा.
It's so hard. isn't
Bugs
it?
भाई
Against
we can
the
do
hope that
kicks
kills you for
versus
anyone
duels.
Pacific inclined.
जो
This team
ज़्यादा
has so much potential.
वो
As many would say,
वो
it's the
जीता.
potential team. Unlike
किक
Na'Vi,
क्या वाइटी देखते हैं.
we've not seen them live up to.
भाई सुनो ना एक बंदा एक किक देगा ज्वेल्स तो वो लोग दे देंगे, बहुत लोगों को मिला है बराबर. गाली मेरे को पड़ेगी, लेकिन अगर ऐसा वाला कर दिया ना, दोनों मिलके देंगे मेरे को.
7 in behind does well to deal damage, nothing more than the one inflicted.
स्केल नहीं किया रे,
Still
लेकिन
though, Sop not hindered here. Oh my god! Unbelievable stuff! The Golden Kid can do no wrong. Valorant, I mean, all on his own.
Saw the ace in the previous map. Alorante would have to go Goma mode to win this one. I learned a bit of
कहाँ पे
German
जीता है
since
बोलो.
Interesting.
लाइफ में जीत चुका है यार, टिटिस तू यार.
but not this time.
No, definitely not.
Thank you.
Alorante has been good for a few pistol rounds
ये लो
of his
मेरा
own
मोमोस.
in years
खाओ.
gone by. But that was in
खाओ.
dark.
हाँ करो.
And Sop wasn't even playing in Turkey at that point in time. That was a long time ago. And he's looking to finish this one out. Alorante repositioned. 30 seconds left. Not a lot of time for this.
No.
We're expecting this to be
Recon
12
shock
for
that
FUT
भी है भाई,
to finish
भाई
things
बुढ़ी होने
out
वाला लग रहा है मेरे को.
exactly as expected.
It's the elevation that he's got to play back into as well. For queuing up one of the most distinctive, dominant displays that we have
नहीं किया रे
seen
बोली.
so far this stage. A
लंच में क्या खाओ आज?
13-1
आज
on the
तुम
cards.
खाओ.
The only round picked up by Pacific against
Healthy
their bonus.
titties.
This is utterly
हेल्दी
damning.
का एक
For all
प्लेट
the improvements they
बटर
made to get
चिकन.
to this point, a
ठीक
gritty
है.
overtime win
और
that they had to dig deep for. It's
garlic
all undone
cheese
as
naan.
easy as this when we get to Ascent.
ये
Sop's
ये
playing
combo.
games, bro.
Thank you for the hype.
Yeah, I think that just sums
Not
it
even
up.
Valorant. He's playing other games. He's got games on his pistol.
He's got games on his pistol. So does Alorante. Sociable got Sop. Oh my god,
Sop
man.
strong है
He's
भाई.
playing a different game.
He's
strong
on
है.
another level. That's how it feels for anybody who plays against him. An international Femon. Maybe there's not. Just Waddle left, he's low. And it's exactly what we expected. Maybe a bit longer, but FUT are the ones to win
वो तो
out.
अभी नहीं खाऊंगा.
13-1. And certainly that course corrected on its set on a set.
वो भी आ गया देख सोसाइटी में.
For
पंको.
getting past Pacific handily
वेजेस
in the end.
उसमें का वो वाला टेक्स्ट मैक्स एक ले ले, बाकी दो इधर दे.
They go up 2-1 in the group and take the lead in the championship point race overall. But when you go back and look at it, felt like even when Pacific were trying to make that breakthrough, put themselves on the front foot, they were
किसने यस किया
hamstrung
था
in a
कोई?
sense. There's something that holding them back, and it's impossible to say what that is. Even with the transfer made and Waddle coming in, we've seen some
किसने यस किया था
improvement, but it's
prediction में?
still not enough.
At least they're consistently reaching.
कौन है
a
ये
third
32%
map. I mean,
मानुस?
I know you're making
Sure.
noises, but like, listen, at the end of the day,
जो
you've got
बंदा
to
low
take the
feel कर
wins
रहा है.
when you can get them, right? We look towards Apex, they weren't able to get a win in VCT.
Binks by was predicting Pacific to upset FUT.
Yeah, I mean, for me right now, we're
Thank
talking
you.
Pacific.
Thank
It's got to
you.
be take every lesson that you can learn on this road.
गरम गरम में
towards
पंखो खा ले.
play-ins where ultimately their season will be settled.
आया ना एक और.
They've managed to get back to winning ways, and not only that,
नहीं तेरा.
look damn good doing it.
ठीक है.
Starring the show here today. And that's exactly the win
और
conditions that they
पंखो.
have to be thinking about. If we want to see
फ्रिज
them
में
go
वो
another
भी है
deep
मैंगो
run
आइसक्रीम.
And towards Shanghai. Yeah, you're going to be thinking about later in this week as
और
well.
कुछ
When
है?
they're playing against BBL, the top boys, and it seems as if a return
सन
to
का
form
मैच
for
मैंने
them.
आज नहीं है.
So that Turkish derby with extra bite coming into it later in the week.
जी वर्सेस पेरेक्स का मैच
Turkish
कब है
derby
पता नहीं मेरे को
with
एग्जैक्ट.
Some serious spice added to it. And
Give
it
shout out
didn't
to
just
Aditya
feel like
bye,
the
shout out
spice
to you.
Vlad, that last map, your boys made it a little bit more comfortable for you. What went so well for you there?
Yeah, we had a little talk on the outside, and we changed kind of our approach, and like we could have converted a lot of runs in the Lotus, of course. Like they did some magic runs. Yeah, we took.
कुछ ज़्यादा ही
I
मैच
mean,
ग्राउंड्स के
we
पास
stay more
हाँ
careful there. Yeah.
There's always going to be some of those magic rounds,
You
but
have
when
जितना
those
you
rounds
want
are
to have
getting
मेरे
away
यहाँ
from
पे
you,
too
when
much
they're
ही है
converting rounds, they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
What's happening in your team? What's happening in the comms?
We're just saying
क्यों खा रही
like
तो फिर
we can't be losing like this.
रख दे मैं भूख
we
लगा
keep
तो मैं खा
saying,
लूँगा अभी जो फ्रेश है
and
वो तो
then we
खा
try not to do those mistakes, but
पहले
yeah,
जो
I mean,
फ्रेश
like,
है वो
those
खा
boys
उसके
are,
बाद अगर हो गया तो
like,
खा
they
पीजा
support.
वरना
I
रख दे
think
मैं
they're
खा
gonna win
लूँगा
some games against some of the opponents.
रेडियंट जा
upcoming
पाओगे
games.
if yes
Like,
when
they don't deserve
जब
to be
सर्वर साफ
like
होएगा
winless, so to say. Like they have good players as well. They have good understanding of the game. I mean, we're playing against an opponent that has nothing to lose basically, and we.
ये हाँ पैसिफिक एक भी नहीं जीता ना शायद अभी तक
But like sometimes we're kind of backing from our potential, and we gotta be making sure that we stay on our momentum. Yeah.
On a more positive note, thinking back to the beginning of that series, are you glad the team got another chance to play the split after that Navi game?
Oh yeah, definitely. We made improvements. It's on the table.
तीन फुल सेंड किया और कुछ हेलिया
split teams in our
क्या चीज
group.
मेरे पास 4 लाख पॉइंट्स कब होंगे मुझे रिडीम करना है प्ले विद मी
Making us happy that we converted that
वो हर
game. We should have ended
वीकली
on
उसका
lowest,
पॉइंट्स बढ़ता
but,
है याद
like,
रखना वीकली
thankfully, we also made improvements on our center.
बाद में डेली होने वाला है
And while we're talking about the maps, I'll just say it one more time. You guys floated the summit once more. You waiting for someone to pick it?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I'm up to it. Right now, this map pool is one of the best ever happened to this team, you know? Like, we were having some problems with the last map pool.
जेरेफ का स्ट्रीम लगा दो थोड़ा
So happy to
क्या कर
play
रहे
this
हो
one.
वाले चलो
Well, I'm glad you're loving it. Congratulations on the win. It's
Thank
time
you.
to set it over to your teammates over on the couch.
I'm joined with Bambino, yesterday, and Bea as well, of course. Welcome, guys.
मैं
I want
full
to catch
send
up
miss कर
from
दिया
London first of all, though, because I don't think
उसका
we've had
hype
a
miss
chance
नहीं
to
किया
chat to you yet. How was that experience for you yesterday, finally
full send
getting
क्या?
to be back at the top with that finish that you ended up having?
Yeah, actually it was amazing for me because I really missed the international stage, and also I missed to meet people other side Berlin, and it was nice, and I am so happy about my roster
Decent
because
almost.
they achieve international, so we have to be better now.
Yeah.
It's currently qualified for champs. PRX is the only team that is qualified for champs.
Yeah,
अभी तक।
definitely. I mean, the home crowd meant a lot to me. It was like, it was really
एक
special
लौता।
masters for me to attend with the home crowd, you know, and it was really nice to see the crowd being loud and like, even when they were against us, just the energy in the room was so nice. So
Yeah.
like, the fact that there's something going on is good.
For sure. I want to pick up on something that Vlad had just mentioned there. He had said that it maybe should have been a 2-0. Why wasn't it a 2-0?
ये कौन सा sauce है बे तिक्का वाला
Yeah, let's
I
get
Szechuan
into
है
it.
क्या
I've got nothing nice to say about
EDG
how
पे हो
we
गया
played.
And that's perfect. And that's exactly what we're
मेरे को
asking.
The truth is
चाइना
it was
रीजन का
shocking.
मेरे
It
को
was
मालूम
shocking.
नहीं है
By every
फिर मैं
account,
watch party नहीं करता
lack of discipline. We got all the basics wrong, and even then we still should have won.
उसका आइडिया नहीं है
Wow.
It was a shocker, but you know we got some good VOD review material, and then we got to go out and play Ascent, which is always fun. So
How did that feel from the inside?
Yeah, actually after losing some rounds, we just being more stressful, and that just makes everyone angry.
जी और तू गया बे
And we lose.
तू गया
So I always say, guys, calm, that's fine, but
You?
they don't hear.
You
Yeah, it's
say
me,
calm?
yeah.
he's like the
The yin and the
Yeah, I
yang.
think we
Yeah.
literally have a clip. Run the clip, run the clip. 'cause it
ऐसा तो
does not look like
3001 में
you're
हो
dead
400
calm
के points
yesterday.
ऐसा
I mean,
ऐसा नहीं है
between the map, Yetu's definitely the one that like.
मोमोज
chill the
की
boys out.
चटनी
Oh, mate.
Yeah, this
है वो
reaction,
noob
you didn't get to see
Shezon
it, yeah,
sauce नहीं
yeah,
हो
or maybe you did, but the way that he
बंग भाई
sprays-
आपके जैसा एम कैसे करे 3 साल से देख रहा हूँ आपको बट एम नहीं आ रहा
So this is you being calm, or?
Yeah, I mean,
देख
for our team, like when we losing,
ना मैं
everyone is
10 मैच
calm.
करता हूँ
I'm just trying to help them about communication.
ना
Yeah,
मैं
I think that you're
वो
doing
करता हूँ
a brilliant job with it. How we talked a little bit
Range
about
कुछ
London. You guys are
तेरा
already
भाई
few
गेम
matches
खेल
in
खेल
here
के
in the
एम
region.
बनाए
Tell us a little bit about the format, how
समझ
it's
रहे?
affecting you. Do you think it's a positive, a negative? How we like in having that many games together?
मैं
I
अभी
mean,
potato
personally, it's
wedges
like
with
a much faster prep turnaround, so that's a
Chutney
bit less
खाने वाला
fun. But I feel like we're a team that plays well when we have some
Sauce
momentum
को
and we have the
sauce
ball
को
rolling.
चटनी
So I
बोलना
think
पाप है क्या
for us as a team, it kind of fits as well.
Do you think it benefits you?
Yeah, I guess it was nice.
Like
for me.
boys
Saying hello to Fnatic.
Yeah.
उनका एम आएगा तब
Eyvallah,
तुझे
teşekkürler.
बताएगा ना
Yeah,
लैंग्वेज
it was nice format, and I like to play matches like more, and it was really nice because our team was like, if we got momentum, we can play every day. But we need this momentum. So
we have it on camera now, so you said it. Get ready.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of prep, though, are you
Flip it.
surprised that they didn't pick Summit against you today?
No, I'm not. I mean, like, they're definitely a team
It's
that will
specific,
have,
Billy.
like, they will have a tricky Summit.
Should be like an ace up their
They're not,
sleeve,
yeah.
though,
Yeah,
no?
but like
right?
they're a good split team, and to be fair, like credit to them, like I don't think they're.
इतना बाहर का मत काय करो, अच्छा नहीं होता. लाओ मुझे दो.
Challenge and a problem to solve with this like double senti stuff that we're not seeing in the league, and so I think their split is nice actually, and so is their Lotus. So I'm not too surprised they didn't, and they stuck with their guns. I think it's good for them.
Let's look ahead as well, right? Like we went through this best of 3. There were some moments here and there, but it is not over. You have a full Turkish week this time around.
Yep.
You've already won against the first one, but BBL will be your next match. Thoughts?
G just relying on individual performance.
yeah, actually,
Bad macro plays.
I missed to play against them.
Last
on stage.
team Primi
Right now we are
owned them.
more close, and
Now
probably
Frost is also
the
there.
other players will be try to trash talk to us.
G gonna be cooked
Yeah,
tomorrow.
It will be so nice for us, I guess. It will be so exciting match, and I hope that we prep really good. And I really want to win against Turkish Derby.
I will ask a follow-up on that one, if you don't mind, because it's BBL, and then finally you have Vitality.
Yeah.
If we were to have one of those decibel machines, I don't know how they're called, you know, to measure how loud someone can scream, who do you think would win, you or Yampi?
चटनी को sauce बोलना is like white पर subscription लेना. Language में.
Okay. Oh. Production, can we make a note?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I love that.
Binks, आपका fitness
Well,
routine
either
क्या
way,
है?
it's been really nice
सुबह
having you both. Congratulations on the
5
win.
घंटे gym.
But don't go anywhere because we are going to be right back with the second series of the day. It's KC up against Fnatic after this break.
उसके बाद एक hot tub rest. Minimum 2 घंटे. उसके बाद 7 hours वापस gym.
Women will what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-worn break. Vamos!
Vamos!
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection.
गर्वित के 300 kicks miss कहाँ से? दिख क्यों नहीं रहे मेरे को?
Shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and
अरे माफ करो गर्वित भाई, देखो 300 kicks मेरी जान छोड़े.
Experience gaming the express way. Fast.
कहाँ पे लेकिन मेरे को दिखा ही नहीं.
Outplay the world. It's time to express.
मैं अंधा हूँ.
Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
मैं ग्रुप बना रहा हूँ दोस्तों का सैंड्स में एसएस करने के लिए. सबको मारेंगे एक एक करके.
Hello everyone, hello. We're back. EMEA. Back with the content. Back with the content. We're mic'd up. We are mic'd up actually.
सैंड्स होगा रात को पता चलेगा. वक़्त को क्या हो गया है? क्या हो गया? क्या हुआ उसको?
One B. He's running in on A side now.
बंग भाई क्रिएटर्स वॉच पार्टी करो. कौन कर रहा है अभी? क्वेश्चन कर रहा है. हेलो. कोई नहीं कर रहा अपने में. मॉडल बाय का देख लो क्या कर ले मॉडल बाय ठीक है
कलर है येलो ठीक है मतलब पूरे मशीन का कलर येलो है ठीक है तो अब मेरे को बता तीसरे पे तो कोई कलर ही नहीं है
ये क्या हो रहा है
और काट दे रुक 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 टाइम ले 40 सेकंड है काट दे फोर
ये क्या है
ओ भाई तू तो मार रहा हूँ भाई सच्ची बोला सही बोला
कहाँ से आवाज आ रहा है
सही बोला
मैं डेफ बन रहा हूँ मेरे को
हाँ तो हेलो डेफ
बन रहा हूँ मेरे को देखने दे
क्या डेफ बन रहा है क्या ये
ठीक है कैसे माला भाई सही तो किया
अरे भाई तेरा वो कैसे तू बुक में क्या देखा ये बता स्टार्ट
ये केले हम प्लीज क्या है ये
वो बोल रहे हैं ना वायर्स कैसे हैं और लाइट का कलर अकॉर्डिंगली तुझे कौन सा
डेफ ब्लाइंड म्यूट अच्छा
और नेक्स्ट पेज है
ठीक है
फर्स्ट पेज और बाकी पेज नहीं
करना क्या है
हाँ नहीं चाहिए
ठीक है
बाकी और लेवल
अच्छा वाइपर वाइपर बल्ब का कलर देख लेना ठीक है बल्ब का कलर
एंड करना भूल गया
क्या देखना पड़ेगा मैंने
ओ अच्छा
नहीं तू जो बताएगा वो कर
बॉम्ब डिफ्यूज करने का है
ओके
अच्छा
हाँ
तो ये तो इजी है
2 1 2 3 4 चारों है पहला वाला ग्रीन है बीच सेकंड वाला रेड है थर्ड वाला ब्लू है फोर्थ वाला येलो है और ये पूरे उसका कलर बल्ब का कलर है रेड ठीक है
ये तो इजी है
बल्ब का कलर रेड है रेड
वो बोल नहीं सकता जो बोल नहीं सकता वो जेरेफ रहेगा
पहला वाला काटू
अच्छा दिया उसको अच्छा दिया कि बोल नहीं सकता नहीं जेरेफ अंधा है
काश में हिल सकता
आई थिंक जेरेफ अंधा है
अबे पढ़ता ही रहेगा क्या 45 सेकंड बचा है जेरेफ तेरे को मैं दिख रहा हूँ दिख रहा जेरेफ मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ मेरे को फॉलो कर
जेरेफ अंधा है
ठीक है हाँ बोल
और कौन है वाइपर
काट दे वन माँ कसम सीख गए
अरे मेरे को अब तक
बॉम्ब डिफ्यूजिंग स्क्वाड
मैं क्या ये
बताया
स्पीड रन कर रहे हैं
चैट ने ग्रीन बताया क्या बेसिस पे ग्रीन है पर मेरे को तो वही समझ नहीं आया
हे भगवान चैट पढ़ के गेम चल रहा है वाइपर
अकॉर्डिंग कौन सा कट करना है बस देख ले
तो वही अभी लास्ट में ऑर्डर क्या था मेरे को ये बता
इट्स लाइक अ रो एंड कॉलम इंटरजेक्ट करेंगे किसी एक ऑप्शन पे बस समझ रहे
कौन सा
अबे सुन मेरे को ब्लाइंड बनना है एक बार मेरे को ब्लाइंड बनाना
सुन मेरे को ये पता चल गया
नहीं ब्लाइंड नहीं
ब्लाइंड बोरिंग रहेगा मेरे हिसाब से इसमें
ये रेड का बल्ब है ठीक है अब उसमें 4 वायर है ये भी पता लग गया उसके बाद क्या किस बेस पे वो पता लगाना
सो वहां पे
आई थिंक ब्लाइंड इसमें
3 वायर
बोरिंग रहेगा मतलब
तो 4
सिर्फ वायर काटने का है उसको
कलर मैच करके जो वायर काटने बोलेगा
ना?
वो काटना है तुझे वो तुझे बोल रहा है कौन से
उसका और कुछ काम नहीं है शायद
वो तुझे माथे में रखना है कौन से नंबर का है
खेलते हैं हम होंगे ठीक है
पता ही नहीं क्या बताया था कौन सा काटने बोला
जेरेफ माथे में रखने की बातें कर रहा है
ग्रीन कट लिखा था क्या कहाँ लिखा था
वो होगा ना साइन होगा ना वहाँ पे वो होगा क्या बोलते हैं इन द मैनुअल
रुकना वाइपर एक बार वाइपर मेरे को म्यूट बनने देना वाइपर
नजर को नजर ना लगे कोई अच्छा इस कबर ना लगे तुझे देखा इस नजर को नजर ना ठीक है
तो मैं चेंज कर लूंगा ना फिर
एजेंट वॉच पार्टी करने सुपर चैट आप एसएडएल में नहीं आओगे
मैं ब्लाइंड बन रहा हूं चल
सब मेरी गांड क्यों मार रहे हैं आज क्या क्या मैंने
सुनो जो भी है ये गूंगा ओ गूंगे मेरी बात सुनो
यस भाई शाउट टू
ठीक है रेड ब्लू येलो ग्रीन
टैग के बाद 6 ज्वेल्स मेरे जान करो
ब्लू जल्दी बता मत कर 6 ओए हेलो मत कर अच्छा
ओ
देख कौन सा ऑप्शन करना है हेलो अंधे तू वेट कर मैं तुझे बोल रहा हूं
ओए अच्छा है बे
मैं तो म्यूट हूं मैं किसको बोल रहा हूं एक सेकंड मेरी आवाज जा रही है किसको एक सेकंड तो मैं करूं क्या एक सेकंड तो मैं हूं क्या मैं तो यूजलेस हूं देन तो
ओए भगवान
अंधे 3 बोल रहे 3 काट दे
अरे ओ भाई
ऑर्डर बताया क्या सुन
क्या बात है अब सुन बताना मत वाइपर रुक मेरे को मैं म्यूट
ऑर्डर थोड़ा गलत बोल रहा है पहले ना बल्ब का कलर पहले बता और फिर ऑर्डर बता तो उस बल्ब के कलर के ऑर्डर में ढूंढूंगा ना मैं पहले ऑर्डर बताएगा फिर
उल्टा बोलूंगा ठीक है उल्टा बोलूंगा
आई थिंक एक बंदे को तीनों चीज पे बैठना चाहिए ताकि मालूम पड़े गेम क्या है आई थिंक
हाँ, बल्ब का कलर क्या है?
बड़ी सी बॉम्ब है, ठीक है। यहाँ पे 4 मुझे वायर दिख रहे हैं। एलईडी कलर ग्रीन है, येलो, रेड, ग्रीन, ब्लू। बोल
3 वायर है कि 4 वायर है?
जल्दी बोल, जल्दी बोल। 1 मिनट। क्या और 2 बोल रहा है, 2 बोल रहा है।
येलो रेड
वो अंधे 2 बोल रहा है।
यस, समझ गया। इजी गेम। अरे बहुत इजी है बे तो।
स्टैंड बोल रात को
अभी रुक, लेवल 2 करते
है क्या लेवल?
ठीक है, लेवल 2।
म्यूट को बोल रहे हो, कुछ नहीं कर सकते जरफ
तो लागा ना यार, आजा आजा।
कुछ नहीं करते, उसका कुछ नहीं कर सकते।
ओ बैंड से 2 बॉम्ब इस बार।
क्या पका रहा है?
इस बार कुछ अलग है।
ओ माय गॉड, ये क्या? अरे
वाला है और एक
मैथमेटिक्स से
वो पूरा मॉड्यूल है बे,
ब्लू एलईडी,
वो अलग अलग टाइप का बॉम्ब है,
येलो, ग्रीन,
समझा?
ठीक है। ये वायर का हुआ, आगे तू वायर बता कौन सा करना है।
बता जल्दी।
उसके बाद एक वो मेथड है, वो वाला, वो अंधे वो देखते नहीं, वो ये अंधा अपना हाथ फेर रहा है उसको।
जेरेफ कुछ काम का बात करेगा, कौन सा मॉड्यूल है, क्या दिख रहा है उसको?
वायर का जल्दी बता, फिर दूसरा यूज करना है जल्दी।
कौन सा वायर बोल।
येलो रेड ग्रीन ब्लू बोला ना।
बहरे को सुना ही नहीं दे रहा है, वो बहरे से बात कर रहा है।
सेकंड वायर का
अब दूसरा वाला मॉडल एरो का है।
अब सेकंड का सुन। उसमें एक एलईडी है जो ग्रीन एलईडी है। अब तुम्हें नेक्स्ट पेज पे जाना पड़ेगा। एलईडी ग्रीन है, ठीक है। और एक तो वो नहीं होता प्ले स्टेशन का कंट्रोलर,
अरे मालूम है,
डाउन लेफ्ट और राइट है, और बीच में वो ब्रोलेले मेथड नहीं होता, वो उसमें 2 लिखे 2।
अरे उसको पूरा दिख रहा है भाई,
डायगोनल 2 डॉट ऐसा
3 लिख के आ रहा है।
ऐसा है,
पता नहीं क्यों 3
कुछ
लिख के
समझ
आ रहा है,
आया?
मतलब उस पे नंबर 3 लिख के आ रहा है। अगर मेरी आवाज आ रही है ना तेरे को, 2 डॉट है पर नंबर 3 आ रहा है हवर करने पे।
प्लीज समझ, प्ले स्टेशन कंट्रोलर है, ठीक है। उसके पास में 4 ठो लंबे वर्टिकल डॉट्स है, पता नहीं उससे क्या होता है, वो एलईडी है। ओ नहीं, तुझे कोड बोलनी है।
वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज, वॉल्यूम सुनाई नहीं दे रहा तुम लोगों को।
लाइक डायरेक्शन कोड्स होंगी, ठीक है। एलईडी कलर इज ग्रीन, और बीच में ब्रोलेले इज 2
और
2 डॉट डायगोनल रखे हुए हैं।
अब करो,
सही बोल रहा हूँ ना?
करने पे नंबर 3 लिख के आ रहा है हवर करने पे।
क्या देख रहे हैं, बोल दे। बॉम्ब फटने,
डायरेक्शन बता दे, ऊपर नीचे लेफ्ट राइट। अब डायरेक्शन बताना, मॉडल ऊपर नीचे ऊपर अंगूठा नहीं ऊपर
2
अरे अब
ऐसे
5
बोल
आ
रहा
रहा
हूँ,
5
1 को लेफ्ट, 2 को राइट, 1 लेफ्ट दबा।
अरे अब बोला मैं
नहीं है 9
अरे
लिख के आ रहा है,
आप
9
नहीं,
अरे जरफ, मैं आप बोल रहा था, आप ऊपर देख रहा था, मैं उधर।
ओ तू अब बोला था, अच्छा ठीक है, ठीक है।
मैंने अब किया, अब नहीं था, अब किया मैंने नहीं था, अब
हैं?
ये
वाला नहीं समझ आया।
अरे नहीं सुन, मैंने एक बार वो अप किया ना तो चेंज हो गया, वो नंबर ही चेंज हो गया अंदर का।
हाँ तो वापस बोलने का
करने पे अलग नंबर आता है, वो डॉट 3 आ रहे थे पर उस पे हवर
तूने
करने पे
लेफ्ट
अलग
किया
नंबर
बोल
आ
रहे
रहा
हैं
था।
चैट।
तो एक बार सुन, मैं
ओ नहीं, तूने फर्स्ट मिस्टेक किया तो एलईडी का कलर चेंज हो जाएगा।
हाँ चेंज हो रहा है, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ इसलिए गलत हुआ। ठीक है, रेडी होगा।
बार
ज्यादा मत देख, विल प्ले, दिस इज इजी बब्बू।
2 मिनट का टाइम है, ठीक है। फर्स्ट मैं बोलता हूँ वायर का, ठीक है। हाँ सुन ले, एलईडी कलर इज रेड, 3 वायर्स हैं, ग्रीन येलो ब्लू, ओनली 3 वायर्स। टेल मी व्हिच वन टू डू। एलईडी कलर इज रेड, 3 थर्ड वाला कार्ड।
अंकिता सी, बिंक्स और पिंकी, मैं खेल ही नहीं रहा है।
प्ले स्टेशन की बारी, ठीक है। प्ले स्टेशन में वो सेम डायरेक्शंस है। ग्रीन एलईडी है, ग्रीन एलईडी, बीच में वो ब्रोलेली स्ट्रेट है, डॉट एकदम स्ट्रेट, परपेंडिकुलर 90 डिग्री स्ट्रेट।
हाँ
एक छत पे खेलेगा अगर अंकी गूंगी बंदी तो
6 है उस पे। अरे हवर
समझ आ रही है? एलईडी कलर ग्रीन,
मैं सोच भी नहीं सकता
ऐसा डायरेक्शन। कौन सा डायरेक्शन?
अरे हवर पे
अगर अंकी जेरेफ के जगह पे है। ओ माय गॉड,
फर्स्ट डाउन, डब्ल्यू डाउन है, सही है। उसके बाद
कैसे
डाउन के बाद
बस भाई लॉकडाउन वॉच पार्टी व्यूअर आज, मतलब
क्या मेरा राइट है? ये सही है।
ओह शिट,
राइट बोल रहा है, मतलब लेफ्ट बोल रहा है ना,
मतलब पूरा वॉच पार्टी देख रहा है वैसा। बंद दे बाय, देखो 100 मिनट जान छोड़े।
ओ एलईडी कलर चेंज हो गई, एलईडी कलर ब्लू है, एलईडी कलर ब्लू है।
अरे मैं नहीं बोल सकता, 1 है।
अरे क्या कर रहा है? अरे बाप रे, ये शर्मा रहा है।
2 डॉट है, फिर 1 है।
केला दूंगा, जल्दी बोल। एलईडी कलर ब्लू है, ब्लू
उसमें
ये मैं नहीं बोल सकता, क्या बोल रहा है?
भी चेंज हो गई ब्रले। अब ये बाप रे, ये 3 है, बीच में 3 है।
नहीं मेरे को 2 दिख रहे हैं। ओए मेरे को 2 दिख रहे हैं।
मेरे को एक बात बता, ये कब से ब्रेल को ब्रले बोल रहे हैं क्या? कि मैं बहरा हूं? गांड, वो ब्रले बोल रहा है।
अरे ज़ेरेफ,
ज़ेरेफ
रॉन्ग किया है
अगला
तो
बताना, अगला बता,
कलर तो
भोसड़ी
बता।
के।
ज़ेरेफ कलर क्यों नहीं बोल रहा उसको?
कुछ नहीं बोल रहा, ये चूतिया एक करने के बाद आगे कुछ बोल ही नहीं
ब्रांड
रहा है।
लोगों का
अरे
होता
लेफ्ट
है,
से
ये
लेफ्ट,
ब्रांड
अरे
है।
ज़ेरेफ मैं लेफ्ट कर रहा हूँ, मतलब लेफ्ट से मॉडल से पूछ,
मॉडल ब्रांड प्ले
मॉडल
कर
से
रहा है।
अगला पूछ, वो मैं तेरे को बोल रहा हूँ तब से उसकी तरफ देख के कि उसको अगला पूछ क्या है, नंबर बोल, उसमें क्या लिखा है, कलर
भाई,
बोल,
लेकिन
क्या
आई
लिखा है,
फील
पूछ।
इसमें
ये तू डायरेक्शन बोलता है।
सबसे मेन काम ज़ेरेफ का है।
पूछ।
सबसे मेन।
सुनो, एवरी टाइम भी फेल हम लोग चेंज करेंगे, ठीक है? अब वाइपर तू ब्लाइंड वन,
सुन मॉडल, मेरा बात सुन, तू
मैं blind?
मॉडल तू ब्लाइंड है तो तेरे को अंदर का नंबर दिखेगा, वो तेरे को इसको बता
ज़ेरेफ तो
अंदर
डेफ
क्या
है
नंबर लिखा
बड़वा।
ये नहीं सुन सकता नंबर।
वाइपर तू ब्लाइंड बार बोला तो बोलता है
अरे तेरे को तो
मैं
बताया था
blind।
मैंने।
हाँ, तभी तो मैंने फर्स्ट वाला इसीलिए राइट
Shout out miss, sorry।
फर्स्ट वाले का तो नंबर बताया ही नहीं
कौन
था
दिया?
मैंने, 6 बोला ही नहीं था।
बोल भाई, shout out you।
बोला ही नहीं तेरे को, तू कहाँ से
नाम
किया
लेके
वो
shout out
correct
दे
हो गया।
सकता है।
हाँ, फिर सेकंड पे 1 बोला मैंने।
भाई को
सीधा।
जा रहा, जन्नत दिखाओ ना प्लीज।
तो
हाँ?
देख उधर ना
तो गलती किसकी है?
अलग अलग डॉट्स आएंगे, ठीक है? वो डॉट्स के साथ अब चल वो मैं अब
क्या?
तू म्यूट बन रहा है क्या सर?
बाबा भाई shout out you। Started?
चल ये पड़ता ही रह जाएगा।
अरे मैं डेफ हूँ, वाइपर ब्लाइंड मत ना।
अरे मैं तब से ब्लाइंड ही था यार, सिर्फ
मैप को देखता हूँ।
in now, potentially having to make it all the way to that grand finals in stage 2 to be able to make it to champ, which is a position that Fnatic are usually in. They're usually one of those dominant teams in our region. Having this summit come up as the first map for me is
खाना हो
exciting.
गया?
I want Fnatic to get back to being the team that define the meta rather than being slaves to it as they
बट
have
से
been throughout this season so far.
15 सेकंड दे दो।
about it in the first series, but at the end of the day, when the entire region has been dodging the map, you do not want to be the first team who picks this map. So both from the side of KC, definitely something prepped. I do not know how ready this is going to be, but for the second part, we were speaking about having a lot of time for it. And if they decide to
Max
do
भाई,
something
ये
else,
क्या है?
you
Max
know what
को
you're
देख
fixing.
रहा हूँ
You
मैं।
know that there is. It didn't have to be KC. It
ये
could be
क्या है?
any other team that could have picked it onto you. It could have been Giants last week for all right. No.
I do think this lends beautifully into some of the narratives that we've been building up here, because you have a KC that's pioneering a new style of calling that's going looser, that's going a little bit more flowy into the
I
individual
mean, they're not really
decisions.
pioneering.
And you have for themselves. For themselves.
We can take that. Yes.
We'll go
They
with it.
found something that works for them. Yeah.
And also you have an old assistant coach going against his head coach, now a head coach in his own right. What better way to show up your old sensei than to do it on a new map, to define a new way of playing?
Okay, so do we think that Azage knew that Eng wouldn't know how to play Summit? Is that why KC decided
That's
to play
low-key
Summit?
toxic if that's the case.
Alpha on the Chamber, good days here. Cloud doubles down on the Sage. I really like the Fnatic composition, playing double Sentinel here. And for the side of KC, never mind, I think I like this even more. Harbor Viper on this map, plus Narrate on the Chamber.
It's the Chamber head-to-head, I think, that we're looking at here. I think Harbor on this map
Incredibly
is
underused. The Harbor is so strong.
I'm excited to see how that's utilized.
The walls on Summit, nonsensical here with Harbor. They cover absolutely everything, like for covering mid, like for covering so many places of the map. Only Harbor can do it like that.
I think starting on the defense here for Fnatic, I'm going to be looking at how Boaster's placing the stars around the map, as well as the Sage slows to allow Alpha to get those deep lines on the chamber. How are they fighting for that extremity control? Because realistically, they don't have an awful lot other than maybe the Neon with the Fade utility. Yeah, how are they fighting for those mains? Because I feel like it's super important on this map.
How proactive do we want to be with the Sage? Timings on the wall, super important. How much can you do with the Chamber, knowing that you're going up against the Viper, against the Harbor? A lot of angles to lock down, and a lot of visions that is not just going to be granted for Fnatic.
Well, we are breaking new trail here at EMEA. The first summit of this event. And there's no one I'd rather have at the trailhead.
ठीक चैट पर मेरा नाम कोई लेके आया है, is pretending to me, उसको बैन दो ना प्लीज.
Get lost. It's time to dive into this match, and
कौन
I'm
है?
so excited, Tom, because looking at Fnatic and KC, talking about the
उसका नाम तो
old
बूमर
coach
चीफ है.
of KC
तो
leading
बॉम्बर
Fnatic,
चीफ है.
Fnatic always being the team that sets the meta, and
दो
now
अलग है.
KC come in and they pick the new map against Fnatic. It could be a mistake, but as Aang
दोनों
said,
अलग हो.
they're still trying to find their
It's like
form.
Karan Arjun.
And his old team of KC went from 0-5 to 2-0. This is a big turnaround and the biggest test. Eng to get back in the saddle.
गने के बाप के 3 लड़के हैं, एक का नाम मैं है, एक का नाम जून है, थर्ड वाले का नाम क्या होगा? गन्या।
I think we know that about Eng in general. His defensive side setups have always been very good, even going back to the Gambit days, but the attack sometimes goes amiss. Already though.
Prediction दे रहा comp wise रुक जाओ, पहले comp wise. Let's do comp analysis.
Was released that having control on at least one side of the map is going to be important. And Alfea looks to try and roam that in terror. I'm excited to see how the buttons are going to be utilized as well. We know how important sectioning off some of those angles is going to be, but Alpha is not shying away from the fight just yet. And in fact, it's going to be Crashies that meets Sugetsu.
And they're expecting this re-aggression around mid. Important to take this control, but more importantly, they heard Alpha here take a step. So, coming back with force to clear it out. And now, big advantages stacking in favor of KC. The doors close on B and towards middle. This is going to be a straight-up blitz to the B site. Reinforcements harder to get there. And it's going to be on Cloud. The battle sage. He's delivered so many times already in the game that we saw him play. For this banner now, he's slipped the net. He's made it past and he's whiffed every shot. It looks like KC are a shoo-in to take this across the line. Alpha will try his best to recover.
Cloud
all onto Bosa. The wrap around will give him one.
Cloud मारता था ना.
She wrote for the pistol. And I'll be honest, from the way the pistol round started with like very
KC को हम clear better but C9 जैसे ना के लिए. Congrats Binks भाई reel देखा. आप STL में finally हो गए.
Having the ability to section off so many angles.
So बोला ने fan meetup pick up गए करके.
Dossier on the harbor, but they don't double back. They take the control early, they leave a player in, and then they rotate back into that mid presence. And you can see how much ground you can get split into either side of the map.
लेकिन
I feel like it's going to be such an important
सारा
part
majority responsibility उस पे.
The tight main choke, it feels like a death sentence.
No, straight towards the B site for
Fnatic
KC.
का थोड़ा
This
ऐसा
is one of the
stable
more
comp.
dangerous rounds. Sorry, one of the maps where this round is most dangerous, I'd imagine. So many corners and crevices for you to tuck on into on either side. And with these low buy
Fnatic का थोड़ा I think ऐसे कि अगर नियॉन मर भी गया तो भी ऐसा चेंबर ड्यूलिस्ट टाइप एग्रो खेल सकता है. सेज भी अपने वॉल एंगल्स पे बहुत कुछ खेल सकता है. वो सब एक एक्स्ट्रा है.
Containing the other side of the map and going back late. That slow is going to cause problems though, and I'm not sure Kayak's going to... Or sorry, Levin's going to get out of there, and indeed he won't. Taken down by the Classics, this is already getting a little dangerous.
Yeah, the fact the headhunter and look, all those angles just not quite being cleared properly. The deep control from Kayak has caused them issues already. And sure, the remaining couple of players both have rifles. It gives them the best chance to turn this back around, but the numbers firmly in Fnatic's favor.
This should be locked down, you'd imagine. A round that seemed to be gifted, but instead it's a battle that they never expected to take here. Fnatic 1-1. And hell, we said it, it's difficult to attack on this map, and Eco presents a lot of danger, but I loved what Fnatic did here. Cloud slows made this impossible for Kayak to do what they were sorry, Levin, I keep making that mistake.
Bomber से bomber, अरे bomber अलग है भाई.
And get out. Well, with 2 slows down, there is no get out.
उल्टा बोलेगा तो bomber चला जाएगा. क्या टेंशन ले रहे हो?
Round 2, bro, come on.
But I think for him, for both of these coaches, such an emotional investment. Yeah, they're going to be friends after the game, but during it, they're going to hate each other.
Maybe even for an hour or so after the game. We'll have to wait and see. 1-1. Fnatic with a huge upset round now get the chance to do the same. I do think, especially in early days of a map, especially first officials, I think the splitting up and looking for clues technique has a lot more risk. Because people are going to be able to get away with way more cheekier, riskier plays, even if you may not have seen them so much in the scrims.
सुमित आया तब से खेला नहीं वो गेम कैसा? अरे मेरे को अच्छा लगा. बहुत लोगों को पता नहीं अच्छा नहीं लगा. मेरे को अच्छा लगा.
I will say, just on an agent basis, I'm so excited for both chambers. Narrate's been fantastic. Well, there you go. Didn't even get to finish the sentence before Boaster's head is ripped off. And I don't think I need to tell you about how good Alfea can be.
We saw it in the last round. For KC. Chance to bite back thanks to Narrate. He's in the right place to take a few more. The Headhunter, the best chance that they have. And he'll go down after just the 2, but just the 2 in an eco round. Not as good as it usually gets. Cloud trying to contain. Gets that little heal. He'll be back up to 100 in just a moment. Slow down behind as well, so no support for Levin as he falls. And Cloud working his way towards the ult. There it is. Found one way or another. And a price that I think Fnatic will be more than happy to pay. This should have been a 2-0 start with contention in this round. And instead, Fnatic have the leg up and the Rez coming into the next.
Yeah, I think one of the good things in this scenario is firstly the Rez, but also because you won an eco round, you might look at this normally if this was your like second round conversion and go, oh, this was a lot of damage. But economically, Fnatic have already built up quite a few credits.
Yep.
Now they have Rez to come into the next round with. Another solid showing in a round from Cloud as well, who, as we saw mentioned,
उसका aim push करना है
first
decision
week with Fnatic. Obviously only playing the one
New
game
poll,
in
please.
comparison to the two that were won by KC, and well, an early blitz, an early battle. An aggressive stance from Alfie. That's the value of having that chamber. He's able to escape.
That's exactly it. You see him go so much more aggressive, even as the util's thrown his way. And then he's not only able to escape, able to get healed up as well by Cloud. Rez still in the back pocket for Fnatic. We don't want to see too many overextensions if you're going to pull that into play, but with the mid door down, Cloud doesn't have much to do. He's chosen to go and join the crew towards the B site, and it looks like he's made the right call. It certainly looks that way to him. He heard the Prowler just seconds ago go right past, and yet the flock has flown in a different direction. It's the A side under threat as Kayak's about to find out.
He's going to move the second the wall breaks. That was why he was on that side. He knew they were locked in for the moment, but now looks to join his teammate just around the corner.
It's a double fake?
Love?
The fact is, though, yeah, it feels like KC are more than happy to try and play with this middle control.
India, bhai,
I like the
was
trap
crazy timing ke
if
bhi jane
anybody
ka.
walks into that, if any steps are heard, it gives alarm bells over to Crashies. But yeah, it seems like they're going to go back, and go back again. But they're still walking right into the arms of Kayak, who's ready and waiting, but only one.
And Narrate as well have been waiting the entire round for someone on Fnatic to get aggressive, to push towards the spawn. The very thing that's happening now for Crashies, but it's way too late. This big fake from KC didn't seem to have worked out, but now they've got themselves the site. The Res is possible here for
Cloud. Cloud, kiska replacement hai? That's a very good question. Mods, please solve it.
Res up.
It's free.
No opportunity to really deal damage without a massive risk, but also
big
holding on to that
big
timing is going to be important, and well, it has at least forced them back, but do they know about that second player? They're looking for it. Good work from Dosia, and now can create a little bit of additional space for himself around the back of that site. Cloud knowing he needs to break through this quickly, but even still he's walking back into the hands of Dosia again. He did enough in this round, it seems, but still comes down to Aves. It's another round on the board for KC, and we're equal once again.
It's such an interesting idea from KC. We've already seen them in the anti-eco play spread on the map. So I sort of expected them, after being punished so hard, to avoid that play, at least for a couple rounds. But here, they come in with the B site, pressure the A site, embed two players, one on each of the angles on A, then go back in the other direction, use their harbor wall, and their neon to fake out that B site.
Chat, like our boys!
I mean, this was a wild round from them. It looked overcooked, but it worked out wonderfully in the end, and Doja checking for that flank is what won them.
Oh, the same fight once again, and no matter how quick Alfie could normally be, he's not quick enough on his escape mechanism this time around. Of course, Fnatic's extra credits have been thrown into this one. But with that early man advantage, rushing through this choke would have quite a lot of risks about it. Of course, they're going to break the door, remove one of those more aggressive angles, more awkward angles to clear. But you'd expect if they are going to go this way, I was going to say they need a Prowler or two, but they don't have any of those left. Nice shot from the rain, quick enough to escape as well.
Spike down mid.
3 versus 4, and the angle from Crashies is going to bring us back to as well. And well, the advantage is quickly. They've got some mid control.
Hasid bhai, shout out to you. Baap re bhai.
It's a beautiful idea, but it doesn't look like anyone's been caught in that trap as Fnatic play back towards the site. Now push up in A main, it looks like Boaster's going to take very aggressive control, and this is perfect. They're swapping positions with KC, but leaving the attackers surrounded.
Well, one door shuts.
Of
course, everybody at this point has already passed the angle. Cloud, he's been waiting the entire round for another fight. was just patient with his push, and he knows there's another guy coming, knowing and dealing with Dog would be difficult. But now everybody on the other side is waiting and watching. Fnatic reclaim their lead, and it really does feel like, obviously again, very early stage of the map. This has all been about mid-round calling and less about strategy. I think that was what we saw in the round before. Constant mid-rounding, back and forth. And this was all about mid-rounding in aggressive ways. Like, okay, we've lost this, you fall back here, I'll move here, you move here, and we can trap them in. And I think that's what makes this map a little bit more scary for KC. Is they're probably up against the best mid-round caller in the world.
Yeah, this is why we expect Fnatic and why we've seen them so often succeed on new maps, succeed with new metas. This is a squad that makes their own rules and forces you to play by them. And it's getting frustrating on the side of KC. You could see it in those replays there. Zaysh is not happy with what he's seeing. And for KC coming into round 6, not a lot to work with to make Zaysh happy.
Timing spam.
With the Tour de Force activated by Narrate, is their best opportunity. A few Sheriffs in play as well. And it looks like, again, we will see somewhat of a fake. You see Levin towards this B site, with the spike and the pack towards A.
That's one of the more interesting things about this map choice in general. Like, I wonder, because I expected the teams to be picking Summit to be underdogs. Like, I would go into a game and go, okay, they're picking this because they're an underdog, or if like a massive favorite wants some practice. Whereas in this case, because of form and what we've seen recently from KC, I put these two teams level. So them picking this,
Fnatic supporter,
in my opinion, makes them believe they need an upset map, like Summit, or that in scrims they've been incredible at it. And only time will tell. If it's that they believe they're an underdog, I'm a little bit worried, because I think Fnatic, especially versus GX, didn't look their best. No, it's week 1 after an extended break.
Considering वो लोग कैसे खेल रहे हैं.
KC have looked hot to the touch so far.
That's big damage by Alpha. He's found himself one, slowed down the push, and 8 seconds left to get that spike planted. KC
goodness, both are gonna go outside. Kudos to team, right, and Valorant. Love you, Deepak, bye.
You're playing patient, allowing the plant to come in. Oh, his head's missed.
Oh, वापस अंदर क्यों गया?
Sugetsu thought he was safe in the cove. Maybe thought he could fight back from there, and that's a big problem for Alpha.
Yeah.
Running through that wall is going to be nasty, but Narrate's ended up with one.
Yeah, considering the buy, it's going to all be about damage, but realistically, it's just that singular kill, a comfortable close to the round for Fnatic. But those are the sort of rounds we want to see. With the early forth, the early damage that was able to be done with just pistols alone. With 4 players standing, build up those credits once again. But now is where we'll see the buy.
How does a good IGL affect the outcome
really
of the game?
A lot of hope for KC in, and Fnatic did well. I mean, from the very start, they were using up smokes, blocking out main, nobody peeking when they were down. And it felt like the
by
first
giving
minute
great
calls, that was KC. And understandably, when you have just a couple Sheriffs, classics, but they're saying, all right, Narrate, go find something. We're going to wait for you. We're going to maybe pressure mid while you sit in A main. We're going to play towards this B site, run the fake, and you'll find the value. But he didn't. And that wasn't because of lack of trying. Fnatic refused to give over any opportunity.
Mic drop.
A timeout called here by
Raj, thank you for the mic drop,
Sage wasn't happy with how things are going. This is his chance to remedy that.
Yeah, and I think as well, like getting into a map where you kind of picked it as a pocket pick is going to be fairly important. But also what I was talking about, like you go back in history of VCT EMEA, and it is a very one-sided history that goes the way of Fnatic. VCT qualifiers that we saw not long ago, that best of 5 where KC going 2-0 up, almost throwing it all away and then coming back and closing. Like this has been a team that's in form. They beat PaperX even recently, which was gobsmacking, even if maybe PaperX weren't at their best. But this, for me, is probably the best opportunity we have seen for KC to beat Fnatic. I think in a long, long time.
First match going with the FUT.
It had me excited.
Two match close gaya, third match thoda
we haven't seen much of the pocket pick, so I want to see what ideas they have, and especially with Fnatic, they're going on the attack side. If you're not foolproof in your plans, and it comes down to mid-round calling, Fnatic are going to win.
The other thing is looking at form for KC. You know, you say this is the best chance to beat them, and reality is it's the first time that if they win, I won't sit there and go, oh, that's an upset. Or that's a bad map from Fnatic, a bad series. Instead, this looks like even footing or maybe even favorites off recent form. KC have been playing extremely well. Now, to start this round out, it is no different. A double opening, and yet they don't blitz in towards this A side.
Caster bhi bola na KC heavily favored hai.
If they decide to give up this space, you'll be fighting an extra man. You know that for sure. I still expect them to finish on A, but the patience from KC, they play that freeze just to put doubt into the minds of Fnatic.
A lot of fallback angles. A lot of positions that can be taken. And Cloud again does well, but he tries to switch up. I think Levin actually ends up dying into his own, diving into his own harbor utility, but didn't affect him too much. Boaster ahead of the curve, but Levin is well aware. Another big round for the Neon. And Abez is there to close things out. After the pause, a much more confident round. But again, that feels more off the basis of Fnatic's aggression. I want to see in those slower rounds.
Thank you for the good trophy. Thank you for the good trophy.
When you look at this squad so far,
Hasid bhai mostly रात को ये stream के बाद अगर time होएगा तो
and they start this
time नहीं होगा तो फिर कुछ नहीं कल खेलेंगे सीधा.
Just thinking of history,
Depend करता है कितना बजे खत्म
up against Fnatic to pick it is another thing entirely. And for Zeish, well, he called a timeout, seeing things go wrong, and they immediately answered up with a round, with advantages early on as well. But they need to do it again. Fnatic back up with a full buy. Alfia standing, waiting for this contact, and he'll end up with 11. They throw everything at him to ensure he'll have no impact, and yet still he finds what he needs.
That's one. Trade back immediate, though. Dossier has been on fire so far this game. A lot of time Harbor players suffer with their individual ability, but not him. He's looked great so far with the Viper's pit up, cutting off a lot of the rotations.
Spike planted.
I was going to say it becomes very difficult, but it seems like they're just giving up on that. Maybe expecting at this point that Fnatic aren't going to be giving too much over. Bear in mind the credits are fully dissipated for FNC. Well, they have no choice really but to hold on. I like the switch up of pace as well. Like the KC, we sort of mentioned it. There's a lot you can do with control and these sort of slow rotations back and like the back and forth they were doing in some of the early rounds. And the last two rounds, they've just gone, yep, we're going to hit A. We're going to be very direct.
Bola KC, they are looking very confident. KC strong team mein bhai.
They're going to struggle to slow us down. And
KC har split अच्छा improve कर करके खेला
है. Again, looking at the frustration from Zeish, I don't know if the game plan wasn't being followed, if maybe they were doing it too frequently, overcooking it a little bit. I'm not sure what was going wrong.
Thank you for the sunshine,
You're looking at this as every side is difficult to push. There's so many nooks and crannies for them to hide into. So what do?
He's playing like Messi in the final.
Move like an accordion, and eventually they'll stick on that last fake. They'll never expect the triple fake. I get it. Great stun by KC. No, it was a Fnatic stun, but sure look. But now taking the more direct approach, although that is kind of where we worry about this map, how difficult it can be to play straight into sites. It has worked. Now Fnatic are taking a leaf out of KC's book. They're going to go direct with a push into A main. Not quite running, contacting it, and Naray won't even get to click his TP.
This is good.
That's a good trade. With the weaponry currently on offer, potential to get an operator, at least for now, into Kayak's hands. 94 has been used on the other side of the map, though, realizing the danger of this round and already clearing out enough positioning to get rid of the door. Of course, you can drop down to the left. Pretty similar to what you see on Lotus, but obviously with a big door in the way of the normal gap. Kayak, though, already looking to rotate in. Now, he has to question whether he wants to put this operator into this round or save it for the next. And I think that's where you're going to wait for space from other players. Alfia wants that max down, maybe trying to hold them in. Doshi's gone down as well. Although the time is ticking,
should be easy.
The man advantage, there's much more of a likelihood of them getting back into positioning down into that 2v2 scenario, and Levin is also going to activate his ult, but the spam is perfect. That was enough to close out this round. The time long gone, and KC with a lead once again.
That was big by Sigetsio on the flood into the B side there.
KC looking really good this split. Hopefully to see Narek on international stage. Membership nahi le pa raha.
Throw the reveal to try to punish them on the run out. So once they emerge from the smoke, they should be revealed. But they're not, because there's a smoke.
Thank you, Akshman. Thank you for the $5.
Disappeared, and they get the site for free. Valuable PC utility thrown into the wind, and it's a micro mistake, not something we regularly see from Fnatic. And I do think that's just a symptom of this map being so new. We'll see that change, but for now, it's given KC the advantage. to force.
कभी है
Still
ना
that full
कल
buy for
पैसिफिक और
Fnatic,
ये
though.
में दोनों है कल
I
एनए
feel
भी
like
है
it's
क्या
been a
मेरे
while
लौड़े
since
को
we've seen Alpha
कल
hit
है ना
that form. He's due around.
Oh my.
Okay, Lemon's not quite
Oh
quick
my
enough,
God.
and
ये तो
neither is
मिस किया
Dosu
मैंने.
on the trade. They knew that Alpha would be just around the corner, but he was ready for that second player. Well, a two-man advantage.
भाई घंटा ट्रैक
Of
कर दे
Alfia
सकते
alone.
भाई.
Even still, though, they are slowly making their way towards this B site. An aggressive position from Boaster, but a spam could close the door and leave him alone, but maybe Crashy's alone is enough. In fact, it will be. He was so wary about a player coming from behind that instead they've both been slaughtered and left narrate. But again, probably a save.
क्या लगता है केसी की Fnatic? I think
He's got credit.
I think KC is
But do you want to
strong.
give them an op?
But
He
मैं चाहता
hasn't got
Fnatic.
credit. He's got 250
But
credits,
I
but
think
yeah, the
KC
team
is stronger.
does. There's plenty there to work with. Drop over a rifle, but for a 1v5,
I think KC जीतेगा.
maybe it's a 1v3,
लेकिन
sure.
मैं चाहता
Maybe
Fnatic
he has the spike, sure. But too many conditions stacked against him, and so he will go.
60-40 in favor of defense.
Fnatic, and a tie up the question.
65-35
make it out with the weapon, and well, now the answer should be yes. The only player close by is Crashies. He's deciding not to even
उसको
push him.
पूछो ना कहाँ से हो कौन है फैमिली में.
Yeah, with their own finances, it makes sense. Like,
भाई
I think if they
कहाँ
had
से
a
membership नहीं
few
ले
more
पा रहा
thousand
है.
credits in the bank, they'd probably go for something there.
लेकिन आपने बताया नहीं आपके लाइफ में क्या चल रही है.
Just these aggressive pushes is
उसके बारे में बात करो.
from Alfia. It's why we're going to see Chamber played, I think, in a lot of different teams and a lot of different comps, because there's so many fallback.
Last round कौन जीतेगा?
There's so many fallback angles that you can take. You can literally do that multiple times from multiple positions on the map. In fact, we've already watched Alfia do it across the board. So if he's not feeling confident, that's where we're really in danger.
किक पे स्ट्रीम करोगे तो कितना % फर्क पड़ेगा? मैं अगर सारा वॉच पार्टी किक एक्सक्लूसिव स्ट्रीम करूंगा तो बहुत फर्क पड़ेगा. बहुत मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा. बहुत ज़्यादा. मतलब 3x हो जाएगी मेरी अर्निंग.
He's found himself an opening pick, a nasty angle.
साउंड लो है क्या नहीं?
4 now for KC. We've seen him play more direct in recent rounds, find success.
गोली बेटा मस्ती नहीं.
I expect that's exactly what we're
Smith
going to see.
for the €2 and for the €2 Brijan. तो करो ना पागल है क्या?
Take you all the way to your own spawn. Again, showing the value of what Chamber can bring, and there he is once more.
भाई नरेट ने कुछ तो ऊपर मारने का प्रैक्टिस किया है. और ऊपर वाले बंदे को उड़ाया.
It seems they know he's there, and that makes it all too easy for Levin.
मैं तो बोलता दरवाजा पहले बंद करके नीचे खेल लो
तुम. It feels like it has to be a save scenario, and okay, Kayak is a little bit ahead of the curve. He is going to be able to kill off Sugetsu. With a res, there might be a temptation. It's just looking at the positions of where players could be resed. It's only really back B
सिर्फ रेवेन्यू के लिए मैं थोड़ी ना ऐसा करूं. बाकी EWC हो गया, ENC हो गया, VCS हो गया, जो मैं पहले नहीं करता था वो वैसे भी किक पे कर रहा हूं.
They want this one under their belt, and with Cloud down, that should pretty much seal it. Kayak, take a glance at the credits. Alpha is pretty low, but has an ultimate to work with, so it's not like they'll be missing any pieces if he does go down, but I think he's happy with how many weapons he's removed from KC. Not that it'll make much of a difference.
बस 1440p है इसलिए इधर देख रहा है. अरे बिंदा जिधर
6-5. The back and forth of this map continues, and nobody really able to get a foot on. Of course,
बढ़िया है एकदम. तू तेल बेच.
Don't really know where this map is going to land in terms of if it's very one-sided to one side of the map. Someone might be having a great half or a horrific one, but I also think it's you're going to learn the most.
भाई नरेट का 10 राउंड में मैं कम से कम 8 तो मैंने कुछ तो क्रिस्पी शॉट्स देखे.
For the most part, if you're in the same group as a team, you won't have played any scrims against them. No, and nobody really does that, and unless they're insanely confident or quite bad. So those will be the the likelihood that neither of these teams have played against each other just yet.
That जज साहब आ चुके हैं. फेल दो इसको. तुम लोग ही बिंदास. देखो टेक्निकली वो मेरे से गाली खाने ही आया तो उसको मजा आता है गाली खाने.
Second shot makes it almost like an outlaw.
New outlaw or old outlaw?
Well, it's only got one shot.
नया Pokemon है.
Yeah, pull out time. New outlaw. I'd say he's got the new outlaw.
Is it inaccurate? Is it inaccurate?
Oh, he suspects that Sagetsu's in the corner. Cloud, I don't know what gave that away, but that's beautiful work. Breaking the wall took a little too long, and now, posted up on the angle will be Alpha. Damage onto 11, 16 HP. Slide all you like. That should still be an easy shot.
ये वॉल रुका ही नहीं.
They've thrown in the Reckoning, but they're not done anything with it. They were building up orbs to get that ultimate online, and instead
उसको लेफ्ट राइट हुआ है. कोई दरवाजा बंद नहीं है और वॉल नहीं किया है वो.
Crashies has just completely shut them down. They're trying to swing back into this angle. He's just waiting for them, but again, Dosia lands the shot.
वॉल किधर
Even
रुका
still,
है?
though, 25 seconds. They're hightailing it towards the B site where Boaster is waiting. Dosia again. This fight could be everything.
ये crucial है.
If Boaster gets this kill, it should be round over, but it seems like Abbott spotted him. It doesn't matter. The IGL has closed this round for Dosia. He needs this kill within seconds, and he does get it, but he's not going to be quick enough to turn back around. 6-6, dead even in our first half of Summit. Let's see if anybody's learned anything ready for that second half.
Yeah, indeed. Well, look, here's the thing. We've had a lot of expectations around this map, and I don't quite know where it sits, but we're not the only ones who've had thoughts about it. In fact, we sat down with some of our pros early on to ask them what they think of
mascot के साथ dance ना करो यार. Fanatic.
What's the biggest thing that surprised you about Summit when you first started playing?
It's a combination from a lot of maps. I said that when I see how tight some of the corners are, especially in more so city spawn, like in that area.
It's looking like a huge map, but also too hard to attack because the side entrance is always so tight.
Yeah, the map is really pretty. I love the colors. Nothing's too bright. And I think when maps aren't too bright and I can see the outlines of players, it's a map where I really thrive on.
How at some points it's way too open in some areas, and at the same time in some of the areas it's way too claustrophobic.
You can shoot the doors, the close
doors,
देखो
guys, Binks का dance
and you cannot open them back. So it's like
और कल जीतेगी तो डांस करना पड़ेगा. काहे भाई? मैं हुई नहीं जी में.
Something new, so probably it's gonna be fun.
हाँ?
Welcome back, folks. 6-6 at the halftime. Now, Tom, where do you think this sits for KC? Was that a good half on the attack?
Sure.
Answer was
Cloud ने किसको respect replace करा है? Oh mods.
Have Fnatic done enough? Have KC?
ये सादा सुधा questions handle करो.
I don't know. Let's find out. We're gonna get back into the game, and for Fnatic,
ये क्या glitch है chat का? क्या glitch?
Good half out of Cloud, but the highlight we thought would be Alpha. We thought would be Narrate.
Fnatic क्या vitality?
A lot of big rounds during that. There's a big reason why we're seeing
Fnatic
this neck and neck.
मैं बहुत बार बोलता
हूँ. Yeah, I think it's very easy to sort of sit there and go like, okay, he's playing the Harbor, he's probably not statistically going to do that well. I think that's been a curse. Like we saw Profek a second ago, that man likes to complain a lot about having to play Harbor because it does normally damage your ability to frag, but he seems to be
अगर आप
doing
स्ट्रीमर नहीं होते तो क्या होता भाई? मैं अगर स्ट्रीमर नहीं रहता तो क्या होता वो मैं तेरे को बता नहीं पाता क्योंकि मैं स्ट्रीमर है करके तूने ये चैट मेरे स्ट्रीम में पूछा. अगर मैं स्ट्रीमर नहीं होता तो ये चैट तू किधर और नहीं पूछ पाता था. समझ रहे तू?
But we've also got Viper on the defense. I think that's always an interesting talking point. Maybe not as interesting as the chamber-on-chamber action. As already, we're going to see a couple, but then the trades are back immediate. Advantage now, one way. I think Sagetsu got seen before he got past that, but you know, he's fine.
लिख के रखो वो लोग A read करेंगे.
He's in a good position here. It seems like Aves was going to go walkabouts and try to link up with this A site push.
A read early
to help out the defense.
101%.
Slowed this down, and well, in the 4 versus 3, they're doing the right thing.
200%
back up. And again, we saw this wall on the attack, but we didn't get to see it used on the defense.
300%.
In that first half, Fnatic playing without it. And this is interesting to give them a lot of control down bottom mid and in A main, just to make those first fights so much more difficult for Fnatic. Hasn't been that difficult. They've got the advantage, but maybe not for long.
They both know each other's there now. It was the element of surprise that Aves had initially, but
30 seconds
didn't
left.
seem to catch Crashies at all. And as said, these are the sort of moments where you normally talk about Fnatic doing their best work. Boaster just selling a full-on ruse. Look at him. He's shot the button. He's gone, look, the wall's gone down. Smoke up.
Bro, अंदर जाके भी fake वे कुछ नहीं किया.
Yeah, I think the penny's now dropped for Sagetsu, but he needs to kill off Boaster. They have done that relatively quick. They've also then implanted another player in Crashies, though, Do they check for this one? If they get this kill, maybe there's a chance of winning the round, but it's not a trade that goes favorably. They would have liked to kill him off without losing anybody else now for Kayak and Cloud.
भाई नरेट ने लेकिन कितना एडवांटेज दिया है बे.
Again, has to be a little bit careful with how aggressive they're being.
He's made it all the way past. I mean, put it this way.
You don't have power to do that. Catches.
Kayak's gonna have to sprint. He's on the right character for it. I'll give you that. And the tap.
FNC का comeback होगा क्या लगता है? 1 साल तो break लेने करके बात हुआ था.
Steps were from Kayak. 7-6 for Fnatic. The lead is theirs again.
Hopefully next year.
Yeah, these are sort of the things I'm talking about when I
say
that
कर लो इधर chat में नहीं करता रे
इग्नोर. Sure, it probably was a little
ये
bit
VCT है क्या EWC है VCT
It's just like, okay, you're going to wait out there. I'm going to sell pretty much a perfect ruse on this side of the map. He didn't even know that both players were there. Neither of them were going to move while he's doing all of that. And then they get the plant for free. They put the wall down. It means that a player has to run all the way around and stand basically perfectly in the open with no chance of an easy fight. That was very comfortable.
Power to look this good, Sachi.
Continues. Yeah, it's a little bit worrying for KC's map pick, but
sound बढ़ाओ.
Plenty more to come.
पहले बोलो ना क्या देख रहे हो इतने टाइम से?
Well, round 2.
अगर एक भी मारा.
Great with a headhunter in hand has already dealt death to one, and he saved at the last second his Kayak as the wall shut down. It's going to allow him to get back up to full health, and what could have been an awful advantage to give away ends up as still a pretty workable position for Fnatic in the post plan.
Well, the jumping right-click classic over the top of the Sage wall, to my surprise, did 0 damage. But maybe that'll work out next time for Zagetsu. Kayak's position. Okay, never mind. We're talking about Cloud. Another couple. Alfia there to support him. Got to be careful. He's being swung from the other angle. Again, this is incredibly costly and got dangerous. Down to just one man standing for Fnatic. Not clean whatsoever. And now they're going to have a choice to make.
Bro, एक चीज
how much they invest back into this round.
I don't know
like
जान पुस्कर कर रहे हैं
यार. Oh my god, 3,000 kills.
W के दे.
That's pretty impressive.
हाँ तो एक चीज chat, एक चीज मेरे को पता नहीं जान पुस्कर कर रहे हैं कैसे ना. वाइपर जो वॉल बना रहा है ना ए पे, वो ए से मिड तक का वॉल बना रहा है जबकि मिड फाइट नहीं ले रहे. मतलब ये वॉल से अच्छा स्मोक डाल के रिटेक वॉल कर सकता है और मिड पे कुछ फाइट ही नहीं ले रहे.
He already has it. He already has it ready. 8-6. Fnatic now trying to defend that lead, and well, look, losing this, they'll still have it. They've got a lot of rifles here.
ए पे तेड़ा वेड़ा वॉल बना के
heavily into this one. They went in almost with a full buy, and it means the two players are basically on 0 credits for the next round. It's a less conventional bonus than you might normally see, but I guess they took so much damage in the last, they decided to risk it. Also, they did have the Nightfall, and then you go, okay, that might bring us the round. Well, Crashies died immediately in the initial battle around A main. So they don't have that ultimate anymore. Although they could get it back if Cloud gets a singular kill, and that is why he is being set up to take contact by Boaster.
क्योंकि मिड खाली छोड़ रहे हो लोग.
After losing opening pick, it's a very, very slow round. 40 seconds, Spike making it to mid, and now the split to the A side. But KC ready. Those are just now starting to look in the other direction.
I look at Narrate as well. Look how far forward he is on the B side.
Good chance for KC. Numbers in the right place. 11 caught by that stun. No, great work from Boaster. An Astra utility hitting, and the wall has left Zagetsu on 21 HP completely alone. If Cloud's the one to get the kill, they'll even have the res to add on, and he'll just go for the plant for that exact reason. Boaster with a freebie has set them on a path to victory. 4 versus 3, and there goes the res.
Cloud gone.
Boaster मारेगा.
Walking back into the angle, Dosia seems to have a good idea of where his opponents are standing, but has to wait for his teammates. Both of them are still on that flank. It's patience from KC, hoping that someone makes a mistake instead. They now have that information, but that was also just to give space over to Dosia. He's trying to bait Kayak into the fight, but it hasn't worked. Eventually, though, he will clear out Kayak and leave Boaster alone. But the time is already ticking, halfway gone. He needs to swing this, and the trade is perfect from others. There's a round that looks set to go the way of Fnatic, but KC, they fight back in.
Yeah, good work from Aves at the end, a 2K in that round, but again, Doja getting more work done than he should. This guy has been such a highlight of this map so far, and I can't even put it all down to the Harbor. It's not like, I do like the Harbor, don't get me wrong. When I saw these compositions, I sort of lean towards Casey's, not even just because they have a Viper. Let's go! Because I'm not even I'm not sold fully on the value of Viper on this map. But Harbor, on the other hand, on that attack, being able to dish it up is beautiful. 1.95 kills per day. God damn it, I'm a liar. I'm sorry.
Late mid to आएगा तो ही. Early round में नहीं.
Didn't mean to be this guy, but.
No, it's not you. Alpha needs to try.
ये हो सकता है
अभी. That's true. That's true. 3,000. That should be 5,000. Come on, man. I hope he didn't hear. No one said that.
ये लोग wall down करके एक साथ mid fight ले.
He's like 2 foot taller than you. You should be careful.
2 foot is he's a 9 foot tall man. I mean, what can I say? Pistols, Alpha Air with a headhunter, and I think a weapon has been deleted. Indeed, it was a weapon. Kayak now picking that up. Crashes in himself, making their way towards this B site. And guess who's standing there? It's the Raid boss Doja.
Full buy करा था उनकी गलती.
But they'll go the other way.
Fnatic ने buy कर उनकी गलती bro. Simple बात है.
The problem is the opposing side re-aggressing as a group. 3 players taking back the fight into middle and giving them a further advantage. Now Cloud does still have that res available, but it's finding a position of whether it's worth being used. Well, you can see just Dosia's ability to just fall back to another angle to fight from. He's been doing it all the way throughout this round.
जो obviously मेरे को बताया और जो conversion मेरा हुआ है, वो तो मैं बता नहीं सकता.
They're going to get themselves in towards the side.
मैं सिर्फ इतना बता सकता हूँ कि
from this point onwards, it makes sense for Casey to almost just wait and play this as a retake.
तुम लोग 2 साल बहुत crazy करोगे, starting with 2027.
That is exactly what
तो आगे और बहुत crazy चीजें हो सकती है. और अभी बहुत टूर्नामेंट्स आने वाले हैं, बहुत Esports होने वाला है, जितने भी यंग प्लेयर्स हैं, जो लोग इमॉर्टल हैं, वो लोग को बहुत स्कोप है.
He's the one stuck in the corner. Boaster steps in to help, but he's only got a classic. Kayak's going to have to take this one across the line. 53 HP as Cloud comes in to help out. Steps into main, but he's walled off, and he'll have to play this one alone. Not a bad angle. Oh, it is. Actually, the boxes are in the way. I don't know how he's going to get away with this one. Straight to half, and already KC are deciding who gets to take the defuse. 8-8. A weapon saved for Cloud.
Like young, immortal, new talent.
Yeah, it was a lower buy round for Fnatic, but I think they might have hoped to do at least a little bit more damage once they got into the post. But again, I just really like the patience from KC. Like, even though I think people have maybe overreacted slightly about the no strats comment, it seems like their communication is very good. Like, you can even see when Dosia goes to swing, that was the major danger when Kayak's holding that angle. They just go together. Like, him and the Raid were in perfect harmony to take that one across the line. And while Fnatic, after losing 2 rounds post pistol and second, they're now going to have a pause of their own. Of course, it's Eng and
Love you, मेरे stress रहो, बकचोदी करते रहो, अच्छा लगता है after a long day now. Love you, मेरे जान गड़े. ए आरवी के वो बॉल का कुछ चीज़ है क्या आरवी के? हाँ? और मिड फाइट नहीं ले रहे तो? या फिर वो सिर्फ ऐसे डरने के लिए कि मिड फाइट कभी भी ले सकते, बस इतना उसके लिए. जबकि जिस हिसाब से ये लोग का कॉम्प पे, ये लोग तो घंटा नहीं डरने वाले, ये लोग तो फाइट लेने वाले. अरे मोंटी, क्या हो गया है? सब ठीक है? आंसर दे दिया है तेरा 1.5 साल पहले.
Going 3-0 in the group puts them in a great place. For Fnatic, it was the break in the pause. But now, let's listen in to how they deal with this attack side.
Yeah, do it down. Take it back. We're gonna res, it's fine. Came through! Oh, just...
Spike down, B. I have the spike.
I'm walking dragon right now.
I'm gonna. Do you want me to smoke you off, Alpha?
No. There's a trap here. Hey, can you smoke here?
I'm walking in again.
Do it. Make pressure on the B main if you can. Do it. I have really good timing. Wait, now wait. I haven't. One backside and one locker. One locker, one backside.
My bad. I didn't put the stun that round. I didn't know we were gonna. I thought it was just a B main default.
They're being punished.
Yeah!
Come just run.
Oh, that's a big blow down to Fnatic. They try to go for the res in main, but Sugetsu
thank you for the 40, thank you for the 40.
Made the play, flew under the radar and struck at the right time. That's exactly what Narrate is doing now. He's heard that rotation to the A site. He's called for Doja, the big player for this squad so far, and he's going to be in position. Rotate on the way from Sugetsu. And the ult to delay them, to cost some time. 14 seconds less now. The plant needs to come through, and the flank is underway. They're buying time as Narrate has got a freebie. Cloud down and out, leaves Boaster alone. 4 to take. 4 must die in his hands for any hope, but no. KC, 4 players alive. That big credit-making round, and the lead is now theirs.
Kick pe just setting hata valorant.
I think the most concerning thing in this round for me is that Sugetsu is alive at the end of it. Like that, a man that basically gets an opener, runs back through your wall while you're putting it up. Well, let's just have a look. Opener goes through, you wall next to him, and then he gets to go and kill 2.
I think
and then leave.
Yeah, the fact
he then leaves? How does he leave? How does he escape that moment? Like, in my head, I just assumed he died. Because I saw someone else die. I was like, that must have been Sugetsu. Because there's no way he could still be alive. That's mental.
Can I tell you what worries me more? No. We just had a timeout, and I heard Boaster in the listen and say, I didn't understand the strat. Timeout from Fnatic. That's not what I want to hear. There's mistakes being made there. And KC taking full advantage of it, 9-8. The lead is theirs, and the man advantage in this round as well. This is an investment for Fnatic. They are leaving nothing on the table, or next to nothing. Boaster's got a little bit of cash to spare, but the rest of the squad are skint. For KC, double digits will likely see more rounds fall their way with an eco after. Fnatic shut out of top mid control. Still desperately trying to break through on A. There's a Viper's pit blocking off one side, and if they go back to B, well, Narrate's in their spawn now.
Yeah, they're able to get so much ground. The only real problem, though, is that he might have missed the boat. Yeah. Now, there is still a player over on that B side of the map, so no matter what happens, eventually his flank is likely to pay dividends.
But Levin's looking the wrong way.
Yeah, Levin has no idea.
Because he assumes it's clear because Narrate just cleared it, but there's a big gap, and they've just now realized it. So we talk about mistakes in the last round for Fnatic. That's an abysmal one for Cade. I don't want to see a replay of Zaysh because he has broken something. And now, and now they've let Boaster walk right past. I don't know how much value he'll have from this position.
Well, you'd say
he could catch him going back in
post, but there's the backstab eventually coming through.
Boaster's got this round.
He should do, but we have to wait and see. A Bulldog ready and waiting. Stun through. They're looking his way. Or they were, at least for a second. It seems like they do have somewhat of an idea that he's going to be coming from this position. Timing going to be everything, and he's got the timing perfect! Boaster takes over! The backstab, the knife twisted! Oh, it should have been a flank on flanks. Now that man is all that's left in Narrate. Around set from the get-go to go the way of KC, but Boaster throws the ultimate spanner in the works. 9-9, nothing separating these two teams. No one able to escape that one-round deficit.
I am so scared of the replay we are likely to see of Zaysh. That round's got to be so frustrating. They push deep and take control, and they lose to a blind spot that they created. And then later in the round, this happens as well.
That might be the cleanest Bulldog triple spray down I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh, they're trying to calm him down, but it's not working.
Oh my God, Jakey!
Huge. I will say, I can blame him 0% for the reaction either. I think I'd be worse. And that's such a frustrating round. That was a chance to put Fnatic on an eco, to run away with this map. And now, Fnatic are right back in the game. And when you say that, you very rarely see them leave again.
Well, yeah, let's say that it's been a bit messy. It's kind of what we expected with the new map, but I also think for KC the risk is slightly higher considering they're the ones that picked it. And yeah, I didn't expect to see someone die almost literally with their pants down. But hey, right back in it. Purchase available. Narrate does have the tour de force, but he also has a rifle, so I'm guessing he's not used it. And it's just waiting on the other side. It's bait. It's a beautiful bait, but the reveal almost gives up Levin. He's going to get out of here, isn't he? No, he's pulled back. Luckily, he had a teammate to throw down the cove to make sure he was safe. A great bait and switch.
Kick
slide and well, you can't.
I was kind of hoping that he was going to wait until
that's what I thought,
and then he was going to slide, and then he was just like,
maybe
he
just had a misread in the timing, even though it happened just a second ago. But that, you know, is what it is. For Fnatic, well, look, the last round was a real haymaker, straight to the chin of KC. That one's going to set you back a couple steps, but their legs not looking so wobbly, standing tall now at 10-9, and the lead back in their hands. All they need to do is, and I think we saw this on the attack side in the first couple rounds as well, though there was some success for that there. So I mean, it's not as airtight a point, but I do think that not overcomplicating things has its benefits here for KC, especially when it's a new map, and there are some gaps being created that they're clearly not aware of.
With that, I think both teams at this point must have accepted that there's going to be sucker punches in this map, and they just have to get back up. It's like a Tyson Fury back from the dead style thing, because the last round, well, the round we just saw was obviously a guy managed to get away with hiding in a corner. That was a nice bait from Narrate. The round before was wild, and the round before that was wild. So I think both teams just going to go, all right, this is, you know, it's going to be messy. We're going to get on with it. For Fnatic, again, they're in a position where economically not the greatest spot. They do have an overdrive. The counter immediately thrown in though, directly placed in the face, and well, I was going to say he was unlucky timing for a swap, but actually he trades evenly.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know how he got away with the kill there. Doja onto Alpha, seeming to stack the advantages. Our KC Boasters answered back. Levin's been caught as well, and well, we're back into not only even footing for Fnatic a second later. It's an advantage with the plant coming through on Cloud. They can pull back another player, but the bodies aren't really in the positions to do that. Boaster, on the other hand, getting into a great position in the same old setup that we saw work for KC in the last night. Oh no, it's not a bait! They ran! What? They ran through! I thought they were gonna bait! One player takes the fight, the other stands in the corner. They just saw it happen. Crashy's alone. Now the numbers were in his favor moments ago. He's going to deal with Narrate up close and personal. And he will. Bailing Fnatic out with a Red Bull clutch.
That was a terrifying round.
What was that?
I can only assume that Fnatic thought they were further back, put the Cosmic Divide, take control of the smoke, wait for them to run through. Instead, they were much closer than they ever theorized and got absolutely wrecked for it. But luckily, they have Crashy, who is very good at clutching and will bring home the round anyway. They've got to make every single Fnatic fan on the planet sweat to an immeasurable degree. No high fever can ever beat being a Fnatic fan.
Hi, Kalislal, Carrelo!
And looked very calm, cool, and collected there. It looked like that was all part of the plan, but I'll tell you, it most certainly was not.
I think that's called acceptance.
Slow orb up and over, trying to hit the button with it. Skill shots. Didn't work this time. Poster. Oh, it's starting out well for Fnatic. They're getting some trades out with some space as well towards this A site. Spike can come through, but Boaster's been caught. It looks like Kayak will do the same. He's 30 HP. So he wants to try to make a play to catch off these players on the rotate. The surprise about to be revealed, but it looks like Narrate was ready. Here comes a bullet.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Res still available for Cloud as well. Rotation. I expect Aves to wait for Sugetsu to join him. The problem, though, is with the wall down, it leaves them so many angles they have to try and swing from. Shot not connected by Alfia, but he's able to escape. And now Kayak, who was known, they marked him on the map. It doesn't matter though. He's on low HP. He's landing every shot in front of him. His third of the round, and Aves realizes he needs to bait them into the fight. He does just that. But Alfia is a little bit more patient. Sits back a bit further, just needs a singular bullet to end it, and he will do so. Now Fnatic have the lead for maybe the first time in a while. It's gone back and forth so many times. I'll be honest, I don't remember at this point.
No, we've definitely been even a few times, but it's been a while since we saw him do the math, run the numbers, get Captain Cow on the case. Either way, I'll tell you what, it has been a back and forth game if ever I've seen one, and I think this has.
कोई मेरा वाला वो क्यों नहीं use कर रहा है? Vandal crazy वाला
ways, those tight little angles. We've seen bait setups. We've seen these crazy ideas from KC to start it out as well. With the triple fakes in like round 4 or 5. There's definitely been a lot of ideas, but equally there's been a lot of mistakes being made. New map that's expected. KC called a timeout here to ensure that they can at least trim a few of those mistakes. Now that it's gotten down to crunch time, Fnatic with the lead and 2 more rounds will send them out of KC's map pick with the win.
And the thing I always like about Zeish is I feel like you see him get
Count
the frustration out
before
he talks to any of the team.
And Aang's almost the opposite. That's the beautiful thing about it. Aang's so calm the entire time, and then he's rattling it off. You can see sometimes he's like, what were you doing, bro?
He's building up the anger into his core so that when he can just launch straight in at rapid
last
speed.
2 rounds, Kajak ko hi
See who
nikalne
does it best. 11 to 10. Fnatic now with just 2 rounds needed to go into a set.
Vandal best.
I'll say Ascent probably feels like, if anything,
ये देख रहा हूँ 5
setup
कर जाएगा.
what we've seen as of recent. So I wouldn't say the series is over, but the pocket pick of Summit for KC, wow, it's looking like the little bits of like tissue or lint that you find in the bottom of your pocket. Like maybe you should get rid of it rather than like.
100 of watch per done. तेरी stream पे love you मेरी जान गड़े.
He certainly seems to feel at home.
Thank you for the 100 jewels मेरी जान गड़े. Man bye.
This is mid push. Well, in fact, it's the tip of that speed.
He hit him.
Landed a good tag, and the heal used up already for Fnatic in the early stages. And now making it around to this A site with the spike. It looks like Crashies might have a job on his hand here. Breaking the door. Trying to sell the fake. But, well, I mean, not really. Not even a PC utility thrown. This almost works better. You just throw fake util, nothing else behind it. It's going to be very obvious it's fake pressure. But you handle it like this. I think maybe you're freezing outside. Maybe you're ready to break in.
Maybe you're faking the fake.
Yeah, maybe
you're out faking or fake with a fake. So you think that you're not faking, but you actually are faking.
My God.
But you're not.
12:30 baje.
Everybody get that? Cool.
I was following.
Moving on.
Following the whole way. And they've done exactly that, Tom. Exactly what you said. Back to B main.
Annoyingly, it is the truth. Doesn't make it any less confusing, but it is the truth. Narrate, however, has not fallen for it. He is waiting patiently to eliminate, obliterate Kayak, and then there's a second layer. But 30 seconds left. Are they going to try and run back to the other side? Because they also haven't moved the next player. Now, the stuns that Boaster have been using have been fantastic, but this time is not sticking around to challenge. 20 seconds now.
ये क्या transition है?
Fallen into a save for Fnatic. The spike is still all the way back towards the spawn. And this time, the fake on fake into a real hit didn't work. And so, unfortunately, they've run out of time.
Yeah, I mean, it was great utility. Like when you look at Boaster putting down that stun that caught Levin a while ago, but they also had players to run after him. They had Kayak to quickly close the distance. Levin wasn't respecting that star. He saw it in the ground. He said, I don't give a damn about your utility. He got punished for it, and now the second that stun's going through, he's already sliding out there. He knows what's going on. I think also last time he was mid-fight when it was popped, so the timing was absolutely perfect. This time they didn't have the bodies to take that risk. 11-11. A good fight back by KC. We're neck and neck for what could be the first time in this series.
Yeah.
But this can only go one way. For KC, a chance to push up to 12, to put the pressure onto Fnatic, for Zeish to have the upper hand against his former head coach. Let's jump in with KC and see how this vital round plays out.
We're gonna play.
I'm gonna
guys, I think someone split maybe. We play heavy. We play heavy.
Nothing.
Can you play it to ult like this maybe without ulting B or no?
They're gonna try to end it from here.
Okay, it's fine.
They will try to revive maybe also. Yeah.
Hey man, Neon, maybe operator. I'll take it.
I'm gonna float on you.
I don't see it.
Tell me when I should take B, Marshall. I mean, he's gonna smoke me most likely.
Ult goes.
Late हो गया.
I'm moving, by the way, Dima.
Two more side, bingo side, green bingo.
Green on side. Is this walled? It's walled, it's walled, red. I will destroy it.
Late हो गया रे, उसको बैकअप स्टन करके मार के भी चला गया.
Fully leave the site. Bad side. Wait, one HP. In front of. I'm all with him. They smoked me off.
खुद के मारेगा कैसे मारेगा?
On you. You just spam me back.
Player standing.
Never mind.
Nice try.
All good. We can do the same shit with our approach.
Crashes was
हर
10
एक मैप
HP
क्लोज गया है
there
ना
as
मैप
well.
3 के अलावा
The molly sent through the shorty in hand. I thought he was dead to
1500
rights, but
DPI and
dodges the headhunter shots and
0.38
fires
good
right
for
back. It's
Valorant
12 to 11
थोड़ा
for
fast होएगा
Fnatic. And again, that chance, that opportunity to go into their map pick with one under their belt is just around the corner.
That kill was everything. Like getting rid of Dozier at the back of the site. I believe he had his Harbor in the Reckoning online already, so if he'd been given an extra second, he might have been able to slow that push to a halt, but instead, the rest of the players flooding in to try and save him. And might, if anything, he might be giving a small favor over to his Padawan.
नींद आ रही है बंस भाई गुड नाइट कल मिलते हैं
Has a pause now to talk with his team, but
4 दिन से तेरा भाई 4-5 घंटे सो रहा हूं
to try and cement their victory in this map.
और फनेटिक के मैच में धोखा देके जा रहा है चैट लाइक करो 2500 लोग देख रहे हैं वाइट पे
Four talking, one spitting bars. It seems like the conversation of Fnatic's happening
यार मैं
within the team
सच्ची
as
बोल
well.
रहा हूं मोमोज खा के बैठ के पता नहीं मेरी
dishing
गाफ
out
है ना
commands.
एकदम मोमोज जैसे सॉफ्ट
One
हो
round
गए
left to play for. Narrate coming in on that
I think
operator. I'm
बैठने का असर है
expecting it to be some defensive aggression out of KC. Narrate's done
Yes,
very well at shutting them down when they come pushing into his sight, but Fnatic quickly seem to plug up the gaps.
Yeah, he got the opener in the last round, and they just went the other way.
So I want to see him get involved in that early stage without just sitting back and waiting.
Hard नहीं होना
We'll see,
चाहिए
that's
नहीं
what we
बैठ
get,
के
10
सॉफ्ट
seconds
होएगा
on the
ना
clock.
हार्ड होता है क्या
And it is Narrate moving towards this A site. Last time it was a really nice bait that was set up. The
बैठ के
same
सॉफ्ट
TP
होता
allows him
है
to go so deep and get right back out of there. But this time,
proof हे
well,
भगवान
Fnatic, at least starting, are going towards the side of the map where there is absolutely nobody. Sigetsu's the closest, and even then he was watching mid a second ago.
Yeah, I think with the trap,
crucial round
the orb,
कुछ भी हो उनको
and the
मालूम है
snake bite, he
फेड
does have
आने
enough
वाला
delay
है
to potentially
कुछ भी
slow
कर
them
लो
down. But the second
Crashes अल्ट आने वाला
aggressive
है
push isn't spotted. The
वो
second
लोग और
Narrate
फार्म
is
करने वाले हैं
firmly in control of that A main position.
Still waiting.
That's where they now give up that spot. Fnatic instead, though, battling more for middle. The button actually being shot by the defensive side. It cuts off a lot of the loop around. And that's somewhere we've seen Boaster really do damage from, so I really don't mind that at all. You limit the amount of angles that can be lost. Sure, you no longer can fight in that position, but Casey don't mind that.
They've just heard how far back is with the Prowler coming out from miles away. They didn't read that there was aggression elsewhere. For that control in mid to be given up. Great opening for Narrate. He gets out scot-free. And now they look to the other side of the map where still KC are in position. And now Aves has the info just in time. Alpha was about to be a real problem. But it looks like KC haven't lost hope just yet.
20 seconds. And they've been hit by the Nightfall as well. Aves has probably single-handedly won this round. And Levin gets to pick up the pieces at the end. Sure, that wraparound in the end from Boaster will be an attempt to do some damage, but it ends up being an flawless. And maybe giving your protege a pause was not the best time to do it because they looked very comfortable. And I'll say as well, I do really love the button break from the defense from Aves, and then him knowing exactly where he needs to cover. His utility from that point onwards was perfect. The fights he took, the Nightfall, he won the round on every decision he made all the way through.
Yeah, genuine.
Pango! Pango! अरे आइसक्रीम देना मेरे को आइसक्रीम आइसक्रीम
Had a good performance. Some would say a very similar performance. And it comes down to overtime to separate these
struggling,
teams.
damn, Fnatic has changed a lot.
But to be honest, it hasn't looked like Narrate really needed it.
No, he was doing very good on the
तुम लोग
defense.
सिर्फ नाम देख कैसे बोलते हो अरे बाप रे Fnatic कैसे हार सकता है
Instead, though, trying to get that reckoning online once again.
ऐसे कैसे हार सकता है ऐसा नहीं होता
creating awkward positions, but also it covers so much of the site, either side of the map. If Dozier can garner it, it can slow a post plant. For now, though, a lot of play towards this B site, and again, it's the same as on the other side. The defensive chamber able to get the opener. Does Alpha go in for more?
He's sitting back, but Levin might go in. It looks like he wants to fight. Maybe if he could go back in time, he'd make a different choice. Down to a 4 versus 2. KC sought some advantages, but they lost everything that they had in the process. Narrate and Doja, they've been impressive so far.
So low.
Doja in the first half, Narate in the second. Still the numbers are stacked against them. The odds not in their favor, and with Narate spotted, it is a done deal. 13-12.
Yes.
And another chance to close this map out for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think a smart round from Alpha here.
आज बहुत टिल्ट हो रहे हैं रैंक पुश में ऐसे बंदे और बंदी अरे क्या करूं?
Even expect somebody to try and challenge to clear him. And again, we talk about the sort of the positives and negatives of Levin. I feel like that is one where you want to see him with a little bit more support and make sure you can clear Alfia, because the fact he's able to just hold on to that ground means anybody can rotate through those positions. He can create a crossfire and help a lot towards the end. 13-12. Fnatic with an opportunity to win the first summit in EMEA. I'm sure there'll be a million different learnings for them to take away from this one, but all they care about is the dub. Although, you know, if there's going to be a spam through the smoke that immediately eliminates a player, it might be a little bit tough.
It might make it more difficult. Crash is on the attack, you know, some would say plays a crucial role.
Pivotal.
And now they'll have to make up for that lack of information, which, as we've sort of stated when it comes to this map, is certainly not ideal. Cloud's going to play for the orb. He thinks maybe he can get that res off a little bit later. I guess he's going to be our planter. He steps away, stomps away so Alpha can get the strike onto Sagetsu. Lovely strategy. And the Spike's even reconsidering this push towards the B side. I don't know if that's because of the pick or because they realized the chamber trip is there.
Again, we see this push up though from the defense. Alpha did go for that operator, but he's playing it very differently. This time with a trap on that B connector means that they can rotate to the other side. Cloud was walking with a wall out, and because of that, Levin's off angle. It wasn't traded properly.
30 seconds
they had
left.
No idea that anybody could be in that corner, and that's a massive mistake. The walk through though from Alfia might have just saved them. It's given them away onto the side, but Aves, again, good positioning. Sat back and catches Boaster with the C's. Now having that man advantage to swing in already, and he has no idea that that player could just be coming from behind, but Boaster's timing, it's going to be everything here. He's being flanked, he's missed the player in the smoke by a millisecond, half a second is all it took, and the timing again from KC is spot on. Both peaking him at the exact same moment.
I mean, Narate is putting his all into this game now. 13-13, another overtime between these squads. And from the game that we've seen so far, I'm actually happy that we get to keep seeing OTs, because it does feel like each team is now starting to get in the groove of how this map is played out. Except for
भाई वो दिन लड़की ने तुझे भरा स्विफ्ट में उसको चैट पे बोला ना भाई मैं मोड बनाऊंगा तेरे को अनमोड करेगा कि डिजर्व नहीं है तेरे को.
Oh my god.
You think players who have international stage like Masters and
Champs, like he hasn't felt happiness in years. It looks like the dopamine receptors shut off long ago. Just staring blank at the screen as they push the OT again.
That was like the Pedro Pascal
strategies.
Yeah, literally.
और वो सब कुछ है ना वो coach और IGL.
Well, overtime number 2. And for KC, an AWP this time in the hands of Narate. That's going to be a nasty surprise if Boaster wasn't quick enough to jump peek it.
बस तेरे को experience काम आता है.
He's completely
जो बाबा Binks से सामने करे हैं तेरे को play style मालूम पड़ता है कि हाँ ये team ऐसा खेलता है वो team ऐसा खेलता है. हो सकता है 2v1 में लोग ऐसा खेल रहे हैं वो सब काम.
Narate just waiting on the angle, but instead he knows at this point that's an unwinnable fight. 2 players to the backside, and they need to try and reset this. Levin is the dagger in the dark.
Language!
Does Crashies even consider that there could be a player here, or does Levin even go in that direction? He's just going to hold on to this ground. I feel like if this ends up in more of a retake scenario, it could be a problem. Or if Crashies times this right, he might catch both. He's going to hear all the steps. That's enough to know that they're going that way. And in fact, he's missing it by a millisecond each time. That's the spike. If he drops that player, it's a huge problem for KC. But instead, he's just biding his time perfectly, denies the plan, and doesn't even need to fight Aves. He knows it because his teammates will arrive. They cleared Levin, no problem at all. And Crashies, it might be just a singular kill, but that singular kill was perfect.
He is so lucky that he had a Phantom there, not a Vandal. The 2 shots he fired down mid, I think he might have hit his keyboard. If that was a Vandal, I even saw them ping that angle that he came from. They were worried about it. But not worried enough, evidently. Someone please take the wall off Cloud. It's 2 rounds in a row. He ran out there, not a care in the world. Looked at the angle twice. They could have swung it at any moment.
Crazy wall play
Didn't even think about it.
Normally.
Someone tells that man to wall somewhere, and I respect it. He's going to do it. He doesn't care what's. It's like watching Hacksaw Ridge. This guy doesn't fear
He's a good soldier.
death. Yeah, maybe he should fear death, but I'll tell you what, he certainly doesn't. Timeout from Fnatic.
America करोगे क्या?
Chance
जागो
to
वरना
close
good night.
out
Good night.
this
Good night.
map.
America नहीं आज.
And Aang isn't going to let that slip without a chat with the boys.
Now, I will say, at 12-11,
आइसक्रीम खा के एक ग्लास पानी पी लेना सब नॉर्मल हो जाता है. मेरा फैमिली डॉक्टर ने बताया था. उसको पूछ आइसक्रीम खाने के बाद गरम चाय पिए तो क्या क्या पॉसिबल है? क्योंकि मेरा एक कप बचा है.
It looked like they had a bow tied on at 30 seconds.
Defender by, can you please ask?
Let's see if this one's a little bit more effective again. It gives the same opportunity to Zeiss, but the defensive rounds seem to be looking a little bit more comfortable for either side. I think especially Narrate having that operator. I think for Fnatic even maybe just figuring out where he is, but normally countering him is tough. And if you avoid him, then he takes so much ground that then it's a problem because they can stack up the other side of the map. So it almost feels like an evil for Fnatic that needs to be dealt with.
Language,
Gary nahi. Last time as well was the guy who got caught out was Crashies. And on the attack
side, how confident are you as a coach for VCT?
That fade.
0.
And it leads to maybe a player
He's done
in the
it
corner
again.
getting
That's
2
the same
kills.
spam.
That's Kayak this time. It's a little bit easier to lose him, but
is it?
I don't think it's going to be easy for Fnatic.
That slides into the site and takes their aim away.
I'd still rather have the fade utility.
Who's he dogging for?
Perhaps, certainly not for Alpha here. That's another spam from KC successfully found.
ये लंबा चलेगा.
They are not here.
Mid पे और डब्बे पे कैसे मर रहा है? Mid fight से मर रहा है.
What do we do on this corner?
दूसरी बार मरा है.
Though, because Prowler you kind of need for the site.
डब्बे पे.
It's the problem is that you're
all do that.
Always in a bad position.
एक सेकंड अगर नरेश रिफंड में मरा.
That one.
क्या?
Great shot from Narrate.
Bro, Cloud का 1 मिनट लग जाता. What the fuck?
Oh, is both.
Bro, 3v3 भाई. Cloud उसको मारता तो.
They need to find a footing in this round though. That's what becomes tougher. Singular star.
में नहीं मारा उसको.
Still in pocket. However, just flying. If Crashies kills him off, there's an opportunity, but he loses the fight. And now Boaster has to fight versus 4. Sure, 2 of them are low, but they can almost just run in and give the information of where he is. There's nowhere left to go. Hit by every piece of utility that was remaining in the belt. Somehow yet to take damage. There's one, but anything more, an impossibility. They narrowed out the angles. And okay, this one isn't flawless, but it still seems fairly comfortable for KC. 14-14. It might just be an attack side round that ends up being the decisive factor in this map.
Yeah, definitely feels like it for now. But for KC, how can they keep getting away with this? 2 smokes to start the round off that they spam straight through.
That will be momos, chai, ice cream,
Narrate being the problem, being the issue. That operator could be anywhere at any moment, even in the most aggressive positions, because he can TP back out. And instead, it's 2 players spamming a smoke that win the round.
Just gonna get a pause every round from now on. It really is like, get in there and make it about you. It's been the storyline today. The coach is faced up with
यार वो बाल उड़ के कॉलेज जाके कोई टिप देना सबके जा रहे हैं. तुमने मेरे को कभी बोला था आयुष ऐसा कुछ?
Nation Aang used to live in harmony. But that was before Fnatic attacked. Exactly. They took the coach. They stole him away. In fact, no, Aang said, I've had enough. He said, this has been such a disgraceful season.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
If we don't do anything here, I'm leaving. They didn't do anything. And you know most people do. Bench themselves, take the money.
Prem bhai ko maine prem diya tha na, wo dekho na 9
ended up
months
landing in
membership.
Fnatic, and now's his chance to prove that last year was a blip, or last stage was a blip on the radar.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. KC have just got to be sat there looking at Fnatic as if they're Vitality.
कब खत्म होगा? अभी तो मैप बंद है.
Wow. Slightly different.
You are my spirit animal, Binks. क्या बात कर रहे हो?
I'll say.
Oh, 14-14.
Fans are gonna love you for that one.
Binks भाई आप मेरी motivation हो खाने में.
big game from the right. On the other side, it's Crash. He's
जो attack जीता वो जीता.
3 kills. Where have they come
वरना ये
from?
चलेगा
He's had
लंबा.
some good rounds, but the consistency must be.
और वक्त सब बढ़िया डिमुट गर्ल.
Yeah, he did. Very good game.
Simple
Both
ace
teams
split.
have now taken,
क्या
well, in
counter है?
Fnatic's case, multiple pauses to try and get that final attack round.
Heavy.
KC have taken one here. That's where both
B पे
teams
जा नहीं
have
सकते fast double sentry.
been eluded.
The blue setup.
And well, everything for now screams a take towards that A site, which at least for now is the more stacked up, but we know that KC are more than happy to try and play with those rotations.
वो लोग wall down timing के लिए
shown that earlier on in the game.
ताकि थोड़ा question marks आए. Wall down के बाद आ सकते करके.
It was about 2 weeks ago. Round. Kayak, that same spot Levin's been playing from. A stun, buys a little bit of time, and he'll reposition for the fight. Oh! Sagetsu! Man down for KC, and it's gone from bad to worse as Kayak shows up again. Levin all alone, but it's okay, because Kayak comes to join him. In zone flawless for Fnatic in another attack round. Lost.
Take the pause. Other team wins in zone flawless. I feel like I've seen that one before. We're just in an infinite
sparkling
loop
water.
of rounds,
Kiska
this one
mangane
was
ka?
different because it was a Kayak pop-up. He's had an okay game so far. He's had a moment or two, but I don't think any quite match up to the pure dominance we just saw in that round. And
oh my goodness.
Wish it was me.
Alex, bye!
Well, I'm free after this. 15-14. Fnatic with a chance to close it. All they have to do is figure out the attack. More specifically, all they have to do is not get spammed through smoke twice in the first 20 seconds, and then they're off to a great start.
As we saw, Zaish's plan went perfectly.
Mumbai, August, September में meetup रखो ना मैं आ रहा.
What has been just an infinite streak of defensive side rounds.
€2 of the pounds
enough, it seems like Fnatic have the same idea as our opponents. Try and take some of that control. It's another bait and switch though from the defense. They've left Dosia in this corner.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Instead, it seems he's just going to smoke the angle off. Fnatic, in the meantime, have gone back the other way. There's a trap waiting. And Aves as well.
Sees has caught Kayak, so it will slow the push. It'll remove that neon wall as well. And they're a Prowler down on Fnatic's side with none left to play with. So a bit blind in the walkout. That's perfect for Narrate. Oh, but he's missed the shot. Shot straight through the two of them, and now Cloud's the one to find a double. The man who could have been dead to rights, his eyebrows shaved a moment ago. Instead, it's a 5 versus 3, damage done to Levin, and it looks like the attack side might finally have been figured out.
Well, hold your horses. There's still an opportunity.
There.
Dosia versus Crashies. The Crashies maybe just deciding to back out, and they know he calls for reinforcements, and through the wall, another body hits the floor, leaves to get to 11. Chances seem minimal, and Alfia is still fighting, even on 4 HP. He's had enough of Summit for the day. And while 11, there is no way out of this corner. You can pad the stats. He doesn't even have enough bullets to kill everybody. It's Fnatic and an in-zone flawless to close out the game. 16-14 on first map of Summit. I don't know if any regions had a closer first map than that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll tell you something for certain. Fnatic are leading this map with their heads held high at 16-14. A labor victory, but their pick is up next. And on the other side, for KC, this is going to be a big recovery needed. They look certainly in the coaching booth like it was getting the frustration there towards the end. With Fnatic closing it out.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially with how this round went, the final rounds, like, and the fact that back-to-back in-zone flawlesses. Nonetheless, a man we always love to hear from. It's Mike with Boston.
First time Sumit देखने में मजा आया यार अच्छा मैप है Sumit
indeed on this first summit. I just want to get your early thoughts on this map. Now you've actually had an official and a few extra rounds to test it out.
Yeah, I like it. I think there's a lot of variance in comps right now in terms of when we're practicing. So it seems people are trying to find the meta and trying to find which agents work best on that map. And yeah, I'm enjoying the process.
And how much did it play like you thought it would, now that you've actually seen it on the stage?
I think we have a good idea of the meta. I just think the AWP right now is very strong, you know, with limited resources to clear it out. And I just think, yeah, once now that we've played a game on it, I've got actual good VOD review notes for the boys to not die to AWPs on attack sides. Because if I'm in a 4v5, I'm like, great, round's over, kind of. But we managed to pull through one round from a 4v5, I think.
Well, a few more ideas now to cook. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the insight as well, and good luck in the next map.
Thank you. I'll put you a shake.
We'll be right back. I'll do a handshake there. We'll be right back after this break with map number 2.
मेरा भाई का औरा, मेरा भाई का औरा यार। बंक्स भाई, आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ। एक बिग वाला जोड़ दे दर्श भाई, शाउट आउट टू यू। औरा मेरे भाई का दगड़ दल्ला हूँ मैं। शिम भाई काहे खुद को गाली दे रहे हो?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Wingman World while wanting a
शिम भाई देख वाला 14 months मेरी चल रहा है।
Carmine Corp, we demand
आपके साथ वैसे
is what backs us up.
सीन हुआ है क्या कभी? क्या चीज? हाथ हैंडशेक वाला हुआ तो रहेगा यार, हुआ तो रहेगा।
Red Bull gives you wings.
कोई है क्या चैट में जिनका बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में कांटेक्ट हो? क्या कांटेक्ट चाहिए तेरे? तू ऐसे फोन पे बात करेगा और वहां से कैश निकलेगा, ऐसा कुछ? हाँ? Why you ignoring me? मैं कहाँ पे इग्नोर कर रहा हूँ? मैं दोनों चैट पढ़ रहा हूँ तो थोड़ा रिफ्रेश रहा हूँ। चैट रीड कर लो। डॉलर देने पैसे है क्या? W streamer for a reason. सैंड हो गया पता नहीं यार। Very unlikely आज, very unlikely आज। Keep eyes on me, keep eyes on me। इधर है क्या कोई बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा कांटेक्ट वाला? अरे शिवम भाई मैं हूँ ना, मैं हूँ शिवम भाई, मेरे पास है कांटेक्ट। क्या करने का मेरे को बताओ। आपका बस मेरे को आधार कार्ड, पैन कार्ड, पासपोर्ट आगे पीछे, ये मेन होती है, आगे पीछे, ठीक है। मोबाइल नंबर आपको चेंज करना पड़ेगा, सारे ओटीपीज मेरे को चाहिए। कार्ड का आगे का पीछे का, ठीक है। डेबिट कार्ड का आगे पीछे का, क्रेडिट कार्ड का आगे पीछे का, ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस पे आगे पीछे का। ये सब के बाद नाम वाम तो मेरे को मिल जाएगा पासपोर्ट से। और क्या? विल मतलब अरे विलिंग टू गिव मी ऑल दिस वाला विल। तो ऐसा एक विल पे अपन एक साइन ले लेंगे, फिर क्या व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में मैसेज करो। बताओ क्या सीन है, बताओ, मैं फुल हेल्प। कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला। राइट घर के कागज। शेम भाई सुनो, सबसे पहली बात आराम से। आप जो भी बात कर रहे हो, रैंडम लोग से बात कर रहे हो, तो कांटेक्ट के चक्कर में ना गाफ मत लगा देना, ठीक है। बी वेरी 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 केयरफुल। पता चला कांटेक्ट के चक्कर में तुम्हारा कांटेक्ट तेरा कांटेक्ट ही नहीं उठा रहा है। लॉल। अरे बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा मेरे इंटरनेट बैंकिंग से कुछ क्या एक ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं हो रहा भाई मेरा भी हुआ था इंटरनेशनल ट्रांजैक्शन के लिए वो पिन विन कुछ तो मांग रहा था तो कुछ तो हो गया था तो बाद में वो फिक्स हो गया मैंने कैसे फिक्स किया मेरे को कुछ याद नहीं हाँ बस रीजन पूछना है कॉल सेंटर पे कॉल करना चिमटे कोई कांटेक्ट है क्या कोई भी कांटेक्ट वाला डायरेक्ट बात कर ही नहीं सकता
on either side was not the spotlight and you would be completely wrong because round after round we saw different
until unless वो बड़े जगह पे काम कर
you've heard it from now the coaches now the players
लेकिन
as well.
जो भी
बैंक
का बड़े पोस्ट में जो काम कर रहा है उसका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अगर मेरे चैट वाले बज रहता तो काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप नहीं होती मिनिमम क्या फायदा वरना दोस्त का काम करके बैंक में ये सब सोच ये सब मेन सोचना पड़ेगा समझ रहे हो
an agent can just get a kill and then
Remember
get
order
themselves
करने
out
दो
of
अभी
danger. And I feel like
I don't think it's an idea. I say we bring it back.
Yeah,
ये सब
sure.
enforcement है।
I will say
इंटरनेशनल
one thing
बैंकिंग
is,
बंद
I was
करते
getting a
हैं
little bit
कभी
jealous
कभी
by KC
सिक्योरिटी
clients
रीजंस
when
के
they
लिए
would, like, their chamber chip
ये
and
लो
sit and
शिवम
watch
उसने
their
बोला
chamber
देख
chip. And I'm
लाला
like,
उनका
guys,
ईमेल भी
please
नहीं
know,
चल
like,
रहा है
this is taking
और
the
फोन
full
नंबर भी
space
बंद है
up. And
मतलब
let's
आज
see
तेरे
the
लौड़े
range
लगे
of
पड़े
fighting off the
ट्राई
back of
अगेन
that. I
लेटर
can
ना
understand that. But when there's like 2, maybe 3
इस
players
नंबर
and
पे
there's
सभी
chamber
कॉल
chip,
अभी
I don't think
व्यस्त
that you're
है
actually maximizing the
ये
potential
कॉल
of the utility that you have with the composition that you have, especially when you're running double controller as well. I felt a bit like I had a gripe with that, I should say.
This lends it into something else we had some questions about, which is especially on that KC side, those really deep Viper walls on the defense. What were we thinking there?
They're just they are okay if you want to fight mid, but you have to fight mid. You know, like there is some intention behind it. Like we saw a lot of different changes and whatnot, and I try to keep my mind open and be like, oh, you want to fight for mid? I just need to see you fight for mid. That's it.
I think another thing that we kind of spoke about was when Viper walls are used for conditioning, and I can completely understand that. But I think even in the later rounds, in that overtime, Fnatic were able to make these reads based off of however the Viper wall was positioned, whether that was for the mid space, knowing that KC were never fighting for this mid space off the back of the Viper wall. It gave them an early read on things.
There is the scare, right? Like, you know that most teams, not just Fnatic, are going to smoke mid at the beginning of the round, but you need to be so wary and careful for that chamber. I think they did a very good job. Another player that to me is being such a highlight is Cloud. He's playing so well. The only thing is that sometimes he's a little bit, this is literally the only complaint I can have about it, is that sometimes a little bit too eager in using, like, instead of one slow, he uses both of them like almost instantly just because it's in the heat of the moment and you don't really know. But seriously, I am so incredibly happy for him to see that his performance is now going up to what it was back in the day, because 2026 it was a bit of a shaky year for him, and now we're seeing the Cloud that we have always highlighted as the player that has never won anything but should have a long time ago.
That performance hopefully will continue as we get off of the summit, as we move into the next conversation, as we move forward to the maps. Any final thoughts on summit before we do turn the page?
I want to see more. There was a couple of, I think the KC needs more time on it. I think that they were on summit. They need more time on it. There was a little bit of an overlapping utility in your teammates, but seriously, it was a very complicated map to play for both of the teams.
Yeah, I think that you kind of had mentioned, like, you could see the nerfs on both sides, right? And the overlapping on utility when there's a Viper orb up and then there's a Harbor orb on top of it. Little, like, just very, very little details like this where it's like you just need to get reps.
It's just don't stun your teammates.
Yeah. Well, there was that round as well, but I'm sure that will definitely be picked up in VOD review.
Yeah, I think Boaster put it nicely when he was saying, now we have a VOD to review.
No, I was not speaking of it. I seriously, I was surprised.
Yeah.
In my head, this was a map that they had not had played, and then I was like, when I started, I was like, they have played this map. They actually have played this map.
They've done some work.
It is
more
not
the
something
micro
they just left there. No, they actually played this map.
They've done some work. We turned the page to a map that we know they've played a lot of, or a lot more of, certainly. Ascent coming on in here. What are we looking for?
but seriously, I'm looking at Cloud again. I love this also, this head-to-head, because to me, jumping into this map, this is perfect. Cloud, an amazing performance as well. Now from the KO, Narrate is being a menace for the entirety of this stage. I don't think I've seen him calm down for a single map.
I think it's two players that are definitely on their kind of redemption arc, right? You have Narrate that came back into EMEA and joined this squad once again, hadn't been there since 2024, I believe it was, before he went over to Americas. And then of course you have Cloud, as you mentioned before, has kind of had a difficult year, had a great run to be able to make it to Champs last year, but then is looking to be able to give that chance to Fnatic to make it to Champs this time around as well.
We'll be diving into the agent composition. Anything on your mind?
The agent composition as we expected. Levin playing on that Neon. Same. I think that I want to see a louder performance from Kayak. Do not get me wrong. I do not think that he had a bad first map, but I kind of miss those days where you would see Kayak plus 20ing everyone else. You know, I think that if I want to believe in this,
ग्रुप में चल रही है बकचोदी. अभी ये मत पूछो मैं ग्रुप कैसे ज्वाइन किया.
He can take a nap here. We will be fine. It is
क्या कॉम्प है भाई? भाई क्यों सोआ तो गायब ही हो गया भाई वैसे भी नहीं नर्फ हो गया. ये रिवॉर्ड चेस्ट ग्लिच दे क्या BC कब से 16 मिनट पे अटका है. हो जाएगा कोई सी नहीं हो जाएगा.
Well, they couldn't quite make it happen on the new map of Summit, but KC will dive right back into the arena against Fnatic.
मुझे अकाउंट ओपन करने के लिए 11-12 फॉर्म भरा है. बैंक का, डेबिट कार्ड, क्रेडिट कार्ड, 50 बजे बैंक ओपन किया. बेस्ट बैंक ठीक है. आपका जिंक्स काम कर रहा है. फेनेटिक जीत गया. लेट्स गो. बंक्स बाय कह दो मेरी इंटर्नशिप नहीं लगेगी. लग गई तो थोड़ा 50 गिफ्ट करूंगा. थैंक यू. एंड नहीं हम लोग एडवांस लेते इधर. पहला 50 गिफ्ट सब वही फंड है ना. वही फंड है क्योंकि मदद करने के बाद है ना लोग मदद भूल जाते हैं. ऐसे बहुत सारे एग्जांपल्स है मेरे पास. कुछ बहुत ही ज्यादा तो मैं ठान के रखा. अभी रिवर्स. ये मैप कौन सा है? ये फैनेटिक मैप है भाई. एक ने एक राउंड रहेगा. फैनेटिक मस्ती करके बेस से ए अभी जाएगा. याद रखना. एक ने एक राउंड ऐसा रहेगा.
The pick of Fnatic, sure, but as you said, not somewhere KC have exactly been slouches.
खेल लो ना एक 1v1 शॉट डॉट ओनली. वो कौन सा मैच था? यूटिलिटी बजुका विजे का आता था.
But Fnatic have sent Boaster out to contain this mid and A space. He's seen nothing, and well, if you're making that pressure and seeing no reaction, it's likely that they've stacked up.
Boaster भाई ने हल्का सा मिड में जंप अप पिक लिया था.
At least for now. There's a lot of willingness to play slow rounds and try to challenge for that control, but Narrate upset the rhythm a little bit. Great re-swing from Cloud, though. He was sitting tucked away, didn't get blinded, and pounced just in time to save Crashies, who's now on 6 HP.
I guess if you've watched the way your opponents like to play, having anti-flash spots like that are going to be very important. 35 seconds left, though. Had to fire off that paranoia a little bit earlier, and running back through would have a risk about it. Kayak, though, has dealt with Dosia with relative ease.
That's a good read by Boaster.
Not within the site. It's going to have to be a full 3v5 retake, and there is not a lot of utility. In fact, not any utility to play with.
I must wait. Well, the dry swings go about as well as you'd expect. Big round from Cloud, and Fnatic 1-0. The pistol under their belt.
Prediction दे दो. अरे सोचने तो दो ना भाई. रुक जाओ ना.
To the statistics for sure, and it really is Cloud at the start of this round, avoiding giving them an early pick, and I think more importantly,
मेरे लिए बोल दो जॉब मिला के मैं तो मॉड हूँ. कहीं नहीं जाऊँगा. भरोसा नहीं. मैं वही बोला ना.
I got you pistol. Jake.
Well, Cloud's a modest man, to say the least, but he did get them the pistol. Big round from Cloud.
3 kills and an assist, you know, it's fair enough.
Yeah, he did a lot of the work there, and he kept Crashies alive.
Oh, we saw a second round victory in the last map. I'm hoping we're not going to see another.
A very different circumstance.
Just saying, out of respect, Jake bola usne. Just saying.
The push-up is not badly timed. There's not anything holding on to this position.
आजकल chat noting की बातें होती है. Just saying.
gamble stacked towards the B site. How much damage can they hope to do? Oh, they're going to go back and try and go for crashes instead. A couple of tags, not ideal, but Levin's going to win the initial fight. First kill goes the way of that defense, but this is where Fnatic realize in the mid-round, okay, they pushed that far up. Have they now given up control of the A site altogether? And wow, their gamble is correct.
Yeah, it's a nice paranoia from Boaster as well, that even if Narrate had a flash and was ready to swing out of that smoke, anyone in there is completely negated, pushed back by the paranoia, and they'll make it to the A site. Fnatic, good patchwork in this round, realizing the aggression had come in down mid, down through EMEA, so that site's probably easier to take through the spawn. Now it should be a formality, but Crashes and Boaster already tagged, and it's Crashes. 59 HP with a rifle in the open. There is no fallback. There is no retreat. He is dead after the first fight. The question is, how many can he get? And with only one, this is a very dangerous round. I thought different circumstances would see Fnatic find much safer ground to stand and fight from. Yeah, we end up in a 1v1. But they've just about gotten it over the line.
Yeah, I think low on HP with a rifle. That position is wild. Maybe that was the
paid
gamble.
$20 still waiting for the job.
Check this because of how ridiculous it was. But
तू तो बोला बोलने को नहीं मिलेगा बोल.
Kayak just basically made that look like a montage.
मैंने तो वही बोला नहीं मिलेगा.
He'll come out with
तो नहीं
a
मिल रहा है.
multitude of frags, put himself 5-0.
Just.
Head sentence both mine.
Just indeed.
Just about.
I love it. You almost win on a full eco, and Zaysh looks like you've just thrown the round. The guy is so positive in real life. You put him in a coaching booth. His demons take over. It's a stressful job. It absolutely is. And I think facing off against Dang, now the map under his belt, even more so.
I think as well, now that we've seen some good from KC, pressure is on. People start to believe maybe that road to champions this year is more of a likelihood. And well, Narrate started off well. In fact, the information they've got is incredible. And he's locking them in already on a flank, making it so there's nowhere left for them to go. They could run back through their own spawn if they wanted to. But other than that, they are boxed into middle.
Well, when push comes to shove, KC will be more than ready to answer this call. Won't survive the first engagement. The push through the smoke from Levin finds the spike. It's all onto Alpha. 1 against 5, and well, you'd like to get out of here with some damage done, but that is not possible. 4 players spamming into his angle with so many left alive. Of course, it's an in-zone flawless for KC. Big money maker round coming into round 3.
Yeah, I think it's an important one. Like, you lose a very close map, your map choice as well. You come into a map that ultimately you're comfortable on, but I think having a round like that really sort of wakes you up.
Fnatic की टीम का जो
हर round half shield I think it was 4 rifles in the last.
Yeah,
but they still have a buy in this one, but it's got a couple of Guardians in the mix.
Yeah, the last buy was arguably better for them. This time they do come in with the Guardians, as you said, so it is a full 5 rifles.
Thank you for the water lemon.
Rifles in the previous. It was a buy round for all intents and purposes when it comes to how it played out, and well, Fnatic getting nothing done is definitely worrying for KC. That's exactly what they need. Showing up, Alpha not lost any confidence. He stepped with the Guardian into B main to look for a fight, but decided to back off. Not going to overextend, but towards this A side, there might not be much of a choice. This flash from Narrate coming in as the smoke fades, and they have caught everybody with it. Beautiful work from KC. Great flash from Narrate, and the paranoia to guarantee the space. Good return by Cloud. He is much closer than he knows to getting that kill, but it won't matter.
Narrate manages to hold on to control of the spike, but he is now dealt with by Alpha.
का kill crucial.
Boast's position is interesting. Levin's going to expect it. He's looking towards main. Okay, that's the moment the realization comes through, and unfortunately for Boaster, he's not long for this world.
30 seconds
18 HP. Darts through, and while Alfia felt like he needed to take a risk, and instead he has delivered the spike like a birthday present, left it on the floor.
And closed the door behind him as well.
Yeah. It's about as good as it gets.
They have gifted the spike over, but as you said, right, 2v3, Boaster's on a sliver of health. You have to make a play there.
Attack or defense,
you feel like you have to at least. Doesn't work out for Fnatic this
But
time. And
balance
good kill by Boaster to get out. It will secure 1 rifle. But that's 2 rounds in a
60,
row for
40,
KC.
60, 40
and with the
defense,
big investment from Fnatic into round 3, I think that's going to push the limits and break the bank for this squad. Indeed it is.
Yeah, there wasn't much additional to play with. It seems like maybe they'll be able to have that singular rifle for Kayak. But
How should
that's
time
not
jeet
gonna be a
payega?
particularly pretty purchase. And from what was
भले अपना भाई है
crushing defeat in the last, just for how
अपन
close it
sugar
was,
coat नहीं कर सकते
and the pistol
लेकिन
not going their way. KC don't look phased
मेरे को
at
मालूम है
all
कौन जीतने वाला है
with what was
कल उनका
very
मैच है
solid defensive side versus GX.
इतने ही
Looking
नहीं दे
for more of the
सकता
same.
Running back put in by Narrate, but he'll be dealt with right away. Still, it's allowed some players to flood in behind that wall. Levin being one of them. Finding his first pick up that reveal has caught him. Luckily, Aves
आवाज आ रहा है
there to
bro
help out. That's spam as good as it gets. It seems to be KC's specialty. Although they won't be able to serve Alpha up today. He's avoided the flambe, but 5 HP left. Yeah, it wasn't like he was sticking around too much longer. Aves with his triple. Hunter's Fury is online for the next, and it's clean as can be.
Yeah, I've seen some people with some really good graphic settings that are able to do the things that Aves does, but honestly, that is just impressive with how consistent he is spamming through those smokes, especially after Levin went down. I was a little bit worried, but
मैं सिर्फ हिंट दे सकता मैं नाम नहीं ले सकता chat
credits really starting to build for the defensive side. They'll have a buy at least into the round after round 6.
Language.
But this is where Fnatic come back in with the buy, and they have a multitude of ultimates to play with. Okay, sure, some of them can be traded out by the players on the other side, but I think especially that Hunter's Fury always makes things a little bit more awkward for the side trying to defend.
Oh, both players having them, no surprise for Aves. 9 and 2. He's going to pop it early. He's getting it on so quickly. Why not? But look too good. There's a double tag to close it out, though. Cloud and Kayak both very, very low.
God.
And that's value enough for a blind Hunter's Fury.
Bro, value bhi hai, info bhi hai.
Yeah, I think especially Kayak feels like a bigger problem. He's normally the one that has to break the lines of the defensive side, and him being tagged. Oh, now him being tagged even lower makes that an incredibly big issue. 40 seconds left on the clock as Fnatic now look to explore towards middle. The B split potentially there with Alfia still holding on to main control. Now we're going to see that
problem ये है कि crossing में Phoenix ना मार
put into play. That'll remove the utility, but he's already on the ground.
A couple of picks go back here for KC.
मारना पड़ेगा.
And they keep on going. Aves finding a lot of damage, and with Kayak and Crash, he's so desperately low. Oh, and the damage done to Cloud.
Oh my God.
This is ridiculous. Fnatic are barely surviving as KC thrive in the spam battle.
Oh, no.
The plant's at least
Not
to be
the
found, but now
overdrive.
this ult. This is an insta-kill on any of these players. A laser that will take them down. 4-2 for KC.
Well, time
That's
to go
a
split.
wonderful retake, but again, I don't know how Aves is getting so much done.
Well, it's crazy because you look at this round, one player, I think, got 2 kills and probably did about, what, 300 damage? The other player got 3 kills and did about 45 damage. Just running around at the end with everybody being so desperately low. You also have to bear in mind the initial damage was done by Hunter's Fury. Do you know what? Aves might have done about 400 damage and got 2 kills.
Yeah, I think that might be pretty close to reality. The fact is, like, that Hunter's Fury blind, it's often a big mistake, but they found his value there. And later on for KC, they've got to be on cloud 9. Different
I
org,
hope
but
not.
Let's take a listen in and see how things are going for this squad in the anti-eco.
They smoke him on.
I'm gonna sit on B.
One drop mid.
You're gonna guys, drone, maybe. Take a split. It was just full push on B.
I'm picking slowly. I don't see.
One tiles.
One was about around South Bros. Yeah, one mid should be. One mid.
I block it trap on B.
You're gonna drone. I'll pick him. dead, so dead.
One main.
Yeah, it's okay, I see it.
I'm not helping you.
I have also one top mid.
1 HP, Cypher. You wanna pick him?
Let's pick 3, Tom.
I'm holding top mid, guys.
Yeah, bye. I'm gonna push link.
He's probably main or...
Clean
I have main, guys. You cannot
round,
cross.
clean.
Nice!
Nice!
Nice job, bro.
Insane.
Okay,
this time,
round,
flawless. Yeah, the vibes are immaculate. And look, if you go out of an in-zone flawless with anything but that, we've certainly got a problem. A 5-2 scoreline now, and most importantly, 5 rounds in a row for KC. They faced off against a double bio to start this streak, and they made it look easy.
क्या timing लिया ना?
This obviously being an
जैसे
anti-eco,
मानो पड़ा 100 close आ रहे drone
too
कर
much
सकता है
success
सीधा
with this
pick करके
one, and I'm
मारा.
surprised to not see Fnatic calling for a timeout. Going into round number 8, 5-2 down. They're happy that the players have the
ये
right
round आ रहा है
ideas.
GG. I'm calling it.
5-2 down on their own map choice, and other than the
Prediction
pistol in
देना.
second round,
सोचने तो ना भाई.
it hasn't looked particularly close. 4 ultimates online, but
ये round
they've had
Fnatic
too
आ
many
रहा है.
opportunity to use
Trust
them. Losing players early has been a problem, and just look at the amount
Trust
of
me.
information
बोले
Levin's
बस
already going to
guns है,
get.
बोले
He's
बस ult
walked
से
all the way up B main.
minimum 1 या 2 round
That
उनको
means they
back to back
can
जीतना
stack
चाहिए.
up
अगर नहीं जीता,
players over on that A site, and again
trust
have
me,
this
trust me.
1-2 punch potential trap setup. He's going to walk. You're a lucky boy, Crashies. You walked back at the perfect moment. But does he then go that little bit further forward? No, the drone is actually going to sell the potential of a B hit. And even pull Aves back towards this side of the map, but the other 3 have not moved.
यही problem है.
And now they've heard that they made the right call. This play coming in, Narrate doesn't know where that TP just came in from. Boaster being able to find one, but Narrate still flying under the radar. Luckily, the trade comes in quick. Great flash from Cloud. Got him through that smoke. Back to the spike. If he goes down, there'll be trouble aplenty. Waiting, though, is Cloud as Alpha sneaks his way up top as Crashies waits to catch them on that rotate. But now, the spike falling. Hunter's Fury will be deployed, and Doja won't make it out of there. It's left to 1. Levin up against Crashies. He's already dealt with Alpha in the reposition.
He baited the steps. He baited the steps.
Ready for him to swing up top with 12 seconds left. And Crashies has to go, and he has no idea that victory was just around the corner. Victory turns to death as KC find 6 in a row.
Oh, I thought he'd played it perfectly. I genuinely thought he knew exactly where he was when he baited those steps. I was like, oh, genius. And then just didn't check the window. There's the one spot that went under the radar, and that's a little bit more damning with what was a good round from Crashies, a lurk into a Hunter's Fury that kills off a player, but that last low man standing.
Let's go!
And the momentum continuing for KC, 6 rounds in a row. Well, there is the timeout.
They took their time, that's for sure. And even coming into this round, it's curiosity as to what they're going to decide to go for. We've got credits mix and matched for Fnatic. It definitely looks like we're at panic stations.
Yeah, I think also just this matchup is an interesting one. Back in
इधर problem है क्या drone के
these are
पीछे
just
कोई
the
pressure
stats
नहीं
for
था
stage
उसके
2.
बाद पूरा
It was a
line था.
quieter performance from Kayak, whereas Levin in both games was a high impact player. You look at the map, the WEM right now, 11 is 12
मेरे पास
and 3,
shout out के लिए भी नहीं है. ठीक है.
it's tougher on the attack. I'm
दे दो
not going
prediction.
to say that
Song
this will
request
be
का भी
how the
points नहीं
scoreboard
है.
ends. But he's 5 and 6, and it hasn't really been a star performer for Fnatic yet, other than the pistol round, which, as Cloud said, he gave them. Unfortunately, he hasn't given much more. And that's what we need. Like, this is your map choice, and it looks, if I was going to gamble, I would say that this looks like a KC pick from what we're seeing right now.
No need to gamble.
Well, especially considering that they lost the pistol and follow-up. And they were close. And then they came through against 2 full buys back-to-back. And they weren't close. They were dominant for KC. Especially the first one was incredibly dominant for KC. All the wind in their sails and filling them fully.
Hello, Binks. Love you too.
It's Fnatic who have to find their way back in. They've gone for a buy. They've gone down to their last credits to make this happen.
Arpit bhai, kuch nahi, chill hai.
Something has to change.
जो होने का होगा, tension
It's a bait. They're baiting to try and give Sugetsu an angle. It's one that you'd expect to see, but I like also what Levin is doing. The re-aggression timing is perfect, though. The second time they've done that, and Boaster is gone. Alfia trying to fill in the gaps. That's a wonderful shot. Dosia even predicted that he would be there. Now Levin's been dealt with on the other side. Even still, though, it ends up even. a top mid push that they have to be careful of. They've been flanked before. And
Maybe
maybe Aves was almost just working as a distraction, but they are watching for Narrate. Good prediction from Cloud in this round. And now it's all on to Sugetsu. He had 1 kill in the first 8 rounds. If he wants to keep the streak going, he needs to end with 4.
Spike planted.
ये ले चैट कर दिया तुम भी क्या याद रखिएगा एक्सक्यूज मी चैट लाइक कर
grab some information and well that was a bit of an awkward time to have your knife out. Luckily it's only a half check by Crash. He's now falling back to the site. The high low should be in play and Sugetsu will find it impossible. It's a low setup instead. You said we needed to see something from Cloud, Tom. How's that?
एक वड़ा पाव ऑर्डर करो ना प्लीज सर
Like I said, he won them the pistol, which basically gives you the second round, although it was dangerously close.
कभी पुणे तो मेरे होटल आओ बंक्स भाई डांस इन दुबई.
So it's interesting. This has been a case at times for Fnatic where the player standing in can have some of these standout performances. I think Vekaj regularly has standout performances. But can they now build off that? Because I don't think that if they come out with, say, 5 rounds on this attack, that's not really too much of a problem. But if this ends 9-3, I'd be damned to believe that KC aren't going to be able to close that out.
I'll run it back online for KC. If this is where you want to bounce back for Fnatic, it's probably not the ultimate. You want to look across the side and see the fact that Narrate, especially in the last map, was phenomenal. The Trailblazer.
Narrate cult है
रिटे के लिए
or
potentially at least
अगर Cloud ult मार के अंदर घुसा ना तो प्रॉब्लम है अगर बिना ult मार के घुसा और post plant ult
consistently by KC, but finally it's time to go.
The spam not quite meeting, and they've dealt with Narrate. That's a risky no-scope attempt that ends up with Lever going down.
ult मार के 2 बंदे भी मार दिए.
Aren't going to stop that plant from coming in. Seemed like it was to try and push someone into a spammable corner. Instead, that piece of utility now gone, but there's another ready for Narrate if he needs it. The flank has been spotted as well, so Fnatic know that those back angles are safe. That spam, though, has helped a lot. Crashy still stood in the corner. He's trying to be the snake in the grass, but again, Aves just spams. He's so good at finding players through the smoke, and now Narrate drops Cloud. This is falling apart. The defusal already began. They need to start spamming. They need to stop them from defusing. The swing out, and it's enough from Alpha. A Red Bull clutch to give them another round. It's too close for comfort, but
how close was that? That felt like I thought he didn't have time anymore. I thought the defuse was done until the shot landed. Incredibly close.
smoke में 2 kill मिल गया
उनको. Kept most of alive, but 0.48 of a second down to the wire, but for Fnatic,
okay, let's go.
It was just close enough, and that could be the round that gets them right back on the saddle. 6-4. Cloud calling for them to play together. If they can do that, we might be neck and neck at the half. Who's seen that before?
Camera taken out.
Yeah, feels a bit different on this map. 6 rounds in a row for KC. If it would end 6-6, I think they'd be bitterly disappointed, especially on that defensive side where I think we've seen both teams thrive.
तुम लोग थोड़ा stocks का IPO का ये सब बातें बंद करो भाई. कोई बिना नॉलेज का कुछ कर देगा. उनके पास नॉलेज है, वो लोग कर देंगे भाई, जिनको जिधर जो पैसा डालने का. ये सब बातें मत करो चैट पे.
But it also gives an awful lot of info. It seems like they're going to try and challenge Dosia, but he's just looking to try and slow them down. Oh, of course, weaponry for him is still pretty decent. The pistol that was shown might be a ruse. Alfia again, having to try and bail them out of trouble. He's turned this back to a 3v3. And the attack have decided maybe another avenue is better.
Somebody house.
A freebie. They're walking right up into his crosshair, but an uncharacteristic miss and whiff as Aves puts them into the advantage. Defensive side, well, pressure on a Narrate, a bookie, and a classic, all he has to work with. But Aves on the sides got the big gun, got the reveal to help him out. Well, not going to help anyone out. Narrate's dead to rights, and the door's closing on Aves. But before it does, Cloud taps his toes away.
प्यारा player है बे.
Sugetsu again.
कल एग्जाम है मैथ्स का थोड़ा गुड लक मिल जाएगा बेस्ट ऑफ लक बेस्ट ऑफ लक मेरी जान रोटे मैं मैथ्स ही मैं टॉप करता था
It's so quick. Again, it's another round. The Cloud is almost single-handedly winning for Fnatic. It was Alfia to start and then him to close. 12-9 at the moment, and it's only Aves who is 18-6 right now that stands above him. But I can't believe we're actually in a spot where Fnatic now go into this next round with an opportunity to leave this half level.
Last player standing.
I really didn't think it was possible for them to end up level at this half. Like, the last three have been remarkable from Fnatic, and considering KC have had nothing but success before that when it comes to buy rounds, and there were plenty of them. This recovery has been sensational, and a lot of it is Cloud. Like you said, I think 4 of the 5 rounds I'll put down almost single-handedly to that man. Maybe he's needed one more time to put us level. Hunter's Fury online for Aves, that could be a big problem. Last time, he took over the round on the back of the
I'm almost MBA.
He's taken over a lot of rounds. He's had an insane map so far.
Technically, बारिश की वजह से मैं नहीं बन पाया.
Loose style of calling.
Which is not my fault.
Is helping him out a lot specifically. Either way, though, the attack side maybe finally about to make a move towards that B site. Levin just walks out into the open. I think he even caught Alfia off guard. Now maybe just seeing Alfia was enough to make them believe initially it was just a lurk. Instead though,
Alt मारा इसके काउंटर पे अच्छा था उसको लगा दोनों जगह प्रेशर
that's Crashy's gone. He's been having a rough one. Breaking the trip and now moving their way back towards the A site. 30 seconds left. A trap set up there once more with a flash, just waiting around the corner. They know, they have an idea. The narrate is there and clear him with ease, in fact, but they need a little bit more. Aves versus Boaster, the IGLs, and it's Boaster to come out on top, but Dosia's still here. He makes it should be impossible to plan, but never mind. Cloud again, and he's removed the ultimate from Levin as well.
God.
Another saving grace from the new buy on the block, but not this time. Levin will make sure at least KC will go in with a lead. But let's be real, Mitch, it should have been a much bigger lead than this.
This should have been a much more convincing half indeed. 6 rounds in a row. Coming off the back of winning round 3, of dealing with 2 full buys, of hammering Fnatic into the ground. This looked like a dominant scoreline.
बारिश की वजह से
Fnatic there
ड्रोन
is still
नहीं
hope.
होता है सुना था ये कुछ नया सुना देखो भाई मेरा बात सुनो मेरा MBA 99% कंप्लीट हो गया था एक पेपर का सिर्फ प्रोजेक्ट का कुछ तो मेरे को सबमिट करना था हियर मी आउट समझ रहे हो पहला बारिश आया मेरे को दूर जाने का था यहाँ से बहुत दूर 1 घंटा ट्रैवल पहला बारिश आया मैं बोला यार बात करते रीशेड्यूल करते तो हम लोग ने पैसा भरा रीशेड्यूल किया 5 उस दिन भी बारिश फिर बात किया फिर रीशेड्यूल 5 उस दिन भी बारिश फिर बाद में चौथे दिन मैं और मेरा दोस्त मेरे को आज भी मेरे को गाली देगा चौथी बार जब रीशेड्यूल में हम लोग का मेजोरिटी पैसा गया रीशेड्यूल चौथी बार जब गया तभी तो हैवी बारिश वी वर स्विमिंग ठीक है आधा रास्ता तक हम लोग गया जैसे ही कैब बंद हो गया हम लोग ने बोला इट्स अ साइन आई थिंक वी शुड गो बैक ऐसा फिर बाद में एवरी ईयर बारिश के टाइम पे हम शेड्यूल करते रहे 2 साल तक हम लोग ने ट्राई किया शेड्यूल करने उसके बाद बोला कि नहीं अब नहीं वो 2 साल के बाद भी 1 साल बाद मेरे दोस्त ने मेरे को रैंडमली कॉल किया और बोला कि हे क्या तेरे को कंप्लीट करने क्या MBA मैं बोला बेंच अभी भी अलाउड है हम लोग को करने को हाँ मैं बहुत गाली खाया वो दोस्त से भाई मजाक सेट कर सीधा बोल बैकलॉग था बैकलॉग नहीं था रे कुछ बैकलॉग नहीं था मेरा दोस्त का था भाई हम लोग ने वो किया था भाई ऑनलाइन MBA क्या होता है वो करस्पॉन्डेंस बोलते थे ऐसा कुछ तो वर्ड था बेंच वो किया था हम लोग ने और तेरा भाई ने ऐसा एग्जाम दिया था ना ओ माय गॉड टिक मार्क तो मैं खतरनाक मारता था। मेरे में कुछ तो ऐसा था एकदम तारे जमीन पर वाला कि मैं क्वेश्चन देख के ना अंदर से वाइब आता था कि किस पे टिक मार्क मारने का 4 ऑप्शन में से। समझ रहे? जो मेरा पढ़ा तो दोस्त था वो बेचारा 2 एग्जाम में फेल हो गया था।
Yeah, pistol here. If anything would give
मैं bench से
Fnatic
सब
the
में पास।
advantage. I think both teams have showed that the defensive side is the one that's favored. In fact, last time when Fnatic beat KC,
फर्स्ट पार्ट
was a
एक
good
उसको लगा कि
defensive
मैंने
side
पढ़ा।
half. And a lot of that comes down to a B-side hold from Alfia. He's been fantastic on it.
बस
Well,
पाँच
this
से
could
press।
give Cloud a few assists if anybody dies, because he has
बस
just
इतने
caught the
info।
entirety of the team with a knife.
क्रैशेस मारा।
I've just watched a player push spawn and not die. How did Levin get away with that? I'm almost certain they saw him. There you go, final boss himself. He's going to be the only defender. He's dodged the paranoia. But there's so many people calming down. Help from a teammate. Gave an opportunity. And this is why you don't run towards the B site. Luckily, Narrate makes sure it doesn't go any further. Because for a second, I thought Alfia was about to kill them all.
Paranoia from Boaster really helped him out to refocus, to take down Sugetsu. Yeah, we obviously said about Crash. He's 3 kills in the first half. Pretty tough. A tough start to this pistol, but Sugetsu's been in that same boat. It's a guy who was showing up in some really important rounds for KC, looking back to Summit. And on Ascent, the Cypher on the defense. Well, Alpha's just done everything Sugetsu did in the first half in one round.
It's not very nice.
It's
एक सेकंड क्रैशेस भी बोलना।
It can be both.
Actually, no, he hasn't done
क्रैशेस भी
anything.
बोलना।
Die 8 times.
Right. Anyway, moving on.
क्रैशेस भी तो
Important
बेचारा
pistol for
3
KC.
पे।
After letting that half slip away,
है कि नहीं?
I think they're going to know that this will be the tougher of the two. Of course, you've got your double
उस जमाने
duelist.
कैप्स में थी।
You've got Narrate that can farm up those orbs, and I
टिकट
think
का
this
रिप्लाई आ
stage,
गया, उन लोगों ने
even
बोला
over
कि
just the last
तेरी ही
couple of
गलती
months,
है।
I think that
HKL
Narrate has
हमको
really
पेमेंट ही
gone
नहीं आया।
back into the
तो तेरी
form
गलती है
that we
फिर।
saw from him a couple of years ago when he joined KC. So I'm very excited to see this attack side from him specifically. But it is the tougher of the two sides. I think it always has been. And for Fnatic, although the deficit is incredibly likely to be 4 rounds,
I hope I don't get
I don't
but I'm
think it's out
getting
of reach.
stressed. BC job
Such a
नहीं
big
मिल रहा
game
है।
from Abaz as well.
Please मेरे को बोल
2
दो
blind
job नहीं
100
मिलेगी।
Furies that found
मेरा
huge
life
value.
change हो गया 27
One
साल
with
बाद।
damage, one with a little bit of damage, but more so the information of where the secret play was coming through.
नसीब कभी भी चमक सकता है। मेहनत करना मत छोड़ो।
That was even the pick, wasn't it, on the crashes? So it was, yeah, it was massively impactful. Hunter's Furies, big rounds from him, 20 and 8, I believe, at the moment. No, he didn't quite. Oh, he did eat the shock dart. Never mind. It looked like he was far enough away, but no. Must have got caught by the edge of it. Levin in there for a few, and without shields, they're usually as free as can be when hit by that Marshall. A 1 versus 3 with Alpha alive, though. This could definitely still end up being costly for KC.
अभी दोस्त से बात होती है या नहीं? बड़े आदमी बने, कद्दू बड़ा आदमी बन गया।
The Marshall kills
मेरे
got the
दोस्त मुझे
majority,
गाली
and
दे
now
के
Marshall
बुलाते
looks for a kill to get his ult.
ए लौड़।
And that might be the reason that Alfia is being a little bit more passive. I think anybody else getting an ultimate orb is absolutely fine, but you do not want to allow Narrate
does a person who plays
to have the
sitting
running
on
back
ground
without having
on
to
an
pick up an
Oakley's
ultimate
laptop has
orb.
a
At
good
least you
scope
have a
in Valo?
chance to
M16 by the way.
deny.
I have no idea. I don't do ifs and buts.
But as you can see, it will just be
If you have a PC and you have 24
going
Hz
down to the
monitor
spike.
with 240
I like the run, the
FPS and you
sprint
are
towards the side at the end, so
grinding
maybe
rank,
someone sticks around if they hear,
getting
oh,
better
he's coming to
rank
defuse,
every act,
and then they go
then
down
you're
to the
good.
spike. It's a tiny detail, but yeah, it hasn't worked out. 9-5 for KC. This pistol has given them enough of a gap now that a couple of mistakes can be made.
वही
They will
बारिश
still
में बाल
have
उड़े।
their lead,
Language!
still being with a chance of bringing us to map 3 of split. To be honest, between these two teams, between these two coaches, I do want to see that map.
क्या
I'll
लगता
tell
है
you what,
शॉट आउट
Fnatic
मिलेगा
most certainly
या कैसे
don't. They
जीतेगा?
want to make a deep run here with a 2-0 start, not
Stage
just in the
2
map, but in the
finals in
series as well, so
Barcelona.
they can set themselves
Oh!
up to make it all the way to the
आ
stage
गया
2
तुम्हारा
finals
फुटबॉल।
in Barcelona. And that's right, you guys
टीम
can
था ना
join us there.
तुम्हारा
Scan the
favorite?
QR code to get yourself a ticket. Or just go back in the
हाँ,
VOD, you'll see
बारका,
it.
वही
It'll
है
be up
ना?
there later on today
Check.
as well for KC. Double digits is what they're after, and the buy, it's not that bad.
Oh, it's incredibly good. Bonus round. They'll still be able to buy into the next Alfia. It looks like he wants to try and get a little bit cheeky. He knows there's a lot of players around this corner. And Abaz, as said, it just seems like he pulls off miracles the second there is something in his path, which makes no sense. The defense, though, have traded, and timing is going to be everything. Bear in mind, that is the spike in the hands of Aves, but instead, it'll be Narrate to lead the charge, run it back. Can hope to try and clear some of these more aggressive angles, but everybody, bar one, has fallen back.
This is position from Levin. Now they're starting to go back and suspect something like this. Cancel of the... Oh, that's beautiful. Levin's caught him with a knife out and almost took down Kayak as well. Got a chance to strike, but with him falling, the A site was no longer the target. It's made B much easier to get into. Now, they don't have any smokes here, and so they're going to have to fight on the way past, but Boaster gets nothing done, and that flash, well, let's say it blinded Kayak.
+1.
At least one.
Oh, if you get the kill, you get the kill. It doesn't matter. The push and pull is definitely interesting. I feel like KC, when they saw Levin's position, were on a full rotate, though. Like, that wasn't a ruse, because you could see where the spike is currently going, even in that little shot of the back. It was all the way back in the spawn. And then, Sugetsu gets a kill, and they go, actually, B side seems a little bit more open.
Barca nahi, Barca hota hai, tumne wo to bola.
They're starting to believe again. And yet 10 up, Zay
one of them is
looks
starting
like,
to believe.
It looks like he is having the worst day of his life every time we cut to him. Double the rounds of Fnatic, pushed them onto an eco, but he's not happy yet. Not till he sees 13 up top. And I mean,
I don't think he'll be happy until Split is over and they've won.
Well, yeah. Well, he might not be happy at all then. We'll see.
Poster. And he's going to get cleared. Cloud trying to re-aggress. All right, then. Levin's decided this round's his.
Balanced.
Well, Crashies would need impeccable timing. Speaking of impeccable timing, Alfia had done well, but it's going very good, but at that sort of range.
Crazy thumbnail, whoever is making.
KC build up their streak once again. We saw this in the last half as well.
I'm doing a lot of
6 rounds in a row. Now they're on 5 rounds in a row. Just 2 away from closing out Fnatic's map pick. The map pick that, as said, like, you look at the 2 games we've seen, a 15-13 win for them versus GX. KC beat them 13-4. Maybe that called some things into question. But, yeah, evidently they didn't feel that way. But I'm yet to really see what that turning point was. I'm up.
बारका प्रोनाउंसिएशन होता है वही तो मैं बोला क्या हाल है बंस भाई बढ़िया हाल है मेरी जान
an insane game, but also Mitch, I feel like in terms of his individual play, since they've gone to this new style under Zeiss, he has been solid all the way through, and this is probably his best performance yet.
Well, I think you can definitely see him being unleashed, not having to micromanage as much, because you don't need to when we're playing off vibes. There's no stress out there of a comment as that seems to be, unless we're calling on the fly for the quadruple fakes. I think we might have some notes scribbled down, at least on a sticky note, but the fact is, Aves, the looser system is benefiting him massively. He's currently 22-8. Levin's been having a confident game, even going back to Summit. And you look at him now, 22-9. It's Aves with the 100 Furies. He's been blindly doing a ton of damage as well. And it feels like he has stepped up to another level, and I do think a lot of that is just the responsibility being lifted from his shoulders.
Yeah, he even said that anybody can pitch ideas, he gets to say yes or no. That means he's not having to just focus on everything that's going on. Whereas we know that Bosa's style is very much like being the sort of mantle of the team, which benefits a lot of his players, but individually doesn't normally benefit him.
I do wonder if things will change now that Cloud's on the roster as well. Someone who has a lot of experience on yelling. I want to see him be another voice in that choir, harmonizing with Boaster. Take deep space from Levin. And to be fair, they're respecting him for now at least, giving him a lot of space to play with up there. It's because Boaster wants to stab in the side, but, well, this wraparound is, oh, well, I was going to say expected. That jump from Levin showed it wasn't.
Again, pause seemingly making the difference. We saw this in the last half. It was maybe a bit later than we expected it to be. Well, you know, you got to try and be sneaky sometimes, but for Dosia, that leaves him on just 6 HP. This round, I was going to say, looks firmly in the favor of Fnatic, but again, Aviz has just been impeccable. Now they try and swing into the raid. Okay, utility's gone, but when it comes down to raw aim, it feels like nobody can match up to KC in their current form, and Fnatic definitely have to be a little bit more careful going in for this retake.
Boaster's taking the operator.
Okay, side पे 2v4 है अभी. Binks के पास क्या है? कुछ नहीं. Timing shot लेना पड़ेगा उसको.
The rest of the squad through the door. They'll draw the eye. Cloud first to find a pick, and Aviz down below, waiting for Narrate to emerge from the smoke. But there's enemies at the gates, and they've been shut out. Aviz reaching another level here today. He has gone godlike, 25-8. Jeez, just bring split on, man. At this point, Aviz has earned it.
The crazy thing as well is when they tap the spike, I was like, oh, he's dead to rights. He's looking the wrong way, but somehow he gets both kills.
Like, sure, you have to look at the Fnatic player and go, okay, all good.
Everybody seems to be hitting for the side of KC, and Aviz is having a performance of a lifetime. 12-5, 25 kills for the IGL. Normal for Fnatic, a map choice that they may live to forget or regret, whichever way you look at it.
Oh, that drone is not broken, but Under's Fury from Aviz. He's found himself a pick on the kayak. Not like that's a big player for Fnatic or anything. It has been a rough game for him, a rough map at least. Fnatic need a hero to show up soon.
यहाँ से comeback मारा ना. यहाँ से comeback मारा ना. नंगा ना
चुमा. We might already be there. I've always spoken about
chair पे खड़े रह के ये वाला जिधर मैं बैठा हूँ.
There's been nothing to really make me believe this is going to be the case. Right, well from Boaster. Alpha yet swing onto it as well. He's done incredibly well. Dosia was hoping to be a little bit sneaky, and you know he's won that fight in the end. Desperately low on HP, and the spike.
Motivation की ज़रूरत थी Fnatic
I'll
को
be
बस.
real, I'm not sure there's too many worse positions on the map. But yeah, timing here is going to be everything. 11 spots him, that's one. Down to a 2 versus 2. Time is ticking away. That's the main issue that we currently have for the side of KC. 15 seconds, but 11 can't make that run.
Yeah, door's open. He gets there easily. He'll get that plant in before they can even make it out. Giving up the spike they were holding time would be a little bit too costly for KC. That could have been Doja down and Levin alone. And in fact, it would have been the round. But Doja still drawing breath. A man who had some incredible rounds on Summit and now steps up to new heights. But Cloud is hunting him down, and he'll find him before the TP is completed. One more round for Fnatic, but 6 in a row needed to bring us to overtime.
And you can see that nobody on the KC side is sweating whatsoever. Cloud is definitely...
I bet Zaysh is.
Okay, I mean, the players, they look relaxed. Zaysh never looks relaxed, so that's...
Round win पे नहीं बोला था, comeback बोला था, net.
I'm hoping we're not going to cut to a face palm from him, because I feel like at this scoreline that would be pretty outrageous.
Punch the monitor.
Why didn't you win the 1v2 on 30 health?
हो सकता है ऋषभ भाई, हो सकता है.
See, that was a good attempt.
Love you.
It's a good attempt at it. No, but for sure, the vibes on KC have got to be immaculate. 6 rounds in a row for Fnatic. It's too tall a task for most teams. But if anyone was to do it, it won't be this team.
क्यों भाई नहीं करना भाई, खेल लो मैप 3.
That's weird to say.
क्या हो गया? कभी-कभी होती है gaming.
Not seen as much of that magic. The last map definitely had some of it. The crashes clutch, the 4K from Kayak.
जिस हिसाब से KC का read
the aggressive plays we saw from Alpha.
Cypher खुले में घूम रहा है और बाकी teams एक साथ खेल रहे हैं.
All those players have fallen quiet, and well, more so, a lot of them have been silenced. Boaster's position
पहली बार देखो कि वो लोग पास 2 ही नहीं है और वो पता नहीं कैसे.
Avidly, and what immediately eliminated. Hunter's Fury, an attempt made, but nothing. And while 11, he's being left behind almost just to try and sell a ruse. The rest of the team are heading their way towards that B side. As said, there's normally a reason that people avoid this side of the map. Althea's B site hold at times is legendary. And they may need it to be once again. Look at the current positions of the Fnatic defenders. It doesn't even need to be a ruse sold by Levin, but he's selling it anyway.
He's been spotted. And yet still, if he walked right now, he'd have a backstab on Kayak. They thought he was in main. The door closed, the ruse sold, but Kayak shut him down, and Alpha's still waiting. 8 seconds, just needs to drop the spike, but he can't get it done. Whoa, that's a risky reposition. That's a very risky reposition, and he'll live to regret it, if not for a quick shot from Sagetsu. Kayak got in there with a second to spare. But the round doesn't belong to Fnatic, nor does the map. They might have picked it, but KC came in.
पता नहीं कुछ तो लेफ्ट राइट हुआ है ये लोग का रिक्लियर का टाइमिंग का लेफ्ट राइट कुछ तो ये लोग का लेफ्ट राइट हो गया. देयर इज नो वे कि तुम लोग डबल इन नहीं है और तुम लोग इतने इंसर्ट्स डाल पा रहे हो साइड के अंदर. कुछ तो दया, कुछ तो. कल हेयर कट करवाने जा रहा हूँ, थोड़ा बाल चाहिए. 40 रुपए में हिट दे रहा, बराबर तो दो. उससे अच्छा वो 1000 ज्वेल्स. लव यू यार. इधर क्या है अनुदीप भाई, लव यू यार, थैंक यू फॉर द 1000 ज्वेल्स. 8 सैंड होगा, अब तो नहीं हो पाएगा. देखो 2 बज गए, ये खत्म होते होते 3 हो जाएगा, मेरे को सोते सोते 6 बज जाएगा और मेरे को ऑफिस भी उठने का. इन लकी डे, होपफुली 6 बजे तक तो सुबह. बंग भाई इस बार नहीं आए पुणे वॉच पार्टी करने के लिए. इस बार मैं ट्रैवलिंग बहुत कम कर रहा हूँ. AWC रिलेटेड भी बहुत कम दे रहा हूँ. मेरा बात हो चुका है. जो भी एसिटल शूट था AWC का, उसमें तो मेरा फुल वो था. लेकिन अभी रिसेंटली थोड़ा बहुत चीज़ें लेफ्ट राइट हो रहा है लास्ट 1.5-2 मंथ से, तो इसलिए थोड़ा कम ट्रैवल कर रहा हूँ. ऐसा सीन है. अभी पेरिस का भी क्या सीन है, वीज़ा लगा रहा हूँ लेकिन जाने होएगा नहीं जाने होएगा, क्या सीन होएगा, तो वो सब मैं देख रहा हूँ. लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स हैपनिंग. ऐसा सीन है. एने नहीं होएगा आज, एने है ही नहीं आज. एने है आज नहीं है एने. इसके बाद सीधा हम लोग का जी का मैच है दोपहर को. कल मेरी गांड है. कल पैसिफिक है, उसके बाद EMEA है, उसके बाद NA है, फिर पैसिफिक है, फिर EMEA है, फिर NA है, फिर पैसिफिक है, फिर EMEA है, फिर NA है, फिर पैसिफिक है, फिर EMEA, फिर NA है. तो मेरा 4 दिन भैंस हेलो. वो मैं याद रख. लाइक कर भाई. क्यों लेफ्ट राइट हो रहा है, कुछ मेडिकल इश्यूज है क्या? मैं इश्यू शेयर किया तो मैं स्ट्रीमर ही नहीं भाई. इधर मैं तुम लोग का चिल करने आता हूँ, वो थोड़ी सुनाने आता हूँ. है कि नहीं, है कि नहीं बॉयज, है कि नहीं? हुआ क्या देख, नेट खत्म हो गया भेज. हुआ ये नया स्ट्रीम है पुराना स्ट्रीम है? हेलो नर जल्दी बता। बैक मुझे लगा मेरा नेट खत्म हो गया। भाई मेरा अनलिमिटेड नेट खत्म किससे हो गया? 23 तारीख के आज आ गया। मेरे को एक बात बता, ये नया स्ट्रीम है या पुराना स्ट्रीम है? जल्दी बता। ओए नर्फ, ये नया है तो मैं ये आधे घंटे का ये स्ट्रीम रखूं कि नहीं रखूं, या फिर वाईटी पे आ जाओ? बताओ, तुम लोग के ऊपर है, मतलब जैसे तुम लोग को चाहिए। ओल्ड वाईटी वाला ओल्ड है, वाईटी वाला शेड्यूल्ड होता है, वाईटी वाले का टेंशन नहीं है मेरे को। भाई मेरा अनलिमिटेड नेट पैक कैसे खत्म हो सकता है भाई? अनलिमिटेड है?
In English, but like we need to keep our head cooler. That's it. Thank you.
Cool heads prevailing here as they head into the decider, Billy.
Yeah, well, I think what's exciting for me is we heard from Alice on that sideline about how, you know, they've not played this map and that they've got potentially some exciting things coming. So I'm intrigued to see what those exciting things could be. I think that exciting things aside, fundamentals on that last map, I think, was what allowed them to win so many rounds. I think the way in which they were...
Hey, I am casino manager. We are interested in working with you. Would like to discuss potential advertising partner. Feel free to contact me. Telegram, no. That's a big no. That's a big no. You don't even have membership. So I think it's very garib. So that's a big no. इसका ही काटूंगा मैं इसके।
Because Mike, I think that now that you've been here for a few days, isn't Split the map where you just see the craziest place being like, what is that? That is Split for us, and I think that this one is going to be more of the same. It's not really that they haven't played it in a while.
Yeah.
They haven't won it in the entire year. Like, it's not a good prospect for KC, but they seem to be very happy.
Is this not just a new KC? I absolutely agree. We should be expecting some fun, some highlights, some craziness going into that split. But can we really, at this point, lock in the KC of before the KC?
भाई कॉम्पी खेल के आया, क्या ही घटिया टीम आ रही है।
I want to think that
तू तो लकी है, मेरे को तो टीम ओपोनेंट सब आते हैं।
Honestly, I would like for this to be as close as map 1 was. I think that this series is worthy. I think that the KC that we're seeing is worthy. I think that they're testing how
मेरे साथ आपके साथ यही तक का था। अब मैं कल मिलूंगा, इसलिए मेरा अलविदा आपको। धन्यवाद आपका इतना मनोरंजन करने के लिए। थैंक यू।
I am the crowd actually.
Yeah, you are.
चलेगा डबल डू लिस्ट चलेगा। Not bad. It's a little bad, a little bad. क्योंकि वहाँ पर बहुत यूटिल्स है। There is siege, there is nade, there is boomer, there is slope, there is speed, there is बहुत कुछ।
It didn't. And for the side of KC, double controller and raid.
Thank you for the finger out मेरी जान गड़े। किक बंद नहीं चालू है।
We'll have to do a deep dive into all the sages that we've done and probably rank the battle sages in the region. We have very good battle sages here in the EMEA. But seriously, I want Kaya to have a good game. As I said, I was shouting him out for Ascend, asking and expecting of him to have one of those games. And I really pray that that happens here and it happens with Yoru. And this starts becoming an epidemic and everybody starts playing Yoru in the EMEA.
We seem to be very pro-Yoru propaganda here on the couch.
We are, yes. I was with Lothar for many years, so to me, Yoru is part of my being.
Part of your being, indeed. Part of our being here, perhaps.
कल ऑफिस जाना, लेकिन आपकी स्ट्रीम में मजा आ रहा है, क्या करूँ? छोड़ दूँ क्या जॉब? नहीं भाई, बाद में देखना कल जब भी फ्री टाइम मिलेगा। स्ट्रीम तो इधर ही रहेगा, बाद में देख सकते हैं। ऐसा करते तो कर। आँख पड़ रहा है, हाँ राइट वाला।
Well, we've got our comp, we've got our Yoru, and it's time to put the mask on one more time for our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you once again, Darf Mike. Yes, it's time to get in to split the final.
मंग भाई लोग वैलो कॉम्पी को फन वे में क्यों नहीं खेलते? इतना टॉक्सिक है मुंबई सर्वर। अरे तुम खेलो मस्त 5 मैन। क्या टॉक्सिसिटी आएगी? एनिमी म्यूट कर दो चैट। 5 मैन खेलो, मस्त फन करो, एंजॉय करो जिंदगी, है कि नहीं?
on the side of KC. Your Aves, he was unbelievable. Let's see if he can keep that performance through here, though. I'm definitely not expecting that.
No, I think that if he does, he might even be looking at some sort of record for ACS over a series, but
everyone's going to be playing football.
I'm
very excited to see this comp from Fnatic, though. Alfie are on the Neon.
गिफ्ट दूंगा इंस्टॉलमेंट में लगने के बाद तेरे बालों की कसम ना 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 ना
They've clearly been cooking.
Strict
They've got some
restrictions at
ideas,
back.
but
Shout out to
is
you.
this going to be Fnatic reinventing the wheel and people about to start copying? Or is this going to be a complete failure? It's not gone great to the start. 11 on the raise. Well, okay. That was an interesting choice after getting 2 kills.
Levin is known for interesting choices, if you'd like to put it lightly. KC, a man down, but a lunatic down. Fnatic haven't recovered this round just yet. Cloud is clearing the spawn as we speak, making sure that there's no big flanks coming through. Now make sure there's no little flanks coming through. And then he might be in a good position to catch these players when they come down ramp.
एक बंदे को बस move देखने का.
It's all going to be on timing. It seems like
slope करके direct push
opposing
कर
side
सकता
have a good idea. There could still be someone behind, but now he's all that's left of Adosia. That means he can just hightail it towards the site, start that defusal, force Cloud into a more awkward fight. He needs this kill almost immediately, and Monterey says, no, don't look over there. You're still fighting me. KC with a pistol round that seemed set pretty much from the get-go.
Mouse down.
From
Fnatic.
Yeah, a silver lining indeed. But after
अपने पहली बार मेरी चैट में love you
I don't think you want to be starting this out with a pistol.
जीपे कैसे करे बस पे अरे मस्त यहाँ पे वो करो भाई जेल दो
Keep an eye on
जीपे
who's stepping up.
entertainment
That one was sensational. And he's got himself the Sage coming into this one, the Battle Sage, the Rezes that could be coming up if he has his game. 11, Billy's highlight when it comes to this agent select, and I have to agree, seeing him have a good game, that is going to put even more wind in KC's sails. And well, he started off with an opening pick. This time he's there to support as Aves finds one. That flash looked like it could have turned the tide a little bit for Fnatic, but the weaponry letting them down. Certainly not letting Sagetsu down. That's a 3-piece, same as he found in half 1 of Ascent. That's the whole half.
We're still going.
I
genuinely thought that was going to be just a multi-frag with the C's nade.
अब नहीं कर रहा शार्टर बहुत महंगा हो रहा है
शार्टर far enough back, but yeah, for Sagetsu, the build up of some of those ultimate orbs, of course, not the strongest
crucial round. They need 3 or more guns.
Definitely one that Fnatic will look to try and come through a little bit cleaner. The rifles, of course, onto the board, but no ultimates particularly close for them. But that's enough of us talking. Let's let Fnatic do the talking.
Short bell.
It's one male. I'm gonna blind heaven, boys.
Come, TP backside.
Yeah, TP. No, I'm flooding. We can take it. Yeah, but I wanna go under. Do you have smoke for city? Nice smoke. I'm gonna plant.
Gotta be main. Yeah, can you hold it, Cloud, or you want me to hold it?
Planting maybe.
I left your flank. I left flank.
Haven't. I'm gonna TP out. We can speak. I'm tapping. We can speak right together.
Two. Let's go.
Hard the lane.
Can we hold?
Holding ban. I'm tapping heaven. Can we pick city? Come new box.
I'm coming.
I have smoke in 10. Wait. One.
पैसे आ रहा है जोकर भाई चैट में इस
TT fade.
भाई वो दिन गेम प्ले देखा क्या हो गया है जोकर भाई आपको कसम है मेरा आज का किक स्ट्रीम देखो हर गेम एमवीपी इमो लॉबीज हर गेम समझ रहे हो आपके भाई जिसने इतना डंबल्स करके 6 पैक एब्स बनाया ना 6 पैक एब्स हाँ जो फोटोज डालता है यूं ये वाला फोटोज ये कंधे पे मैंने कैरी किया ये कंधे पे जोकर भाई समझ रहे हो एक बार देखो मेरा आँख क्यों फटफट रहा है भाई पैसे जाते
they're not going to win the round. No. Put it that way. They're not saving. That's quite clear. Narrate's only got a pistol. I thought Aves might hightail it. But it's all about damage for this squad. And so far, it's a big mission failed. And it looks like it'll end that way. For Narrate, I think everything there is a pretty good trade for him if he ends up dying to those players. Like getting an orb towards the res is as
मैं
effective as
आपको
anything else,
लैंड पे
but
देखना
Crashes went
चाहता हूँ
away.
पक्का
Maybe
स्पेलिंग
you just
बराबर
don't
है
want to give the ult right away.
भरोसा नहीं है मेरे को इस
I don't
आदमी
think you
पे
want to give the Nightfall over. Chances are he'll fight for the orb.
One enemy remaining.
मेरे को हल्का सा
2 to 1.
पॉजिटिव एनर्जी नहीं आ रही है
As you can
चैट में से
It's been a while since we saw the last Neon.
ऐसा था कि मन में कुछ और था लव्स कुछ और थे
Yeah.
For everyone on this side of the pond.
सेम क्वेश्चन हुआ ना मेरे को सेम
Except me, I love Brock. Anyways, 2-1. KC. And with a full buy and looking to fight themselves right back into things. But it was a convincing round from Fnatic in the previous. We'll have some hope that
क्या फायदा गोल्ड के सामने
we'll
तो
pick up
संडस
some
क्या
steam. Very interested to
सच
see
किसको नहीं मालूम
how things pan out with Kayak in particular. Look,
रेगा
no
भाई ने
stranger
मेरे
to
को बोला
seeing
था
him
लाइट
play on the
खेल
Yoru,
करके
but in this state of the meta,
लेकिन ये
it's
कभी
not
मैं बाहर आने
normally
दूंगा नहीं
what we would. It's just. I was going to say it's not normally what we'd expect to see. We expect to see it not at all. The ideas from Fnatic. Well, they're already going to make it past the wall with the TP in the back side.
WTP.
But what do we do from here, Casey?
अभी तुम लोगों को पता है ये वॉल जो बना है कोई अगर पीक करके भी कजक को मारता फॉर एग्जांपल सारे डिविन वाले स्पैम मारते
I was going to say it went well, but it didn't.
ये पता नहीं क्या हुआ
A triple spray down.
लेकिन वही
It leaves Crashies as the
Diamond
last
बैठ के
man
जब
standing,
Binks
maybe hoping
चिल्लाया
get
कोई
the
आया
orb
आए या
gets
ना
his
आए मैं
Nightfall,
सपोर्ट
but
करने आऊंगा लव यू यार जोकर
as
भाई
night
लव
falls,
यू
he's got no friends left to play with. And they're on the hunt. Casey looking to try and remove this gun from his hands. As mentioned on the desk that when Casey last played this map, which was a little while ago, and their form was definitely quite a bit different, they managed just 3 rounds when they played against Na'Vi in a 3-9 defensive half. Well, unless Crashies has some sort of cheat or exploit that I don't know about, they're going to have 3 rounds in the first 4.
Yeah, don't think he's getting the plant out of that.
That round जा रहा है हाथ से
The round locked in for KC.
ये अभी गन राउंड अगर हार गया तो इकोनॉमी नहीं है अल्ट भी नहीं है घर जाएगा
Well, a lot was invested.
हाँ
There's still a lot.
सारे अल्ट सारे वहाँ
They'll be
पे
able to get a decent buy out of this one.
They've
They've got a Nightfall to work with as
August.
well. But what worries me, KC dominant in the last map, 3-1 start here. Sugetsu, who was quiet, I mean silent in the previous, now showing up in a big way, and we haven't even seen Narrate involved at all so far. And already it's looking strong.
He won on a pistol by killing the guy that was going to get the diffuser.
Kill. It
was an important kill.
A little heal as well in there, and that's been his highlight. We know he's going to show up in a big way. And for Fnatic, for Aang sat there in the coaching booth. Commanded the ship on the other side, but now Will Turner's taken over. Aang finds himself as the Davy Jones, and what a stab in the heart it would be to lose out to the team that you walked away from when they were 0-5.
Yeah, that's a scary prospect, and for Fnatic, we know the expectations on this team are higher than any other in EMEA. They went 5-0 in the previous group stage, and then had issues that were out of their control, and that was still enough to make changes to their roster, much to many's dismay. But now they need to prove that those were worthwhile. The pickup of Cloud, I think, has clearly been a good one, but it's the rest of it. A ruse being sold, a fake by Kayak. As he now looks to join the rest of the team. Nightfall across. Seas will slow them down a little bit, and Sugetsu under some serious pressure. 58 HP, but he's still in that corner. 30 seconds left. As they now look to make it to the site. Alfia on that entry, but Narrate swings out from above. Even still, it ends up even, but bear in mind, there is a showstopper, but it's on the other side, and Alfia just isn't missing. 12 HP made no difference. And now Levin in a tough clutch. A showstopper at his back, but I feel like he needs to kill before he uses it.
I think he feels that way as well. Trade will come in far too quickly. He knows one player is low. Alpha dodges those shots by sheer chance, but this one harder to dodge, so he doesn't let the shot be fired. Alpha, yeah, he has turned up in a big round for necessary. Or we would see Casey run away with this early half and see what they can do with that momentum.
लेकिन होल्ड और वो स्टैक से बराबर किया था
It's been spoken about a lot that
गलत मार रहा है अल्फाजर.
Alfia always talks about
Oh my goodness.
Getting a little bit bored. Yeah, we're slow-moing the table slams. That's where we got
I
to.
feel like Zace he's going for a new record, man. We used to have Barbar out here, but
the
man's going to snap that chair before the
Barbar
game's
is the
over.
reason we had to get stronger desks.
It's not even a lie. Like, people at home would think you're joking about that. That's not even a
Karate
joke.
Karjat crazy player hai,
We
barabar.
had to go back to the drawing board after he dented like 6 of them.
Heaven smoke? Okay, side smoke. Side smoke.
I think someone had to do a play test on that before, actually, and they moved. I'm not even joking. They moved their mouse, and they were like, "Why is there a big hole here?"
I think it
They're
was.
like,
I think
it's a
it was,
Barbar table. Sorry,
was nuclear.
Yeah, I think it was nuclear. He was like, "What?" And they're like, "Oh, that's Barbar's old desk. My bad. Let's swap it out." That guy was crazy. I think Zace is giving him a run for his money.
I miss him.
I miss him too, man.
एक
Used to come to
smoke
Irish
के
lands.
वजह
What a
से
G.
B पे हालत देखो.
Inspired many players who went on to do nothing, but he inspired them.
This buy is a bit stinky, but there's a couple of ults that could have the gap a little bit. Again, Aves is trying to slow them down, but try as he might with a stinger and some spams. Unfortunately, they have managed to get the site, and for Fnatic, this puts them in a hugely advantageous position. I also like the spot from Cloud. Viper is not an agent that springs to mind when I think of him, but it seems like he's taking up this new lurk role. Well, quite literally, he's very far back, but he just wants to make sure they can't force him out of position. Oh, Nightfall.
Only catching a one. Didn't expect it to be invested in this round, but with the positions of Fnatic, it looks like they did. And Cloud now playing slow as can be. We saw this in the pistol, and maybe that's why they went back to check it, but a little bit too late there for Narrate. Advantage sits with Fnatic now. They looked like they were behind, but they were limping as a lure. And now 3-3 we go. Looks like those will make it out with the weapon, but that is the only silver lining for KC.
I really like the way that Cloud is playing. I think we've seen it throughout the game. Incredibly clever when it comes to making sure he checks certain angles. I think even on Ascent, even though they were losing, he had a lot of impact, and this round is no different. But it's more so just how far back he went. He knows they're going to try and clear him, so he just makes it so it's like, okay, if you want to come find me and waste the time away, you can do that. If not, you're going to have to periodically keep checking
आप जैसे अच्छे मनुष्य पूरे पृथ्वी पर हो तो सब में प्रेम होगा.
Last time they played this map versus Na'Vi, they lost 3-13 with a 3-9 defense. I feel like this is a much better version of KC. And well, for Fnatic, what was a little bit of a damning start is now looking a little bit more comfortable, especially with how Alfie has been playing.
अब ये round I think KC के लिए crucial है.
Yeah, the neon switch is looking fantastic. No surprises there. I don't think anybody's doubting Alfia's abilities
on any agent.
Alpha तो कुछ भी खेलता है भाई.
It's just his abilities, regardless of what abilities they may be. On the bottom of the screen for KC.
Controller नहीं खेलता ना Alpha जब. Controller ही नहीं है. Senti और Duelist दे तो भाई.
Usual time to see that pulled through, but KC are calling it off the back.
Thank you for the water pass.
Going into Fnatic's hands, no doubt wanting to put a stop to it, but will this be the round that we see? Can't see on the backstage there the credits, but we certainly can in game. When we get there, you'll see that KC ain't looking too stacked for cash. Doja's rifle saved over from the previous.
Viper खेलता है.
Shields and the rest of the squad playing an eco bar right on the Sharif. This should be a very difficult round for KC to really get anything done in. But I've said that before. Well, we were surprised many times on Summit.
Yeah, I think as well, like, you look at this from KC's perspective, you got a Sage Viper setup, solo duelist. You kind of expect this composition to be better on the defense. And so the fact that they've started to lose rounds, not really be able to slow opponents down, this is risky. It's a weird stack. And of course, Fnatic, we're not expecting 3 players to be sat in the vent.
But we are against an eco, double diving into
That's
vent.
still weird. Like,
it
3 players is weird.
Oh, listen, you jump into vents anytime during a game. Any moment, chances of there being 3 players, they're talking very low. Oh, well, Levin's managed to sneak one at least. But for Fnatic, I didn't expect this to go this way. They dive in, they find 3, they make an aggressive stance against the pistols and pay for it. They have ended up with a decent bit of map control. They've essentially completely swapped positions. Fnatic are now defending, but need to plant the spike. And KC are waiting to attack a site after the plant comes down. This is from the attacker's side.
I think Heaven Plant
This is strange, and you can see how Boaster's trying to put the pieces together of what's going on, but I don't think you're going to solve this puzzle unless all the pieces are revealed.
Oh, the moment he plants, that will give the game. Well, I feel like with the clear through mid from Crashies and him going all the way in towards screens, there was nowhere else that anybody could be. Crashies trying to avenge his fallen comrades by entering the vent, and that is, and I mean it, the worst possible timing. I don't know how they have done everything almost perfectly on the KC side. I don't know if that is one of the few strats in the Zeiss strat book or pure coincidence, but either way, an Emoda Thrifty will be coming through in favor of KC.
Such a strange round to see. The double dive against the Eco, a risk taken, the reward certainly not found.
But look at the timing on that.
उसका best winning option वही था.
And the legs are seen go up the rope.
Look, his arms go up. He's like, come on!
Well, he knows, like, that was pixel perfect from Narrate. A res online now for the defensive side, and the lead is there still. Operator pulling into play for Levin, and he has aggressive ideas. Who's surprised at that? But he won't hit the opening shot. And going back in here is a risk. They're on a high-low. Oh, they were on a high-low. Now Crashies has walked in. That's a good job, too. That shot just whizzed straight over Alpha's head. He's going back again. Levin.
He's missed 3 shots in a row, and he's being rounded on. Maybe they forgot about what this ultimate could do. So much space to take. How has no one died yet? Finally, we'll see some players fall.
Crossfire backup आ चुका है भाई. Sage भी आ गया.
It's not gone the way of Fnatic. Maybe it has. Never mind. What do I know? In fact, it's gone amazingly. Couldn't have gone any better. Sugetsu, last man standing, and Crashies is going to close it out. No more unlucky timing. And from what was a double opener for KC, they don't get a kill from that point onwards.
Geez, that's got to be tough for Levin, man. He went in 4 shots taken, 4 shots missed.
Oh, you know,
got pushed back.
Like me.
KC जीतेगी शायद. Guts बोल रहा है.
It's me for real. Let's not think about the other maps, the things he did there. Let's just think about this round.
Yeah.
ये round से record करेंगे क्या वो लोग? Main वो है.
The 5 main 5B, bro.
Bro, baby, I can't highlight enough how calm, reasonable, and kind that man. I think Zeiss might be one of my favorite people I've ever met in esports. But geez, in the coaching booth, he's a different guy. I've never seen him get angry outside of it. And he's had plenty of reasons. But you get him in a game.
2 blind होने के बाद reset करके मारा, crossfire दिया, ओमिन ने TP मारा, play बनाया. एक और back set आ गया, Heaven already crossfire है चौथा rotation में.
They know they're getting a call soon.
The admin's like, you know you're muted, Brian. Well, Dosia, there is no one here to help him. Even still, he'll take Alfia down. Now Levin is there from above. He cannot hit an operator shot to save his life. It's 5 missed in a row. Well, a lot of these have looked like freebies. For what we expect to see from Levin.
तुम्हारा op is the best
this
op
time he
ever.
lives to tell the tale.
लेकिन नसीब साथ में देता और कुछ नहीं.
Rez is not going to hold any value, at least for now. Someone else would have to fall. Boaster up top. Viper Orb also holding the back, and even going to invest the pit late into the round. It's going to make it so much more awkward. And well, Boaster firing warning shots, but Cloud was not doing the same. For Levin, no choice but to save that up for the next round.
Yeah, that was for Fnatic. As soon as the orb is about to fade, when you see Cloud step forward with the ult, you think it has to be done. He was a little late on putting the snake bite down, I think conscious of people having pushed through. And the second it goes down, they've got them boxed in. Players outside can't come to help. Levin's got to run for the hills. Trying to fight back through that pit with the operator. It's just never going to happen. This was it. They were already boxed in and dealt with. Boaster tickling them from up above, and Cloud dragging them down below. It's 5-4. One coach is taking that better than the other.
Oh, he's gone from anger. Now he's in denial.
I want to go give him a hug.
These are the stages of grief. That's what we're getting. They're only 1 man behind. 5-4.
Anger, denial, उसके बाद क्या direct depression ही है और कुछ नहीं है.
Much more patient move.
Denial के बाद क्या आएगा? Sadness और उसके बाद depression.
Say side of the map. Narrate's the one to try and take contact. He hasn't had the same success we've seen from
believable mode भी एक आ सकता है. हाँ?
Or his Phoenix. Sage Wall to try and slow them down, pushing them into Aves again. His C's put into position. Alfia with nowhere to go, but the spams are not going to do as much as hoped. And as the C's fades, in fact, there was no damage done at all.
Well, they've got the site, or at least they can plant, but they don't quite have the site. Fnatic still have 2 players to deal with, and okay, Narate's going to fall quite quickly. Abez still standing his ground, though. He's taken down 1, but Crashies has made this an almost impossible task. Maybe not something we should say in the same sentence as Abez. His performance in the last stole the show. But now a defuse needed. They'll keep having control to allow this to happen. Levin looking for this battle, but the Boombot has sold a ruse. Boaster slipping past it, now sat up close. Levin suspects it! And now it's just 1 left to deal with. The showstopper locks it in. I thought Boaster had made the play to win the round, but fair play to Levin. Cautious. It's a new look on him, but a welcome one.
Yeah, and as Aves as well, he was there from the beginning. It maybe should have been dead to rights, especially after what Crashies was able to do up top, but he just holds that backside position, doesn't allow them to get that control, and then he's there to close it out before the rocket can even land.
5-5.
Maybe an unlikely round for KC, but that's kind of what this match has been like, a consistent back and forth between the 2 teams in map 1 and map 3.
2 rounds left to play for. Where's online for Narrate? Nightfall for all squads. Hasn't really had the opportunity to use it just yet.
Economy कैसा है?
And maybe he won't this time either. Everybody is leaving him. Narrate is alone. There are 5 players outside.
Alt-wise KC advantage.
They're found out at least one is there with the wall being broken.
6-6 करने का chance है.
Doja here for the time being, but
screen में timer किस चीज का है? Round का एक round. कितना time चलेगा?
Quite how many numbers are on the other side?
Yeah, I think it's based off the Nightfall. But normally you'd send that Nightfall through the back of the site, and I think that's why we're seeing KC adopt their positions around the heavens. They know they can continue to slow them down. But instead, up top the opponents go. Kayak's done well to start. Now the Nightfall goes through, as you see. Doesn't connect onto anybody, but it lets them know that the site is clear. They can get into the post farm. The devil of the last round, the man in the back of Aves, will not be on the site this time. I'm hoping for a bit of a miracle with the spam, but it's a bit more of an unorthodox plant spot.
Look at the battle between Cloud and Levin that's now being set up. KC are taking their time, making it out of heaven, only now making it down the ramp. All the while, Cloud is playing the long game, but that means the rest of Fnatic have to hold strong. They have to delay as much as they can with no utility left. Bar on Cloud, it's going to be tough. They have to do it with the rifles, and Cloud's being caught. They were watching the flank, but that's when Kayak turns up for Fnatic. Left it on. Oh, what? That shot was insane from Levin. Another needed onto Kayak. A right click could be enough. And although he finds all the kills, the clock is an enemy no man can defeat. 6-5 for Fnatic. What a round from Levin, though.
Yeah, it's a very nice attempt. He's the ball 12-6 even with the shots we were talking about earlier.
Slow it down.
Maybe he was saving up all of his power for the one that he showed. Obviously, Kayak, an insane one. But it's wall landing, then flicks to the headshot. That is insane. But just a little bit too late on the clock to get the round done. It goes Fnatic's way. 6-5. A minimum of a level half. I'm watching Levin. He's just walked out. They placed it down in middle. He's just walked straight through it and now sits posted up on the angle.
कोच की स्क्रीन पे जो टाइमर है उसका पूछ रहा था दगड़ दल्ले
It's still up. It's going to keep Fnatic out of mid. Gonna go walk it back in, even just to take a peek. Levin's going to rip them to shreds. The problem is, rotate off the back of Doja's information. He's set up aggressive in B main. Because they have that info, they've sent players towards this A site. Fnatic will only have one man standing in their way, and well, that man only has a pistol to work with. He's, at least for now, avoided their gaze, but, well, it's time to run for Doja. He's realized.
Go, go, go.
Retake in these circumstances will be difficult. A stinger, a judge, an operator. These are not guns you want in these sort of circumstances. And while a man down is not going to make it any easier for Casey. Kayak's done well. There's Yoru looking good, and Cloud on flank watches. Bit unstoppable. Trying to catch him out of position has been incredibly tough, and for the remaining 3 players, I don't see any way back in. It's a little labored from Kayak, but not anything that matters too much with how much of an advantage they have. And while Levin might be quick, but I don't think he's quick enough to clear all the remaining players of Fnatic with how much time is left on the job. He's showing you that maybe those misses earlier were a little bit of an off round or two. It's nice shots from Levin, but I don't think Fnatic will care at all as they go in with the lead.
No, it is a lead for Fnatic. And has made it work, at least for the first half. And now, during the halftime, we're going to send it over to the coach confession that happened after the previous map. We asked Aang if he feels like he has a good read on Zace's strat book for this map. Let's see what he had to say about that.
बेंचियो ऐसा बोला उसने, बेंचॉट ऐसा चिल्लाया उसने, confirm.
Do you feel like you have a good read on Zace's strat book on this map?
So I think they changed it so much that it's more about, like, you know, who's gonna just show better gameplay with their comps. That's it. I don't think there is a reads or something like this, you know.
Only one to gaya. Language array. पहले का कोच बदल गया ना, सबके कोच बदले भाई. कल का मैच ही देख लो. सब बदल गया.
Welcome back, folks. 5-7 at the halftime. It's Fnatic with the lead, just about. They showed up towards the end of that attack side, and even if you look at the timeline there, you can see there's just a flash in the pan here. Chat se na bhai ne kitne kill kare the prediction mein. Back-to-back rounds was after it. And so coming into this one, I think it's fair to say, Tom, they may need a pistol to give them the leg up. You also said this comp looks better on the defense, at least on a eye test.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they've got planned. I think maybe moving as a pack will help them out, as it always seems to do.
3-1-1.
That's a very aggressive stance. But it still ends up even. The spams onto Boaster at the back wall have been enough. Crashies goes unchecked, but is there a trade to be had? Yes, there is. And, well, again, swings and roundabouts. Yeah. The team takes an advantage, and it doesn't last long. For Cloud, well, he was used to being that lurk, the man on the other side of the map. Now he's hoping that his gamble to be is the correct one. And while it was, but I think hearing nothing might just put a little bit of doubt in the back of his mind.
There's certainly a lot more avenues they can come from to flank him. And if they are going to go without utility, it's going to be a contact, more likely that they're going to do that from behind. But now it's been long enough. Cloud has to worry about both angles, but there's the information given to him. That was the utility, the signal he was waiting for. The strike onto Aves, but it's a bad man to swing.
I'm really enjoying the Aves redemption arc. But I think being that typical IGL under Eng was not working for him, and whatever structure changes have been made under Zeiss has given this man a new lease of life. But again, we saw opportunities, advantages in this round for Fnatic. But the fight back is ever so fierce. And now gives a very good opportunity to go into the first buy round level.
This is definitely not an opportunity that KC can afford to squander. A decently strong buy through rifles and a Spectre. Even making this round close will be a loss for KC. Moving towards middle. This is the plan from Fnatic. This is what they hope KC will do. They're waiting on mid, but they haven't seen anything. And with a minute left on the clock, it's time to go. Just as KC step past the point of no return, but it looks like they'll at least mostly make it out. The wall slowing them down, but Alpha's somehow gotten 2 over it. This is dangerous. He's got himself a 3rd. And now there's weapons to be recovered. There's an advantage for Fnatic. And as I said, already making it close. This is a big negative for KC. It could get a lot worse.
Well, yeah, Alpha has now got a rifle to play with. He didn't even take any damage in those battles, so he's healthy, ready and raring to go. And Ace, not an impossibility. And then the best thing is for Crashies and Cloud, they could basically just act as bait. They can use themselves to try and give Althea an opportunity. Even still, though, that time has been ticking. Dosia still had his paranoia, looks to slow them down, but the position again, the position from Cloud is perfect. He's going to eliminate one of those rifle players that's left, all onto Dosia, and he doesn't have the right angle. It doesn't matter now, though. Crashies has let go, and a chance to maybe save the day. I think the defusel's just going to come over the line. It is a Moda Thrifty, closed out by Cloud, but won by Althea.
That should have been neck and neck. That should have been KC's way back in, and they lose the second round to Althea. This guy being gifted 3 over the top of the wall for 2. Sensational work. And the closeout, 0.21 of a second, I knew that desk was going to get a punishment. I don't know what that desk has done to him, but I know what he's done to the desk. It is
well-built desk.
There's going to be a fine coming up.
All I'm going to say is that desk barely flinches.
That's true. There's not even a dent on it.
8-6.
Spectre था मिड पे था ना मैं बोला ना.
This series that has happened. The last, I believe, was the map that they lost. Crucial rounds slipping out of KC's hands.
Insane round, bhai.
Like that. I'll be honest, like when I heard the bandit was being buffed, I kind of went, I think that might be a little bit silly. But I do think it was mainly to get people to use it. And now I'm seeing people like Alfie use it. That's insane. He could just tap people out of the round like it's nothing.
Already when we saw people use it, it was strong.
Yeah.
And then you hear there's a buff coming. And that has to be undone, I'd imagine. Because I still don't think we're seeing the full ceiling of it in those low buy rounds, but
that was pretty close.
Yeah, that was a pretty good, but that was an example, right? You need to have a lot of examples before we start tweaking the game. I don't think it'll be too long before we do. Fnatic, man advantage already. It is an eco that they're up against. The rifle on Sugetsu, the only shining light of hope for this attacking side.
There is a 75% chance it was a miss satchel.
Oh my goodness. Oh, the timing is insane! What is that fight? What? Okay, well, Alpha somehow gets out there alive, ends up taking the right, ends up taking Aves! And you know what? He'll take the bloody round with it. Sugetsu reloading, but finally gets it on the shorty. Jesus, what a round from Alphier, and I mean that in every sense of the word. What a round from Alphier.
He's really come alive in this defensive half already. the 4K in this round. A multi-frag to give them the last round. Oh, it's just the worst timing for either player. Yeah. Oh god. Dosie's gonna have nightmares about that. And then watch 2 of his teammates die. Well, sorry, 3 of them die because of it.
I love you, Bratan. I love you. It's your time.
Trust me, bro. If you saw what he did, you love him even more. The little cha-cha slide, right and left, beautiful little reverse on it. 9-6, 3 rounds in between them, but it is definitely feeling like the chasm is widening in favor of Fnatic. Finally, Alfier will face certain death and actually die.
It was an attempt. I'm going to assume to maybe just try and catch Sugetsu on the lurk. The C's even thrown in, but no damage really found for it. Defenders have taken a fair amount of early control. The TP away, maybe used as a ruse to leave Cloud behind. But nothing being spotted. Because of that, they're going to now gamble the rotation back towards this A site. It's the right call, but the reason we see this so often is because of that Nightfall. It can clear the entirety of the backside and elbow. Forces them out of the site, but you have to look at the new position taken up by Cloud that now covers them off in heaven.
Oh, that spam was fantastic. He's taken Abez, he's done damage, left 11 on his last legs, and the push up in B main from Kayak. The distraction here is Boaster running his way back through. In fact, he might be a sacrificial lamb. But do they expect the other man? Well, they've spotted him now. Okay, danger, well, spotted, but not dealt with just yet. Luckily, he'll only get the 1.
Another flank coming, though. Crashes also went the long way around. It leaves a bit of an awkward gap in heaven, though. That's the bigger problem. If they're unable to clear Dosia, he might be able to buy enough time. But also, for Crashies, yep, the high-low. Difficult to clear. They're also wary of where that second player is coming from, but as I said, Dosia still acts as that safe pair of hands. And for Crashies now, he doesn't even know where that second player is. He's got to try and figure out Dosia's position, but Dosia's giving nothing. I like this. Just sits back, waits patiently. And okay, there's 1 kill, but the time already gone. He didn't even have to make a step. Now at this point, there's nothing Crashies can do. He made it costly. But ultimately, it's
we probably lose 3 out of 5 matches,
they have gotten themselves back
we
on the board.
Sure have a good time.
A little bit of fluidity from
even
them
by losing and so cute.
I got toxic army.
Mute karo.
Perfect. It did
and
seem like Kayak was going to be a big problem in main.
No need to compare yourself with anyone.
Ends up catching him with the flash, but again, it was Sugetsu to pick up that piece. And like I said, the reason I was so harsh on him in the previous is because I don't really see him not play that way that often, right? Like, play that poorly. With Sugetsu, someone we have a high skill ceiling for. We've seen it. We've seen it reached plenty of times. And he had a very quiet performance today, or at least on this map, sorry. That's Narrate, right? And we've also seen him step up in this series. These are players we know can deliver. Hasn't been working out quite as well as we'd hoped.
Oh, bro, sexy blind by sexy.
Not landed on. Cloud. Nice. SMG's not going to be great on the wallbangs, but it will be great if they try and run through a snake bite. They wanted to try and join Levin, and they have in the grave. It leaves Narrate, and well, he's got his res.
Actually,
but I don't see an opportunity to use it unless he's going to use someone as bait.
To be honest, this, like, right now, a 5-11 Narrate in a 1v4, this is where I feel like he's most dangerous. He's not only got a point to prove, but he doesn't have to worry anymore about anybody else. Doesn't have to worry about his utility. All he has to do is shoot people, and you put Narrate into a death match. Well, the results are up in the air, to say the least. The reality is, though, you take a look at the credits for KC, and they're not the healthiest. Levin's doing decent, but it's probably better to carry this rifle forward to the next. Something about the 1v4 with the spike down doesn't really hit for me. But it's whether he gets away with it or not. I mean, Crashy's probably going to clear the spawn here, surely. You look towards the A site. Maybe he's flanking all the way around, but if he does and he catches Narrate, which for now at least he's locked in on it.
10 seconds left.
Luckily on the other side, I think he's thought twice about going this. I think he's thought twice about going this way. Yeah, see, there. He
can he hear you? Because it genuinely feels like this is just narrate rage bait.
There we go.
There you go. Well, Crashy's now knows, but it's too late. Yep. He'll at least be able to hold on to the gun, but we now have KC coming in with the timeout. The one and done.
चलो good night, कल मिलते हैं जीवर से FS में डन से लाइक करते करते जाना मेरे close to 3 के like boys.
Safe to say that.
I'm sorry.
The immediate apology.
It just hit the back of his mind. He's like, Eng's not gonna
I'll be like, sorry, मैं अभी भी आया हूँ, माफ करो.
Cloud looks over, sees Boaster, he's like, I'm gonna let it out. Bang, bang, bang. Oh no. Daddy's watching.
It just cuts to Eng with a notepad.
Oh my goodness.
Hell off Cloud.
Give me Genzay some water. I think he's got. He has.
Calm down.
Hit the Zen.
That calmed him down. That actually, I think he's trying to calm him. He calmed himself. Beautiful. Wonderful.
He's counting. And then, you know, big. Something big.
Caster na man re.
Oh. Okay. I think I got it.
I made the comparison earlier, just realized of Eng being Davy Jones. But he was the one to take out the Dutchman.
Nice.
कल मिलते हैं बदला 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 है जी कौन सी साइड पे भाई तो हेलो
10-7
बदला ही सब कुछ नहीं होता भाई याद रखना.
After Ascent, I was definitely a little bit worried for them coming into this map, but even with both pistols going the way of the opposition, they find themselves 10-7. Alfie has looked fantastic. Cloud again has been a consistent factor throughout this series. Definitely looking like a great pickup from the side of Fnatic. Do KC still have the ability to bounce back from this one? We've seen them perform fantastically well in their first couple of games. After a 0-5 stage 1, they've looked like a different beast. But is this the bubble about to be burst? Ooh. Warning shots.
Exactly. He's scaring him away from his land. That's what we want to see. This is my site. Back off. Look what happens next, buddy.
Yeah, no one wants the.
ये round अगर KC
convert
कर देना, KC come back. जीत गया.
Yes,
Straight up.
that's
Either
exactly
way,
what I was going to say.
Straight up.
Contact into heaven. TP in, but it was more so just a ruse. Alfia, he stunned half the team and looks to go in for more. He's just been right-click classicked by Aves. Barbosa's warning shots. Really?
30 seconds left.
I'm surprised we see the res come through. They have managed to pick up a rifle.
Hello.
In this round where there's still so many vulnerabilities, a res seems very surprising. Maybe Narrate just wanting to finally be able to use it, but is it used for nothing? No, Aves, with that trade back, the res assist has come in for Narrate, and now he's going to get himself a plant.
Taking down two. Well, he's put this round to bed, hasn't he? Aves all alone. Finds himself one more. Man brought back from the dead man walking. But he's going to put two more bodies on the floor. And they are peeking together. Boaster and Crashies won't let this one slip. He's up against the deadly duo. 5 bullets left. A reload might be needed, but he wants to pick first. He wants to take them down, and with the mag running dry, so too are his chances. Brashy's out on top with 11-7.
It's at least a couple of assists for Narrate, but I was very surprised to see that ultimate used. Maybe a couple more coming on soon. And with the deficit, to try and bring it back a little bit earlier. I'm also surprised that we only see one here, because this is the kill that, in my eyes, is straight BS.
I think I figured it out, actually. Aves might be cheating.
Mumbai server में
he can also control how the spread of a right-click classic goes.
आराम से लिखो, बराबर लिखो भाई. Miscoms. और ये सब तो पहली बात लिखना बंद करो.
What a game this has been. It has delivered at every turn. But we may be nearing the end of this story for KC. Started out so bright, but dark times are here. 11-7, 4 rounds behind. Big round for KC. Ulti's online, rifles in hand, and a man advantage already.
I think one of those ults might have just been earned from that kill from Aves. So again, he seems to drag his team through this at an unbelievable
tweet
set the bar for how you can perform as an IGL, but
I hope वो लोग ने noobs करके लिखा रहेगा.
Does it keep going?
He has been quite aggressive in his stances. Almost a lurker on the defense, but
they might go back to B. If Cloud doesn't overextend here, this could be huge. I think he's going to get the pick that stops them going that way in just a second, but every second gone past is a big opportunity to catch them on that rotate, and now KC are kind of directionless. They've got to make a choice.
Well, this is the problem.
Pit B, you've got to go A.
You've got one player going one way, one player going the other, but the rotation might be caught. Levin's now looking to kill off Boaster as he rotates. It's going to be down to Alpha on the side, but sometimes that's enough. He quickly got 2 kills. And although the spike plant is inevitable, there's still an opportunity for Cloud. Making his way towards Levin. He'll get himself a 1v1 fight, but it's an unfair fight. He was caught on the rope, maybe expecting them to group up together to fight this one. Levin actually ends up being a hugely important piece of that round, catching the
मॉर्निंग में एक रहना आया था लास्ट मोमेंट रहना लग के रहे लास्ट मोमेंट अरे स्काई लाइन मेरी जान के टोटे मालूम है मुंबई सर्वर में लंड है कुछ लोग भी लंड है लेकिन वो लंड अभी तक तुझे अफेक्ट कर रहा है तो रियल लंड कौन समझ रहे हो ये सोचो ना भाई
This round, another very important one because for KC, win this, not only do you stop Fnatic hitting 12, which is a good enough reason to win, but you'll also stop them hitting 12 in the next, most likely, because look at the credits. They are not looking pretty on that defensive side.
Hopeless.
By a bandit.
तो उनको मालूम पड़ता है वही लंडे करके समझ रहे हो ऐसा मालूम करवाने का
Nothing's guaranteed in this life.
करेक्ट है ब्यूटी ले देखो
Showstopper.
ठीक है लियोन भाई आज सबके साथ चल में कुछ दोष है क्या
He's taken a lot of control. They walk through. Oh, that was an opportunity for Cloud. I feel like a judge at that angle should have got him a little bit more. And every single fight that's been had has gone the way of KC. From the depths of defeat to winning every scrappy battle. A judge in a smoke finding 0 kills. And then the fight from Sugetsu.
कैसे चल रहा है सब बढ़िया 4-10
I was going to say, stick together and hope that you get it over the line. Instead, they have split up and look for clues. Crashy's about to find out where they are, and he's also found a bullet from Levin.
Well, Kayak, this would be a beautiful play. A chance to take down Narrate on the plant. That little gap in the wall, but something tells me unless, as we've already said, Fnatic are not in the greatest financial spot. Unless they come throwing themselves at him and give him the chance to win the round, he won't be trying to find that chance for himself. Fnatic won't arm them to the teeth in the next, but it's really, we're in the danger zone now. KC pushing up to 9, 5 players alive. It's a lot of credits at their back. And add to that, as we said, it's not likely to be a very costly round in the next for the attacking side. They could end up in a really strong economic position. To be honest, considering it's 11 on the board for Fnatic, they're already in that spot. Ultimate's coming online and a convincing round. I'm believing in KC again. I doubt Zeiss is, but I am. I feel like we're going to see a replay of him like smashing a desk here or something.
Maybe not in this round. Maybe not quite a smile.
Timeout. I think it's the best time
again. Oh no, okay.
There's
to play the game normally, and
I'm sure
when we lose this round, then
yeah, it was kind of like there were some vulnerabilities in the last round, although where the judge ended up being positioned, I did expect a little bit more. But they still don't have a buy going into this one either, so maybe stretching the credits a little bit too thin, but
उसका मेन रीजन है कि जितना भी वहाँ पे esports प्लेयर हो गए कास्टर लोग सब लोग वीडियो लोग हैं तो वो लोग और को भी जानते हैं वो लोग प्लेयर्स को भी जानते हैं वो लोग दोस्त भी है वो लोग साथ में बैठते भी खाना भी खाते हैं
the same can be said for Levin, who has now been healed up. Cloud now looks to reclaim that space, and the rest of Fnatic again are grouping up around Kayak to put pressure in towards the spawn, but Dosia just has no interest in fighting that. And even with Kayak being able to get into aggressive positions. Okay, he's left the player behind, but he's now used pretty much all of his utility and not really found much for it.
Well, Alpha, you mentioned the judge in the previous. This is the bookie up close, being held by Doja for now.
किसको लगता है अभी बक्की ज़्यादा better है जज से?
Tempt fate.
Considering क्या
It looks
पैसे
like the spike is still heading towards B, but I assume this is just a ruse being sold, trying to drag those rotations over, get that utility out of the defense, make him spooked, make him scared, and then run into a round. That's the plan from KC. A lot of Fnatic are still here.
It's feeling a little bit nervy. 20 seconds left, and that rifle's still here. It's the one kill, but it's traded immediately, and Levin then deals with the remaining 2 defenders. The spike still needs to cross, but they were waiting to bait things out, and Narrate with a few seconds left on the clock will get that spike down. It looked for a second like this was going to be a blunder with a nervy finish. Instead, Althea now has 4 players and a Bucky.
Look, finding a couple of kills here is going to be the ideal scenario. Make it extremely costly would be great.
If he gets one,
really
your presence is a rare one, but
that
reaches countless hearts. May your journey be adorned by with endless success, happiness, and the same kindness. You are so effortless. Why share with others?
Big round is certainly going to give him the opportunity to have a showstopper fairly soon.
Sorry. May your smile remain forever
defuse at the end. I think he's
grabbing a rifle, but he died anyway.
Sorry.
He picked up a rifle. He wasn't quite quick enough.
Sorry. Shout out to you, very good.
Sticking around, like,
I think he picked up the so he went into the corner, grabbed it, but there was literally no time for him to get away. So, well, definitely some frustration seeping in. 3 rounds lost in a row. Now it is going to be a Fnatic tactical pause. An opportunity once again, but it really does feel like this has been the case throughout the game. Especially in the first map and this one, you feel like a team has a hold on it, and they're going to just run to the finish. And immediately, the game just flips on its head. Levin looks to match up versus the likes of Althea. The 2 Turkish superstars sat 22 and 21 kills. And there have been a player here or there missing, Boaster struggling a little bit more. Narrate also, surprisingly, slow game, but he has been coming back into things. I think it's clear for Fnatic, even if this is just a momentum shift, try and slow them down a little bit, because what we've seen, even going into that site with, what was it? It was less than 20 seconds by the time they actually executed. It didn't look that uncomfortable in the end.
No, a big part of that is Levin on that dive to back site, and Narrate picking up some as well. That definitely could have been uncomfortable. Just a couple of shots missed for Fnatic. Looking the wrong way in heavy traffic as Levin made it up and over. They were watching for moments before, but they turned their back just as he made it onto the site. Timing was good for KC. That's been a factor. And thinking about this team in particular, I feel like their style of playing a more loose creates those opportunities more often than anyone else that we see.
Excuse me?
What the... What? What is that pit, bro? I've never seen that before. You can't misclick a pit. What is that? What am I missing? It's either genius or stupid, and I don't know which.
We're gonna, well, maybe we're gonna find out. Maybe they don't want them pushing B main. Maybe they want them to fight into mid. They're getting that mid fight. We'll see if they're ready for it. 3 players holding on the other side. Sugetsu still just holding on to B main. He's got it on lock.
Oh, has he? You don't think they'll push into it?
You never know. Because that's what he's expecting them to do.
He is. He's sat in the corner waiting for them. Listen, if anyone walks through this, they're an idiot. I just want to say that, plain and simple. That's the weirdest pit I've ever seen in my life. I'm trying to think of a stranger one. Why?
Maybe it's the ultimate counter to Kayak, who's been pushing that every single round. He is just going to stay in the pit the whole time. Levin's failed a blast pack up, and Cloud is now got a slightly easier fight. They're going to try and potentially use a res. Althea dealing damage
That's
onto
impossible.
one, keeps that man advantage going, but it's got 14 seconds. They've got to move.
Nice.
12 seconds to make it onto the site. The cross could be held. An opportunity if they can spam this one out. Instead, Crashies is there. They will get that plant in just about.
Bam, tomorrow
It's now left all on to one.
अरे तो रिवील हुआ था कहाँ गए सब?
Reload, but he's getting spammed at the same time.
अच्छा
And
रिवील पे
eventually
क्यों भागी है
will take
उसका?
us to 12. An interesting round from KC.
मैं वही सोचा कोई मार क्यों नहीं रहा है वो दिख रहा मेरे को आर पार वो रील पे क्या जय माता दी करके
सीधा
भागा वो
into a site with no utility and why did you replay that?
Oh,
I don't
के वजह से
do
हुआ
this to me.
है
Have you put Sagetsu
Jump
dying walking? Yeah, as well. Actually, I can't say what I want to say to you right now. Replay ops. That's disgusting. Now what you've done is disgusting. But what he did is bored. He hit it in B main. And then Shift walked out of it after a timeout. What are we doing? Okay, well, that's how I feel. That's how I feel what he's feeling. He's just not letting it out.
Familiar faces.
That's after a timeout. Like maybe there was a generational idea behind it, but let me tell you, it looked stupid and it did nothing. So, you know, maybe we'll see it another time.
Oh,
hope not.
Moving on. Nice shot from Levin.
Bro, मजाक सेट कर
Landed on to
मैं अगर प्लेयर और रहता था ना ये कोच को टिल्ट करने के लिए हर बार मैं ऐसा रेस्पेक्ट बी पे जाके वॉल्ट कर रहा
था looking like it's going to be theirs.
ऐसा रेस्पेक्ट करता था मैं इसको हाँ bro please
plant coming through for
जितने भी सारे टीम्स
it's
हैं
all about that late play. Sagetsu hasn't quite got the pit to work with, but he might still
इससे मालूम पड़ा ये कास्ट और ये मैप है
onto this. Oh, that's nice. It's actually baited that out beautifully. Cloud has played for a bit of a fool, and now they have to worry about that late flank. That's gone about as well as it could for Sagetsu. And then he got shot in the face. So that's a bit unfortunate, but luckily it's a return. Levin popped the showstopper. That's going to push them back for a moment, buy a little bit more time. And as that clock keeps on ticking, the defuse will be at least tapped to bait out the swing. Ava's down, and now 1v1. Okay, it's looking workable for a man like Cloud. He's going to tank that nade, looking to get it to happen. The wrap from Levin is there. 11 on the board for KC. It's the distance either way, but we might see an overtime.
Levin's been incredible in this map. 26 and 13. Him and Alfia continue to go toe-to-toe.
यहाँ पे जाके वो रिटर्न इतना जल्दी क्यों आया वो?
Goes up with a shorty. And while Alfia fights it back, he's there to close it in the end. Just one round, the difference between the two. Let's go! 11 feeling like an overtime is on the cards. We saw it in map 1. That was where they tasted defeat.
पैसा नहीं है.
And for Fnatic now, just look at the buy that's come up behind it. 2 sheriffs, a judge, and at least a couple of rifles.
Minute 15 on the clock. KC challenging for mid, but we've seen this from KC a lot, that they very rarely go in the direction they're indicating in that first engagement or two. Pressure on mid, they see players up top, and now look to main. Look to Kayak. It's just now got another TP online, but won't even get a chance to use it. Quick connection by Levin. It's one of the weaknesses taken out. Fnatic looking likely to concede to an overtime, and with Alfier already down and out, feels like an inevitability.
Yeah, rifle can be retrieved for Crashies. He's definitely had a better map here on split. And Sagetsu, it is genuine responsibility. This map has just been an annoyance. Be in the backline consistently. Nightfall sent out. Levin just looking to play ahead of it. Nade in, but he's going to get eliminated. Even still, though, it looks like his teammates have the job done. Crashies versus 4. The slows on either side. And he's being wrapped on from the heavens. Well, he's not been spotted, but it won't matter. Narrate is there to close. OT once again as KC take us all the way. And from Fnatic having a fairly decent advantage to close in regulation, they now have to fight once again to close in overtime.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be disappointing for this squad. They were so far in the lead that even with a couple of rounds going away, of KC. It didn't feel like
they
really had that much of a chance at making this climb back in. Remember how the half even started. They win the pistol, lose round 2 right off rip. Like Fnatic ran away with this. But KC caught up just in time. 11 in the lead when it comes to kills, 28 and 14. Billy was saying, that's the highlight. That's what I'm looking at. So I want to see Levin on this raise. And, well, you got to see a lot of him. Here's a little more in OT.
Call-wise, I think Fnatic
seems like Ascent was more of the
blip
rather than the norm. These teams have been hard to separate. Could have been a 2-0 on Summit. But it's gone the distance all the way, and normally in these sort of late games, that's where you give Fnatic the edge, but with their lead dissipating, the walk-up as well, Boaster could be in a bit of trouble. He's setting up a smoke, doesn't realize how close Levin has got. One away from the 30 bomb now for the young Turkish star. But the rest of the team are making their move in towards this A site. No smokes, of course. Leaves them in a troublesome position, and Cloud is already on his last legs.
I think he's going to go for the late flank now. Probably where he has the most value, but it's going to be a little bit late to the party. You look to Fnatic, what utility do they have to delay and bar a flash? And the relay bolt, we're not talking, I'm sorry, the slide, yeah, we're really not talking about a lot. On this attack side, Cloud only now making it to, he's got to run, he's got to sprint. But of course, they would hear him if he did, or he thinks they would. So a slow approach from Cloud, but it looks like they've taken, oh my goodness! Alpha and Kayak have shut them down. Cloud should have it all lined up, but he's being caught by Narrate. Crashies all alone will only find one. And it seemed like a death sentence for KC, delaying that long, but well, they've gotten used to playing against Cloud, it seems.
Yeah, I think at this point, both teams are so ready for those flanks. Like, I think especially if you have Sugetsu on your team, he does it every single round. You're going to be expecting that if you don't see that Viper immediately, that you know where he is. I like the call, though. They get aggressive in middle, not shying away from the fight. And now KC, after what was a fairly hefty deficit, they now sit one round away from taking this in overtime, 3-0. The team that was 0-5 in stage 1 could be kicking off their stage 2, 3-0.
Generational throw.
And well, if I'm not mistaken, being a singular win from being in that top 2, at least it seems like that would skip them straight through to the playoffs. Still, a game versus Fnatic is never done until it's done. We saw it 16-14 earlier. It wouldn't be overly surprising to see one again.
Hopefully तेरा भाई का interview एक दो clear हो जाएगा.
I want to see this Ace Cam regardless of what happens. 13-12, a chance to win the series against his former head coach for KC. A chance to go 3-0 up when this very same squad, Banner and crew, were down 0-5 ending last season. Playoffs wasn't something we ever thought. We just wanted to see them play, for God's sake. And they never got started, but now they've come not to play, but to win. In this round, that might be tough. They've already lost Sugetsu. The mid lurk not going their way, but they've used their wall as well, and nothing found off the back of it.
35 seconds, and they're just looking to re-clear into middle. This is a lot still to do, and not a lot of time to do it. They've got to go through the orb. And are they just going to try and re-hit into this B-site through heaven? That seems to be the plan. 20 seconds left. Cloud is just going to sit and wait in the corner. Are they going to check it? They haven't checked it! And what Alfia swings before his teammate can even deal that final blow. A nice shot for Levin, but it's irrelevant. The spike up top, 13-13.
हो गया मेरा भाई जो जीतो
was more than enough to slow KC down. We go another.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good fight for Sugetsu.
Normal Fnatic game hai bhai.
They lost that second prong to the offense and then said, okay, well, we gotta have someone go up top. We can't all come out of main. It's a bloodbath. It's a death sentence, but it was either way.
Viper ने early pick लिया.
Round 27.
Omen blind के बाद वो लोग का pressure रुक गया था.
For 11. He has been fighting
pressure करते pick करता तो शायद उसका timing आता कि Viper Bimen chala jata split karne, at least वो हिलता तो था.
Still to be gained here. Spotted them cross up towards ramp at least. That's good space for Fnatic. But what are they going to do with it?
Oh, jewels are oi, oi!
Boaster on a much more passive lurk after the last round.
अच्छा ये कास्टर ही खास रहा है बाजू में ओके.
Catching him off guard.
मेरे को लगा कोई प्रोडक्शन में से.
A little bit more careful about it. The defense have also got 3 players towards the heavens, so clearly feeling like the likelihood of an A take is there, but as of right now we can see that rotation.
ये गेमिंग क्रिएटर कम्युनिटी इतनी स्पाइनलेस के यूथ के वॉइस including you, including me.
If he is going to take it.
यूथ के वजह से.
No, he's not. He's stuck around, and now the spike comes back towards him. He sold a ruse initially, and now they're selling a fake on the other side of the map, using the Prowler, using the Neon, but it hasn't made all of the move. Sugetsu's still here. Aves is still here. They sit in the corners, but immediately are cleared. Aves, the second player, but Kayak still gets both. But then there was another prong. The third to the fork that was this A-site defense. And although they'll be able to potentially get a plant, they're pressuring, they're pushing. The flank was what they're waiting for. Cloud needs to hold the line, and he has. It looked like there were problems with him being the only man there. Instead, he gets them to the point of victory once again. Another round to the collection. They have to give to Cloud.
No, that was a different level. On the third map in overtime, yeah, Kayak stepped up big time here as well. But Cloud got that plant in with a second to spare. Not just because of the time on the clock, but because of the forces gathering around him. They try to flood in, they try to deal with him, but too little, too late. And it's getting to Zace. They were in with a chance to close this series. And now, one round could send them out of this 2-1. Could put that first loss on the board for Zace's head coach for KC on this run. Happening at the hands of their former head coach.
Yeah. I like they put the headset down to give us table slapping ASMR. Very appreciative of that. Didn't know what that would sound like, but now I do. Thanks to Zeiss. Thanks to Levin. Man, they would have been out of this map
long ago.
A long, long time ago if it wasn't for Levin. And he's just going to swing Althea. Yeah, Althea, you know. That guy with multiple trophies under his belt, it means nothing to Levin. A double opener. Looking for a response, but there is no response. Boaster, 1v4. Well, there's days where you might believe in that. I'm not sure this is one of them. He's had troubles individually. Sure, he gets a kill onto Narrate, but it's at the cost of almost all of his health, and Aves is just waiting on the other side. 14-14. A series that has delivered and continues to. But at this point, it only delivers because of the performance that Levin is having.
But yeah, Aves was one of the best players I've ever seen in the last map. We said he can't expect that same level, and he's having a good game. 23 and 22. Yet he is still 10 kills behind his boy Levin. The guy who's going in first a lot of the time. The one who should have the excuse of the attack side. He can't do much, obviously. That's not the case. On every side, he's doing much. And for Fnatic, no victory just yet. We're right back into overtime, neck and neck with the attack side from Fnatic. And last time we saw that double fake, the pressure towards A, but it didn't really drag the rotations. This time, I think they're going to go much more direct.
Dosia has a little bit of support. Oh, that's very awkward. The near sight doesn't work when your opponent is close, and Althea couldn't have been much closer. An opener. It gives them a good position. Levin tried to be the hero. Instead, he's eliminated immediately. The man of the moment is gone. But Aves still alive and kicking Kayak, the bodyguard for the planter. Now Aves is all that's left, and while Althea makes sure that this round doesn't go anywhere else other than into his pocket. He's now broken the 30 barrier with 31 kills. It really does just seem like two superstars from Turkey fighting to see who's going to win this map.
And now we come out of that round to a timeout from Fnatic.
It's over.
15 to 14.
Nice TP. That's some ballsy TP, bro. I love that.
The fact that डॉलर ट्रम्प की बात है उसके लिटरेसी इतना एविडेंट है पढ़ाई तो नहीं होगी कभी तो उसकी इम्पोर्टेंस के लिए प्रोजेक्ट क्या समझेगा तू But one of the kids जो people anyways block me from the channel. I don't give a fuck. But if Joker के लिए raises you can too. या कुछ मोदी साथ मीटिंग करके आए इसलिए कुछ बोल नहीं पाते हैं मोदी जी आ गए इसमें हेलो हैवी लिटरेट जी ओटी चल रहा है करके मैं आंसर दे दूंगा भाई ओटी खत्म होने दो आंसर दे दूंगा और मेरे को किसको छाती फाड़ के दिखाने का जरूरत नहीं है हर चीज बोलने के लिए कि मैं इंडियन हूँ नहीं हूँ मेरा रिलीजन ये है नहीं है मैं स्टूडेंट के साथ हूँ नहीं हूँ इसके लिए मेरे को स्टोरी डालने का जरूरत नहीं है फिर भी मैं एक डाला हुआ बात अलग है लेकिन हर चीज प्रूव करने के लिए लिटरेट जी आप टेंशन ना लो मैं आंसर दे दूंगा
Casey have got a fair bit of footwork done
मोदी
already.
जी की गलती नहीं है लेकिन इसमें
Looks like they're ready to execute it to A, but for Sugetsu with an operator
मेरा जी
on
90%
the other side of the map. And I did just realize he had an operator. I didn't even look for it.
मेरा जी 93% आया था क्या फायदा हुआ गाली का है ना चैट में
what he's been doing for backstabs maybe the worst weapon you can have but I guess he's just looking for aggression elsewhere on the map. The fact is though they've used that as a call to head towards the B side. The funny thing is Fnatic have heard that call. They have 3 players on this side of the map as well.
मैं तो चैनल से उड़ाने का बात ही नहीं किया खुद ही उड़ना चाहता
being the main point of their grievances so far. But he has a teammate alongside him, and that teammate might not be checked. It's only going to be the 1-for-1. Althea needed once again, and he delivers once again. But eventually he will fall just like the others. And now Cloud, all that remains of Fnatic's hopes of closing it just like last time, 16 and 14. Those hopes seem to have diminished. Aves even able to use the Nightfall, the trail of Clouds.
चलो
Deceive.
ठीक है मेरी जान के टूटे किधर गया मेरी जान के टूटे पहली बात आप मेजॉरिटी लोगों को देख रहे होगे चाहे वो गेमिंग हो बॉलीवुड हो हॉलीवुड हो टॉलीवुड हो कोई भी वुड हो प्लैंक्स हो कोई भी हो बहुत लोग ये बोलेंगे कि अपन कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को रिप्रेजेंट नहीं करते सपोर्ट नहीं करते यही चीज़ सुन रहे हो सेम चीज़ है कट टू कॉपी पेस्ट मेरा भी बराबर है एक नोट कर दो मोदी जी का इसमें लेना देना नहीं है नोट कर दो किसी के तरफ नहीं हूँ मैं बस मॉम डैड के तरफ बीवी और मेरे मॉम डैड के तरफ उसके मॉम डैड के तरफ और एक मेरा बहुत खतरनाक हरामी भाई है वो बाद में कंटिन्यू करेंगे
Casey using it on the attack with Sugetsu, but Levin
ठीक है मैं उनके तरफ
granted the honor of
बाकी कंटिन्यू
he's
करेंगे
pushed up in A main. He's going to keep going. This is being watched by Cloud, but a hard shot for Cloud to hit, but he gets there right off rip.
11 down. It's a big player to take. Boaster saw the operator of his opponent in the last and decided anything you can do, I can do better. Sugetsu surely falls, yeah, no escape. And now Narrate at the top of the wall wants to try and even, and instead he makes their deficit deeper. The hole has been dug further into the ground, and now Reliance on just 2. Cloud still holding that lurk on the other side of the map. Plenty of time for Fnatic to play with, and questions being asked by this defensive side. It seems like Dosia is going to make his way back, but Aves a push up here. I don't think there's any way he expects Cloud to still be it, but timing. Cloud's just about to move, but clearly his spidey senses were tingling as he will remove Aves from action.
Yeah, that was the chance. Dosia's been remarkable in some of the games earlier. Look back to Summit. This Harbor was sensational, but
वो ज्ञानी से नीट एंटे का फुल फॉर्म पूछ लो.
Too tall of a task, surely.
मोदी जी डाल
And
दिया.
indeed it will be. Fnatic 16 to 15 now. We're going more of a distance than before. But it seems like the story might end the same way as map number 1. Another chance to close this out for Fnatic.
वो crazy था लेकिन.
It feels like a lot of their attack rounds are becoming more and more controlled as things go along, whereas the ones from KC feel more and more reliant on that individual brilliance, the likes of 11 or an Aves to bail them out.
Ignore them by.
Or to get to up.
You can see. No, the only operator is going to be on the hands of Kayak. The Yoru makes a little bit more sense, but they're definitely feeling the bite of that last round with how passive they're being.
Yeah, you're only going to let yourself fall to the surprise op once, aren't you? Even though it's not in play, you have no way to know that until the shot is fired. So for Fnatic, caution is the name of the game. It's going to be a slow round from KC. 2 players towards the A site. Spike still bottom mid, crossing to B. Slow, labored perhaps, but for Fnatic so far, they have had boots on the ground in the right place at the right time. It seems like we're going to swap positions this time so that some util can come in from Crashies towards the A site, but they've realized it might not be needed with contact on B.
Sagatsu might need to be the hero for them this time. They're rotating towards his position, walking into Alfie's domain. Who said it's been him versus Levin for who will top the tower. And as the time ticks by, he's going to be the one under pressure again, the one that looks to close. That time being bought, the more dangerous he becomes. But now he has friends. 19 seconds left for KC to try and make some sort of move, and it's already then the first to fall. It looks like everything will fall apart right at the end for KC. Even Levin can't save them now. At 17, 15, 16, 14, couple of maps for Fnatic. If you're
okay, भाई सुनो मेरी जान, लड़ाई मत करो भाई, मेरे लिए स्टैंड लेने का जरूरत नहीं है, लड़ाई मत करो, मेरे को नॉर्मली उससे बोलने दो भाई. देख, स्टार्टिंग में जब प्रोटेस्ट चालू हुआ मेरी जान, मैंने नहीं डाला स्टोरी क्योंकि मैं खुद नहीं जा रहा हूँ, तो मैं लोगों को बोलूँ तुम लोग जाओ. फिर बाद में लोग मेरे को नहीं पेलेंगे, तू खुद नहीं जा रहा है और तू स्टोरी डाल रहा है, चलो जाओ. हाँ है कि नहीं? फिर कुछ दिनों बाद ऑलरेडी इतना वो सब हो गया था, बहुत सारे लोग ऑलरेडी चले गए, सब लोग वो कॉज का पार्ट हो गए. तो उसके बाद में स्टोरी डालू कि एक काम करो, वहां पे ऑलरेडी बहुत लोग हैं, तुम लोग भी जाओ. हाँ, और उसके खुद कुछ दिनों और बाद स्टूडेंट्स नीट वाले साइड में सारा जितना भी प्रॉब्लम से वो सबका टॉपिक निकल गया. तो अब मैं क्या स्टोरी डालूं? 100 और टॉपिक निकले. मैं अभी क्या स्टोरी डालूं? एक बंदा, एक नॉर्मल ह्यूमन बीइंग, कोई भी, मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूं ये देश का हो, किधर का भी हो, एक नॉर्मल इंसान, और वो देखेगा ना जेन्युइन स्टूडेंट्स मार खाते हुए जो भी वीडियोस दिखाए, सब लोग वो हो जाएंगे, किसके पास वर्ड्स नहीं रहेगा. और उसमें भी तुम लोग आके बोलते हो भाई व्हाट आर योर व्यूज, वहां पे मार खा रहे, व्हाट आर योर व्यूज. छूती हो, व्यूज क्या व्यूज? हाँ, सब ठीक है भाई. मैं इसलिए ये सब टॉपिक पे नहीं बात करता बाबा, मेरा फोर्टे नहीं है, मेरे पास इतना नॉलेज नहीं है. मेरे को जो आता है मैं वो करता हूँ. 100 प्रॉब्लम्स है लोगों का, सब लोग अपने लाइफ में ना बहुत कुछ झेल रहे और कुछ लोग ज़्यादा झेल रहे, उनको एंटरटेनमेंट और खुशी देने का काम मैं करता हूँ। तो प्लीज़ मेरे को मत बता कि मेरे पास कितना स्पाइन है, कितना स्पाइनलेस हूँ मैं, ठीक है? मैं मेरे जगह पे एकदम बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ, फर्स्ट क्लास, ठीक है? और मैं वापस बोल रहा हूँ, इसका और मोदी जी का फोटो लेने का जीरो 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 क्वेश्चन। जस्ट जस्ट सो यू नो, आपने कितना भी पढ़ाई किया रहेगा, वो फोटो पे मत जाओ, जीरो कनेक्शन है, ठीक है? तो जो स्टूडेंट्स के साथ जेन्युइन स्टूडेंट्स, वापस बोल रहा हूँ, जो जेन्युइन स्टूडेंट्स के साथ गलत हुआ है और जब गलत हुआ है वो दिखा है, उसका मैंने आई थिंक स्टोरी शेयर किया था क्या हो रहा है करके, और बहुत हार्ट ब्रेकिंग करके। बराबर है, बराबर है भाई। जो लोग वो री एग्ज़ाम, तू ये सोच, जो लोग वो री एग्ज़ाम दे रहे, जो लोग वो पास हो रहे, वो लोग पे भी अभी वो हो रहा है, क्यों एग्ज़ाम दिया, क्यों पास हुआ, वहाँ पे बाकी लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे, मार कर रहे। क्या करेगा एक इंसान भाई, क्या करेगा? ये सब चीज़ के लिए दूसरा ऑपोजिशन पार्टी है, दूसरा पार्टी है, बहुत सारे एनजीओस है, ये है वो है, सब लोग है। जिधर मेरा नॉलेज नहीं है मैं उधर नहीं घुसता। जो गलत दिखा मैंने एक बार बोला, और ये चीज़ सबको पता है कि जो मार खाया है, जो वीडियोस आई है, वो बहुत गलत है। सिर्फ इतना है कि आंसरेबल है। अभी उसको किसको हटाने का है टेबल से, किसको नहीं हटाने का है, गवर्नमेंट हटाने का नहीं हटाने का, ये सब चीज़ में मैंने मानता हूँ जो क्वेश्चन था उसका आंसर देना वो एक बेसिक राइट था, ये मैं मानता हूँ। बराबर है, बराबर है भाई। एंड आई रिपीट, इससे और मोदी जी का फोटो, लेट मी रिपीट अगेन, अभी ये मत बोलने इसने 3 बार यही चीज क्यों बोला करके। अंडी मंडी मैं पहले दे रहा हूं, मैंने दे दिया। You are diverted from the talk. It's not about the government. If you think we are supporting us correct, please shut your mouth. हैं? और स्टूडेंट, अरे तो भाई जो वहां पे हुआ है, गलत हुआ है, वही तो बोल रहे। कौन मना किया है भाई? वो वॉयलेंट टर्न लेना ही नहीं था। क्या हो गया है? एक इंसान कुछ और नहीं बोलेगा भाई उसके लिए। हैं? इसने लिए पता नहीं। If you want fair education system, remove reservation on basis of का। अरे मेरे बाबू भैया, आप मेरे चैनल पे कैप्स में लिखोगे ये चीज, कुछ नहीं होगा। कोई नहीं देखता मेरा चैनल, नहीं हो रहे मेरे 1 मिलियन। इधर बैठ के रिजर्वेशन ही हटा रहे भाई कैप्स में, क्या बोल देंगे इसको। If you don't know anything about the topic, how can you say मोदी जी की गलती? ओ माय प्रभु, मेरी जान के टोटे, कॉन्टेक्स्ट माँ की आंख कॉन्टेक्स्ट की मेरी जान इतना इंग्लिश में टाइप करने के पहले एक बार पीछे जा स्ट्रीम पे पीछे जा और देख किस चीज पे बोला है भाई परफेक्ट अबे पूरा इंग्लिश ही पहल रहा है मेरे को आई जस्ट नो ओ माय गॉड ये लो चैट में मेरे कसिनो मैनेजर्स भी आ गया ये दूसरा ओ भाई तेरे पास मेंबरशिप नहीं है तो पहले निकल भाई कसिनो मैनेजर फक ऑफ सो जा भाई कुछ नहीं हो सकता चलो गुड नाइट सारे नॉन मेंबर कसिनो मॉड कर फक ऐसे अरे भाई उसको तो मालूम भी नहीं वो कौन था बे जिसने वो टॉपिक लाया बे कौन था बे वो चैट में हाँ कौन था बे उसकी तो कौन था बस मैं टीच इंडिया का क्यों लगा स्ट्रीमेंट करो मैं स्ट्रीमेंट कर रहा हूँ थैंक यू फॉर द 20 यूरोस ऑफ द पाउंड मेरी जान कर डे ये लो पप्पी और थैंक यू फॉर द $5 मेरी जान कर डे चलो मैं जा रहा हूँ बाय 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 चैट आदियोस चैट में आदियोस टेक केयर सिया बाय बाय गुड नाइट अच्छे से पकड़ के सोना दिल मिलता है भर लो अपना बिजली का बिल ठीक है बाय
I find you a star and we could be in love lighting up the dark but there's nothing I can do I can never get to you so I'm looking for a miracle like if somebody be so beautiful yeah it's only a dream it's how I feel you deserve